Chapter 1. Transformed into a malevolent sister-in-law. Please stop hitting. If you continue, you might just kill him. Indeed, in this frigid weather, the child is dressed so thinly and is subjected to such cruel beatings. It is utterly pitiful. The moment she married, she brought about her husband's demise, and now she savagely assaults her own brother-in-law. This woman is truly wicked. Surrounded by a chorus of sharp rebukes, Lin Yan opened her eyes to a meager earthen courtyard. Nearby, trees were adorned with frost, the ground was blanketed in thick snow, and in her hand, she clutched a blood-stained thorn branch. Before her knelt a ragged, emaciated boy, his disheveled black hair cascading over his chiseled features. A long iron chain was fastened around his fragile neck, tethered to a sturdy tree within the courtyard. Beneath his knees lay a thick layer of snow and ice, while he wore only a thin, coarse linen garment. The boy's handsome face was flushed from the cold, and his hands were covered in frostbite, with thick scabs marring his skin. His clothing was tattered and stained with splotches of blood, revealing old wounds that had long since scabbed over. The boy lifted his youthful face, pale and sickly, and with piercing black eyes that glinted with a wolfish sharpness. He gazed at her with an overwhelming hatred, as if wishing to rend her apart. What was happening? Hadn't she perished in a car accident while attending an award ceremony as a food blogger? How had she arrived here? Yet, in the fleeting moment their eyes met, the boy's intense emotions concealed themselves behind a facade of feigned innocence as he pitifully uttered, "Sister-in-law, I truly didn't steal any eggs." Gazing at the onlookers beyond the courtyard, Lin Yan stood frozen. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the plot of the book she had read, The Little Darling of the Chief Minister's Family. In the story, the male protagonist, Lu Qingyuan, lost his parents at a young age. His elder brother was conscripted on his wedding night and perished on the battlefield. Left alone with his newlywed sister-in-law, he found her to be exceptionally malicious. Having just become a widow, she unleashed her fury upon him, subjecting him to cold words and neglect, leaving him hungry and inadequately clothed. At the tender age of 10, she sent him to hunt rabbits in the mountains, but he encountered a predator. Seeing the lonely child, the predator attempted to abduct him. In the ensuing escape, he tumbled down a cliff, fracturing his right leg. From that moment on, he was deemed a worthless burden by his cruel sister-in-law, who relentlessly humiliated him, delivering beatings every few days that left him battered and bruised. She even resorted to chaining him in the courtyard like a dog. Eventually, he matured, earning money through arduous copying of texts, healing his leg, and diligently studying to rise through the ranks by way of the imperial examination, ultimately becoming a powerful chief minister. Following that, he exacted vengeance upon those who had harmed and humiliated him, tormenting them until they wished for death. As for his sister-in-law, Lin Yan, he personally severed her limbs, gouged out her eyes, cut off her tongue and ears, imprisoning her in a bottle, rendering her existence one of unending torment, until she ultimately met a tragic demise, and she, unexpectedly, became the male protagonist's malevolent sister-in-law, Lin Yan, sharing the same name and surname. Observing the current progression of the narrative, it is evident that the male lead harbors an intense loathing for this sister-in-law. Goodness, she certainly does not wish to end up as a mere human puppet, reduced to dismemberment. At this juncture, she is faced with two choices. First, to eliminate Lu Qingyuan, thus preventing him from avenging himself as the prime minister's second, to skillfully win over Lu Qingyuan, erasing his animosity, clinging to this golden opportunity for survival, and perhaps, should he ascend to power, she might bask in his glory. At present, the first option appears to be the most straightforward. Yet, this youth is so pitiable, and she considers herself a law-abiding citizen. She simply cannot bring herself to commit such an act. Moreover, with so many eyes upon her, should the younger brother suffer any misfortune, she would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. This path is utterly unfeasible. She must opt for the second route. Lin Yan, regaining her composure, hastily discarded the bloodied thorn branch, inwardly cursing the original owner for her cruelty. Merely because of a missing egg, she had nearly beaten the male protagonist to death. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "The punishment has indeed been administered. The outside air has grown quite cold. If you were to freeze while kneeling, I fear your deceased elder brother would come seeking retribution from me, She could not afford to display too stark a contrast in her demeanor should she be suspected of having undergone a transformation. It would spell disaster. As she spoke, she bent down and retrieved the keys from her person, her fingers trembling slightly as she unlocked the iron chains binding the boy's wrists and ankles, maintaining a cold expression. "You may enter the house to warm yourself." Liu Qingyuan raised his gaze, his chillingly cold eyes settling upon the young woman before him. This wicked woman, today, had so easily spared him, yet he could not dwell on that. The frigid air of midwinter was unbearable, his limbs stiff with cold, and he desperately needed to seek refuge indoors to thaw. He needed to survive. As long as he lived, there remained hope. Trembling, Liu Qingyuan struggled to rise from the ground, limping toward the main house. Lin Yan's gaze fell upon the boy's feet. Despite the bitter cold of winter, the unfortunate male protagonist was clad in summer straw shoes, his feet already swollen and red from the frostbite, with his heels raw and bleeding from the chafing of the shoes. Truly pitiful. Lin Yan sighed inwardly and followed him into the house. The onlookers shook their heads, muttering their discontent before dispersing. The Liu family's dwelling consisted of several dilapidated thatched cottages, furnished with the barest of necessities: a long table with a corner missing, 2 wooden benches, and a large wooden bed piled high with filthy clothes, leaving just enough space for one person to sleep. That a wooden stand held a basin for washing, with a copper mirror affixed to the wall above it, while the floor was a mess, clearly having gone unclean for quite some time. According to the original owner's memories, the Liu family was the poorest of the poor. The original owner, lazy and gluttonous, never toiled in the fields, relying instead on the limping male protagonist during the spring planting season, resulting in a meager supply of provisions. Lin Yan lifted the lid of the rice jar, only to find it nearly empty. The home was devoid of even a single leaf of vegetables. She let out a helpless sigh, while others found themselves reborn as true aristocrats or princesses, endowed with extraordinary abilities. She had nothing. Her situation was nothing short of a catastrophic. Beginning, Lin Yan retrieved all the rice from the jar, rinsed it in clear water, and placed it in a pot to cook. Before long, a pot of thin rice porridge was ready. Lin Yan ladled 2 bowls of the porridge and brought them to the table. "Come and eat," she called to the slender, cold figure curled on the floor. I could tea that moment. Liu Qingyuan remained indoors, although there was no charcoal fire. Being amidst the straw was infinitely warmer than being out in the frigid wilderness. He finally felt a semblance of life returning. That a tantalizing aroma of rice wafted into his nostrils, and his previously hollow stomach convulsed with hunger, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pale. Rice porridge. This wicked woman dared to serve him rice porridge? Was she so impatient? Did she already long to poison him? Chapter 2. He wanted to kill her. Seeing that the youth remained unmoved, Lin Yan observed his body, marred with numerous welts, as he struggled to rise from the ground. She lifted a bowl of slightly thickened rice porridge and approached him, crouching slightly as she extended the bowl towards him. "Drink," she urged, pausing momentarily. "I fear you might perish at home. It would bring ill fortune with the new year approaching. The neighbors would surely have their way of casting aspersions upon me." The youth gazed at her with his moist, dog-like eyes, his cracked lips parting slightly. "Sister-in-law, I'm not hungry. You should drink it." Not hungry? Lin Yan thought, recognizing his apprehension that the porridge might be poisoned. She raised the bowl and took a sip in front of him, then placed the bowl beside him. "It's still warm. Do drink." Noting the confusion in his eyes, she offered no further explanation, setting the bowl down beside the straw where he lay before returning to the dining table. Lin Yan cradled her own bowl of thinner porridge, consuming it greedily until she reached the bottom. After swallowing the warm sustenance, she felt a modicum of relief within her body. With no other provisions left in the house, she knew they must devise a means to procure food, or else she and Liu Qingyuan would not survive the winter. The only viable option was to scour the mountains for any edible resources. Once she had cleared the dishes, Lin Yan turned to the frail boy curled up in the straw. "I'm going to the mountains for a bit. Just place the bowl aside when you finish. I'll wash it upon my return." With that, she retrieved a woven basket and a sickle from within the house, then departed. As Lin Yan's figure faded from Liu Qingyuan's sight, his dark eyes fell upon the bowl of porridge. Though the vile woman had taken a sip, Could she have consumed an antidote beforehand or after departing? With great effort, Lu Qingyuan mustered the strength to rise from the straw, limping as he sought a smaller bowl. His frostbitten hands carefully poured the porridge from the larger bowl into the smaller one, and then, dragging his bloody body, he hobbled into the courtyard. The biting cold wind swept through the yard, causing him to cough violently. He placed a small bowl of porridge in the courtyard, driving a thicker branch into the frozen ground. In the depths of winter, the earth was hard as stone, requiring him to sharpen the branch's end and apply considerable force to drive it in. Once it was secured, his pale, sickly visage flushed with cold, and he rubbed his hands together, exhaling warmth onto his palms, desperately trying to restore some semblance of warmth to his frostbitten fingers. He then tied a longer, thicker line to the branch, fashioning a large bamboo basket atop the small bowl. Thus, a rudimentary trapping device was completed. Clutching one end of the line, he laboriously rose, limping to a nearby hiding spot, his eyes as dark as ice, fixated quietly on the basket below. After a considerable wait, a sparrow, flapping its wings, finally descended beneath the bamboo basket, pecking at the porridge within the bowl. The youth squinted slightly, his elongated, pitch-black eyes narrowing as he seized the opportune moment. With a decisive pull, he snapped the wooden branch, causing the bamboo basket to topple and ensnaring the sparrow within. He rose with a slight limp, advancing cautiously to extend his hand into the basket, seizing the struggling sparrow and binding its delicate legs with a slender string. The youth tethered the sparrow to the leg of a table in the room, his obsidian gaze fixated upon it. The sparrow, flapping its wings in a desperate bid for freedom, found itself repeatedly yanked back by the thin string until, exhausted from its futile struggles, it resigned itself to stillness. After a moment's wait, the youth observed as the sparrow consumed some rice porridge without apparent distress, releasing a breath of relief. It bore no poison. Was it true that the vile woman feared starvation would lead to her downfall? She had once been indifferent to her reputation. Or perhaps she had devised a new method of tormenting him. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan was overwhelmed by a sharp pang in his stomach. He clutched his abdomen, his complexion pale. He had not eaten for 3 days. Lacking the strength for further contemplation, he propped his weary body up and brought the bowl of porridge before him. The porridge had cooled slightly, yet it was still warm enough. In a few swift gulps, he consumed it entirely, leaving the bowl spotless. The youth's deep, dark eyes remained fixed on the tethered sparrow. He lifted the bird into his hands, his frostbitten fingers gently caressing its small head with utmost tenderness. A faint smile gracing his lips. Gradually, the sparrow seemed to sense the absence of danger and began to relax, its curious, round eyes gazing up at the handsome youth with a gentle expression. Yet in the next instant, the youth's grip tightened. Swiftly, the sparrow's neck was snapped, its life extinguished in his palm. With a cold, indifferent glance at the lifeless bird, he strode into the room, placing some straw into the fire pit before igniting it. Soon, vibrant orange flames flickered to life, illuminating the youth's gaunt, ethereal visage. Emotionless, he cast the deceased sparrow into the flames, his gaze frigid and shadowed with an ominous depth. He vowed to survive, to live well, and, one day, exact a gruesome revenge upon the wicked Lin Yan. The youth retrieved the charred sparrow from the fire, biting and tearing into it, swallowing pieces whole. His eyes glinted like blades, his form desolate, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Lin Yan ascended the mountain, where few souls lingered. Among a thicket of reeds, she discerned the calls of wild ducks. Cautiously, she approached, parting the reeds to discover a nest containing 6 wild duck eggs. Just the right nourishment for the growing young protagonist. With utmost care, Lin Yan gathered the duck eggs, placing them into her bamboo basket. To prevent them from breaking, she laid some seasoned meat at the bottom. She then continued her ascent up the mountain. At this moment, winter has settled in, and the trees on the mountain are cloaked in a thick blanket of snow. The crunching sound of shoes stepping on the fallen leaves and snow resonates through the air. Unlike the vibrant spring and summer, many wild vegetables have succumbed to the frost, making the quest for sustenance significantly more challenging. Lin Yan meandered through the mountain for quite some time, and at last, amidst the tangled weeds, she stumbled upon winter bamboo shoots. Having brought only a sickle, she crouched down, carefully excavating along the horizontal growth patterns of the shoots. This process was rather slow. After about an hour of diligent digging, the bamboo basket on her back brimmed with winter shoots. As dusk enveloped the landscape, the entire village was bathed in a gentle glow of twilight. Observing the evening sky, Lin Yan felt her spirits lift as she made her way home with the heavy basket. Upon returning to the dilapidated village, Lin Yan discovered that the house had been tidied up, the pots and dishes were scrubbed clean, and the surfaces of the table and stove gleamed. She felt a pang of compassion for the frail and solitary youth, Lu Qingyuan, who despite his severe injuries, had taken the initiative to tidy the house. The immediate task at hand was to prepare dinner. The water tank in the courtyard was frozen over, so Lin Yan used a stone to break the ice and scooped out some water with a ladle to wash the bamboo shoots. The frigid winter water bit at her skin, and soon her hands were reddened by the cold. Rubbing her hands together, she warmed them by breathing onto them, then proceeded to wash the bamboo shoots thoroughly before slicing them in the kitchen. Next, Lin Yan donned an apron and kindled a fire on the stove. Once the pot was heated, she poured in water and briefly boiled the bamboo shoots until they softened slightly, then retrieved them to blanch. Afterward, she heated oil in the pan, cracked 3 wild duck eggs into a bowl, and whisked them before pouring them into the skillet. In no time, the golden duck eggs were perfectly scrambled. Lin Yan added chopped scallions, cilantro, and a hint of wild pepper she had gathered from mountain. Then incorporated the sliced bamboo shoots and the golden eggs, stir-frying them vigorously while sprinkling in a touch of salt. Soon, the fragrant aroma of the sautéed bamboo shoots filled the air. The enticing dish was soon plated, with plenty of bamboo shoots still remaining in the basket. Lin Yan fetched a large ceramic jar, sliced the remaining shoots, and added some seasonings to create a tangy and spicy dish. After tasting it, she found it delightfully crunchy and refreshingly zesty. These tangy bamboo shoots could serve as pickles at home, and the surplus could be sold at the market, providing a modest income to assist the household. Lin Yan placed a serving of sautéed bamboo shoots alongside a small dish of the spicy variety on the table. With the last remnants of flour in the house, she crafted a soup with dumplings. Before long, a steaming bowl of dumpling soup was ready. She filled 2 bowls, carried them outside, and set them on the table, arranging the chopsticks neatly. Lu Qingyuan, dinner is ready, Lin Yan called out. Yet, the only response was an unsettling silence. Frowning, she made her way toward the woodshed, which was Lu Qingyuan's designated sleeping quarters, a small, dilapidated space cluttered with dry straw and firewood, devoid of any proper furniture. The slender youth lay curled upon the desiccated straw, his inky hair cascading chaotically over his pallid visage. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and his delicate features were contorted in an expression of anguish. Lu Qingyuan approached cautiously, bending slightly to draw nearer to the youth, gently patting his frail shoulder. It was time for a meal. Suddenly, the youth's eyes flew open, their obsidian depths resembling those of an enraged wolf, sharp and ferocious, as if he yearned to rend asunder any intruder encroaching upon his territory. In the next instant, his frostbitten hand grasped Lin Yan's neck with unyielding force. Chapter 3. The little wolf cub Lin Yan was caught off guard, struggling to breathe as the young boy gripped her tightly. In that brief moment of eye contact, she discerned the murderous intent lurking in his gaze. It seemed that this little wolf cub had harbored hatred against her for quite some time, even contemplating her demise. Regaining her composure, Lin Yan fought back fiercely, pinning the ferocious boy beneath her. In the midst of their struggle, her leg accidentally collided with his injured right leg. Instantly, the boy's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pain caused him to curl up, finally releasing Lin Yan from his grasp. With a sigh of relief, she paused for a moment, clearing her throat. I kindly prepared a meal for you, and yet you wish to strangle me? How ungrateful. The boy remained curled up, his breath coming in rapid gasps. After a while, the intense pain in his leg began to subside. His initial intention had been to end this wicked woman's life swiftly. Regrettably, his frail body had betrayed him. His thick lashes hung low, concealing the deep-seated hatred and self-loathing in his eyes. When he finally lifted his gaze again, his dark orbs shimmered with unshed tears, resembling a pitiful puppy as he looked at Lin Yan. "Sister-in-law, I apologize. I just had a nightmare which caused me to—" Naturally, Lin Yan could not bring herself to believe his words. However, she had no choice but to play along with his pretense. "Well, I suppose you wouldn't dare to harm me," she replied, waving her hand. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat before you starve yourself, and people accuse me of mistreating you." The boy's ink-black eyes silently studied her. This wicked woman seemed to have transformed. She was no longer the indolent figure who lounged on the bed, commanding him to work. Today, she had prepared 2 meals. "Can you really get up?" Lin Yan inquired. Gritting his teeth, the boy summoned his strength despite his aching body and slowly made his way to the dining table in the main house. Lin Yan sat at the table with Lu Qingyuan. Upon seeing a large plate of duck egg stir-fried with winter bamboo shoots, the boy gazed at Lin Yan in bewilderment. The duck eggs and bamboo shoots were gathered from the mountains, Lin Yan explained, picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. "You should try it and see how it tastes." After she had taken a few bites, the boy cautiously picked up his own chopsticks, carefully selecting a slice of bamboo shoot and placing it in his mouth. The crisp and delicious flavor of the bamboo shoot spread throughout his palate. "It's quite good," he remarked, having not tasted anything so delightful in a long time. "Eat more eggs," Lin Yan urged, adding a generous serving of stir-fried duck eggs to his bowl. Lu Qingyuan looked at her in astonishment, his dark and profound gaze fixated on her. This wicked woman was actually allowing him to eat eggs? "Rest assured, there's no poison," Lin Yan replied, also taking a bite of the golden stir-fried duck eggs, her gaze returning to the boy. Noticing he was still staring at her, she cleared her throat, searching for a justification for her change in attitude towards him. "Regarding the incident with the eggs, I must confess, you were wrong by your sister-in-law. You did not steal the eggs. The one in question had simply fallen and broken beneath the cupboard. I discovered this while working today." The boy's grip on his chopsticks tightened, his knuckles turning an unnatural shade of blue. "This matter arose from my misunderstanding of you, and for that, I inflicted upon you a great deal of pain." Lin Yan raised her gaze to meet the cold and frail boy standing before her, feeling a deep sense of guilt. The boy's narrow, icy eyes rested upon Lin Yan, brimming with a chilling hostility. Could this venomous woman truly feel remorse? How absurd! Yet, as their eyes locked, all his hostility vanished in an instant, transforming into a pair of innocent, pleading eyes resembling a lost puppy, gazing up at her with a hint of red at the corners. Seeing the pitiful expression on the boy's face, Lin Yan's heart softened. Ultimately, regardless of how ruthless the male protagonist may become in the future, he was merely a young boy at present. As an adult, there was no need for her to fear or be wary of a child. Lin Yan's gaze softened further, and then she said, "I dreamt of your elder brother." The boy looked at her with innocent bewilderment. "Your brother visited me in a dream, urging me to treat you better," Lin Yan spoke earnestly. "He scolded me for not being kind to you over the years. Upon reflection, I believe he was quite right." Lin Yan continued, "Look at us, 2 orphans relying solely on each other in this family. We must support one another to endure the hardships ahead. If you succeed in the future, I shall rely on you for a good life." This last statement was made with genuine sincerity. The boy chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What success could I possibly achieve?" "Qingyuan, do not belittle yourself," Lin Yan said, her dark, lustrous almond eyes fixed on him, earnest in her tone. "You can study and pursue the imperial examination route. Your brother even told me in my dream that you are the reincarnation of the literary star, endowed with great intelligence. If you apply yourself, you are destined to become the top scholar." "Top scholar?" Lu Qingyuan found this notion utterly ludicrous. His cold, piercing gaze fell on his numb right leg, and he smirked dismissively. "Throughout history, where has there ever been a cripple who became a top scholar?" Lin Yan gazed at the boy before her, envisioning the character from her books who, after becoming the top scholar, ascended to the position of the prime minister, wielding immense power, able to bring down century-old families with a mere jest. Yet the boy standing before her was frail, pitiful, gloomy, and despondent. If not for the original owner's actions, his leg would not have been crippled. If he had not endured years of abuse and torment from the original owner, he would now be a well-educated young man, full of promise. Having taken on the identity of the original owner, she must atone for the sins committed. Lin Yan grasped the boy's rough, frostbitten hand, saying, "Qing Yuan, everything that happened before was my fault. Your injury was caused by me, and I will do whatever it takes to heal your leg." In the face of the boy's incredulous gaze, Lin Yan continued, "Once your leg is healed, I will send you to a private school to study, and you will sit for the imperial examinations alongside children your age." Lu Qingyuan's deep, dark eyes bore into her. What trickery was this wicked woman up to? How could she possibly be so benevolent? "All right, stop staring at me and eat your meal," Lin Yan said, unconcerned with Lu Qingyuan's expression, as she delicately picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Lu Qingyuan came to his senses and picked up a golden, glistening egg with his chopsticks. He brought it to his lips and took a bite. The fragrant, tender duck egg spread delightfully across his palate, so delectable that it brought a warm flush to his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had savored such a delightful dish. The youth devoured the duck egg and stir-fried bamboo shoots voraciously, consuming them with great enthusiasm. "Slow down, don't choke," Lin Yan offered a cup of warm water, observing the boy before her with a gentle smile. This scene caused Lu Qingyuan to momentarily pause. In the past, this wicked woman had only shown him sinister, malevolent smirks. Yet now she bestowed upon him such a gentle and even sweet smile. Realizing his momentary distraction, Lu Qingyuan scoffed inwardly. He had been momentarily beguiled by this wicked woman. While she spoke sweetly, he could only wonder what scheming thoughts lay hidden in her heart. Chapter 4. The divine healer. This meal was the most sumptuous and delectable feast that Lu Qingyuan had savored in the past 15 years. Prior to this moment, he had long forgotten the sensation of being fully satisfied. After the meal, Lu Qingyuan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, prompting him to take the initiative to wash the dishes. Observing the frail silhouette of the youth as he gingerly made his way toward the kitchen, Lin Yan's sympathy for him deepened. While contemplating how to earn money to help the unfortunate boy with his legs, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted from the kitchen, followed by a dull thud. What was happening? Lin Yan hurriedly rushed toward the kitchen, only to find the slender boy sprawled on the ground, surrounded by shards of broken dishes. "Please, sister-in-law, don't hit me." The boy struggled to open his eyes, his gaze reddened and glistening with tears, appearing both fragile and innocent, a reflection of sheer terror in his eyes. "It's my fault. I didn't mean to." Seeing the pallor of the boy's face now tinged with an unusual flush, Lin Yan reached out to touch his forehead. The searing heat radiating from it caused her hand to retract instinctively. "This is far too hot. You have a high fever." Lin Yan frowned, realizing that the young protagonist was merely a child. The original owner had forced him to kneel in the biting cold of winter and had beaten him with thorns, leaving him bloodied and certainly susceptible to a fever. There was a possibility of infection as well. She sighed, silently chastising the original owner for their inhumane treatment. "Gome, I'll help you up." As she extended her hand to support the frail boy, her heart ached for him. "Come, I'll help you up." Lu Qingyuan gazed at her in disbelief. Previously, this woman would lash out at him for the slightest displeasure, yet now, upon witnessing him break the dishes, she refrained from reprimanding him and instead displayed such gentleness. What had come over her today? Lin Yan assisted Lu Qingyuan into a small room. "You should lie down here and rest." Lu Qingyuan surveyed the room. It was a guest chamber, a place he had never deemed worthy of inhabiting. In the past, he was only deserving of the cow shed or pig pen. After the family's cow had perished, and the pigs had been slaughtered by this woman for food, he found himself relegated to a dilapidated woodshed. And now, he was afforded the luxury of such a fine room. After helping the boy lie down, Lin Yan quickly fetched a basin, filled it with cold water from the yard, and soaked a towel in it. She wrung it out and placed it upon the boy's pale forehead. "Wait here. I will go find a doctor for you," she said before hastily departing. As the boy lay on the narrow bed, watching Lin Yan leave, a chill crept into his once warm, dark eyes. A doctor? This wicked woman was indolent and had long since depleted their finances. Where would she procure funds to summon a physician? Her intention to seek medical help was but a ruse. She was likely planning to abandon him, leaving him a burden behind while she fled. A bitter smile graced Lu Qingyuan's cracked, pale lips. It mattered not. He could manage on his own. As long as he could survive, he would devise a way to elevate himself, to grow strong enough to rend that vile woman who had tormented him into pieces. Gradually, Lu Qingyuan felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, his head spinning, and his consciousness becoming increasingly indistinct. It was as though his entire being was subjected to the searing heat of an open flame, every muscle in his body aching and throbbing with pain. Oh, how he longed for the comfort of his parents. In a haze of confusion, Lu Qingyuan drifted into a slumber. He was unaware of how long he had slept, but amidst the fog of his mind, he heard a familiar voice resonate. "Doctor, please attend to my Qingyuan." The young man, weak and weary, lifted his eyes to see Lin Yan hastening towards him, silhouetted against the light, accompanied by a barefoot physician from the village. "He has a high fever. I kindly request your assistance in treating him." Lin Yan gazed at the doctor with urgency, her eyes brimming with concern. Concern? Could this cruel woman truly be worried for him? Wouldn't his demise be more beneficial for her? Or perhaps she feared losing a free labor should he perish? The doctor approached, resting his fingers on Lu Qingyuan's wrist. Shortly thereafter, he spoke. "This child has been afflicted by coldness entering his body, compounded by an unhealed wound that has become inflamed." Lin Yan understood. It was a fever coupled with an infected injury. "Please, could you prescribe some medication?" she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "As for the payment, I will owe you until I can repay." She was reluctant to incur debt. Yet the original family was utterly impoverished. The doctor shook his head, fully aware of Lin Yan's circumstances. This woman, both greedy and indolent, was unlikely to possess any means to repay. However, seeing Lu Qingyuan suffer under her cruel hand stirred a sense of compassion within him. He resolved to treat it as a charitable act. He penned a prescription, retrieving a packet of medicine and a small vial of ointment from his medical kit, placing them on the table in Lin Yan's home. "Follow this prescription, taking it 3 times daily with hot water. This packet can be administered immediately. It will benefit his health. As for the ointment, apply it to the wound 3 times a day, and with proper care, he shall recover." "Thank you, doctor." Lin Yan sighed with relief. "How much do I owe you for this?" she asked, offering to write an IOU. "There's no need for payment. This child is indeed unfortunate." The doctor replied, exhaling heavily. "That cannot be. I must pay." Lin Yan insisted, rummaging through a drawer until she produced a somewhat tattered piece of paper. With a pen, she inscribed an acknowledgement of debt. The doctor regarded her with surprise. "Then it shall be 10-1. "Thank you, doctor." Lin Yan wrote 10-1 on the paper and handed the note to him. "I promise to repay you once I earn some money." The doctor dismissed the matter from his mind, picking up his medical bag to depart. "Doctor, may I inquire if you can treat Qingyuan's leg?" Lin Yan looked up at him. Lu Qingyuan, feebly raising his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on Lin Yan from a distance, his expression inscrutable. She was willing to seek treatment for his leg? The doctor's countenance grew grave as he shook his head. "His leg has been damaged for 5 years. The bones have long since deteriorated, making it extremely difficult to treat." Lu Qingyuan's dark eyes flickered momentarily, and a hint of despondency crossed his pale, sickly visage. "Is there truly no other solution?" Lin Yan clenched the hem of her clothing tightly. In the narrative, the protagonist's legs are indeed susceptible to healing. Perhaps this is due to an encounter with a renowned physician. The old doctor, though limited in his medical prowess, believes that the condition is not entirely hopeless. He speaks of a legendary healer known as the Cloud Crane Divine Doctor, whose lineage has been steeped in the art of healing for generations. His ancestors once held the esteemed position of head physician in the Imperial Hospital, and he himself has been practicing medicine since the tender age of 5, exhibiting extraordinary talent that leaves others in awe. Should one manage to locate this illustrious Cloud Crane Divine Doctor, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for the boy's legs. The doctor sighs, adding, however, that the healer often roams far and wide, elusive and difficult to track down, and he tends to treat only those fated to cross his path, making the quest exceedingly challenging. With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Qingyuan reflects on his fate, resigned to the notion that he may forever be deemed a failure. A man of such perceived inadequacy cannot aspire to officialdom, and thus he is condemned to live a life devoid of dignity, mired in the muck. Thank you, Doctor. Lin Yan bids farewell to the physician. The text does not elaborate on how Lu Qingyuan's legs are ultimately healed, nor does it specify the whereabouts of the Cloud Crane Divine Doctor. In the vast sea of humanity, where should she begin her search for this healer? However, knowing that the divine physician hails from the capital city, the prospect of bringing Lu Qingyuan there increases their chances of encountering him. At present, Lin Yan's foremost priority is to earn a living, support her family, and provide Lu Qingyuan with an education so he may participate in the imperial examinations. She yearns to locate the healer who can restore his legs and alleviate his burdens of resentment. Then, she envisions a future where, upon Lu Qingyuan's rise to prominence as a chief minister, she too can bask in the glow of his success. With determination, Lin Yan clenches her fists, invigorated by a surge of energy. Onward, onward, full speed ahead. A beautiful life beckons just ahead, waving her towards it. Chapter 5. Earning Money. Shopping after bidding farewell to the doctor, Lin Yan prepared the medicine and brought it to Lu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, please drink your medicine. Gazing at the steaming bowl before him, the youth's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. This woman was indeed different from before. She had actually gone into debt to procure medicine for him, something the former Lin Yan would never have done. Lu Qingyuan pressed his pale, cracked lips together and accepted the bowl. Thank you, sister-in-law. He took small sips of the concoction. Rest assured, no matter the cost or sacrifice, I will find a skilled healer to cure you, Lin Yan said gently, her gaze fixed on the frail boy before her. Lu Qingyuan scoffed inwardly, dismissing her words. The doctor had already stated that renowned healers were elusive, and how could an ordinary person ever locate one? Even if one were found, how could their impoverished household afford the exorbitant fees? Qingyuan, I have caused you much harm in the past, and reflecting on it now pierces my heart. Lin Yan continued, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, which were tinged with red. I feel guilty towards you, towards your elder brother, and towards the ancestors of the Lu family. I know you may not believe my words, but I shall prove myself through my actions. Lu Qingyuan finished the medicine, the bowl quickly emptying. His dark eyes regarded the woman with a complex mixture of emotions. What did she truly intend? Qingyuan, after you finish your medicine, you should rest in your room, Lin Yan said, assisting him to his feet as they made their way to his chamber. Once he lay down, she tenderly covered him with a quilt. Yet, the original owner had been exceedingly lazy. The quilt was tattered and soiled, the stuffing clumped together, exuding a musty odor. She resolved to earn enough money to replace it with a soft and comfortable bedding set in due course. Have a good sleep, Lin Yan said as she stood to leave. Sister-in-law, where are you going? The boy asked, gripping the corner of the quilt with his frostbitten hands. His pale lips pressed together as he gazed at her retreating figure. I'm going out to earn money, Lin Yan replied, turning back with a gentle smile. Our family will have many expenses from now on, and sister-in-law must work hard to support us. Earning money? Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow as he watched her depart. She had always been known for her laziness, and now she was intent on making money. Could a person truly change so drastically for a dream? His dark eyes clouded with uncertainty. Perhaps due to the effects of the medicine, he gradually felt drowsy, soon succumbing to slumber on his bed. Not long after, Lin Yan borrowed a cart from the neighbor, Madame Huang, loaded it with a bench from her home, and set off toward the town in the jostling wagon. She set up a stall in the most crowded area, displaying her pickled spicy bamboo shoots on the freshly cleaned bench, which was adorned with a green floral cloth. Standing at her stall, she began to call out, selling spicy bamboo shoots. Fresh bamboo shoots for sale. Soon, passers-by turned their attention toward her. Little girl, how much do you sell this winter bamboo shoot for? 3 coins for a pack, Lin Yan replied, gesturing towards the fresh lotus leaves beside her. 3 coins? That is far too expensive. The customer shook her head and rose to leave. The others merely glanced at the stall, and upon learning the price, also departed in haste. As half an hour passed with no one showing interest at Lin Yan's stall, she felt compelled to call out, free tasting. If it's not to your liking, you owe nothing. Everyone loves a freebie. Upon hearing the word free, people gradually began to gather around. Is it really free? Inquired a woman in her 50s, eyeing the vibrant green bamboo shoots in the large ceramic jar, swallowing hard. The bamboo shoots looked incredibly enticing, glistening with freshness, and the tangy aroma whetted one's appetite. Of course, Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile. Then let me have a taste, the woman said, her throat dry with anticipation. Lin Yan handed her a pair of chopsticks, allowing her to sample a piece of the sweet and sour bamboo shoot. The moment the woman took a bite, her eyes lit up. This is absolutely delicious. The tangy and spicy flavors are so appetizing. How much is it? She asked, wiping her mouth and gazing eagerly at the large ceramic jar filled with the bamboo shoots. 3 coins a pack, Lin Yan replied with a soft smile. That seems a bit pricey. The woman frowned, hesitating. You get what you pay for. These bamboo shoots are the freshest, and consuming them in this season is excellent for digestion and health. Moreover, I assure you, I've used quality ingredients without cutting corners. This generous pack is quite a bargain, Lin Yan explained. All right then, I'll take a pack, the woman decided, pulling 3 coins from her purse. The onlookers began to sample as well, and soon they were all singing praises. I'll have a pack. I want one too. After collecting the coins, Lin Yan wrapped the bamboo shoots in lotus leaves and weighed each portion to ensure uniformity. Before long, the entire jar of sweet and sour bamboo shoots was sold out, and Lin Yan calculated her total earnings, 900 coins. She tucked the money into her purse and prepared to head home. By this time, evening had descended, and the twilight sky was painted with hues of crimson. Feeling a bit hungry, she passed by a steaming bun shop in town. Vegetable buns were 2 for 1 coin, while meat buns were 1 coin each. Lin Yan purchased 5 meat buns and 6 vegetable buns, quickly receiving her warm, fragrant meat buns in a paper bag. Now that she had some money, she could buy things for her family. The bedding at home needed replacing, but buying new quilts was too costly. Instead, Lin Yan opted to buy some cotton and visited the tailor's shop to purchase several bolts of fabric. This way, she could sew the quilts herself and save some money. The cotton and fabric would be enough to make 2 thick quilts and 2 mattresses, ensuring that she and Lu Qingyuan could endure the winter without feeling cold at night. As she admired the quality fabrics hanging in the tailor's shop, a fleeting image of the slender youth with his tattered clothing crossed her mind. The young protagonist currently lacks even a decent winter coat. It is imperative to procure some for him. Lin Yan purchased a bolt of light blue cotton fabric and a bolt of silvery material. As winter has arrived, a plush and warm collar is essential, so she also acquired some decorative fabric featuring fluffy collars. These materials are sufficient to create 2 winter outfits. With clothing secured, the next necessity is a pair of cotton shoes. However, she is uncertain of Lu Qingyuan's shoe size, so it would be prudent to buy soles and fabric to fashion them herself. A hand warmer is also required. Oh, and she must not forget the frostbite ointment and the hand warmer. Given Lu Qingyuan's mobility issues, a sturdy cane is essential. Lin Yan selected a robust cane made from pear wood and tested it, finding it quite satisfactory. In addition to these items, the household provisions are dwindling. She decided to purchase 2 pounds of millet, 2 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, and 2 pounds of oil, along with the necessary spices, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt for cooking. After shopping, Lin Yan found herself with only 14 coins left. 10 of those must be returned to the doctor, leaving her with a mere 4 coins to manage. As she passed the pork stall, she noticed the vendor skillfully butchering a freshly slaughtered pig, hanging the meat for display. Nearby, a bucket at the vendor's feet contained a foul-smelling assortment of pig intestines. Lin Yan's eyes brightened as she inquired, "How much for the pig intestines?" Chapter 6. Did you want to kill him? Are you truly intending to purchase this? The shopkeeper gazed incredulously at Lin Yan. After all, this item, reeking so foully, was something even dogs would refuse. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded. The butcher, observing the woman's simple and modest attire, surmised that she must be in dire straits to consider buying such a thing. With a touch of sympathy, he remarked, "If you truly desire it, I'll give you these for free." Such generosity? Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, kind sir. How do you sell your pork here?" Lin Yan inquired, as she began to gather the pig intestines into her large ceramic jar. "Ah, it's 9 per pound," the butcher replied. Lin Yan wiped her hands on her apron and produced her last 4. "Sir, I have but this little left. Could you spare me some meat?" Typically, the shopkeeper sold by weight, but seeing the woman's plight, he accepted her coins and took up his knife. "Very well, I shall cut you half a pound." "Thank you, sir," Lin Yan said with a gentle smile. Tomorrow, when she returned to sell winter bamboo shoots, she intended to bring him a token of her appreciation. After securing the pork, Lin Yan hoisted her cart full of provisions and departed. Such a bounty! At the village entrance, the villagers marveled. "Lin Yan, where did you acquire the money?" "I made some pickled vegetables and sold them in town, earning a little to help with household expenses," Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, the villagers began to chatter among themselves. "She actually sells pickled vegetables? This woman was lazier than anyone before. Indeed, how has she transformed overnight? I heard she is no longer tethering her little uncle and even called a doctor for him," one said. "Perhaps her conscience has finally awakened after all her misdeeds." Another suggested, "It's for the best if she continued down that dark path. The poor second son of the Liu family might not survive to adulthood." Upon her return to the village, Lin Yan presented half a pound of millet to Mrs. Huang, who had lent her the cart. "There's no need for this. You have your own struggles," Mrs. Huang protested. "Dear madam, you must accept it," Lin Yan insisted with a smile. "I wish to borrow your cart again tomorrow, and there will be more occasions in the future when I may need your help. If you refuse, I shall feel quite guilty." "Very well." After a moment's reflection, Mrs. Huang accepted it, smiling as she said, "My cart sits idle most of the time, so feel free to use it whenever you need." "Thank you," Lin Yan replied cheerfully as she carried her haul back home. The kitchen was barren and empty. Lin Yan arranged the rice, flour, oil, and grains neatly on the shelves. The meat buns she had purchased earlier had cooled, so she heated them in a pot and prepared a pot of millet porridge. The young protagonist often suffered from hunger and had a delicate stomach. Millet porridge was the most nourishing remedy for such ailments, especially the thin layer of golden rice oil that formed atop the freshly cooked porridge. It was the most soothing for the stomach. The pot simmered quietly on the side, while Lin Yan meticulously sliced all the winter bamboo shoots, marinating them into a tangy, spicy dish. After thoroughly cleansing the pig intestines, she seasoned them with Sichuan pepper, star anise, soy sauce, and other ingredients to eliminate any lingering odor. After marinating overnight, she would prepare stir-fried pig intestines and braised pig intestines the following day. Once she had tidied up, she retrieved a soft measuring tape. She needed to measure Liu Qingyuan's foot circumference and other dimensions to facilitate the making of shoes and clothing. With a measuring tape in hand, Lin Yan walked toward Liu Qingyuan's bedroom. At that moment, the young man was already asleep, lying on the bed with his pale, delicate features devoid of the unusual flush that once marked his face, appearing far less tormented than before. She approached silently, her slender fingers gently brushing against his cool forehead. It was no longer warm. It seemed the fever had subsided. She let out a sigh of relief. However, as she took out the measuring tape, she failed to notice the slight tremor of his closed eyelashes. Lin Yan, holding the tape, gently draped it around Liu Qingyuan's pale neck. Beneath the covers, his hand instinctively tightened. The true face of this wicked woman was indeed revealed. She intended to strangle him while he slept. All her words of regret and remorse were mere hypocrisy, insincere drivel. Her cooking for him and hiring a doctor were simply to avoid gossip, fearing that she might be seen as the cause of his demise. Now, it appeared she was eager to take action. Liu Qingyuan clenched a sharp pair of scissors in his right hand, holding his breath. The moment this wicked woman made her move, he would be faster, piercing her throat with the scissors. He needed to patiently wait for the right moment, aiming for a swift and decisive strike. He could already envision the incredulous look in her eyes as she realized he had struck, and the warm blood gushing forth, splattering everywhere, even onto his face. That image exhilarated him, sending shivers of excitement through his veins. The young man's Adam's apple bobbed silently as he tightened his grip on the scissors, resembling a patient hunter in wait. Just as Lin Yan's delicate fingers wrapped the measuring tape around his neck, He readied himself to strike. But in the next moment, she withdrew the tape from around his neck. Had she sensed something? Lu Qingyuan held his breath, hesitating. Then, the woman gently lifted the covers from him. He silently concealed the scissors beneath his body. What was this wicked woman planning? Her slender hand, holding the measuring tape, cautiously measured his shoulders. Her movements gentle, as if to avoid disturbing him. Next, the tape descended to his waist and then to his legs. Lu Qingyuan's frail body tensed slightly. What was her intention? Did she not wish to kill him? Following that, the woman gently covered him with the blanket, leaving his feet exposed. He felt the measuring tape lightly brush against his feet, sending a ticklish sensation through him. He held his breath in anticipation until Lin Yan meticulously tucked him in with the quilt, after which she rose and departed. As the door was gently closed, the young man on the bed abruptly opened his eyes, his dark gaze filled with bewilderment. What exactly was she trying to accomplish? This wicked woman had become increasingly inscrutable to him. Chapter 7. His cold and desolate heart seemed to ignite a fire. After Lin Yan took the measurements, she noted down his dimensions and returned to the kitchen. The millet porridge had been simmered to perfection, and the steamed buns were exuding warmth. An enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lu Qingyuan, his stomach grumbling, could no longer feign sleep and opened his eyes. Thanks to the medication, his body felt less frail than before, and a hint of vitality returned to his pale face. As he entered the main hall, he happened to see Lin Yan placing the freshly made millet porridge and the warm buns on the table. "You're awake," Lin Yan said with a light laugh. "On the table is the freshly cooked millet porridge and the hot buns I bought from town. Eat while it's warm. I've also prepared your medicine. Remember to take it half an hour after you've eaten your fill." With that, Lin Yan rose and headed to her bedroom. Watching the woman's retreating figure, the young man furrowed his brow, his dark, slender eyes filled with suspicion. What was this woman up to? How could there be hot millet porridge and soft white meat buns on the table? Had she truly gone out to earn money? Could she really bear to share such good things with him? He did not rush to consume the porridge and buns. Instead, his gaze slowly fell upon the little black dog that had dashed over from old Ma's house. He poured a little of the porridge out and broke off a small piece of bun, placing it on the ground. The little black dog's eyes brightened, its tail wagging joyfully as it approached, eagerly devouring the offerings. Lu Qingyuan then rose to fetch some of the medicinal soup from the kitchen, pouring it in front of the little black dog. The dog wagged its tail excitedly, but hesitated. "Go on," the young man said softly, crouching down, his pale hand gently grasping the scruff of the dog's neck. A faint smile gracing his lips as he poured a small amount of the medicinal soup into the dog's mouth. The little black dog sputtered and yelped in surprise. The young man watched the dog for a while, and after half an hour, seeing the dog still joyfully wagging its tail and running around the yard, the chill in his eyes finally began to dissipate. He returned indoors and drank the warm millet porridge, taking a bite of the meat bun. With the first mouthful, the soft bun unfurled in his mouth, and the savory filling burst forth on his taste buds. The young man's eyes unexpectedly grew warm and misty. It had been a long time since he had tasted something so delicious since his parents passed away. He suppressed the rising emotion and began to swallow eagerly. This was the most comfortable day Lu Qingyuan had experienced. For the rare occasion, he had 3 hearty meals, and it was only when he felt a sense of fullness in his stomach that he realized this was all real. After taking his medicine, he soon fell into a deep slumber, enjoying a rare good night's sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Yan rubbed her slightly aching eyes and stretched her weary shoulders and neck, contentedly surveying her accomplishments from the night before. She wore a deep blue cotton coat, designed with a fluffy white collar that felt soft and warm to the touch. A pair of black cotton shoes adorned her feet, with a supple sole and generously filled with soft cotton. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Had it not been for her penchant for crafting during her idle hours in her previous life, where she fashioned exquisite garments and accessories for BJD dolls to sell on trading platforms, garnering a considerable following within the doll community, she would not have been able to create such splendid attire and footwear. What she produced rivaled even the finest available. Lin Yan rose gracefully and made her way toward the main hall. As she approached, An enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafted towards her. On the wooden table, 2 bowls of millet porridge awaited, accompanied by steaming buns and a small dish of her pickled spicy bamboo shoots. A slender youth, laboriously sweeping the floor with a limp in his right leg, was diligently tidying the interior of the house. Lin Yan's heart softened instantly. This young protagonist was truly a kind-hearted child. Sister-in-law, he acknowledged, turning to see Lin Yan as he sensed her presence behind him. You've risen so early. Lin Yan smiled gently, her lips curling into a playful grin as she hastened to stand before the young man. Put down the broom for a moment. I have a gift for you. With that, she presented him with a splendid blue winter outfit and a pair of black cotton boots. Take a look and see if you like them. The boy accepted the items, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the garments in his arms. So, that wicked woman had been sneaking around last night, merely to ascertain his measurements? No wonder the lights in her room had burned all night. Was she truly stitching garments for him through the night? He lifted his gaze to meet the woman's eyes. Her dark, lustrous almond-shaped eyes were tinged with crimson veins, and faint shadows lingered beneath her eyelids. A warmth surged through Lu Qingyuan's heart, as if it had been seared by an unseen force, spreading warmth throughout his entire being. Why? Why was she suddenly so kind to him? He was merely a cripple, devoid of anything she might desire. Could it be that her words held truth? Yet, would a wicked woman genuinely change her ways simply due to a dream and treat him with such kindness? Lu Qingyuan understood Lin Yan. She would never act in such a manner. Could it be that the person before him had undergone a transformation? Qingyuan, go try it on. Lin Yan encouraged with a smile. Suppressing a tumult of emotions, Lu Qingyuan gave a soft affirmative, then cradled the garments as he walked toward the inner room. Before long, he emerged, and the moment Lin Yan beheld him, her eyes sparkled with delight. The young man had tied his inky hair with a matching band at the crown of his head, clad in a splendid blue robe. The pure white, fluffy collar accentuated his strikingly handsome features, enhancing his pale complexion and lending him an air of ethereal coolness. He stood tall and graceful, his youthful visage marked by deep-set features, exuding an aura as crisp as frost and snow, reminiscent of resilient pine trees in the biting winter, truly breathtaking. This young protagonist, merely 15, was already so handsome. If he were to grow up, wouldn't he become an extraordinary heartthrob? A celestial being? Lin Yan mused, feeling a surge of accomplishment. She resolved to craft more garments for this young man in the future. Wasn't he this akin to a real-life version of the male protagonist for Miracle Nikki? Qingyuan, do the clothes fit well? She inquired with a light-hearted laugh. Are the shoes comfortable? The young boy nodded, his fair earlobes tinged with a subtle blush as he met the gaze of the woman before him. The fit of his new attire was impeccable, and the shoes he wore were remarkably comfortable. Thank you, sister-in-law, he expressed, having never before experienced such softness and ease. Walking upon the ground felt akin to treading on cotton, warm and gentle against his feet. His feet were enveloped in the most delicate fabric, ensuring they would no longer feel cold. He had never donned such warm and tender garments. In the past, only his late mother had crafted clothing for him. Since her passing, this was the first time he had worn such fine apparel. For a moment, Lu Qingyuan hesitated to wear them, reluctant to soil such exquisite new clothes and shoes. Lin Yan had not anticipated the young boy's shyness. It was utterly endearing. With affection in her eyes, she reached out to tousle his dark hair, which felt soft to the touch, reminiscent of petting a fluffy puppy. No need for thanks. Your sister-in-law has previously neglected you, but I shall make amends by providing you with many beautiful garments and shoes. Lu Qingyuan felt as though he were lost in a dream, an unreal sensation enveloping him. Suddenly, Lin Yan appeared to recall something. She gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I have a gift for you." With that, she hurried back to her dwelling, returning shortly with a beautifully carved, ebony cane adorned with intricate patterns. "This is a cane for you," she said, presenting it to him. "The embellishments were crafted by me just last night. Do let me know if you like it." The cane was exquisitely designed, the head embellished with a hand-woven red tassel shaped like a character for good fortune, cascading down in vibrant hues. A warmth blossomed in Lu Qingyuan's heart as he accepted the cane with his right hand. He took a few steps within the room. Indeed, it was much easier than before, and his pace had quickened. He no longer walked with a limp. "I truly like it," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Why was this woman so kind to him? Such kindness unsettled him. Moreover, this, Lin Yan exclaimed, retrieving a small box of ointment from her bosom and approaching him. She opened the box, her slender fingers delicately scooping a small amount of the salve and applying it to his rough, frostbitten hands, which resembled the bark of an ancient tree. In truth, the young boy's hands were quite beautiful, slender and elongated, but marred by the harshness of frostbite. As the cool ointment touched his skin, his fingers instinctively recoiled. "Do not move," the woman instructed gently, her soft, fair fingers enclosing his curled hand. Lu Qingyuan lifted his gaze to find her eyes lowered, her hands tenderly applying the salve with utmost care. Her graceful, lovely face was etched with sincerity, as if she were tending to a precious antique rather than merely a hand. Never before had anyone treated him with such reverence. This sensation of being cherished ignited a flicker of warmth within his cold, desolate heart. Gradually, the small flame began to spread until his 10 fingers were coated with frostbite ointment. Only then did the youth come to his senses. "All right," Lin Yan said with satisfaction. "This ointment is for you. Remember to apply it 3 times a day. I believe that before long, your hands will heal." "Okay," the boy replied, his prominent atoms apple bobbing slightly. His voice, still in the throes of adolescence, was high-pitched and somewhat boyish, resembling a tender puppy's bark. The more Lin Yan looked at him, the more she adored him. This child was simply too obedient and charming. He bore no resemblance to the bloodthirsty and cruel, sickly prime minister described in the books. She was determined to nurture the young protagonist, enveloping him in warmth and love, filling his heart with sunshine. Seizing the opportunity to strengthen their bond now, she thought that once he became the prime minister, she could bask in his glory as well. "Chen Yuan, let us go eat," Lin Yan said, her eyes sparkling with delight. After breakfast, Lin Yan's first task was to repay the doctor for the debt. The doctor was taken aback by her prompt repayment within such a short span of time. Learning that the usually lazy Lin Yan had begun to earn her own keep was a source of great comfort to him, leading him to praise her profusely. Upon returning home, Lin Yan prepared to continue digging for winter bamboo shoots on the mountain. However, she realized she could not manage it alone, and Lu Qingyuan proactively offered his assistance. This time, Lin Yan brought a large sack, and with Lu Qingyuan's help, they worked much faster, filling the sack in less than 2 hours. Back at home, Lu Qingyuan peeled the bamboo shoots and placed them in a large wooden basin, preparing to wash them with his slender hands. "The water is too cold. We need to add more hot water," Lin Yan advised, preventing him from immersing his hands in the chilly water. She brought over a basin of hot water and poured it into the wooden basin, the water gradually warming as hot and cold mingled. "You have frostbite on your hands. Avoid cold water in the future and take care," Lin Yan said softly. The boy's cold, desolate heart felt as if it were being immersed in warm water, gradually warming up as a soothing current flowed through him. He even felt that the frostbitten hands no longer itched or pained him. "All right," he smiled, revealing a radiant grin to Lin Yan. It was the first time she had seen him smile at her since she entered the story, and his smile was simply breathtaking. It made her wish to present him with the finest offerings the world could provide. He was such a pitiable little darling. "Chen Yuan, you have a beautiful smile," Lin Yan said, playfully pinching the boy's exceptionally handsome face. "Make sure to smile more often." Lu Qingyuan looked at her in astonishment and slowly nodded. "Such a good boy," Lin Yan said, gently ruffling his soft hair with a tender laugh. "Now, let's get to work." The boy sat on the soft stool Lin Yan had prepared, washing the bamboo shoots, while she headed to the kitchen to stir-fry pig intestines. The intestines, which she had cleaned thoroughly the previous night, were now ready for preparation. With an abundance of intestines, a portion would be made into a fragrant stir-fried dish, while the remainder would be crafted into skewered grilled intestines for sale at the market. Lin Yan placed clear water into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and wild Sichuan peppercorns. Once brought to a vigorous boil, she immersed the thoroughly cleaned pig intestines to cook them, eliminating any unpleasant odors. After half an hour, she retrieved the pig intestines, set them aside, and cut them into small segments. Subsequently, Lin Yan heated oil in a pan, introduced scallions, ginger, garlic, and peppercorns, then added a portion of the pig intestines to saute. She sprinkled in the seasoning she had previously ground into powder, continuing to stir-fry. Before long, the enticing aroma of the savory pig intestines wafted through the air. What a delightful fragrance! What delectable dish has the Liu family prepared? Mother, I wish to partake. The child from next door was left yearning. Lin Yan plated the pig intestines and marinated the remaining segments in a dipping sauce she had prepared in advance. After an hour of marination, they would be ready for grilling as skewers. At that moment, Liu Qingyuan had finished cleaning all the bamboo shoots and sliced them into thin pieces. The young man wiped his hands and entered the house. Qingyuan, it's time for lunch. Lin Yan chuckled softly. Leaning on his cane, Liu Qingyuan approached the room, and upon seeing the enticing platter of pig intestines, he hesitated, wondering if it was truly edible. Chapter 8. Pork intestine skewers. Of course, they are edible. Lin Yan linked her arm with his, urging him to take a seat at the table, swiftly handing him a pair of chopsticks. Trust in my culinary skills. Gulme, do taste and tell me how it is. Gazing into the woman's bright, dark, almond-shaped eyes, Liu Qingyuan, with a sense of trepidation, picked up the chopsticks and took a small piece into his mouth. Contrary to his expectations of a repulsive stench, he was instead greeted by a rich, aromatic flavor, the tender and chewy texture enveloping his palate. A spark ignited in the boy's eyes. It was utterly delicious. I told you so, Lin Yan chuckled softly, her lips curving into a smile. As a food blogger, she had the remarkable ability to transform even the most mundane ingredients into exquisite dishes. Preparing pork intestines was certainly second nature to her. She settled across from Liu Qingyuan, serving him a generous bowl of white rice. This will taste even better with rice. Observing the glistening, plump grains of soft and sticky rice, Liu Qingyuan's grip on the bowl tightened slightly. It was his first encounter with white rice. In his impoverished upbringing, he and his older brother could only afford cornbread. He placed the flavorful pork intestines into the bowl of rice and took a bite. The robust sauce mingled with the rice's delicate sweetness, creating a flavor that was the most delectable he had ever experienced. For a moment, warmth welled in the corners of his eyes, but he suppressed the emotion brewing within. He devoured the meal eagerly. Slow down, don't choke, Lin Yan said with a smile, enjoying lunch alongside him. This meal brought Lin Yan immense satisfaction and delight. Noticing the woman across from him indulging in cilantro, his curiosity deepened. Previously, Lin Yan had vehemently refused to eat cilantro, and it was never present in their household. He raised his innocent, glistening eyes to Lin Yan, contemplating how to repay her for the delicious meal she had prepared. Lin Yan was unexpectedly taken aback by the little rascal before her. Had her efforts been so successful in just 2 days that he was already considering repayment? If he were to rise to prominence as the most influential advisor in the realm, wouldn't she then be the most esteemed woman in the world? So, how do you plan to repay me? Lin Yan teased, biting her chopsticks, her eyes twinkling with delight. I want to make something delicious for you, sister-in-law, he replied, his fair and handsome face tinged with a hint of shyness. How about making your favorite peanut cake? Sound good? Lin Yan, unaware of the original character's preferences, acknowledged his suggestion. The original character was merely a minor role in the story, lacking any detailed descriptions of her tastes. At that moment, the boy's moist, puppy-like eyes looked apologetically at Lin Yan. It dawned on him that in his feverish haze, he had forgotten that she was allergic to peanuts and could not consume them. Peanut cake was a favorite of his older brother. Lin Yan smiled, albeit a bit awkwardly, quickly seeking to reassure herself. Ah, I am indeed allergic to peanuts. But this is your heartfelt intention, and I wouldn't want to disappoint you, would I? The boy's grip on the chopsticks tightened, his knuckles paling slightly. You're a liar. That wicked woman's favorite is osmanthus cake, and she is not allergic to peanuts. The elder brother had never tasted peanut cake. She was truly not that wicked woman. But who was she? Why did she appear in the body of this vile woman? Why was she so kind to him? Would the soul of that wicked woman return to this body? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, and he yearned for answers. Yet, he knew he must remain calm, lest he alarm the snake lurking in the grass. Well then, let Qingyuan prepare osmanthus cake for his sister-in-law. The youth raised his gaze once more, and the emotions within his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of innocence. All right, Lin Yan thought little of it. This child was exceedingly filial. It seemed her bond with the young male protagonist had grown a step closer. After the meal, Lin Yan began to prepare pork intestine skewers. The first step in making skewers was to acquire sticks. There were still bamboo stalks that Lu Qingyuan had cut from the mountain. He assisted Lin Yan in fashioning the bamboo into long, slender skewers, carefully smoothing them down and sharpening one end for ease of threading. Meanwhile, Lin Yan continued to prepare the sliced bamboo shoots, turning them into spicy and sour bamboo shoots, which she placed in a large ceramic jar. As Lu Qingyuan crafted the skewers, Lin Yan expertly threaded the braised pork intestines onto the finest sticks. She handed a skewer to Lu Qingyuan, saying, "Qingyuan, do taste it and let me know how it is." The youth accepted it, taking a bite, and the savory braised flavor enveloped his palate. Delicious indeed. That's great. This afternoon, I'll take the winter bamboo shoots and skewers to the market. Lin Yan mused, calculating that this would allow her to earn a little extra money. Yes, sister-in-law, I'll accompany you, Lu Qingyuan said as he continued to carve the skewers. No need. You are still quite weak. You should rest at home. Lin Yan chuckled softly, her gaze towards Lu Qingyuan growing increasingly gentle. The young male protagonist was so obedient, eagerly helping her with the work. The youth pursed his lips, lowering his gaze as he crafted the bamboo skewers. With Lu Qingyuan's assistance, Lin Yan's speed in preparing the pork intestine skewers increased significantly. Before long, all the pork intestines were threaded, concerned that they might cool down on the way to the market. Lin Yan placed the skewers in a box lined with cotton and covered them with a cloth. Soon enough, Lin Yan rented Aunt Huang's ox cart from next door and set off for the market. The youth leaned on his cane at the village entrance, watching her departing figure with a gaze that was dark and complex. At the market, "Miss Lin, you've arrived," exclaimed a customer. "The large bag of winter bamboo shoots I bought yesterday was devoured by my family in one meal. Perfect timing. I need to buy some more. I want to buy as well. I couldn't get any yesterday. I want 2 bags. Give me 3 bags." As Lin Yan arrived at her stall, several returning customers gathered, all eager to purchase. During this time, some passers-by, seeing the commotion, also joined in, purchasing some for themselves. Today, the spicy and sour bamboo shoots were exceptionally popular. Not only do I have spicy and sour bamboo shoots today, but I also brought fresh braised pork intestine skewers. Would everyone like to give them a try? Lin Yan lifted the cloth, revealing a larger ceramic basin filled with neatly arranged pork intestine skewers. At the bottom of the large intestine skewers, there was some scalding sauce, ensuring they remained warm while being transported, still retaining their heat. Is this really large intestine? Those who were initially intrigued by the aroma hesitated upon learning its origin. Indeed, Lin Yan smiled softly, explaining that it was made from pig intestines, prepared using our family's unique secret recipe, which renders it quite delectable. Everyone is welcome to sample it for free. As she spoke, Lin Yan removed a skewer of pig intestines and placed it on a lotus leaf, showcasing the enticingly colored and richly sauced skewers to the onlookers. One person swallowed hard and said, "Let me give it a try." He picked up a small piece of the pig intestine, bringing it to his mouth, with his eyes closed and brows furrowed the moment he tasted it. His eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight. "Wow, this is amazing. How much do you sell these for?" 6 per skewer, Lin Yan replied with a smile. "Buy 5, get 1 free. Buy 10, get 2 free. He calculated for a moment, hesitated, and finally declared, "Then I'll take 5. He handed Lin Yan 31. With a beaming smile, Lin Yan passed the skewers to him. "I want to try too. This tastes fantastic. Boss, give me 5 skewers. "Me too. I'll have 10. I also want 10. As the hours passed, Lin Yan sold out her entire stock of sour and spicy winter bamboo shoots and pig intestine skewers, earning a total of 6 taels of silver in just 2 hours. Naturally, Lin Yan reserved 5 skewers for herself before heading to the pork shop. "Boss, here are the pig intestine skewers I made for you." Lin Yan offered the skewers to the shop owner. He accepted them with a smile, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Indeed, this tastes wonderful. I never expected these pig intestines, which no one wanted, could be transformed into such a delightful dish. Young lady, you are a genius. Flattered by the compliment, Lin Yan responded, how about we strike a deal? You can supply me with all your pig intestines at a negotiable price. That sounds good. These pig intestines were essentially unwanted goods to me. Even the dogs wouldn't eat them. The shop owner proposed, how about 1 per pound? That works, Lin Yan agreed with a smile. After bidding farewell to the owner, she intended to leave, but unexpectedly collided with someone coming towards her. Chapter 9. The exceptional mother before her stood an elderly woman clad in coarse cloth, her hair wrapped in tattered rags. With her slanted, triangular eyes narrowed, she fixated on Lin Yan, exclaiming in disbelief, it truly is you. Who are you? Lin Yan furrowed her brow. How dare you, ungrateful wretch? You even failed to recognize your own mother. The woman sprang up, hands on her hips, and struck Lin Yan sharply on the head. Taken aback, Lin Yan felt a sting from the force of the blow, leaving her head throbbing. It dawned on her that this domineering old crone was indeed the original owner's mother. In the narrative, the original owner's mother epitomized a typical, selfish matriarch who favored sons over daughters. She had subjected the original owner to relentless verbal and physical abuse since childhood, reserving all the family's resources for her son. Even after the original owner married, she insisted on receiving a fixed sum from her daughter each month to support her brother's education. In essence, the original owner was but a tool to support her brother. Strangely, the original owner found joy in her plight, eagerly sending whatever little rice remained in their household to her brother. Yet, when the original owner faced retribution from the male protagonist, her selfish mother and brother swiftly distanced themselves, eager to sever ties. To them, the original owner was merely a means to an end, a source of occasional financial gain, and once her usefulness was exhausted, they would unceremoniously cast her aside. What do you want? Lin Yan asked impatiently, observing her with disdain. You think you've grown wings, speaking to your own mother in such a manner. Wang Cuihua glared at Lin Yan with her beady eyes. I noticed you peddling goods at the market. You must have earned quite a sum. Your brother is of age to attend school. Hurry up and hand over your earnings to support his education. As she spoke, Wang Cuihua extended her hand towards Lin Yan. Amused, Lin Yan retorted, why should my hard-earned money fund his education? My own household is on the brink of starvation. I can barely feed myself, let alone him. Because he is your brother, it is your duty to support him. Wang Cuihua scoffed. In the past, this little girl would have obeyed her every command, even sacrificing her own rations for her brother. But now, this audacious girl dared to resist. You do realize that a married daughter is like water that has been spilled. I am now part of the Liu family. What connection do I have with the Wang family? Lin Yan placed her hands on her hips and laughed coldly. I can barely survive, and my husband is nearly starving. How can I possibly care for him? He is my brother, not my son. Shouldn't it be your responsibility as his mother to support him? Or do you believe in giving birth without the obligation to raise? Lin Yan regarded her with a smirk. If you cannot afford to raise him, then why did you bring him into this world? Wang Cuihua was taken aback by Lin Yan's boldness. Well, you truly have grown wings. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson today. As she spoke, she raised her hand to deliver a harsh slap to Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan was already prepared. She swiftly grasped Wang Cuihua's wrist and forcefully pushed her away. With a cry of despair, Wang Cuihua fell to the ground. At that moment, the ox pulling Lin Yan's cart happened to relieve itself, causing Wang Cuihua's entire face to become buried in dung, contaminating her mouth and nostrils with filth. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively stepped back. You wretched girl, how dare you? Cough. Wang Cuihua attempted to speak, but the dung mixed with saliva erupted from her mouth. This is unbearable. It reeks to high heaven. Best to stay away. Wang Cuihua sat on the ground, pounding her thighs and sobbing uncontrollably. Oh heavens! What sins have I committed? To have given birth to a daughter who would publicly strike her own mother and push her into dung. With tears and snot streaming down her face, she lamented, oh, how the tables have turned. This ungrateful daughter, a true wolf in sheep's clothing, makes my life unbearable. The bystanders looked on with sympathy. Indeed, how could her daughter treat her this way? She was, after all, her mother. Such behavior would surely incur divine wrath. It was truly a pitiful sight. Observing this, Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with cold disdain. Who couldn't play the victim? In the next moment, her dark almond-shaped eyes glistened with tears, the corners tinged with crimson. Her tears soaked her thick, curled lashes, falling like pearls. Mother, how can you say such things about me? Just moments ago, you were demanding money from me, for my brother, and struck me in public, which caused you to accidentally fall into the dung. Mother, how can you create such a scene in the street and expect me to live with dignity? With her face hidden in her hands, she wept, her eyes reddening. Fragile and pitiable, you sold me for a mere few coins to buy pork for my brother, and on my wedding day, my husband perished in a mine, leaving me a widow. Her sobs were heart-wrenching. At such a young age, not only must I endure widowhood, but I also care for my crippled brother-in-law, while facing the scorn and gossip of the villagers. Their words pierced my heart like daggers. As if that weren't enough, despite our struggles, you still demand that I send money home each month. You take even half a pound of rice from us, leaving my brother-in-law and me underfed and cold. My brother-in-law has no winter clothing, suffering from fever without the means for treatment, while my brother thrives, robust as a calf. Our family is buried in debt, and I can only sell snacks to scrape by, yet even that meager income is demanded by you to support my brother. I only wish to provide for my unfortunate brother-in-law, to ensure we do not starve or freeze this winter. Why is it so difficult? Lin Yan's voice cracked as she spoke, her slender frame seeming as though it might be toppled by the cold wind at any moment. Witnessing Lin Yan's dramatic display, Wang Tsuehua was left utterly stunned. My mother treats me worse than livestock. If that is the case, what purpose does my existence serve? I shall leap into the river and end it all. As she spoke, Lin Yan wiped her tears and prepared to jump towards the riverbank. Dear girl, please don't. A woman hurriedly intervened, exclaiming that it was not worth it to jump into the river for such an old witch. Indeed, this old hag is exceedingly malicious. How can she treat her own daughter this way and then turn the blame around? She is the one who deserves divine retribution. Exactly. What benefit does it bring her to drive her daughter to despair? This old crone, so cruel, shall face the wrath of heaven. She deserves to have her mouth filled with cow dung. Even heaven cannot tolerate her. Fear not, dear girl. I will guard your stall. Mine is right beside yours. From now on, I shall see who dares to trouble you. I, Iron Bull, will be the first to stand against it. A burly man thumped his chest as he spoke. The surrounding crowd chimed in, their words almost drowning Wang Tsuefang in a torrent of disdain. Wang Tsuefang, witnessing the pointed fingers of the crowd and feeling utterly humiliated, was engulfed in the foul stench of cow dung. Overcome by nausea, she hastily got to her feet and fled in disgrace. Lin Yan wiped the tears from her eyes, expressed her gratitude to the crowd, and then departed with her ox cart. She was in no hurry to return home. Instead, she purchased some ink, brushes, paper, and a few introductory books in the town. Lu Qingyuan needed to prepare for the imperial examinations, and he must be educated. Lin Yan also inquired about the best private school in town, learning that it was the Qingshan Academy. After some investigation, she discovered where the academy's esteemed teacher resided and sought him out. The teacher was a venerable elder with a head of white hair, renowned in the town for his knowledge, having taught many scholars and top students. After Lin Yan explained Lu Qingyuan's situation, the teacher shook his head. This child is already 15 and has yet to begin his studies. It is indeed too late. We do not accept such students at our academy. Esteemed teacher, Lin Yan implored, though my Qingyuan may have started learning later than others. He is exceptionally bright and a diligent student. Please grant him a chance. I am willing to pay any amount. The teacher furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Yan's attire. Our tuition fees are not low. Typically, it is 10 taels of silver per year for an ordinary student, but given your child's circumstances, it will be at least 15 taels a year due to the added difficulty of teaching him. 15 taels it shall be. I am willing, Lin Yan replied eagerly. But, esteemed teacher, could you possibly extend my payment deadline by a few days? I assure you I will have the 15 taels within 3 days. The teacher nodded. Very well. Come back when you have gathered the funds. Subsequently, the teacher's servant closed the door. Lin Yan drove her ox cart away slowly, contemplating the current pace of her earnings. which felt rather sluggish. Once enrolled in the academy, the costs of ink, brushes, paper, and other supplies would be substantial, not to mention the expenses required to cultivate connections with her classmates. Relying solely on her current sales would prove too slow. Gathering the necessary funds in 3 days seemed a daunting task. She needed to find a way for wealth to seek her out. Lin Yan's eyes brightened as an idea struck her. Inside the drunken immortal pavilion, she called out, "Waiter, bring me a serving of spicy and sour bamboo shoots, and also a portion of pig intestine skewers." At that moment, the waiter politely declined their requests and approached the owner. "Boss, we've had quite a number of guests today, and everyone is specifically asking for spicy and sour bamboo shoots and pig intestine skewers, but we don't have them," the waiter explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "These dishes are unheard of," the owner mused, pondering if perhaps they had tasted them at another restaurant. "Find out which renowned chef has prepared them, no matter the cost. We must acquire that recipe." "Yes." After some time, the waiter returned with the information. It turned out to be just from a street vendor. The owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion stroked his beard thoughtfully. He resolved that if the woman were to set up her stall selling again tomorrow, he would find a way to purchase that recipe. By the time Lin Yan returned home, night had fallen. A slender youth was leaning on a cane, with a fragile hand holding an oil lamp, waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. From a distance, Lin Yan could see the tall, slender figure and the bright yellow glow of the lamp. The boy's pale, slender form was shrouded in the night, appearing somewhat desolate, while his cold, fair face was bathed in the warm, gentle glow of the lamp. He stood tall and upright against the long, cold night like a pine tree. Upon seeing Lu Qingyuan, Lin Yan's heart lifted, and she smiled brightly. It seemed her efforts had been fruitful. He was waiting for her at the door. Soon, Lin Yan approached in her ox cart, dismounting as she asked, "Why are you waiting out here? It's so cold." The moment Lu Qingyuan saw Lin Yan, the worry that had been weighing on his heart eased slightly. "I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time, and I was a bit concerned. What is there to worry about? You should go inside and warm up," Lin Yan replied with a smile. "It's cold outside, and your health isn't quite right yet." The youth pressed his sensual lips together and began unloading the cart, placing the items in the small courtyard. Lin Yan returned the cart to Aunt Huang's house before heading back to the courtyard. "How long have you been waiting?" Lin Yan asked as they walked side by side back into the house. "Not long, just half an hour," he answered. In reality, it had been 3 hours. He had worried she might not return. During that time, her kindness felt like a fleeting dream to him, and he feared waking to find himself enveloped in darkness once more. "Come on in and warm up," Lin Yan said as they entered the house. Once inside, the youth handed Lin Yan a hand warmer. Lin Yan, her hands still chilled, finally began to feel warmth returning as she touched the hand warmer. Looking at Lu Qingyuan, she smiled gently. "Qingyuan, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Lu Qingyuan thought to himself that the gifts he had received in these past few days far outnumbered those he had received in the last 15 years combined. "Look." As she spoke, Lin Yan retrieved ink, brushes, paper, and a book from her sleeve. "From this day forth, you shall diligently study. I have found the finest private school for you. If you can gather enough funds within 3 days, you will be able to attend." The youth gazed at the ink and paper, as well as the rudimentary book before him, his dark eyes gradually becoming moist and warm, a prickling sensation forming at the corners of his eyes. Even his nose felt a touch of discomfort. So, she had returned 3 hours later than usual to procure these items and to seek out a school and a tutor for him. Yet, private education was not inexpensive. It required at least 10 taels of silver per year. Even if he were sold, he would not be worth such an amount. "What is the matter?" Lin Yan had anticipated his joy, but saw no trace of happiness on the handsome face of the youth. "Why?" With great effort, he suppressed the emotion in his eyes and raised his gaze to her. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Even his biological parents had never treated him with such kindness. Lin Yan understood his wariness. He would not believe words that promised no gain. She smiled gently, her lips curving softly. "Because I hope you will study hard, excel in the imperial examinations, and become a great official, allowing me to wear gold and silver, to live in prosperity and wealth." The youth pressed the books to his heart, his dark, glistening eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. He spoke each word with conviction. promising that he would study diligently, not to disappoint his sister-in-law's expectations. That's more like it. Lin Yan reached out to ruffle the soft strands of his hair. Such a cute and obedient little pup, truly endearing. That night, the lamp in Lu Qingyuan's room burned well into the night. Although he had never been formally educated, during his childhood, while tending cattle or cutting grass for pigs, he would sneak to the outside of the school to listen to the tutor's lessons, learning a little in secret and recognizing some characters. The content of these books posed no difficulty for him. By the time the night had passed, he had already memorized the material within them. Meanwhile, Lin Yan busied herself in her own room. In just a few days, Qingyuan would begin his studies, and she wished to prepare a gift for him before that time. Chapter 10. It all felt like a dream that night. After Lin Yan meticulously cleaned the marinated pig intestines, she returned to her room and feverishly sketched a design for a wheelchair. The wheelchairs of this era were rather rudimentary, lacking the modern designs that one might expect. Lin Yan incorporated several ergonomic mechanisms into her design, reminiscent of contemporary ergonomic chairs. She also envisioned cushions for both the seat and backrest, and all that remained was to seek out a carpenter to bring her blueprints to life. At dawn, Lin Yan rubbed her bleary eyes and rose with renewed vigor. Upon entering the main hall, she found Lu Qingyuan had already warmed up breakfast, a comforting millet and sweet potato porridge, accompanied by several steaming white buns. "You're awake," Lu Qingyuan said. His sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his slender arms and fair skin. The youth approached her, carrying a large bowl of golden egg custard. "Try this freshly made egg custard and see if it pleases your palate." "Is this the only bowl?" Lin Yan inquired, slightly puzzled. After all, they had a bit of money now, having purchased dozens of eggs. "Yes," he nodded. For him, being able to enjoy a hearty meal was a profound blessing, let alone the rich millet and sweet potato porridge and soft white buns. In his past, he would have never dared to dream of such luxuries. He understood that it was all thanks to the woman before him. Had he not worked tirelessly to earn money, his health would not have improved, nor would he have enjoyed such abundance. Lu Qingyuan was unaware of Lin Yan's true identity or the reasons behind her inhabiting the body of a cruel sister-in-law. He could not fathom why this woman treated him with such kindness, and so he resolved to repay her kindness by performing to the best of his abilities. "You need to nourish your body. Please, eat this bowl," Lin Yan urged, pushing the custard toward him. The boy lifted his gaze, his obsidian eyes wide with disbelief. "All of this is what you earned. How can you let me have it?" "Then let us share," Lin Yan proposed, retrieving an empty bowl and dividing the custard in two. "Now we can both enjoy it." She thoughtfully placed a small spoon in front of Lu Qingyuan's bowl, ensuring they could eat together. The youth stared at the woman before him, her lips curving into a gentle smile, and he nodded in agreement. As they sat across from each other at the dining table, Lin Yan took a bite and exclaimed, "Qingyuan, your culinary skills are exceptional. This egg custard is so soft and tender, it melts in the mouth." She was pleasantly surprised, realizing that Lu Qingyuan's cooking was on par with her own. Lu Qingyuan not only diligently prepared meals each day, but also kept their home impeccably clean and meticulously organized. He was indeed a remarkably industrious young lad. The more Lin Yan observed him, the more her satisfaction grew, gazing at the woman before him, who bestowed upon him a radiant and charming smile. Lu Qingyuan felt a momentary daze. A sense of trepidation washed over him, fearing that this exquisite reality was merely a dream. After all, no one had ever shown him such kindness and tenderness before. Everything felt overwhelmingly beautiful, almost surreal. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yan proceeded to prepare pig intestines. Thanks to the marination from the previous evening, and after applying a special sauce for braising, the dish was soon complete. "Qingyuan, I'm heading to the town now. You take care of yourself at home," Lin Yan said, placing the prepared pig intestines and spicy bamboo shoots onto the ox cart before waving goodbye to Lu Qingyuan. "All right," he replied, watching the slender figure of Lin Yan depart. She had been working so hard lately. She had treated herself to a new outfit, but had never once made time to create a new garment for herself. Was there truly someone in this world who cared for him so deeply? All of this felt so enchanting, like a dream. If it were indeed a dream, he wished for it to linger a little longer, much longer. Meanwhile, at the Lin household, that ungrateful wretch, Lin Yan, has gone too far. Wang Zuehua exclaimed, slapping her thigh. In the past, she would obediently do whatever was asked of her, but now that she had grown wings, she was no longer under control. Was it really so difficult to give her brother a little money? Wang Zuehua's face turned an angry shade of green. She's my sister, yet she earns money without sharing it with me, instead giving it to that cripple. How can she be worthy of being my sister? The speaker was a plump young boy, Lin Yan, Lin Yan's brother. I heard she has been selling at the market every day. She must have money. How can she squander so much on that worthless brother-in-law? Has her head been filled with glue? Wang Zuehua was fuming, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. If it weren't for that cripple, my sister would be a widow, and all her earnings would be mine, Lin Hanyang said, chewing on a piece of osmanthus cake, crumbs adorning his mouth and chin. You are absolutely right. Wang Zuehua's eyes lit up, and she slapped her thigh in realization. Why didn't I think of that? If we get rid of that cripple, all of Lin Yan's money will belong to us. Her triangular eyes glimmered with greed. Just a few days ago, she heard about an old man in town, Old Wu, who had a preference for young men, especially those like the cripple. That cripple has a certain appeal. He's frail and just the type that old man fancies. I've heard that Old Wu has caused the demise of several young men. If that cripple falls into his hands, he won't last long either. Once he is gone, it will be even better. Then Lin Yan, that wretched girl, will have to come back and earn a living for the two of us. Wang Zuehua's cunning scheme resonated with a lively crackle as she rose to her feet, cupping the chubby face of her son and planting a fervent kiss upon it. My dear child, your reminder is a blessing. I shall set about it immediately. With the crooked figure's looks, she mused, it could fetch at least 5 taels of silver, couldn't it? Wang Zuehua envisioned the silver in her hands, allowing herself to indulge in purchasing 2 pounds of rich fatty meat to stew for her son's nourishment, while the remaining funds would be devoted to his education. With a spring in her step, she hastened away. Meanwhile, Lin Yan arrived in the town, taking her place at the stall, eagerly awaiting the arrival of eager patrons. Before long, a portly gentleman clad in lavish garments approached her. Greetings, I am the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. You may call me Boss Qian. Lin Yan was not the least bit surprised by his arrival. Just yesterday, she had spent a few coins to enlist several individuals to casually inquire at the town's largest establishment, the Drunken Immortal Tavern, about the availability of spicy and sour bamboo shoots with pig intestines. Thus, the proprietor, sensing a lucrative opportunity, had naturally sought her out. Good day, Boss Qian, Lin Yan replied with a polite smile. Boss Qian nodded, inquiring, how much for your bamboo shoots? 3 when a serving, Lin Yan offered, presenting a pair of clean chopsticks. You may sample them. Boss Qian picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Indeed, these are delightful. The tangy and spicy flavors are incredibly appetizing. He envisioned how such a delectable dish would surely sell well as a starter at his tavern. And what are the pig intestines? He queried. 6-1, Lin Yan cheerfully replied, handing him a skewer. Boss Qian retrieved 6 from his pocket and placed them on Lin Yan's stall, accepting the enticingly fragrant pig intestines. Though pig intestines were often regarded as the most unsavory of items, so repugnant that even village dogs would turn their noses up at them, he was compelled to try, having been bombarded with requests from customers for such skewers. Rest assured, all impurities have been thoroughly cleaned, Lin Yan assured him with a smile. Boss Qian pondered, recognizing that the aroma was indeed enticing, leading him to believe it would not be too distasteful. Gritting his teeth, he took a bite, and in an instant, his furrowed brow relaxed, his eyes gleaming in delight. Without uttering a word, he swiftly devoured the entire skewer. After finishing, the lingering flavors and the tender, succulent texture danced upon his palate. This pig intestine skewer was simply exquisite. It was no wonder that so many were enamored with it. He found himself yearning for more. I would like to purchase the recipe for your bamboo shoots and pig intestines. I will offer you 50 taels of silver. What do you say? Boss Qian remarked, smacking his lips. After all, this woman appeared to hail from the countryside, her attire suggesting a lack of wealth. To her, 50 taels would indeed be a significant sum. Lin Yan smiled and shook her head. Boss Qian, you underestimate me. While my bamboo shoots and skewers may be priced modestly, they are exceedingly popular. With the steady accumulation of business over time, the profits will undoubtedly surpass 50 taels. Boss Qian glanced at Lin Yan with a sense of admiration. This woman possessed a keen business acumen, undeterred by short-term gains, with a vision that extended far into the future. "Name your price," he said, adjusting his attire and looking towards Lin Yan. If the deal had not been concluded, it was surely due to an inadequate price. As long as it wasn't an exorbitant demand, he would be amenable. "How about we collaborate?" Lin Yan proposed. "I could supply your restaurant with winter bamboo shoots and pig intestine skewers. The winter bamboo shoots can be sold for 5 or 6 won, while the pig intestine skewers can be priced at 6 won, allowing you to sell them for 8, 9, or even 10 won. I will supply you daily, and you can accept all of it. What do you think?" Boss Qian contemplated for a moment. "All right, but you can only supply to our restaurant and not to others. What you mentioned is exclusive supply rights, which necessitates a contractual agreement, and you would need to buy out my supply channel for an additional fee. How much more do you require?" Boss Qian inquired. "Let us settle on 50 taels, Lin Yan replied. Boss Qian's eyes widened. 50 taels just to buy out a supply channel? That seems rather steep. Lin Yan smiled lightly. "Boss, you have seen the thriving business at my stall. 50 taels is not excessive. Moreover, your restaurant will be the sole provider of this item. Everyone who wishes to indulge will surely flock to your establishment, and you will recoup your investment in no time." "You make a valid point." Boss Qian nodded, then it settled. With that, Boss Qian produced 50 taels of silver. "I will take all of these goods." "Very well." Lin Yan counted her stock for the day and sold everything to Boss Qian, netting a total of 55 taels of silver. She now had the funds for Cheng Yuan's tuition and would no longer need to man a stall daily, which would save her a considerable amount of time. Customers could easily grow weary of just 2 snack options, so she needed to develop new dishes and flavors. Lin Yan closed her stall early and handed the money to the private tutor, who informed her that Lu Qingyuan would be able to enroll in a few days. Filled with joy, she sought out a carpenter's shop in the town and presented her design plans. "Sir, I would like to have a wheelchair made according to this blueprint. The dimensions are detailed within. The padding must contain the softest cotton, and it should be quite thick. The cushion at the back of the chair should also be made from the softest fabric." The shop owner examined the design closely. "This is ingenious. The wheelchair even has mechanisms and can fold. Who conceived of this?" "I came up with it myself," Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile. "You are quite remarkable," the owner praised repeatedly. "This is the first time I have seen such an exquisite design. I will charge you 5 taels for it." "How long will it take to complete?" "Could be done more quickly?" Lin Yan asked. "I will do my utmost to have it ready within 2 days." The shop owner assured her. "Thank you, sir." Lin Yan responded gratefully. After Lin Yan paid a deposit of 1 or 2 silver coins, she rose and departed. This wheelchair would serve as a gift for Lu Qingyuan's entrance into school. At noon, Lin Yan purchased 10 chicks, 10 ducklings, and an old hen in the town before returning home. Upon her arrival, she found a slender youth seated at the desk, his long fingers lightly dipped in water, sketching ephemeral characters upon the surface of the table. However, the delicate script soon faded as the moisture evaporated. Lin Yan approached him and inquired, "Why do you not write with a brush and rice paper?" The youth turned to her, rising with the support of his cane, his dark, elongated eyes glimmering faintly. "You have returned. You should have come back earlier today." "Yes, I sold all the food," Lin Yan replied, as she found a paper box to place the chicks and ducklings inside, sprinkling a bit of fine bran in the box. She watched as the little birds began to chirp and eagerly peck at the food. Standing up, she clapped her hands and turned to the youth. "Did I not buy you brushes and rice paper? Why do you not use them? Those items are far too precious. I do not wish to waste them." "I thought it best to hone my skills before employing them," he replied, his brows lowered in contemplation. After all, she worked diligently to earn her money. Seeing him so obedient and considerate, Lin Yan felt her heart melt. Chapter 11. Why is she so kind to herself? Lin Yan gently caressed the soft, obsidian hair of the youth, her dark, lustrous almond eyes gazing affectionately at him. "You need not be so understanding. These things were purchased for your use. If you do not utilize them, their value remains unfulfilled. Moreover, the sensation of writing with your fingers is entirely different from that of wielding a brush." As she spoke, Lin Yan retrieved a brush and rice paper from the room and placed them before the young man, gently pulling at his arm to beckon him to sit. "Do not fret about the expense. I earned a considerable amount today." With that, she produced a heavy pouch from her bosom and placed it on the table before him. The youth lifted his gaze, astonished that she could amass such wealth in a short span of time. She must have endured much hardship. Why, without reason, would she treat him so kindly? "Now, let us begin practicing your writing, for you will attend the private academy in 2 days," Lin Yan said with a light laugh, patting Lu Qingyuan's shoulder. Instantly, Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yan. "I can attend school?" "Indeed," Lin Yan replied cheerfully. "I have paid your tuition for the year today. However, as you have yet to commence your enlightenment, joining the other students will pose some challenges. So you must devote extra effort." The long, slender fingers of the youth gradually tightened around the brush, and from the depths of his once cold heart, a warm current surged forth, enveloping him entirely. With every word, he solemnly vowed, "I will strive to study diligently." She was the only person in this world who treated him with kindness, and he did not wish to disappoint her expectations. "Good boy." Lin Yan gently ruffled Lu Qingyuan's hair, her lips curving into a soft smile, while Lu Qingyuan immersed himself in his studies and writing practice. Lin Yan rummaged through the cotton and fabric she had previously purchased in town. She had been too busy with earning money to remake the bedding, and this afternoon she found herself with some time to spare. Now, circumstances had changed. With a little money, she could seek out a tailor to craft new bedding. Yet, this was an opportunity to enhance her rapport with Lu Qingyuan. She needed him to witness her sewing, allowing him to sense her sincerity and fostering a deeper connection. Lin Yan laid an old, tattered quilt on the floor of the main hall as a makeshift mat, then began cutting new fabric to sew together with fresh cotton, matching the original dimensions. With her delicate fingers, she meticulously stitched layer upon layer of fluffy, soft white cotton into the quilt, using the most supple silk for the innermost layer and soft cotton for the outer layer. With her brows lowered in concentration, she focused intently on each stitch. Fortunately, in her past life, she had a penchant for handicrafts, allowing her to deftly create bedding now. Not far away, the youth observed this scene, warmth flooding his heart, his dark eyes slightly averted. Why was she so kind to him? What did she possibly want in return? He found it hard to believe that anyone in this world would show him kindness without ulterior motives. Yet he seems to possess nothing at all. Lin Yan had been occupied from noon until night, finally completing the preparations for Lu Qingyuan. She spread the pristine bedding in his room, declaring the task accomplished. Henceforth, he would have new linens. The fabric of this bedding had been meticulously washed by his own hands, with the cotton inside sun-dried, rendering it fluffy, soft, and exceedingly comfortable. Surely, Lu Qingyuan would find great solace upon it. As night descended, Lu Qingyuan laid down for the first time on the soft and inviting bed, feeling as though he were resting upon clouds. The quilt enveloping him was not the dark, damp, and musty one he had previously known. Instead, it exuded the warm fragrance of sunlight. All of this felt like a dream. Was this paradise? Since the passing of his mother, no one had ever shown him such kindness. The young man extended his hand, gently caressing the quilt. His hands, having been treated for frostbite, had improved significantly. The previously ulcerated and cracked wounds were now gradually healing, no longer itching painfully, merely adorned with a faint blush of red, which would likely fade with time. Not only were these wounds diminishing, but so too was the hatred buried deep within his heart. Having confirmed that the Lin Yan before him was not the original wicked woman, he realized that any retribution meant for that villainess should not be directed at her. That night, Lu Qingyuan enjoyed a rare and restful sleep. At that moment, he remained unaware that he was on the precipice of a profound abyss. The following morning, before the rooster of the neighbor, Aunt Huang, had even begun to crow, Lin Yan rose to prepare. Her newly introduced dish was quite simple, fried sauce noodles. She had observed that many hurried townsfolk required a hearty breakfast before heading to work. A steaming bowl of fried sauce noodles would certainly satisfy. Passers-by during lunch and dinner would also be welcome to partake. The dish offered excellent value, appealing to both adults and children alike. Early in the morning, Lin Yan began preparing to make the noodles. To ensure the fried sauce noodles were delectable, the noodles themselves were paramount. Having kneaded a dough the night before, it was now perfectly rested. At that moment, the young man approached her, leaning on a cane. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Yan looked up at him. "You could help me by dividing the dough and rolling each piece into long strands, applying a bit more force." While he kneaded the dough, she could save time to simmer the sauce. "All right." The young man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his long, pale arms, marked with faded scars. Lin Yan gazed at him with concern. Initially, upon discovering she had entered the pages of a book, her intent was merely to ingratiate herself to him. However, as time passed, she found herself genuinely caring for the boy before her. He had transformed from a mere character on a page into a flesh and blood, pitiable, and understanding young man. She gradually felt compassion for him, sincerely wishing to nurture him and share a life together in this world. Lin Yan regained her composure and deftly sliced cucumbers, carrots, and chopped scallions and cilantro, placing them into separate ceramic bowls. She lit the stove and added the diced pork, quickly stir-frying it until it was cooked through, its color changing and releasing an enticing aroma. She then poured in the prepared sauce, and soon, a large pot of deep, fragrant black sauce simmered, with the pork pieces evenly coated and exuding a rich, meaty scent. Nearby, Lu Qingyuan had already stretched the dough, transforming a large mass into fine strands of noodles. "Well done," Lin Yan praised with a gentle smile. The young man's fair earlobes flushed slightly, and a delicate blush appeared on his pale, handsome face. Once the noodles were ready, Lin Yan lit the stove again, adding some water to the pot. Lu Qingyuan stood by her side, placing firewood into the stove and tending to the flames. Before long, the water began to boil. Lin Yan added the noodles, and in a short time, they transformed in color and became tender. She retrieved the noodles and placed them into a larger, clean wooden tub, tidying up the remaining ingredients, including the pork intestine skewers she had promised to supply to boss Zui Xianlu, along with the sour and spicy bamboo shoots. Having organized everything, Lin Yan rented Aunt Huang's ox cart, and the young man assisted her in loading the wooden tubs onto the cart. "You may go back now," Lin Yan said, sitting on the cart, her delicate hands grasping the reins as she waved goodbye to the young man, turning back with a soft smile. "All right," he replied, watching her as she rode off with the ox cart. After her figure disappeared around the corner, he leaned on his cane and returned to the house. In town, Lin Yan delivered the goods to boss Zui, with payment upon delivery amounting to 5 taels of silver. This method of supplying goods indeed saved a considerable amount of time compared to selling them individually. After securing the silver, Lin Yan returned to her stall in the market to set up shop. She needed to earn more money, saving enough to leave the village for the town, with aspirations of eventually moving to the capital to earn more and find a divine doctor for Qingyuan's ailment. Setting up her stall, she arranged a few smaller wooden tables and benches nearby and set up an iron pot over a small fire built with bricks, ensuring the noodles remained warm. Selling fried sauce noodles, Lin Yan called out, inviting passers-by not to miss out on the fresh, hot delicacy. A laborer passing by stopped at her stall, eyeing the large pot of tender noodles and the bubbling sauce beside it. He swallowed hard. "Your noodles smell quite fragrant. How much for a bowl?" "10 won," Lin Yan replied cheerfully for the hot fried sauce noodles. "10 won? That seems rather expensive," he said, frowning in hesitation. "Though the price is a bit higher. It is quite filling, perfect for someone like you who works hard. The meat in the sauce is truly of good quality," Lin Yan explained, scooping a small spoonful of sauce for him to see. Indeed, the spoon was laden with a rich, thick broth, brimming with tender morsels of meat that exuded an irresistible aroma. The other party swallowed hard and, steeling himself, produced 10 coins, declaring he would indulge in a bowl. "Very well," Lin Yan replied, accepting the payment. She retrieved a bowl, placed the freshly cooked fine noodles within it, garnished it with finely sliced cucumber and carrot, and added a small spoonful of savory sauce. "Your noodles are ready. Here are some scallions, cilantro, vinegar, and crushed sesame seeds. Feel free to add according to your preference," she said, suggesting he stir it before enjoying. The customer took the bowl, sprinkled some scallions and vinegar atop, and made his way to a nearby table. Pulling out a stool to sit, he stirred the sauce into the noodles, lifted a bite, and the steam wafted up, mingling the delightful sense of the meat sauce with the vegetables. As he opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite, his eyes sparkled with delight. "This is absolutely delicious. It's the best noodles I've ever tasted in my life," he exclaimed, cradling the bowl and devouring the noodles with gusto. Witnessing this scene, those around him also swallowed with anticipation. "Are the noodles truly that exquisite? Madam, I would like a bowl as well." Soon, the number of patrons enjoying the noodles swelled, and Lin Yan's supply was rapidly depleted. She contemplated that she could no longer rely solely on Aunt Huang's cart for deliveries. She needed to acquire her own dedicated horse-drawn vehicle. Once her business expanded, she would require a driver to transport goods to the tavern. When her earnings were sufficient, perhaps she could even open a small restaurant in town. After a bustling day, Lin Yan tidied her belongings and made her way to the carpenter's shop. According to her prior arrangement with the shopkeeper, the wheelchair should be ready today. She imagined how delighted Cheng Yuan would be upon seeing it. It was a gift she had prepared for his school enrollment. Meanwhile, a tall and slender youth sat upright at home, his long, delicate fingers grasping a brush, poised to leave strokes on the rice paper. His brushwork was vigorous and powerful, flowing with grace. Beside him lay stacks of practiced rice paper, each sheet bearing increasingly refined characters, a stark contrast to his initial attempts. To conserve paper, he wrote in a smaller hand, maximizing the number of characters he could practice. After finishing a sheet, the youth gently set the brush on its stand and examined the inked characters, their vitality evident against the paper. A faint smile curved his lips as he pondered how she would react upon seeing the work when she returned home. Would she tenderly ruffle his hair and praise him, or would she commend his remarkable skill? Lost in admiration of his creation, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. The youth furrowed his brow, placing the paper aside as he rose from his seat. Just from the sound of the footsteps, he could ascertain that it was not Lin Yan returning. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside the door. Lu Qingyuan recalled that voice. It belonged to Lin Yan's acerbic and contemptuous mother, Wang Tsuhua. Previously, this venomous sister-in-law would habitually siphon off the family's grain and wealth to support that old hag's family and sustain her plump younger brother. Every time this old crone visited, she behaved like a marauder, greedily intent on plundering every valuable item in the house. However, ever since the vicious woman underwent a transformation of sorts, her interactions with the old hag had ceased, and Lu Qingyuan had nearly forgotten her existence. Yet, to his dismay, this avaricious old wretch had returned. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qingyuan instinctively sought to hide the valuable possessions within his home. Just then, a rapid series of knocks erupted from the door. "Open up. Let me in. You wretched child." The voice outside bellowed with fierce urgency, unable to bear the thought of Lin Yan's hard-earned money being seized by this old hag. Lu Qingyuan hastily concealed the cash in a dilapidated box beneath the bed, covering it with some straw. After securing the money, he swiftly hid his books, ink, and other supplies, as well as the household grain. Meanwhile, the knocking grew increasingly insistent, revealing the impatience of the visitor. A sharp kick struck the door, and the heavy entrance to the small courtyard was forcefully flung open. "You little rascal, are you deaf? Why won't you let me in?" Wang Tsuehua bellowed, her voice piercing the air. Chapter 12. Captivity. At this moment, Wang Tsuehua and a corpulent man swaggered into the courtyard. Lu Qingyuan tightened his grip on the cane in his hand and stepped forward into the small yard. Upon seeing the stout man, a flicker of hesitation crossed the boy's gaze. This figure was unfamiliar. What purpose did he serve? What was his connection to that old hag? There was little of value left in the house. The boy's voice, cold and clear, resonated through the air, his stern face devoid of emotion, while his dark eyes glimmered with a sharp chill. "Ah," Wang Tsuehua remarked, scrutinizing Lu Qingyuan from head to toe. To her surprise, the boy had grown since their last encounter. He was no longer the frail, bony figure she remembered. He appeared more robust now, his face and body bearing a hint of flesh, resembling a charming lad from a brothel. Yet, Lin Yan's foolishness was truly astonishing. She earned money, yet chose not to spend it on her brother, instead lavishly dressing this little wretch. The clothes he wore, adorned with a fur collar, must have cost a pretty penny. That ungrateful Lin Yin was indeed insufferable, turning her back on her own family. How she would pay for this later. Wang Tsuehua cast a flattering gaze at the man beside her, her voice dripping with sycophancy. What do you think of his appearance, sir? Meanwhile, old Master Wu's lecherous gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingyuan, his eyes filled with an unsettling desire, nearly drooling at the sight. Indeed, this lad possesses quite the appealing visage. Isn't it so? Wang Tsuehua thought to herself, her lips curling into a smug smile, sensing her triumph. In that instant, Lu Qingyuan realized their intentions. They meant to sell him. You are not welcome here. Leave at once, he declared, his pale, slender hand clutching a broom, his handsome face shadowed by a cold demeanor. Seeing this, old Master Wu's gaze grew even more lecherous as he scrutinized the boy, murmuring to himself, "Ah, a little firecracker. Indeed, how delightful. He's the one," he exclaimed, advancing swiftly and seizing the broom with a fierce grip, yanking it forcefully. A wave of revulsion washed over the boy, his dark, profound eyes brimmed with coldness. He lifted the broom and thrust it sharply toward old Master Wu's face. In an instant, the spines on the broom jabbed into Wu's eyes. He clutched his face, wailing in pain, "You little wretch. How dare you treat me this way? Tonight, I shall make you wish for death. You dare strike me?" Wang Tsuehua glared at Lu Qingyuan with fury, rushing forward to retaliate. Lu Qingyuan stepped back, gripping the broom tightly as he swung it forcefully toward her head. Wang Tsuehua attempted to evade, yet the broom struck her, sending her carefully styled hair into disarray, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. "You little brat, watch how I deal with you this time," she shouted, lunging at him and delivering a brutal kick to his already injured leg. A sharp pain surged through him. The boy's face turned ashen, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he wavered, nearly collapsing to the ground. As old Master Wu regained his composure, he forcefully snatched the broom from the young boy's hands and brutally kicked his injured right leg. In an instant, the boy stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, his crutch clattering beside him. Beads of sweat glistened on his pale forehead as he inhaled deeply and cried out for help. "Help! There are traffickers!" Before he could finish, Wang Tsuehua clamped her hand over his mouth with a fierce grip. "You little brat, silence yourself," she snarled, pressing him down onto the ground with a menacing expression. Lu Qingyuan, humiliated, gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might, but soon realized something was amiss. The handkerchief covering his mouth carried a potent medicinal odor. As he fought against his restraints, the acrid scent invaded his nostrils, and gradually, a numbing sensation spread through his body. His limbs grew weaker, and his struggles began to falter. His deep, dark eyes locked onto Wang Tsuehua, burning with indignation. How dare she treat him thus? He had thought he was finally living a good life. Why? What are you staring at? Wang Tsuehua laughed triumphantly. "If you have the strength to glare at me, you should have the strength to please me." With that, she and old Master Wu dragged the boy from the small courtyard, offering a sycophantic smile to Wu. "Tonight, you shall enjoy yourself. From now on, you can bask in luxury alongside old Master Wu." Wang Tsuehua chuckled. "You'll have plenty to eat and wear, far better than this wretched household." The boy, like a cornered beast, struggled desperately against his captors, yearning for someone to come to his rescue. He did not wish to be sold, nor to become the plaything of this vile, overweight man. "Little beauty, from now on, I will take good care of you," the man leered, reaching out to touch the boy's cold, fair face. Lu Qingyuan turned his head away, a fire of indignation igniting within him, as a cacophony of emotions screamed in his heart. "I advise you to behave yourself. Don't expect anyone to come to your aid." Wang Tsuehua sneered. "If you must hate, direct it towards Lin Yan, that little harlot, for she is the one who intends to sell you." In an instant, the boy's dark eyes widened in shock, the light within them shattering into fragments, dimming into an abyss of despair. It was her. It was indeed her. He had thought that perhaps someone in this world would show him kindness. He had believed in the existence of goodwill. Yet in the end, it turned out to be this. Lu Qingyuan, like a hunted animal stripped of hope, ceased his struggles, his handsome face falling into a pall of desolation. Wang Tsuehua, surprised by the sudden docility of the boy who had previously been so spirited, patted his striking face and remarked, "It's good that you've come to understand. From now on, old Master Wu shall be your sanctuary. Live well and enjoy your life with him. The young beauty, in the future, I shall cherish you dearly." Old Master Wu gazed at him with lecherous and lascivious eyes. The boy's dark pupils reflected nothing but desolation. He self-deprecatingly tugged at his lips. Had she treated him so well solely for this day? He had once believed she was different. He had been foolish enough to think that the darkness that had enveloped him for so long had finally given way to a glimmer of light in his life. The boy's lips curled in self-mockery, a fleeting smile gracing his features, which soon escalated into raucous laughter, tears shimmering in his inky eyes. His laughter grew louder, echoing through the air until tears streamed down his cheeks and he gasped for breath. Old Master Wu felt a chill creep over him at this boy's laughter. Pondering what was amiss, was he perhaps unhinged? Wang Cuihua contemplated that the boy might be on the verge of madness from the shock, but she dared not voice such thoughts, thinking surely not. Rest assured. Besides, even if he were slightly disturbed, his physical form remained intact, which would not hinder your enjoyment, would it? You have a point. Old Master Wu's sticky gaze settled upon Lu Qingyuan, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Meanwhile, Lin Yan returned home after tidying up, her car carrying a customized wheelchair for Lu Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, look what I have brought you." Lin Yan exclaimed as she placed the item down and pushed the pristine wheelchair into the house. However, upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. The large gate of the yard stood ajar, unlocked, whereas Qingyuan always secured it when at home. The once orderly courtyard was now in disarray, with items strewn haphazardly about. Lu Qingyuan was diligent, always keeping the yard impeccably clean. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yan as she stepped forward and spotted the boy's cane abandoned on the ground. He had always cherished this cane. How could this be? "Qingyuan, are you home?" Lin Yan called out, advancing into the house, but was met with an eerie silence. The boy was nowhere to be found in several rooms. What could have happened? Where could Lu Qingyuan have gone? Confusion gripped Lin Yan's heart as she hastily discarded the wheelchair and sprinted to the neighboring Mrs. Huang's house. "Auntie, have you seen Qingyuan?" Mrs. Huang regarded Lin Yan with a peculiar expression. "I noticed you've been more industrious lately, thinking perhaps you had changed for the better. Yet, it seems the leopard cannot change its spots." Lin Yan was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Huang, with a frigid demeanor, replied, "You still pretend to be oblivious? You sold that poor child to an old man in town who preys on young boys. You are ruining this child." "What do you mean?" Lin Yan felt a shiver run down her spine, her blood running cold as she pressed urgently, "Annie, what are you talking about? How could I ever sell him?" Madame Huang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "You still refuse to admit it? Just moments ago, your mother came to your home, dragging your brother Qingyuan onto a cart. That perverse old Master Wu was on the cart, and the way he looked at your brother was utterly distasteful. What? How could this be?" Lin Yan felt as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly in place. She had thought that after Wang Cuihua's public humiliation that day, she would become more subdued, but instead, she audaciously came to sell Lu Qingyuan. "It was your own mother who said it. She stated that you sold that child." Madame Huang lamented, her tone tinged with sorrow. "That poor child, abandoned by both parents, has fallen into the clutches of a wicked sister-in-law like you. He has suffered tremendously, and now he is to be sold to an old man for torment. It was not me who sold him. I did not sell Qingyuan." Lin Yan's complexion turned pale as she mumbled in a daze, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Madame Huang. "Do you know which direction they went?" "I must rescue Qingyuan. I saw them heading east," Madame Huang replied, her gaze lingering uncertainly on Lin Yan. Her frantic demeanor did not seem feigned. Could it be that she truly did not sell him? If he has indeed been sold, they must be heading towards old Master Wu's home, she added. Before she could finish, Lin Yan urgently interjected, "Aunt, may I borrow your horse? Traveling by cart is simply too slow, but a horse would be swifter." "Can you ride?" Madame Huang asked, astonished. "I can," Lin Yan declared, taking a deep breath. In her previous life, she had learned to ride while traveling by the seaside. Though her skills were not exceptional, they were sufficient. "However, my horse is either untamed or a wild steed, difficult to control." "Very well," Madame Huang acquiesced. Before she could offer to untie the reins, Lin Yan had already dashed to the horse, deftly unfastening the reins and soothing its mane. Gradually, under her gentle touch, the horse became more docile. Lin Yan swung her long legs over the steed, grasping the whip to strike the horse's hindquarters. Go! In an instant, the horse galloped away. Madame Huang stood, staring at Lin Yan's retreating figure, murmuring, "She truly can ride." Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan had been taken to the Wu household by Wang Suihua and old Master Wu. The youth was bound hand and foot to the large bed, and as he struggled, the wooden frame creaked ominously. His mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth, rendering him voiceless, his handsome face marred by humiliation. His dark eyes glared with defiance and rage at the figures before him, his gaze reddening like a cornered beast, emitting muffled growls from within. "This is the silver for you. Take it and go," old Master Wu said with a grin, handing a bag of silver to Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua beamed with delight, her satisfaction growing as she weighed the bag of money in her hands. Excellent. With the sale of this little bunny, she and her son could indulge in a life of comfort and luxury. With a radiant smile, she tucked the bag into her pocket and hastily departed, not forgetting to gently close the door behind her. Once she had left, old Master Wu rubbed his hands together with a lecherous grin, his eyes lingering on the humiliated youth before him. "Little beauty, you are now mine," he proclaimed, bending forward with a wicked smile as he reached out to caress the boy's handsome visage. The youth turned his face away in shame, as if the touch of this old man was akin to the cold, slimy caress of a serpent, sending chills down his spine. He wished he could scrape away the flesh that had been touched. A wave of nausea surged within him, and the hairs on his body stood on end. His face, still youthful and unformed, was already captivating. One could only imagine how alluring it would become in time. The thought made old Master Wu swallow hard. "Little beauty, here I come," he said, excitement coursing through him as he lunged toward the boy sprawled upon the grand bed. Chapter 13. His redemption. The youth glared at him with a gaze filled with humiliation, his crimson eyes veined with blood, reflecting rage, coldness, disdain, and even a desperate self-loathing. Was this to be the entirety of his existence? As the sound of tearing fabric echoed, the light in his eyes shattered, leaving only ashes reminiscent of charred wood. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "It's bad, sir. A woman has barged in. Do not stop me. Get out of my way." Lin Yan stormed into the courtyard, her anger palpable. The servants positioned themselves to block her path. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the youth's body froze, and his previously vacant eyes widened in disbelief. Was it a hallucination? He had indeed heard that woman's voice. What brought her here? Old Master Wu. His enthusiasm abruptly interrupted, grimaced as he adjusted his clothing and strode towards the door. "Who are you? What are you doing causing a ruckus in my home?" He bellowed at the woman before him. "In broad daylight, you forcibly abduct our child. How does your behavior differ from that of a kidnapper?" Lin Yan scoffed coldly. "Return my child to me." Inside, as he listened to the commotion outside, Lu Qingyuan felt as if his blood had frozen. He heard the rapid thumping of his own heart. What did this mean? Wasn't she the one who had sold herself? "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Lu Qingyuan is mine," old Master Wu retorted, producing the contract from his bosom. Lin Yan stepped forward, and upon seeing the seal on the contract, she let out a cold laugh. The seller listed was Wang Suihua, yet she was not a member of the Lu family. What right did she have to sell their child? "This contract is invalid." Her voice was icy and resolute. Lying in the room, Lu Qingyuan felt as if his cold, lifeless heart had been reignited at that moment. She had not sold herself. She hadn't. The youth felt a sting in his nose, and his eyes began to well with tears. He struggled with all his might. The bed creaked under his movements, and he managed to emit a weak, muffled sound of distress. "You say it's invalid, yet your mother has taken the money. How can you simply change your mind?" Old Master Wu shouted angrily. "Whatever she took, I will return it to you. But I must take the person away," Lin Yan stated, her words deliberate and her gaze steely. Once they returned, she would settle accounts with that old hag. "What I need your money for? It took me considerable effort to bring the person here," old Master Wu thundered. "I advise you to leave quickly. If you delay my affairs, I won't hesitate to have my servants beat you out." Inside, Lu Qingyu tensed. Knowing she had not sold herself filled him with joy. However, there was no need for her to be embroiled in conflict on his behalf. "Let us go. Do not worry about him." Lin Yan inhaled deeply, her eyes growing even colder. "As long as I still draw breath today, I will take my child home." Toasting without drinking is akin to punishment. Old Master Wu snorted coldly. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and expel this mad woman." In an instant, the servants grasped their clubs and swiftly advanced, encircling Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan, frail and delicate, stumbled and knelt upon the ground, crying out heaven above. Is there no justice left in this world? The doors of the Wu residence stood wide open, allowing the commotion to attract numerous passers-by from the town, who quickly gathered to witness the scene. "What on earth is happening?" they murmured among themselves. "Old Master Wu, in collusion with my mother, has forcibly abducted my younger uncle. He is so young, yet they have taken him for such vile purposes." Lin Yan wiped her tears with her sleeve, her lamentation heart-wrenching and pitiful. "My husband passed away young, leaving our family with only my uncle as our bloodline. As a widow, I have shouldered the weight of this household alone, toiling tirelessly to honor the ancestors of the Liu family and fulfill my husband's dying wishes. No matter how arduous the path, I would endure and raise my uncle to be a man of worth. Yet, I never anticipated they would conspire to commit such atrocious acts." Lin Yan's sobs were filled with sorrow, and the townsfolk, many of whom were familiar with her and had enjoyed her delectable street food, began to speak out in her defense. "I met Lin Yan's mother before. Not long ago, Lin Yan earned a bit of money, and that old crone came to exploit her. It's outrageous that she would nearly drive her own daughter to despair for the sake of her son. And now she has gone so far as to sell Lin Yan's uncle. This is utterly excessive. Isn't this simply a case of greed blinding her to morality? Such a heart is truly cruel, to engage in such despicable acts." Everyone knew that old Master Wu harbored a predilection for young boys, and rumors circulated about many unfortunate souls who had met their demise at his hands. "That child is so young. If he falls into old Master Wu's clutches, there will be no good outcome. You shameless woman, do not think you can create chaos here." Old Master Wu, caught off guard by how Lin Yan's cries had drawn a crowd, angrily berated the servants. "Are you fools? Quickly get her out of here." Soon, the servants seized Lin Yan's arms, attempting to drag her away forcibly. Yet, Lin Yan clung tenaciously to the door of the Wu residence, her fragile form collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her face. "I will not leave. Not until you return my uncle. I would rather die than depart." Through her tear-filled eyes, she continued, "My mother sold my uncle to provide for my brother's indulgences. I had intended to repay her and take him away, but she obstructed me and threatened to have the servants beat me. Just because we are orphans, powerless and voiceless, must we endure such humiliation?" The onlookers, mostly ordinary folk, were stirred by her plight, voicing their outrage on her behalf. "Indeed, this is utterly excessive. Is this not a case of coercive buying and selling? Since it is known who sold it, why not seek repayment from them? Miss Lin, perhaps you should consider reporting this to the authorities. We are many, and we can all testify on your behalf." At that moment, Boss Qian of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion emerged from the crowd, stating, "According to our laws, coercive buying and selling is a crime. Moreover, your mother has no legitimate relation to your uncle. She lacks the authority to sell him. You should promptly report this. Of course, I can also arrange for someone to assist you in this matter." Upon hearing the suggestion of reporting to the officials, old Master Wu grew anxious, insisting, No, let us discuss this calmly." Initially, he intended merely to toy with the situation, but if it escalated to an official report, it would lead to significant trouble. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just take the person away. As for the money, I gave your mother 15 taels of silver. You must repay me." Lin Yan rose from the ground, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She pretended to touch the purse in her bosom, feigning regret. "I intend to repay you, but I have no money left." Boss Qian interjected, "Whoever took your silver, seek them for restitution. Why trouble a woman? Indeed, it is not easy for a widow and her child, The crowd echoed in support of Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised her sleeve to dab at her tear-streaked face, her misty almond eyes gazing pitifully at the crowd. "Thank you, neighbors, for your gallant assistance. In gratitude, tomorrow, all customers at my stall will receive a 20% discount on snacks." Upon hearing of the discount, the crowd's eyes sparkled, and their sympathy for Lin Yan deepened. It is truly not easy for a widow to support her family. Yes, to become a widow at such a young age, and to be tormented by that wretched old hag. How pitiful. The crowd rallied in support of Lin Yan. Old Master Wu, feeling helpless, decided to acquiesce to the situation. He also expressed gratitude to Boss Qian for his timely intervention. Lin Yan, her eyes glistening with tears, looked at Boss Qian with appreciation, saying, "Thank you. No need for thanks. In fact, I owe you my gratitude," Boss Qian replied with a smile. "You are indeed a valued guest at our drunken, immortal pavilion. Ever since I purchased your pig intestines and winter bamboo shoots, our business has flourished tremendously. The flow of patrons has increased significantly. Can you increase the supply of your winter bamboo shoots and pig intestines? We are experiencing a shortage." "Certainly," Lin Yan replied with a smile. "Miss Lin, we should establish a long-term partnership." Boss Qian continued, "I have heard that you are also selling noodles at your stall, which are quite popular. Could you supply those to our pavilion as well?" "Of course, the price for my noodles is 10 per bowl," Lin Yan confirmed. Boss Qian grinned. "Then how about you supply us with 200 bowls tomorrow for a trial? If the business goes well, we can arrange for a larger supply." "All right," Lin Yan agreed. And after a few more exchanges with Boss Qian, she hurried toward her house. Upon entering, the sight inside brought a sting to her nose and a warmth to her eyes, nearly causing her to weep. At this moment, a slender youth found himself bound at the corners of a grand bed with crimson satin, his hands and feet restrained. His inky black hair fell untidily across his face, and his pale, handsome visage was marred by a sense of humiliation, as though he were enduring torment. His obsidian eyes met another's gaze, filled with a complexity of emotions. "Sheng Yuan." Lin Yan felt a sting in her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. She hurried forward, untying the crimson cords that bound the boy's limbs. Enveloping the frail youth in her embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm sorry. I came too late." The boy's body stiffened, yet he raised a hand to gently pat her shoulder, murmuring, "It's all right. Your presence is enough. Thank goodness you are here." At last, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness and dampness of his world, heralding his long-awaited redemption. Lin Yan wept into Lu Qingyuan's shoulder for a considerable time, her tears soaking the fabric, leaving a substantial dampness. Though it was Lu Qingyuan who had been frightened, it was Lin Yan whose shoulders trembled with sobs, ultimately finding solace in his quiet comfort. After a while, as she became aware of her emotional outburst, she wiped the tears from beneath her eyes, grasping the boy's hand tightly. "Sheng Yuan, let me take you home." The boy responded, gripping her hand in return, their fingers entwined. His voice was hoarse. "Let us return home." As dusk descended, enveloping the sky in twilight hues illuminated by golden glimmers, Lin Yan grasped the reins of the horse and mounted gracefully. She extended her hand toward the boy, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Sheng Yuan, step onto the saddle and take my hand." The boy gazed at the woman before him, who sat languidly atop the horse, her dark tresses shimmering like satin in the waning sunlight. Her delicate features were bathed in the soft glow of the sunset, her skin luminous and translucent, while her full, enticing lips moved gracefully. Mounted on her horse, she reached out her hand towards him, her smile radiating warmth and tenderness, a scene that would be indelibly etched in his heart for years to come. The boy extended his slender, pale hand, clasping Lin Yan's. With her support, he managed to mount the horse. Lin Yan, with her delicate fingers holding the reins, took her place in front of him, while the lean youth settled behind her. "If you feel afraid, you can hold on to me," she reassured, controlling the horse's pace to avoid alarming him. The boy slowly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. This was his first close observation of Lin Yan. She was utterly unlike the wicked woman he had known before. She radiated warmth and softness, every strand of her hair seemingly aglow. The faint scent of roses enveloped her. intertwining with a delicate floral aroma in her hair. He found himself enchanted by her fragrance, a scent reminiscent of sunlight, instilling in him a profound sense of security. The boy's pale, slender face brushed gently against the woman's delicate back, seeking comfort. In that moment, he embraced the light that belonged solely to him. He tightly embraced his redemption. Half an hour later, Lin Yan returned home with Lu Qingyuan. Lin Yan returned the horse to Madame Huang and offered her 10 coins as a token of gratitude. Madame Huang, unable to decline, reluctantly accepted. Upon learning the entire story, Madame Huang looked at Lin Yan with an apologetic expression. "My dear Lin, it seems I have misunderstood you. I am truly sorry. It's all right. I too did not anticipate that my mother could act in such a manner." Lin Yan sighed as she turned her gaze towards the slender youth beside her, grateful that her Qingyuan had been rescued. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom how to confront the memory of her deceased husband. After exchanging a few words with Madame Huang, Lin Yan led Lu Qingyuan home. "Qingyuan, this is a gift I have prepared for your entrance to school." Lin Yan presented the brand-new wheelchair before the young man, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Congratulations, our Qingyuan can start school tomorrow. Give it a try and see if you like it." The woman smiled, her dark, lustrous apricot eyes twinkling with joy, creating a crescent-like arc that was utterly captivating. For a moment, the young man was mesmerized. Chapter 14. Tidying up the exceptional Qingyuan. "What are you thinking?" Lin Yan waved her hand in front of the young man, her pair of dark, shimmering apricot eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. Lu Qingyuan came back to his senses, seated in his exquisitely crafted wheelchair, his long and slender fingers resting on the armrests. The wheelchair was meticulously designed, with the seat and back upholstered in the softest fabric and filled with the most comfortable cotton, making it a delight to sit upon. As he attempted to maneuver it, he found the wheelchair remarkably lightweight, allowing for seamless movement whether going forward, backward, or turning. She had clearly put considerable thought into this wheelchair. No wonder her room had been so brightly lit these past few days. Lu Qingyuan lifted his gaze to the woman before him, perhaps due to her recent fatigue. There were faint traces of blood vessels visible in her dark eyes, giving her a somewhat haggard appearance. She still wore her old clothes, likely having spent all her earnings on his education and necessities. Having grown accustomed to cold glares throughout his life, he was now experiencing warmth for the first time. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I truly appreciate it," he said, his eyes brimming with warmth, his fingers resting on the wheelchair's armrest tightening slightly, turning pale. "I'm glad you like it," Lin Yan replied, bending down to meet his gaze. Cradling the youthful and handsome features of the boy, her eyes were earnest and focused. "Qingyuan, I promise to work hard to earn enough to help you regain the use of your legs. You must believe in me." In that instant, the boy's dark eyes shimmered with tears, and he tilted his exquisitely handsome face upward, his voice hoarse. "Sister-in-law, please don't be so good to me in the future. Take care of yourself a little more as well. Although we share no blood ties, we are each other's only support. In my heart, you hold a significance greater than my own family. Of course, I want to treat you well." Lin Yan smiled gently. "Of course, I will also take care of myself." She looked forward to the day when Lu Qingyuan would grow up to become a high-ranking official, allowing her to lean on him for support. "Sister-in-law, may I embrace you?" The boy lifted his dark, glistening eyes to her. In that moment, he resembled a fragile little puppy, yearning for his owner's warm embrace and comfort. "Of course you can," Lin Yan replied with a tender smile, her expression softening as she opened her arms. The boy leaned in, tightly enveloping her waist in a firm embrace, burying his face in her bosom as if she were a life raft in turbulent waters. Lin Yan gently stroked his soft hair. "Qingyuan, you're such a good boy." It seemed he had begun to rely on her. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. The following morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pale gray, Lin Yan prepared Lu Qingyuan's school bag, organizing his books, ink, paper, and writing tools before escorting him to the private school. "Qingyuan, remember to give it your all. I believe in you," Lin Yan encouraged, her dark, bright apricot eyes sparkling as she clenched her fist in support, smiling warmly at him. "I will," the boy replied, Glancing back at her with a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his expression radiating clarity and brightness. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. The little fellow had smiled at her. His smile was indeed quite charming. "Cheng Yuan, you look wonderful when you smile." Lin Yan gently pinched the handsome youth's cheek with her delicate, fair fingers and remarked, "You ought to smile more often, you know." A faint blush adorned the boy's earlobes, and a subtle flush crept across his refined features. He nodded in agreement. "All right. Is the little fellow feeling shy?" Lin Yan smiled, adjusted his attire, and waved him off, saying, "All set. Off to school you go." As she watched the boy's cool silhouette fade from view, Lin Yan turned to return. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the smile on her face vanished entirely. Wang Suihua had betrayed her, selling out Lu Qingyuan. She needed to reckon with this betrayal properly. Upon returning to Hahua village, Lin Hanyang was found at home, indulging in a chicken leg, his hands and mouth smeared with grease. Wang Suihua, bearing the marks of a recent altercation, looked at her gluttonous son with mounting frustration. "All you do is eat. Your mother has been beaten, and you only care about your meal." Just yesterday, she had spent the money from selling Lu Qingyuan to buy a roasted chicken and 2 pounds of pork, hoping for a hearty feast. However, by evening, old Master Wu had arrived with his servant and had given her a severe beating, nearly leaving her for dead, and had reclaimed all the money she had managed to acquire. It was only then that she realized Lin Yan, that wretched girl, had instigated the entire debacle. Had it not been for Lin Yan's incessant meddling in reclaiming Lu Qingyuan, old Master would not have been so enraged, nor would he have taken his frustrations out on her, let alone snatched away the hard-earned money. It was all Lin Yan's fault, that little wretch. The next time she encountered that girl, she would ensure to teach her a lesson. But I'm just a child. What can I do? Lin Hanyang finished the last chicken leg, sucking on the bone, his mouth smeared with oil. "All you do is eat. Can't you think about how to study and write well?" Wang Suihua took a deep breath and packed Lin Hanyang's school bag. "Hanyang, you are my hope. After you've filled your belly, you must study hard. Strive to become a scholar, and later aim for top honors, so I can attain the status of a dignified lady. Understood?" "Understood," Lin Hanyang replied impatiently, licking his lips. "That's more like it." Wang Suihua pinched Lin Hanyang's little face and sent him off to his private school. When Wang Suihua returned home, she had barely settled in when the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Yan entered with an icy demeanor, stepping one foot after the other into the courtyard. Wang Suihua rose, her triangular eyes glaring at Lin Yan. "Ah, so this little wretch dares to return?" As she approached, she cursed, "It's all your fault. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been beaten, and my money wouldn't have been stolen." As she drew closer, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal the bruises on her arms. "Look at this. I have been beaten so badly because of you." And so, Lin Yan's expression remained inscrutable, her gaze fixed on Wang Suihua with a semblance of a smile. Wang Suihua believed that Lin Yan had realized her mistake. With her hands on her hips and her chest held high, she demanded, "You hurry and bring that cripple over here, clean him up, and send him to old Master Wu's house. Bring me back the money, and, on top of that, you shall give me 10 taels of silver as compensation for emotional distress. Then kneel before me and bow 100 times, begging for my forgiveness." "Kneel?" Lin Yan scoffed coldly. "I believe it is you who should be kneeling. I am your mother. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Suihua rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." With that, she raised her hand, intending to slap Lin Yan fiercely across the face. But in the next moment, Lin Yan seized her wrist. "You!" Wang Suihua glared at Lin Yan, recalling how the latter used to cower before her like a mouse before a cat. What had caused this drastic change in Lin Yan? Lin Yan released her grip and delivered a swift kick to Wang Suihua's legs. Instantly, Wang Suihua cried out, falling to the ground. "How dare you strike me? Have you become so bold?" After enduring a brutal beating, Wang Suihua was now further incapacitated by Lin Yan's kick, sitting helplessly on the ground. "What of it?" Lin Yan retorted. "You sold our child to an old man. What were you thinking? Such actions deserve to be reported to the authorities. According to the laws of Yun country, you should be sentenced to execution. Even your son, Lin Hanyang, would be condemned to servitude. Lin Yan's voice was chilling, each word laced with contempt. What did you say? Wang Suihua looked up, incredulous. I am your mother. Are you truly willing to condemn your own mother to death for a stranger, for a cripple? How dare you claim the right to be my mother? Lin Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes glinting like icy blades, her aura exuding a terrifying chill. What kind of mother would sell her daughter just to ensure her son eats well? What kind of mother would disregard her daughter's life and come to exploit her every month? Ask yourself if you are worthy of being my mother. You are Lin Hanyang's mother, but you are not mine. Your son is your treasure, while I am merely a pawn to be discarded at will. Since you do not regard me as your daughter, why should I concern myself with your welfare? With that, Lin Yan made a move to leave. Wang Suihua, terrified, rushed to block her path, clutching her leg and looking up at her with desperation. How can you be so heartless? Your brother is only 15. He is still a child. Can you truly go through with this? Heartless? Lin Yan laughed, as if hearing a joke. Our Qing Yuan is also 15. Yet you sold him to an old man for torment. Did you ever consider that he is still a child as well? That is different. Wang Suihua exclaimed hastily. That cripple has nothing to do with me. How can it compare to my son? Lin Yan's gaze turned even colder. So, your child is a child, but someone else's child is not? Are you not afraid that Cheng Yuan's parents, in the afterlife, will seek retribution against you? You. Wang Suihua trembled in fear. Was there really nothing at stake for him? Had he suffered no loss? Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion over this trivial matter? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Had I come later, that old wretch would have already mistreated Cheng Yuan, and you still claim there is nothing amiss? Lin Yan's eyes were as cold as ice, her voice sharp as a blade. Did you not torment that little brat in the past? Wang Suihua shouted. What pretense is this? That was then, this is now. Lin Yan sneered. Now that I am married into the Liu family, Cheng Yuan is my kin. As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow anyone to bully him. For your vile deeds, prepare to face the authorities. With that, Lin Yan lifted her leg to leave. Wang Suihua, terrified, hastily grasped Lin Yan's leg and collapsed onto the ground, her other hand pounding her thigh as she wept uncontrollably. You ungrateful wretch! How can you be so heartless? She cried out in despair. Why am I cursed with such a fate, giving birth to this debt collector? Your cries and wails are of no avail. Lin Yan crossed her arms and quietly observed her theatrics. If you wish to dissuade me from reporting you, I have a condition. In ancient times, filial piety was paramount. No matter how despicable Wang Suihua might be, if she were to report her, it would be an act of great filial disrespect, drawing disdainful glances from passers-by. What condition? Wang Suihua asked eagerly. First, sever our ties. Bring the village head to witness that I, Lin Yan, am completely cutting off relations with you, Lin Yan declared. You would sever ties over a bastard? Wang Suihua's face was one of shock. Indeed, not only do I wish to sever ties, but I also demand you return the money I have given you over the past 5 years, Lin Yan proclaimed. I have it all documented in my ledger. A total of 15 taels of silver, which you must repay. Have you lost your mind? How dare you ask your mother for money? How did I give birth to such an unfilial daughter? Wang Suihua cursed as she pounded her thigh. 15 taels of silver was no trivial sum for any household. To demand such money was akin to carving out her heart and slicing her flesh. If you refuse, I shall go report you. Lin Yan cast a detached glance at her, then began to rise to leave. Wang Suihua gritted her teeth. Do not go. I agree to your terms. If she reported it, not only would she be ruined, but her son would suffer the same fate. What choice did she have? She could only acquiesce. Very well, Lin Yan replied, her heart awaiting this affirmation. Words alone hold no weight. I shall summon the village head to serve as a witness. With that, Lin Yan stood to depart. Before long, the village head arrived, accompanied by a number of villagers who gathered around to witness the unfolding scene. Fellow villagers in the past, Wang Suihua, in her desire to procure meat for my brother, sold me for a mere handful of silver to marry into the neighboring Liu family. Shortly after my marriage, I found myself a widow. Not only did she show no concern or compassion for my plight, but she also frequently imposed upon me, relentlessly demanding that I provide her with financial support for my late husband's estate each month. Lin Yan spoke with a chilling clarity. My existence as a widow caring for my disabled brother-in-law was already fraught with hardship, yet instead of offering assistance, she exploited and oppressed me, utterly disregarding my well-being. This is truly excessive. The village head sighed. Yet you are, after all, bound by blood, mother and daughter. What discord cannot be amicably resolved? The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement, wondering why the mother and daughter must let their relationship deteriorate to such an extent, as if it could lead to a severance of ties. Lin Yan interjected, for just yesterday, her intentions had turned towards my brother-in-law. She had the audacity to sell him to an older man in town for his own amusement. If anything were to happen to my brother-in-law, I would be branded a sinner in the Liu family. Even in the afterlife, I would bear the shame of facing my deceased husband and in-laws. As she spoke, Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her dark almond-shaped eyes glistening as droplets cascaded down her cheeks, her sorrow palpable. Witnessing this, the village head shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wang Tsuewa, how could you be so foolish? How could you commit such a heinous act? The Liu family has but this one remaining descendant. Do you wish to bring about their extinction? One must not forsake their conscience. How could you act in such a sordid manner for your own selfish desires?" The villagers whispered among themselves, casting increasingly disdainful glances towards Wang Tsuehua, some even spitting in her direction. Chapter 15. As lowly as mud, Wang Tsuehua felt utterly humiliated, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. I was momentarily bewitched, she muttered, her gaze evasive. "I have summoned everyone here today as witnesses," Lin Yan declared, her voice icy. "I hereby sever all ties with Wang Tsuehua. From this day forth, she is no longer my kin." A wave of sympathy rippled through the crowd for Lin Yan. How pitiful she was, so young and already living in a state of mourning, while also shouldering the responsibility of raising her younger brother-in-law. Such a burden was indeed formidable. If I were in Lin Yan's shoes, I might have sought a new marriage, yet she chose to care for her brother-in-law instead. Indeed, there is no benefit in keeping such a venomous mother. It is best to cut ties. The village head nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with the severance. I shall arrange for the severance document to be brought forth. You two shall sign and affix your fingerprints, and that will finalize the disconnection. Let it be so. Wang Tsuehua gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Yan. You ungrateful wretch. After all these years of providing for you, nurturing you, you repay me by abandoning your own mother for that cripple. Provide for me? The food and drink were nothing but the leftovers of my brother, Lin Yan retorted, amusement flickering in her eyes. You have treated me as a slave my entire life, making me tend to the pigs, feed the cattle, and toil in the fields. I have labored abundantly. You, Wang Tsuehua seethed. Do you think severing ties with me will lead you to a better life? That cripple will inevitably marry in the future, and you, as his sister-in-law, will find yourself working to pay for his bride price. Once he has wed, you will be cast out. That is no concern of yours, Lin Yan replied calmly. Wang Tsuehua spat vehemently. You favor that cripple over your own mother and brother? Have you lost your senses? Once he establishes his own family, he will have no obligation to you. The only one you can rely on is your own brother. You are foolishly insisting on this severance. You shall regret it when that day comes, even if you kneel before me in tears. I shall not grant you a single coin. Rest assured, that day will never come, even when you lie in your coffin, Lin Yan responded coolly. Soon, the severance document arrived. Lin Yan swiftly signed her name and affixed her fingerprint. Wang Tsuehua, begrudgingly cursing, also signed. The document existed in triplicate, one for the village head, and one each for Lin Yan and Wang Tsuehua. Return the 15 taels of silver you owe me. Lin Yan extended her hand. This money was given to you for my marital home. To be precise, it is the support left for my brother-in-law. Now, in front of all these witnesses, you shall return it to me. Without that sum, my brother-in-law and I may very well starve. She lowered her gaze, tears threatening to spill. Indeed, she should be repaid. It is no small feat for a widow to raise her brother-in-law. Exactly. The crowd rallied in support of Lin Yan. Wang Tsuehua, in her exasperation, reluctantly made her way into the house. Before long, she emerged holding a cloth bag, which she spread out in front of Lin Yan. Here, truly a relentless creditor. In my past life, it seems I owed you something. My greatest regret in this life is giving birth to such an ungrateful, avaricious wretch. Lin Yan counted the contents. Indeed, it was 15 taels of silver. The money was now in her hands, and she could disregard her mother's words. From this moment on, I have no further ties with you two. After expressing her gratitude to the village chief and the townsfolk, Lin Yan rose to depart. Once she left, Wang Suohua continued to curse for quite some time. Lin Yan's life had been far from easy, neglected by her father and unloved by her mother. She became a widow at a young age, burdened with the responsibility of supporting her younger brother-in-law. Indeed, as a widow, it would be difficult for her to remarry while raising a sibling. Perhaps only when her brother-in-law grew up and married would any man consider taking her as a wife. However, by then, she would be a 21-year-old spinster, making it challenging to find a suitable second marriage. Her affection for her brother-in-law was genuine. Yet once he established a family of his own, he would surely prioritize his wife, leaving her without anyone to care for her in her old age. The townsfolk shook their heads and sighed. Yet Lin Yan paid no heed to their remarks. Her sole objective was to nurture Lu Qingyuan into a prominent official. Perhaps when he achieved great success, he would remember her kindness and provide her with a better life. Of course, she could not neglect her own ambitions. She aimed to earn a substantial fortune, dreaming of a life where she could wallow in wealth, counting coins until her hands ached. The thought of a promising future filled Lin Yan with renewed vigor. That day, a blanket of snow covered the landscape, transforming the surroundings into a shimmering white expanse. Inside the Qingshan Academy, Lu Qingyuan, clad in soft, thick winter attire, felt warm and cozy, entirely free from the chill. This was the most comfortable and joyous winter he had ever experienced. At that moment, the teacher approached his desk and paused upon seeing his composition. Marvelous! The teacher, adjusting his reading glasses, examined Lu Qingyuan's work with increasing satisfaction. You truly have never attended a school before? No, I have only read a few books at home. Lu Qingyuan replied. Truly remarkable. The teacher gazed at Lu Qingyuan with admiration. The composition was ingeniously crafted, flowing effortlessly. It was evident that he was a promising student. In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered a child with such innate talent. The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted Lu Qingyuan on the shoulder. You are a once-in-a-century prodigy. Study diligently, and one day, you shall achieve great honors and bring glory to Qingshan Academy. Student Council. Lu Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. This is the first time I've witnessed the teacher speak so highly of anyone. Indeed, on his very first day at the academy, he received such praise from the teacher, which was truly remarkable. Yet, no matter how impressive he may be, he was still a cripple. Nearby, Lin Hanyang, with his chubby hands, twirled a brush in frustration, voicing his discontent. Were it not for that cripple's insidious influence over Lin Yan in times past, she would surely have spent her earnings on herself and her mother. Now, alas, this foolish woman pours all her hard-earned money into him. She adorns him in splendid garments, provides him with a wheelchair, and even funds his education at a private school. He is but a disabled man. What right does he have to attend school alongside them? Regardless of his academic prowess, what value does it hold? Lin Hanyang scoffed, his corpulent visage suffused with displeasure. Indeed, a disabled person cannot serve in the court. Even if he were to achieve the highest honors, it would be of no consequence. The onlookers chimed in agreement. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, Lu Qingyuan gathered his books and prepared to return, maneuvering his wheelchair. At that moment, a solid wall of flesh obstructed his path. Lin Hanyang's ample form loomed before him, flanked by several of his unsavory companions. Please, step aside. The youth's voice was calm and measured. Hey, you insolent cripple. Lin Hanyang crossed his arms. Looking down at him from his elevated position, his chubby face jowled as he leaned forward. What do you want? The youth raised his gaze, his dark, cold eyes meeting Lin Hanyang's, his voice devoid of warmth. What do I want? Lin Hanyang sneered. I simply find you intolerable and wish to deal with you. Lu Qingyuan, I have never wronged you. It is precisely because you, That wretched cripple had bewitched the foolish Lin Yan, causing her to devote herself entirely to you, spending her earnings on you. That money rightfully belongs to my mother and me. Lin Hanyang shouted, his face quivering with rage as he spoke. She has turned against my mother for your sake, severing their ties, and demanded a substantial sum from her. All because of you. With that, Lin Hanyang delivered a forceful kick to Lu Qingyuan's wheelchair. The boy's gaze turned icy as he gripped the armrests tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Yet, Lin Hanyang's bulk was overwhelming, and the wheelchair tilted precariously. Before he could regain his balance, Lin Hanyang's lackeys surrounded him, delivering several kicks to the boy's wheelchair. The slender youth struggled to withstand the assault, and with a resounding crash, both he and the wheelchair toppled violently to the ground. The chair landed heavily upon him, particularly impacting his already injured right leg. An instantaneous wave of excruciating pain surged through him. His inky hair lay in disarray, his pale, handsome face marred by distress, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and a profound chill emanating from his dark, cold eyes. Ha ha! Everyone look at him now. Doesn't he resemble a stray dog? Lin Hanyang reveled in the boy's humiliation, laughing heartily. At that moment, as the weight of the wheelchair pressed down on his leg, the youth attempted to struggle, dragging his agonized limb across the ground in a desperate crawl. Indeed, the teacher praised him as a rare genius. Yet what genius crawls on the ground like a dog? The youth's pitch-black eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, his jaw clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he exerted himself, using the strength of his elbow to shift his crippled leg away from the wheelchair. Yet, in the next moment, a foot came crashing down heavily upon his back. Lin Hanyang stomped forcefully on the slender back of the young boy, laughing heartily. You pitiful cripple. If you bark like a dog now, I might spare you. What do you say? Just barking one tea suffice. You should bark while crawling through my legs, suggested Tainyo, Lin Hanyang's sidekick. Exactly. Lin Hanyang continued to apply pressure on the boy's frail back, crushing him mercilessly. His laughter grotesque as the flesh on his face quivered. Can you hear me? Bark for me. The malicious laughter of Lin Hanyang's followers echoed loudly. Gradually, more students from the academy gathered to witness this scene. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the boy's humiliation, relishing in his disgrace as if they were spectators at a street performance. In that moment, Lu Qingyuan felt as insignificant as dust, yearning for someone to rescue him from this shame. Yet, none among the onlookers extended a hand. Instead, they were captivated by his torment, their eyes feasting on his degradation. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan felt utterly debased. You shall not prevail. He gritted his teeth, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he struggled, each word a labor. However, he was too frail, and Lin Hanyang's weight was thrice his own, rendering him powerless to escape. Lin Hanyang's foot pressed down insidiously upon the boy's head, grinding down with increasing force. Still stubborn, are we? Will you bark or not? With each word, the pressure intensified. Black footprints marred the boy's exquisite yet pale features, rendering them disheveled and filthy. His obsidian eyes brimmed with a blood-red hue, the veins on his forehead protruding in agony. No, it cannot be. Ah, you do possess some spirit. Lin Hanyang sneered, a thought crossing his mind. Perhaps you are unaware. Our academy's rare prodigy is nothing but a wretched servant to older men. Ha ha ha. With that, the boy's beautiful yet pallid visage was cloaked in humiliation. The throngs of onlookers grew larger, the majority of the academy's students converging around. What is happening? What does Lin Hanyang mean by this? Murmurs spread among the crowd. The boy lay helpless on the ground, fists clenched as he struggled to rise. But Lin Hanyang's accomplices firmly held down his left and right legs, pressing down mercilessly. An intense wave of pain surged through him, rendering him unable to break free. The boy's pale, disheveled face was a canvas of humiliation, his dark eyes glinting with a crimson shade, overshadowed by an oppressive gloom filled with profound disgrace, resentment, and defiance. Enough! Silence! The boy growled through clenched teeth. Abaistruka narva. Lin Hanyang reveled in his triumph. Let me enlighten everyone about this matter. Our dear classmate, Lu Qingyuan, appears so aloof and composed, yet in truth, he is nothing but a servant to men. Just yesterday, he was sent to the bed of old Master Wu. Stop! Stop! The youth's lips parted to release a desperate growl, struggling with futile determination. Is it that old man in town who delights in toying with men? A classmate inquired. Indeed it is, Lin Yan replied, his voice rising with intensity. He has long been consigned to that old man's bed, reduced to a wretched creature seeking to please him. Yet he dares to attend the private school with us. He pretends to be noble, yet is more debased than anyone. Lu Qingyuan's obsidian eyes resembled withered grass, extinguished of all life. The disdainful, loathing gazes of those around him fell upon him like the sharpest of blades, mercilessly carving into his being. His emotions and mental world crumbled completely. How utterly despicable, appearing so lofty, yet akin to a male courtesan. I have heard tales of that lecherous old man, notorious for his licentiousness and mastery of all manner of depravity. Could it be that Lu Qingyuan has been sullied by him? We should keep our distance. Contracting a filthy disease would ruin one for a lifetime. Disgusting and vile. How could such a person be worthy of sharing our school? Cast him out. Indeed, he does not deserve to be among us. The chorus of revulsion and scorn sliced through his heart like the sharpest knives. Lu Qingyuan could hear the sound of his own heart bleeding. In that moment, his dignity was ruthlessly crushed, his spirit torn to shreds. He longed to vanish from the gaze of all, wishing desperately that this torment was but a nightmare. Yet reality offered no escape. In his lowest, most wretched, and hopeless moment, a cold voice laced with fury resonated from nearby. What are you doing? Chapter 16. His redemption arrives at this moment. Everyone turned their gaze toward a figure not far away. Amidst the pristine white snow, a woman stood with an umbrella, clad in a striking red cloak. The pure white fur collar accentuated her snow-like complexion, while her dark hair was elegantly gathered with a jade hairpin. Her exquisite face bore an air of coldness as she walked gracefully through the snow, reminiscent of a red plum blossom blooming in the biting winter, captivating the onlookers. Who is that? She is stunning. Many students nearby found themselves entranced by the scene. Lin Yan approached briskly, her expression frosty. As she reached the eaves, she closed her umbrella, brushed off the thick layer of snow, and discarded it aside before hastening indoors. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a rush of blood seemed to freeze within her, and a surge of anger flared in her mind. Trembling with fury, she demanded, "Who allowed you to bully my child? Release her at once." As her chilling words fell, the others instinctively loosened their grip, awkwardly stepping aside. Lin Yan, standing nearby, initially failed to recognize Lin Yan. But as she began to speak, realization dawned upon him. This was his sister. The transformation in Lin Yan was astonishing. Previously, her hair had been dry and unkempt, and her complexion wan. Yet, in the time they had been apart, she now appeared as though she had transformed into a different person altogether. Her skin was now fair and translucent, her vitality markedly improved, and even her attire and demeanor seemed worlds apart from her former self. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. Lin Yan gazed in astonishment as Lin Yan tenderly helped Lu Qingyuan rise from the ground. "Qingyuan, are you all right?" With trembling hands, Lin Yan retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped away the dirt and footprints marring the boy's handsome face. The more she wiped, the more her hands trembled, her gaze growing increasingly icy. The boy's dark, reddened eyes gazed at her in bewilderment. In that moment, the fury within him began to dissipate. His nose tinged with red, eyes brimming with unshed tears, he opened his arms and enveloped her waist, burying his face in her embrace. In his moment of utter despair and vulnerability, she had arrived. She was like a beam of light illuminating his life. His handsome visage nestled against Lin Yan's collarbone. Stifled sobs escaped his throat. Lin Yan's heart felt as though it had been pierced by countless tiny needles, each prick causing her chest to ache. She gently patted the boy's shoulder, whispering, "You have endured so much injustice. Today, I will ensure that you reclaim your dignity." After all, he was still just a child in his teens. How could she bear to see him suffer such humiliation? Lin Yan gently pushed the boy away and helped him into a wheelchair, her gaze shifting to the group of students, growing colder with every passing moment. Instantly, under her piercing stare, the others felt a pang of guilt. Her frigid gaze settled upon Lin Hanyang as she approached him step by step. Not far away, Lu Qingyuan sat in the wheelchair, his slender arms gripping its handles tightly, his dark eyes clouded with uncertainty. What are you going to do? I am your brother. Lin Hanyang straightened his posture, attempting to maintain a stern facade. However, the next moment, Lin Yan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Hanyang's face. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, jolting Lin Hanyang's plump face violently. Covering his face in disbelief, he glared at her. Brother? Has your mother forgotten to inform you that I have long severed ties with you? Lin Yan replied coldly. You have no connection with me whatsoever. You severed ties with your own mother and brother for this cripple? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Lin Hanyang shouted in discontent. Slap! Lin Yan delivered another forceful slap to Lin Hanyang's face. Stop your clamor. Who do you think you are to bully my child? The mention of my child warmed Lu Qingyuan's heart, which had been frozen in humiliation. In that moment, he felt the warmth of being cherished and protected. He was no longer alone. There was someone who would stand up for him. The young boy tightened his grip on the wheelchair, his deep, dark eyes fixated on the scene. At this point, Lin Hanyang's face was already swollen and red, with clear finger marks etched on his chubby cheeks. You know he has trouble walking, yet you kicked his leg. How can you be so cruel at such a young age? Lin Yan scoffed, lifting her foot to kick Lin Hanyang's knee. Instantly, he let out a wail, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at Lin Yan. You never treated me this way before. You will regret this for treating me like this for that cripple. You keep calling him a cripple. Do you believe I won't turn you into one? Lin Yan replied coldly, stepping heavily on Lin Hanyang's back. You just did the same to Qingyuan, didn't you? Now, you'll experience what it feels like to be trampled. It hurts, it hurts. You wretched woman, let me go. Lin Hanyang cried out, struggling in agony. You feel pain? Did you ever consider that Qingyuan would feel pain too? Lin Yan pressed down hard on his head. Now you know what it feels like? You seemed so proud just a moment ago while bullying others. With that, Lin Yan's foot landed back on Lin Hanyang's head. Earlier, I saw you step on his head. Now you shall taste that very experience. Surrounded by onlookers, humiliation washed over Lin Hanyang, and he could no longer bear the shame of public ridicule. He began to wail uncontrollably. Let me go. You will regret treating me this way. Even if you kneel and beg for my forgiveness in the future, I will never forgive you. What are you even worth? Lin Yan sneered. Do I need your forgiveness? Your mother failed to teach you well, so I shall take it upon myself to educate you today. With that, she pressed her foot heavily onto Lin Hanyang's head, grinding it down while she tugged at his hair. How does it feel now? Do you understand your mistakes? A sharp pain surged through his scalp, compounded by his head being forcefully pressed against the ground. Lin Hanyang could no longer endure the pain. His face flushed as he pleaded, Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I understand my mistake. Since you acknowledge your fault, then apologize to Qingyuan. Lin Yan replied with a cold huff. I refuse to associate with that cripple. Before Lin Hanyang could finish his words, Lin Yan increased the pressure of her foot slightly. Instantly, Lin Hanyang's voice changed pitch due to the pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, I apologize. I apologize. Can you please let me go now? Lin Yan lifted her foot and, gripping Lin Hanyang's arm, dragged him before Lu Qingyuan. Apologize. Lin Hanyang's hair was in disarray, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Awkwardly standing before Lu Qingyuan, he reluctantly uttered, I'm sorry. I understand my mistake. Louder. Lin Yan crossed her arms, her cold gaze piercing through him. Startled, Lin Hanyang trembled, and facing Lu Qingyuan, he had no choice but to raise his voice. I'm sorry. I realize I was wrong. I will never bully you again. He thought no one would support this cripple, but unexpectedly. That's more like it. Lin Yan's gaze fell upon the onlooking classmates. Although Qingyuan had mobility issues, he was surrounded by love and care. Henceforth, if anyone dared to bully him, I would confront them with fervor. I trust that you scholars value your reputation and would not wish to bear the stigma of bullying a fellow student on your path to the imperial examination. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around shifted. Scholars hold their reputation in the highest regard. If this were to tarnish their name, their aspirations for the imperial examination or even a governmental career would be shattered. They all shook their heads, indicating their refusal to engage in such behavior. Furthermore, Lin Yan pointed at Lin Hanyang and coldly declared, "You allege that our Cheng Yuan is unclean. Yet in truth, it was your mother who sold him to procure pork for you. Now you turn the tables. How can you possess such a thick skin? Do you have no shame?" At her words, the onlookers' gazes toward Lin Hanyang transformed. What? So this is the truth. Lin Hanyang had grown so fat, and yet he continued to eat. How could Lin Hanyang's mother exhibit such poor character? How could she engage in such human trafficking? Tears welled in Lin Hanyang's eyes as he averted his gaze, unable to confront the scrutiny of others. "I have shown mercy by not reporting your mother to the authorities, considering we were once a family. Yet you still have the audacity to speak of this." Lin Yan pointed a finger at Lin Hanyang. "Are you tired of living well? Wishing for your mother to be apprehended as a human trafficker, disgusted by your own bulk, hoping for exile to shed some weight?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hanyang's complexion paled dramatically. He had focused solely on mocking Lu Qingyuan, aiming to bring him shame, without considering the ramifications of his actions. Realizing he had nearly caused a catastrophe, his face turned ashen. "I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please, don't report me. Knowing your fault is sufficient." Lin Yan scoffed. "Moreover, our Cheng Yuan is innocent. Before he was sent to that old man's home, I had already rescued him. Therefore, everything Lin Hanyang has said is mere slander. From now on, should anyone dare to tarnish my Cheng Yuan's reputation with such rumors, I will be the first to take them to the authorities to set the record straight, exposing how this scholar gossips behind others' backs to ruin their good name." As these words were spoken, the expressions of those surrounding them shifted dramatically. They were mere onlookers, with no intention of jeopardizing themselves over a few idle remarks. Nor did they wish to tarnish their reputations and futures. Rest assured, I shall treat today as events as if they had never occurred. Likewise, I shall refrain from uttering a single word about Brother Lu henceforth. The blame lies solely with Lin Hanyang. Brother Lu bears no connection to this matter whatsoever. Indeed, Brother Lu is innocent. These are but baseless rumors. Everyone hastily distanced themselves from the situation. Lin Yan knew that henceforth, Lu Qingyuan would no longer face these slanders. She nodded. "In that case, let today's affair come to an end. From now on, I do not wish to hear any more gossip. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the instigator faces consequences." With that, Lin Yan gently pushed Lu Qingyuan's wheelchair, her voice soft and tender. "Qingyuan, let's return home." She approached the entrance, picked up the umbrella from the ground, and opened it above their shoulders as they departed. The surroundings were enveloped in a blanket of pristine white snow, the snow-laden branches creating a serene tableau, while the wheelchair creaked heavily against the ground. Flurries of snowflakes descended upon the umbrella, and the two, sheltered beneath it, stepped away through the snowy expanse. This scene would be etched in Lu Qingyuan's mind for years to come. He felt that the heavens were just. After enduring countless hardships, he was finally savoring his well-deserved sweetness. When one who has dwelled in the depths of darkness grasps their own ray of light, they are reluctant to let it go. In that moment, he wished for her to remain by his side forever. For an eternity, Lin Yan brought Lu Qingyuan to a brand new courtyard in town, spacious and designed in the traditional Sihiyuan style, featuring 4 large rooms and ample open space, all elegantly decorated. "Why have you brought me here?" Lu Qingyuan inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. "Because from this day forward, this will be our new home," Lin Yan replied with a smile. "I have already purchased this house. Previously, the daily commute from the village to town for business had been quite inconvenient, especially since Lu Qingyuan was also studying in town and required a return journey each day. Therefore, Lin Yan decided to acquire a house in town. Throughout this time, she had been supplying ingredients to Zue Xianlu, and due to the overwhelming demand for her dishes, coupled with the booming popularity of her fried sauce noodles, she had managed to save a bit of silver. This amount was sufficient for her to buy the small courtyard. However, Lin Yan's ambitions extended beyond this. She aimed to assist Cheng Yuan in recovering from his leg ailment and to settle in the capital. Thus, she needed to earn more money to purchase a residence there. Her business had to expand significantly. Lin Yan planned to save up and open a small restaurant in town. Once the restaurant was operational and profitable, she would be even closer to her goal of moving to the capital. Lu Qingyuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that she could earn so much money in such a short time and buy a house in town. You must have worked very hard during this time, the young man said solemnly. He did not wish for her to suffer and toil because of him. It hasn't been hard at all. A warm sensation enveloped Lin Yan's heart. What hardship is there in earning money? Each day, witnessing the increasing amount in her pocket brought her immense joy. However, Lu Qingyuan held a different perspective. He regarded her words as mere consolation. How could there exist such benevolent souls in this world, who offer kindness without expecting anything in return? In the future, I too shall earn money, he declared, his alluring, thin lips pressing together as he spoke with gravity. Your primary task now is to focus on your studies. Earning money is not necessary. Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile, bending slightly to caress the young man's face. In time, I will earn a great deal of money, seeking out a skilled physician to heal your legs, and together we shall indulge in a life of abundance. Indeed, he nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his enticing lips as he gazed at her. By the way, this is your pocket money. Lin Yan produced a small purse and placed it in the young man's hands. You will need funds while studying at the private school, and this sum is for you. From now on, your monthly allowance will only increase. I do not want your money, he protested, pushing it away. She already worked hard enough for her earnings. Furthermore, with improved living conditions, there was no longer a worry for food or clothing, and he had little need for spending. How could a boy not require money? You must accept it. Otherwise, I shall be upset. Lin Yan feigned a stern expression, pretending to be angry. The young man immediately panicked, conceding, very well. I shall accept it. Please do not be angry. He tilted his handsome face upward, his long fingers gently tugging at the edge of Lin Yan's garment, looking at her with a mix of unease and concern. Chapter 17. It couldn't possibly be him just teasing. I'm not angry at all. Lin Yan chuckled softly, her delicate fingers gently brushing against the boy's prominent nose. Come on, it's time for dinner. Lin Yan urged the boy to step into the house. The evening meal consisted of steaming fried sauce noodles, the thick sauce rich in flavor, the aroma of meat wafting through the air, complemented by crisp cucumber and carrot shreds. Lu Qingyuan had a hearty appetite, devouring 2 large bowls with delight. After the meal, the boy willingly volunteered to wash the dishes and attend to household chores. Which room would you like to stay in? Lin Yan inquired while tidying up the house. You may choose from the 2 sunlit rooms. And what about you? Where will you stay? The boy wiped his hands dry and looked up at her. As for me, I can stay anywhere. Lin Yan replied while continuing her cleanup. The house is yours. You should choose first. The boy pressed his lips together and said. After a moment of consideration, Lin Yan decided on the room to the north. That northern room has a small annex. May I reside in there? The boy asked casually, feigning indifference. That room is too small, Lin Yan frowned, hoping he could have a more spacious accommodation. It's all right. The boy lowered his gaze, his long fingers gripping the armrest of his wheelchair. You know, my legs are not well. If I could stay a bit closer. Lin Yan's heart ached for him. She reached out and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Fine, since you don't mind the room being small, you may stay there. The boy, like a satisfied puppy, nuzzled against her palm. Thank you, sister-in-law. Observing his current demeanor, Lin Yan felt her heart melt like butter under the sun. He was simply too well-behaved and adorable. How could he possibly resemble the decisive and ruthless chief advisor of the future? He was clearly just a cute and pitiable little puppy, utterly non-threatening and so fragile, evoking deep sympathy. The boy lowered his gaze, his thick, curled lashes obscuring his emotions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How wonderful! He was now a little closer to her. In this lifetime, he vowed never to part from her. That night, listening to the faint sounds of breathing from the next room, the boy quietly got out of bed, using the cane she had gifted him to make his way to her bedroom step by step. Seeing the woman sleeping soundly, he stood quietly by the bedside for a while, tucking the blanket around her before gently closing the door. That evening, the boy, leaning on his cane, found a beggar in the town. The beggar was mute, spending years begging in a corner. "Here, take this." The boy produced 3 coins. "This is a deposit. I need you to do something for me. Upon completion, I will give you 3 more coins." The boy's handsome face was mostly shrouded in darkness, his voice low. The beggar nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The boy whispered a few instructions, watching as the beggar disappeared into the vastness of the night. His eyes dark and a wicked, mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. That night, within the Qingshan Academy dormitory, Lin Hanyang was sleeping soundly. Yet, in his dreams, he sensed something cold creeping up his legs, twisting and writhing. Before he could open his eyes, an excruciating pain surged through his legs, causing him to widen his gaze in alarm. As he ignited the kerosene lamp, the sight before him sent a chill of terror coursing through his veins. 2 long green snakes were slithering over his body, their tongues flicking menacingly as they aimed directly at his legs, having already sunk their fangs into him. Blood was visibly oozing from his wounds. Lin Hanyang's face turned pale with panic. "Snakes! So many snakes! Help me!" he exclaimed, hastily scrambling out of bed, desperately shaking his corpulent form in an attempt to dislodge the serpents. The other students, who shared the dormitory, were awakened by his cries. As they opened their eyes, they too were struck dumb by the sight before them. The bunk was infested with slithering snakes, their tongues flicking in and out. Several students had already suffered bites. In a frenzy, they sprang to their feet, frantically wriggling to shake off the snakes, terror causing them to flee to the ground in a state of disarray. How could this happen? Be cautious. Those snakes have triangular heads. They are venomous. The dormitory erupted into chaos, enveloped in a palpable fear. "My legs! I cannot move my legs!" Lin Hanyang wailed. Concerned classmates rushed to his aid, dragging him to the ground and using sticks to drive away the serpents. Yet, the venomous snakes climbed up the sticks, prompting them to hastily release their grip. "Help! Is there anyone who can rescue us? Light a fire." Snakes fear fire. Someone ignited a firebrand and hurled it into the writhing mass of snakes. Instantly, flames engulfed the area, causing the snakes to thrash about in agony. Many were incinerated while others fled in terror. Finally, the collective anxiety of the group began to dissipate, though no one dared to sleep, haunted by the fear that more serpents might emerge from the shadows to strike again. "Help! I can hardly breathe." Lin Hanyang collapsed on the ground, his face ashen. A classmate approached and rolled up his pant leg, revealing that his limbs were already mottled with bruises. He had been poisoned by the snake. "We must act swiftly. If the venom spreads, it could be fatal." "Help! I too have been bitten." Several students cried out, some nursing wounds on their fingers, others on their feet, and some grievously injured in the chest, each presenting varying degrees of severity. "We should hurry to the medical clinic and summon a doctor," a student suggested urgently. They rushed to find a physician. Shortly thereafter, the doctor arrived. The student who had been bitten in the chest was Lin Hanyang's close companion and was gravely injured. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness by the time the doctor arrived and had tragically passed away. Fortunately, the remaining injured received timely medical attention, narrowly escaping with their lives. However, when it was Lin Hanyang's turn, the situation appeared dire. "You have been poisoned too deeply. The venom has already traveled through your legs into your meridians," the physician stated with a grave expression. "What should I do?" Lin Hanyang exclaimed in a state of panic, his face ashen. "Doctor, I implore you, save me. I do not wish to die. To preserve your life, you must sacrifice your legs," the doctor sighed. "What?" Lin Hanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is unacceptable. Without my legs, how am I any different from a cripple? Doctor, is there no alternative?" The physician shook his head, lamenting there is no other choice. "You must make a decision, your legs or your life. Time is of the essence. The longer you hesitate, the further the poison will spread. You must act swiftly. If you delay, it will not only be your legs at stake, but your very life." Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged anxious glances, and Lin Hanyang broke down in tears. "Brother Hanyang, life is far more precious than limbs. Do not hesitate. Make your choice quickly. To live is invaluable. If you lose your life, Everything is lost. They all urged him in unison. Lin Hanyang felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his spine chilled with dread. Trembling as he observed the venom completely consuming his legs, now a dark shade of purple. He sensed a tingling numbness coursing through his body. Even his breathing seemed labored. At the precipice of life and death, Lin Hanyang wept uncontrollably, crying out, "Doctor, I want to live. Please save my life." He was merely 15, so young, and he did not want to die. "Very well," the doctor said, retrieving a cloth from his medical kit to gag Lin Hanyang. "The situation is critical. There is no time for anesthesia. You must endure." In the next moment, a large wad of cloth was stuffed into Lin Hanyang's mouth as he watched the doctor procure a long knife. The doctor took a sip of alcohol and sprayed it onto the blade. Then, with a firm grip on the knife, the doctor raised it and brought it down. Lin Hanyang's eyes widened in terror as a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. The world turned black, and he collapsed, blood pooling around him. Everyone watched in trepidation as this scene unfolded. That night, the students of Qingshan Academy were filled with fear, each one feeling vulnerable. Lin Hanyang lost a leg. His companion perished, and the others sustained varying degrees of injuries. After the doctor tended to them individually, they managed to recover, albeit shaken. On that night, a beggar, having received some money, departed the town under the cover of darkness, leaving no trace of his destination. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, Lin Yan awoke early. The courtyard contained a spacious area in need of careful arrangement. Lin Yan delineated the sections, cultivated the land, and planted potato and pumpkin seeds in a small plot. At this time, Lu Qingyuan had also risen and prepared breakfast. Observing the woman busily at work in the courtyard, he approached her, leaning on his cane. "Is there anything I can assist you with? Could you help me with the planting of seeds?" She replied. Lin Yan pointed to a patch of vacant land nearby, expressing her desire to cultivate peonies there. "Here, take these seeds." She handed a small packet of peony seeds to the young man. "Sprinkle them evenly in the hole, then press the soil down a bit." "All right," he replied, carefully scattering the seeds into the pit. The two busily worked side by side, and before long, the small area was fully planted. In the ground, they had sown sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and potatoes, and Lin Yan had also planted a few tomatoes and eggplants. Concerned that these plants might succumb to the frost, Lin Yan devised a small greenhouse, constructing it with bamboo strips and draping it with a cotton cover to protect the plants within. In another section of the yard, Lin Yan and Lu Qingyuan jointly planted a plum tree. Such ordinary days, however, felt extraordinarily warm and blissful to Lu Qingyuan, who found himself deeply content and at peace. After they finished breakfast together, it was time for Lu Qingyuan to head to the private academy. The Qingshan Academy was not far from their home, allowing him to lean on his cane and arrive in just a few steps. Upon entering the academy, a heavy atmosphere of tension enveloped the place. The teacher's expression was grim, and many students' parents were present, their faces reflecting anxiety. Some parents comforted their children, while others wore somber expressions. Among these parents, Lu Qingyuan spotted Li Zuehua. At that moment, she was weeping uncontrollably, embracing the pale and unconscious Lin Hanyang, who lay on the bed. Upon seeing Lu Qingyuan, her sharp, triangular eyes fixed on him with a gaze full of resentment. "Teacher, it's him. This matter cannot be unrelated to him." The young man looked bewildered. "What do you mean? Stop pretending." Li Zuehua cried out in despair. "I heard that Hanyang had a quarrel with you yesterday, and then last night, something happened to him and his classmates. One of the friends who bullied you was even bitten to death by a venomous snake. Our Hanyang could only lose his legs to survive. It must be you. You must have sought revenge and harmed them." As she spoke, Li Zuehua released the frail Lin Hanyang from her grasp and charged at Lu Qingyuan, her withered hands gripping his neck tightly. "Today, I will make you pay." The teacher hurriedly intervened, pulling her away. "Madam Li, please be rational. My son's legs are gone. How can I be rational?" Li Kuiwa Sumbat, appearing as if she had aged decades overnight, her hair turning gray, her sharp eyes glaring venomously at Lu Qingyuan. "I wish I could skin him alive and eat his flesh." The young man, with a look of innocence on his handsome face, blinked, his dark and clear eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness, the corners tinged with red, appearing quite pitiful. I know you are heartbroken over what has happened to your son, but you cannot arbitrarily accuse me. Indeed, the teacher said, positioning himself protectively behind Lu Qingyuan as he addressed Li Tsuehua. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. We cannot speak recklessly without proof. Li Tsuehua, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "What proof do we need?" In the private academy, there existed an undeniable discord between him and my son. He must surely harbor a deliberate vendetta against my child. Who else could possibly wish harm upon him? I am but a mere student and beset by physical limitations. How could I have caused him any grievance? The young boy, with his innocent, teary eyes, bore a strikingly delicate and pitiful visage, particularly considering the day he tormented me, leaving me utterly defenseless. It is a stroke of fortune that I, in my frail state, have not been subjected to further bullying. Upon hearing this, the teacher regarded Lu Qingyuan with increasing sympathy, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. After all, how could such a slender and studious boy possibly commit such an act? The other students concurred, believing that it was inconceivable for Lu Qingyuan to be culpable. He was so frail and physically impaired. How could he have perpetrated such an act? Indeed, if it were someone else, perhaps I could entertain the notion, but Lu Qingyuan was entirely innocent. Everyone had witnessed Lu Qingyuan being bullied and humiliated. No one would believe that a defenseless invalid could unleash venomous serpents upon others. He lacked both the capacity and the audacity for such an act. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Once the truth is unveiled, justice will be served, declared the teacher. Wang Tsuehua felt helpless, but resigned to this course of action. In the following days, the teacher dispatched individuals to inquire into the incident, ultimately discovering that the students had inadvertently attracted the snakes with the aroma of roasted chicken they had left in the dining hall during the evening hours, before the serpents had entered hibernation. Upon clarifying the situation, the teacher announced that this was not a case of malicious intent, but rather a tragic accident, resulting from a student's actions in the academy. Consequently, he forbade the consumption of alcohol within the premises, and the matter was laid to rest. After Lin Hanyang suffered the loss of both his legs, his demeanor transformed drastically. He shifted from arrogance to timidity, spending his days in seclusion, reluctant to face others. Wang Tsuehua, with no other recourse, was compelled to facilitate his withdrawal from the academy. On the day Lin Hanyang tearfully departed, Lu Qingyuan sat composedly at his desk, his long fingers gripping the brush, creating flowing characters in regular script upon the rice paper. His lips curved slightly in a serene smile, exuding an air of elegant nobility. As he penned the vigorous strokes, he gazed out the window, where a silvery landscape adorned the earth, and golden rays pierced through the thick clouds, casting a shimmering glow. Today, the weather is indeed delightful. Chapter 18. 3 years later, Lin Yan had heard whispers regarding Qing Shan Private School, and she felt a twinge of sentiment. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are met with retribution. The unjust will ultimately face divine judgment. Lin Yan did not ponder deeply, merely believing that Lin Hanyang had received his just deserts, and from then on, he would likely learn to temper his ways. As the days passed, Lin Yan's business flourished, and she amassed enough capital to open a restaurant in town. The menu was diverse, featuring dishes such as jjiangmian, shiitake mushroom, and pork noodle, beef noodle, tomato and egg noodle, braised pork intestines, braised duck wings, duck neck, and braised chicken legs. Their lives became increasingly prosperous. 3 years swiftly elapsed, and now Lu Qingyuan had reached the age of 18, stepping into adulthood. Throughout these 3 years, Lu Qingyuan had consistently achieved first place in the county, provincial, and academy examinations, qualifying as a scholar and subsequently advancing to the imperial examination, where he excelled in the understanding of the classics. His writings often garnered high praise from his mentors, who lauded him as a talent destined for greatness, an exemplary student. In this lifetime, his path to the imperial examination was far more favorable than those depicted in literature. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th year since Lin Yan had traversed into this world. That spring, Lu Qingyuan was soon to participate in the imperial examination. a pivotal test on his scholarly journey. Success in this examination would lead him to the palace examination and passing that would allow for selection into official positions, enabling him to serve in the court. Lin Yan felt a sense of anxious anticipation akin to sending a beloved student off to the college entrance examination. At that moment, Lin Yan stood before Lu Qingyuan, measuring his dimensions with a cloth tape. Over the course of 3 years, the originally slender boy had grown dramatically, towering over Lin Yan by a considerable margin. At times, she found herself needing to tilt her head back to converse with him. His height exuded a sense of mature masculinity. Not only had he grown taller, but the youthful innocence had faded from his handsome visage, revealing increasingly defined and intricate features, while his demeanor had matured and steadied. As she took his measurements, Lin Yan's delicate fingers glided over his form. Through the thin fabric, she could distinctly sense the robust muscles beneath, each one tightly arranged, exuding a palpable masculine energy. Lin Yan compelled herself to focus, lightly brushing over his narrow yet powerful waist and broad shoulders. After recording his measurements, her tape measure reached his collarbone. She needed to ascertain the length from his chest to his collarbone to craft new garments for him. However, his stature was now so elevated that she had to rise on her toes to reach him. Standing on her tiptoes, she measured, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she noted how much Qingyuan had grown. Indeed, he had gained considerable height. The prominent, sharp Adam's apple of Lu Qingyuan subtly moved as a magnetic, almost seductive sound escaped his throat. The voice that had once been youthful and clear now resonated with a soothing timbre, a delightful melody to the ear. Lin Yan endeavored to redirect her attention to the task at hand, assisting him with his measurements. Yet in the next moment, his long leg inadvertently brushed against the hem of her skirt. Through the delicate fabric, a gentle touch brushed against her. In an instant, Lin Yan felt a moment of disorientation. Her body stiffened and she struggled to maintain her balance, teetering dangerously backward. Just as she braced for a harsh fall, a long, strong arm encircled her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm, powerful embrace. The man exuded a refined aroma of cedarwood, mingled with hints of sandalwood, which filled the air around her, saturating her senses completely. Startled, Lin Yan lifted her gaze, only to be met by the man's deep, obsidian eyes. His sensuous lips curved into a subtle smile, cautioning her. The proximity between them was palpable. She could discern the length of his thick eyelashes, the inky depths of his pupils, and the faint reflections within them. The atmosphere in the room had unknowingly shifted into something decidedly intimate. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Lin Yan gently pushed against his chest. She maneuvered around him to gauge the dimensions of his back, waist, and legs. Lu Qingyuan extended his arms in cooperation. After taking her measurements, she folded the tape and remarked, "Qingyuan, you've grown quite a bit. The upcoming examination is just days away. I'll visit the tailor to make you some spring attire." "Very well," Lu Qingyuan replied, turning to look at her with a gentle tone. "You've worked hard." As he spoke, he produced a luxurious brocade box from his sleeve and presented it to Lin Yan. "I have a gift for you. Please accept this." Upon opening the box, Lin Yan discovered a lavish hairpin adorned with a delicate pearl butterfly, crafted entirely from gold, exuding elegance and opulence. The pearls shimmered with a lustrous sheen in the sunlight, exquisite and beautiful. "It's stunning, but this must be quite expensive," she protested, attempting to return the jewelry. "I cannot accept it. You should take it back." "It's not expensive," Lu Qingyuan insisted, pushing the box back in her hands, his dark, profound gaze locked onto hers. "This is money I earned from selling my paintings. It's my heartfelt gesture. Will you please accept it?" With those innocent eyes looking at her, Lin Yan found it difficult to refuse him, especially with his voice so tender. "Very well," she relented, "but in the future, please refrain from purchasing such extravagant gifts for me. Our family is not in need of money. You should focus on your studies and not burden yourself with earning." Over the past 3 years, since Lu Qingyuan began his studies, he had taken to copying texts to help support their household. In truth, her business was more than sufficient to sustain them, and he need not toil so. Yet, he could not bear to see her work so hard and always took on the task of copying texts. After he achieved the status of a scholar, he gained some recognition and began selling his writings and calligraphy to other students. Eventually, his traditional ink paintings became highly sought after, fetching hundreds of taels for a single piece. His ability to earn money had become nearly equal to her own. "I know you've always wanted to visit the capital," Lu Qingyuan said, producing a thick stack of banknotes from his sleeve. "These are the savings I've accumulated from selling my paintings. I hope they can assist you." Lin Yan stared at him in astonishment, her eyes drawn to the substantial bundle of notes in his hand. "All of this is from your art sales?" "Indeed." Lu Qingyuan gazed at her, expressing his desire to alleviate some of her burdens. Lin Yan calculated, realizing that these banknotes amounted to a staggering 500 taels. With such wealth, combined with her own savings, they could purchase a residence in the capital. Lin Yan exclaimed with excitement, envisioning her plans to seek a renowned physician in the capital, earn additional funds, and surely find someone to heal his leg. After the preliminary examination, the palace examination would follow, and she was determined to ensure Qingyuan's recovery before then. "Thank you for your efforts," Lu Qingyuan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. His deep, dark eyes fixated on her, the corners of his eyes lifting in a gentle arc. "Qingyuan, you should focus on your studies and prepare for the examination. I will head to the capital to scout for a house and search for the physician." Lin Yan planned for their future. Their lives were surely on the upswing. "Very well," Lu Qingyuan responded with a subtle smile. "Will you not with a hairpin I gifted you?" Lin Yan paused. "Well, I thought to save it for special occasions. In time, I shall present you with an even finer one," Lu Qingyuan said, as he delicately grasped the hairpin with his long, jade-like fingers, leaning in closer to her. Instinctively, Lin Yan held her breath, raising her gaze to meet his. From her angle, she could see the chiseled line of his jaw and the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple. Lin Yan was acutely aware that as Lu Qingyuan matured, many eligible young women had taken a fancy to him. Numerous matchmakers had approached, seeking to propose unions. This realization brought her a sense of pride, as if she had nurtured a handsome gentleman. His countenance was indeed extraordinary. Even after seeing it daily, she was still captivated by his beauty, let alone the women outside. As Lin Yan regained her composure, she found the hairpin now adorning her glossy hair, while his slender fingers gently tucked a few stray strands behind her ear. His gaze focused intently on her. She looked exquisite. In an instant, warmth flushed across Lin Yan's cheeks. Was there an air of ambiguity between her and Lu Qingyuan? After all, he had grown up, no longer the frail boy who required protection. Furthermore, she noticed he had stopped calling her sister-in-law as he once did affectionately during his youth. Subconsciously, Lin Yan took a few steps back, creating some space between them, and smiled. "Qingyuan, you are considerate." She paused, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, and shifted the topic. "You need not worry about the finances. I will manage that. Just focus on your studies at home." "All right, I shall attend to my tasks." Lin Yan averted her gaze and departed hastily. As Lu Qingyuan watched her hurried figure disappear from sight, he returned to himself. His long, distinctly jointed fingers gently fiddled with the hairpin, bringing it to his nose to inhale its lingering fragrance. It bore traces of the floral scent from her hair, perhaps the subtle elegance of jasmine or the rich aroma of roses. Lowering his gaze, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the delightful essence interwoven within her tresses. At this moment, he had blossomed into a spirited young man, no longer the naive boy he once was. From the day he reached adulthood, Lin Yan frequently graced his dreams. Over the course of 3 years, she had matured. Her skin, once dulled and dehydrated from malnutrition, gradually transformed into a luminous, porcelain-like complexion, reminiscent of a pristine egg, devoid of any blemish. Her figure became increasingly graceful, slender yet curvaceous, with a delicate frame complemented by a lushness in other areas. She favored fitted garments, particularly in spring and summer, which accentuated her delicate waist and highlighted her voluptuousness. During these 3 years, she unfurled like a begonia blossom, revealing her beauty in gradual, exquisite layers. Lu Qingyuan stepped into Lin Yan's chamber, which was adorned with elegance and warmth, meticulously clean and untouched by dust. Before her bed stood a sheer pink embroidered curtain, embellished with pearls and crystal beads, creating a serene atmosphere. The man's long fingers gracefully parted the curtain, producing a melodious chime that was exceedingly pleasing to the ear. He leisurely reclined and discovered beneath her pillow an unwashed, pale pink embroidered bodice featuring intertwined lotus flowers. His fingers caressed the intricate patterns of the bodice, as if he could connect with her through its fabric. He lifted the bodice to his nose, inhaling deeply, allowing memories of her smiles and frowns to flood his mind. The sweet scent of roses that enveloped her, her lustrous black hair, and her skin as white as jade. Once, when he had grasped her wrist, it had left a faint red imprint, a reminder that lingered in his thoughts for a long time. A low groan escaped him, and beads of perspiration began to form at his temples. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had hired a carriage and a young servant en route to the capital, unaware of the absurd scene unfolding in her chamber. 3 hours later, Lin Yan arrived in the capital, her belongings neatly packed. The ancient city was far more magnificent than what she had seen in dramas. The streets were alive with performers, some breaking stones, others showcasing acrobatics, and some breathing fire. Vendors sold candied hawthorn, steamed buns, osmanthus cakes, and an array of preserved fruits. The atmosphere was undeniably more vibrant than her hometown. She purchased 2 bags of candied fruit and a pack of osmanthus cake, meandering through the bustling city. After a day of exploration and viewing several houses, she finally selected one. Although smaller in size, it was situated in a pleasant environment with a prime location, conveniently close to lively streets filled with street food and medical shops. Lin Yan was quite taken with it, and after some negotiation, she secured the property for 1,200 taels instead of the initial 1,500. Having acquired the house, she realized the need to hire a guard to oversee her property and a maid to attend to Lu Qingyuan's needs. Now, in the capital, she also needed to relocate her business there. She aspired to open a restaurant in the capital, planning to incorporate new culinary delights alongside the traditional snacks. This endeavor required substantial funds, compelling Lin Yan to liquidate her assets in the town and save enough money for her relocation to the capital. As she contemplated her plans, she also sought information about the renowned physician, Yin He. After a day of inquiries, Lin Yan managed to uncover a single lead. The esteemed doctor had an elderly mother, over 70, residing in a house to the east of the capital. Lin Yan thought that perhaps she could reach the physician through his mother. Without hesitation, she purchased several gifts and set off in a carriage to pay a visit. By the time she arrived, twilight had settled, enveloping the surroundings in a gradual darkness. After a bumpy journey, she finally stood at the entrance of the Pei family's old residence. "I am Lin Yan, seeking an audience with your esteemed matriarch," she announced, disembarking and holding her gifts at the doorway. The servant, upon seeing her, frowned and replied, "Our matriarch is not at home. You may as well take your leave." Such encounters were commonplace for the servant, who was accustomed to individuals seeking the physician through his mother, and thus handled the situation with practiced ease. Chapter 19. Are you well? May I inquire where your esteemed matriarch has gone? Lin Yan, undeterred, inquired aloud. The young servant hesitated for a moment. "Our matriarch has gone on a spring outing. I do not know her destination. In any case, she is not at home." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan comprehended the situation entirely. "Very well, I shall await the matriarch's return here," she declared, then disregarded the young servant, choosing instead to remain a short distance from the entrance of the Pei residence, with the gifts in her possession. She stood quietly, patiently waiting. "Even if you wait until dark, you shall not see the matriarch," the servant remarked. "Indeed, I am aware," Lin Yan replied, maintaining a courteous smile. Subsequently, the gates of the Pei residence shut firmly. Lin Yan retrieved a cloak from the carriage and draped it over her attire, finding a clean spot nearby to curl up and wait. She understood that the matriarch preferred solitude, but she had no alternative but to persist in this relentless pursuit. Gradually, the sky darkened completely, and Lin Yan prepared herself to sleep in her clothes right there, ready to wait through the night. At some point, dark clouds enveloped the horizon, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. "Miss Lin, it is raining. We should not wait any longer. Let us return. The driver called anxiously as he hurried down from the carriage. Perhaps you should return first, Lin Yan replied with resolute determination in her dark almond eyes. Please go back to the town and find Cheng Yuan and convey this message. I cannot return tonight. All is well, and he need not worry. But the driver hesitated. It is quite late. It is unsafe for you to remain here alone. Miss Lin, why not allow me to stay and keep you company? The young servant who had been invited by Lin Yan stepped down from the carriage and offered. That would be agreeable, Lin Yan responded. Having a young servant accompany her was certainly safer than being alone. Thereafter, the driver took his leave in the carriage. Lin Yan and the servant sheltered beneath the eaves to avoid the rain. Initially, Lin Yan had resolved to endure the stormy night in desperate wait, when suddenly, the gates of the Pei residence swung open. The young servant, holding an umbrella, sighed and announced, "Our matriarch requests your presence inside." Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Excellent. Please convey my gratitude to your matriarch." With that, she gathered the rain-soaked gifts and followed the umbrella-wielding servant into the Pei residence. The interior of the Pei residence exuded an ancient elegance, majestic and imposing. Every blade of grass and every scene reflected the owner's exquisite taste. Guided by the young servant, Lin Yan finally arrived in the main hall, where she encountered the matriarch of the Pei family. The matriarch, adorned in a long gown of purple satin embroidered with peonies, wore a necklace of exquisite jade around her neck. Her aged face bore an air of solemnity as she sat cross-legged on a couch, her cheeks sunken and complexion somewhat pallid. At that moment, she was meditating with a string of prayer beads in hand. Matriarch Lin Yan approached respectfully, bowing slightly, and placed her gifts aside. At that instant, the matriarch slowly opened her eyes and began to scrutinize the woman before her. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her deep black almond-shaped eyes radiating clarity and innocence. Most of her clothing was drenched by the rain, yet the gifts she bore were impeccably preserved, their outer wrappings untouched by the downpour. She appeared genuinely sincere. "You have come seeking Yunhe, haven't you?" the old matriarch inquired. "Indeed," Lin Yan nodded. "In my family, there is a child who has suffered from a disability in his right leg since childhood. I have heard of Yunhe's remarkable medical skills and hope to have the opportunity to meet him and seek treatment for my child. He is an exceptionally gifted scholar, diligent and talented, now preparing to take the imperial examination. Alas, his right leg has hindered his prospects. Dear matriarch, could you assist me in meeting Yunhe? I am willing to pay any price or fulfill any request, should the doctor be able to heal my child. You truly care for that boy." The old matriarch replied softly. "Is he your son?" Before her stood a young girl, barely in her early 20s, hardly old enough to have a son preparing for such an examination. "He is my younger brother," Lin Yan explained, revealing her relationship with Lu Qingyuan. "His leg was injured because of me, and if he cannot be healed, I would be unable to face him. I humbly beseech you, dear matriarch, to introduce me to the esteemed doctor." With that, Lin Yan knelt before the old matriarch. "Please rise," the matriarch sighed, and soon her maid assisted Lin Yan to her feet. "If you refuse my request, I shall not stand," Lin Yan insisted stubbornly, remaining on her knees. The old matriarch, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Over the years, many have sought to meet Yunhe, yet I have turned them all away. You certainly possess a tenacious spirit. If you wish to see Yunhe, you must first pass my test." "What test?" Lin Yan lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Whatever it may be, I shall endeavor to accomplish it. I have recently lost my appetite," the old matriarch stated. "If you can prepare a dish that entices my palate, I shall grant you your request. However, should you fail, I implore you to leave without further insistence." The matriarch's attendant stood by, observing with a discerning eye. Countless individuals have sought to find the illustrious Yunhe, yet he has roamed far and wide, his whereabouts known only to the old matriarch. As a result, many have troubled her with their persistent inquiries, disturbing her peace. The old matriarch found herself weary of such intrusions. Moreover, the condition she imposed was not a trivial one. Over the years, she had developed a severe case of anorexia, rendering her indifferent to even the most exquisite delicacies. Numerous renowned chefs had graced her kitchen, Yet none had succeeded in rekindling her appetite. Now, she relied solely on broths and medicinal soups to sustain her. The attendant understood the matriarch's intent. She sought to dissuade the young woman from her pursuit. Very well, Lin Yan declared resolutely. Dear matriarch, could you kindly direct me to your kitchen? The attendant will guide you there, the matriarch replied. Madame Pei's voice was soft as she glanced at Lin Yan's drenched garments. Before anything else, let the maid take you to the guest room to change. Thank you, madam. Lin Yan followed the personal maid to the chamber. The maid presented her with a set of fresh garments suitable for a servant, remarking, We have many maids in our household, and this outfit should fit you well. If it pleases you, do try it on. Thank you, maid. After changing into the attire, Lin Yan accompanied the maid to the kitchen. Observing the elderly matriarch's pallor earlier, she noted a deficiency of vitality and a weakness in the digestive system. Now that night had fallen, cooking might not aid digestion. An idea struck her. She would prepare a bowl of sweetened tofu pudding. In modern times, sweetened tofu pudding shops thrive, especially in spring and summer, as it offers a refreshing respite from the heat, with a sweet aftertaste cherished by people of all ages as a healthful beverage. Lin Yan rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender, fair arms and methodically boiled red beans with rock sugar, setting black rice aside for later use. She took some plump yellow soybeans, grinding them in a mortar until they transformed into a thick, white paste. After filtering the mixture through fine cheesecloth, she poured the resulting liquid into a pot to simmer. The maid, observing Lin Yan's industriousness, grew increasingly intrigued. Miss Lin, what are you making? The maid could not help but inquire. Her curiosity piqued. This is called sweetened tofu pudding, Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile as she stirred the pot. Watching the tofu gradually thicken before pouring it into a transparent glass bowl, waiting for it to set. Next, she prepared the accompaniments. The kitchen held a variety of fruits. Lin Yan peeled lychees and diced them, cutting the red-fleshed watermelon into small cubes as well. She then fetched a mango, slicing it into perfectly cubed yellow morsels. Additionally, she sought out taro and purple sweet potatoes, peeling them before steaming them in a large pot. Soon, the fragrant aroma of the mashed taro mingling with the sweet potato wafted through the air, prompting the maid to inhale deeply, her mouth watering. While she was uncertain about the elderly matriarch's appetite, she felt her own stirred by the delightful scent. Once steamed, Lin Yan mashed the taro and sweet potatoes, mixing in milk and sugar until a velvety purple taro ball took shape. Meanwhile, the tofu had set beautifully. Lin Yan placed the taro ball at the center of the bowl, adding the diced fruits around it, followed by the red beans and black rice. Finally pouring in the sweetened milk. In no time, a magnificent bowl of sweetened tofu pudding was ready. In the transparent glass bowl, the ingredients shimmered enticingly, exuding a delightful creaminess and fruity aroma that stirred the appetite. Lin Yan carried the sweetened tofu pudding to Madame Pei. Madam, this dessert is ready, she announced as she stepped forward. Madame Pei lifted her eyelids slightly, and upon seeing the sweetened tofu pudding, her eyes widened in curiosity. What is this? This is sweetened tofu pudding, particularly appetizing for this season, Lin Yan explained with a smile. The red beans and black rice are beneficial for your spleen and stomach, aiding your health. Madame Pei accepted the bowl of sweet tofu pudding, and in her long life, it was indeed the first time she had encountered such a rare delicacy. As she spoke, she picked up a spoon, stirred the milk and tofu pudding together, and brought it to her lips for a taste. Lin Yan waited eagerly beside her. The moment the old lady swallowed, her aged eyes widened in surprise. The subtle fragrance of milk mingled with the fresh aroma of fruit, complemented by the delicate sweetness of the tofu pudding. As the red beans and black rice melted in her mouth, the explosion of flavors delighted her palate immensely. Madame Pei took spoonful after spoonful, savoring the dish. The pale purple taro balls were also expertly prepared, soft and sweet, yet not overwhelmingly so. Their mild sweetness was just right. The tofu pudding was equally tender, slightly cool, and melted in her mouth. Before long, the large bowl of sweet tofu pudding was emptied. An elderly maid, astonished, exclaimed, "In all these years, I have never seen the old lady so happy while eating." Madame Pei set down the empty bowl and used a handkerchief to wipe her lips, gazing affectionately at Lin Yan. Good child. I truly enjoyed this bowl of tofu pudding you made. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then would you be willing to? All right. I promise you. Madame Pei replied with a smile. However, my son roams the world. I shall send a carrier pigeon to him, but I do not know when he shall return. You must be patient. Thank you, madam, Lin Yan expressed gratefully, bowing deeply. Good child. Will I be able to enjoy your sweet tofu pudding again in the future? Madame Pei mused, her interest piqued. Of course. I will make as much as you desire. Lin Yan beamed. I not only know how to make sweet tofu pudding, but other dishes as well. Wonderful, wonderful. The old lady exclaimed, excitedly patting Lin Yan's hand. In the days to come, I shall be fortunate indeed. The more she looked at Lin Yan, the more she liked her. Though Lin Yan was a widow, Madame Pei speculated that her husband must have gone to battle on their wedding night, leaving Lin Yan still untouched. She was so beautiful and skilled. It would be delightful to have her as a daughter-in-law. The old lady pondered hastily, sending a carrier pigeon to encourage her son to return home sooner. Madam, it is getting late. I shall not disturb you any longer. Lin Yan felt a weight lift from her heart, and she rose to leave. It is quite late, and it is still raining outside. You should stay here, Madame Pei urged, patting Lin Yan's hand. It would not be wise for a delicate woman like you to walk alone at this hour. The elderly maid chimed in with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan relented. Very well. Consequently, Madame Pei arranged for Lin Yan to have a guest room for the night. That evening, Lin Yan prepared to stay at Madame Pei's residence. At midnight, with the night sky clear yet sparse with stars, the heavy rain fell gently, tapping against the eaves, forming small puddles on the ground beneath. On this night, Lin Yan eagerly awaited the return of the revered physician, Yun He, hoping he would arrive soon to assist Cheng Yuan with his leg. As she envisioned the promising future of Cheng Yuan's successful imperial examination and his subsequent rise to an official position, her excitement kept her tossing and turning in bed. Suddenly, a loud knock reverberated through the door of the Pei residence. Please inform the matriarch of the Pei family, announced a young man dressed in a deep azure robe, his ink-black hair tied back, holding an oiled paper umbrella. I am Lu Qingyuan, here to escort my family home. The young servant, rubbing his drowsy eyes, replied, Please wait here. I shall report this at once. Before long, Lin Yan had changed into appropriate attire and, with an oiled paper umbrella in hand, made her way to the entrance. What brings you here at such a late hour, especially in this heavy rain? She inquired, concerned for his well-being, knowing his legs would suffer in the dampness of the night. I cannot bear the thought of you alone in the dark. Lu Qingyuan responded, his deep, dark eyes fixed upon her. Are you well? Yes. The matriarch of the Pei family has been exceedingly kind to me, and I had planned to stay here for the night, Lin Yan replied. You need not have come all this way. However, Lu Qingyuan's profound gaze lingered on her, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over the emotions hidden within his eyes. His voice, tinged with a hint of vulnerability, expressed, yet for all these years, it has been you by my side. Alone, I find it truly difficult to sleep. Chapter 20. The divine Dr. Yun. Lin Yan's heart softened instantly. Although Lu Qingyuan had already reached adulthood, he remained an affectionate and clingy child. Lin Yan raised her hand and, as usual, gently caressed his inky black hair. All right, I will return with you. Yet was he not a tad too clingy? Once he entered the court to serve as an official, they would inevitably have to part ways. Lin Yan turned to the young servant and said, Please inform the old lady that I will be returning early tonight. Kindly reassure her not to worry. Understood. The young servant watched as Lin Yan and Lu Qingyuan boarded the carriage. He couldn't help but feel that their relationship appeared to transcend that of a mere uncle and niece. They seemed far too intimate, as drowsiness enveloped him. The young servant shook his head, closed the door, and departed. The carriage swayed unsteadily through the rain-soaked night, raindrops pattering against the roof, creating a crisp, melodic sound. Amidst the jostling, Lin Yan felt the weight of sleep descend upon her. Her head leaned against the interior of the carriage, her eyelids growing heavy. Lu Qingyuan sat beside her, his deep, dark gaze tenderly fixed upon her. As the carriage jolted, Lin Yan's head tilted precariously to one side. Just as it was about to collide with the solid carriage wall, the man reached out, gently cradling her head in his broad palm. He then gradually leaned closer, cautiously resting her head upon his shoulder. Gazing at her serene, sleeping face, a subtle smile curved his sensuous lips. His eyes fell upon the new pale pink attire Lin Yan wore, and his gaze sharpened. In a low, soothing voice, he asked, "Where's your original outfit?" Lin Yan, in a daze, nuzzled against his shoulder and murmured, "It got wet. The old lady provided me with this new clothing." Lu Qingyuan's tense jaw relaxed at last, warmth flooding his heart. She had toiled throughout the day, braving the rain to seek an audience with the old lady, all for him. "Am I then important to you?" he inquired, his voice gentle and imbued with a hint of lingering affection. At that moment, Lin Yan was utterly exhausted. Her head nestled against his neck. She shifted into a comfortable position and softly hummed in response, her voice sweet and indistinct yet undeniably enticing. Lu Qingyuan's gaze lowered, captivated by her delicate face pressed against his neck, his heart melting into a puddle of tenderness. The faint scent of roses enveloped her, an aroma that easily stirred the dormant desires within him on this tranquil night. He gazed at her with gentle affection, his Adam's apple moving silently as he reached out, softly patting her slender back as if soothing a child. "Be good, sleep now." He was no longer the child she had protected. He had grown, his broad shoulders now capable of shielding her from the storms of life. 3 hours later, the rain had finally ceased. As the carriage arrived at the estate, Lu Qingyuan extended his strong arms slightly, cradling the delicate Lin Yan in his embrace as he descended from the vehicle, stepping gingerly towards the interior of the house. Observing Lu Qingyuan's impaired mobility, the coachman could not restrain himself from suggesting, "Young master, would you like me to carry the lady for you?" The moment the words left his lips, the man's piercing, frosty gaze fell upon the coachman like a blade, rendering him instantly mute with trepidation. Thus, the coachman led the horse away, parking the carriage within the courtyard. Lu Qingyuan gently carried Lin Yan to her chamber, where he carefully unveiled her quilt and removed her mud-stained, pale pink embroidered shoes. She wore petite white socks, her dainty feet adorably small, hardly larger than the size of his palm, which could easily envelop 1 foot entirely. He seemed to have discovered a delightful curiosity, his broad palm tenderly caressing her exquisite, slender feet. Sitting at the edge of her bed, he leaned down, his inky black hair cascading onto the grand bedspread as he reverently closed his eyes, kissing her delicate feet with an intensity both devoted and focused. On this rainy night, a long-buried greed within him began to flourish wildly. In the dead of night, Lu Qingyuan returned to his own chamber. The 2 rooms were separated by a mere wall, with his bed corresponding to Lin Yan's south resting place. He could even hear her gentle breaths. Since reaching adulthood, his feelings for Lin Yan had gradually transformed, evolving from innocent affection and trust into a man's desire for a woman. Yet, he felt no shame, for the person inhabiting Lin Yan's body was no longer the same. Thus, their connection could hardly be deemed a breach of propriety. Lu Qingyuan pondered the faint floral scent that lingered on her skin, the vision of her luminous complexion igniting his restraint once more. As night enveloped the world, Lin Yan, in a state of drowsiness, awakened feeling somewhat parched and rose to fetch a drink of water. She seemed to hear peculiar sounds, muffled and reminiscent of a man's labored breaths. Upon opening her eyes, she realized the source of the sound came from the adjacent room. What, then, was Qingyuan engaged in at this moment? Suddenly aware, Lin Yan's cheeks flushed with warmth. Qingyuan had come of age, a fully matured man. Even in modern times, young men during puberty would embark on their own explorations. Touching her heated, flushed cheeks, Lin Yan took a few sips of water, striving to dismiss the sound from next door. Gradually, the noises subsided, and silence reclaimed the room, as if the earlier events were but a fleeting illusion. Lin Yan contemplated that Qingyuan had indeed grown up. It was time to maintain a respectful distance. Once his leg healed and he achieved success in his endeavors, she would also need to arrange for their betrothal and marriage. The following morning, Lin Yan rose early, preparing breakfast. After a satisfying meal, she was about to step out when a deep, melodious voice resonated from behind her. "Are you leaving so early, Yan?" Lin Yan recalled the enchanting sounds she heard yesterday and found herself at a loss on how to face him. She turned her back to him and nodded slightly, stating that she needed to attend to business matters. Additionally, she mentioned that she had purchased a residence in the capital and that they were set to move in 3 days. Have you had breakfast? Lu Qingyuan's deep gaze lingered on her silhouette as he spoke. I have, she replied. I've warmed up your breakfast. Remember to eat. With that, Lin Yan hurriedly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qingyuan sat at the dining table, lost in thought. Could it be that she heard something last night? Was she deliberately avoiding him? A wave of unease surged within him. Lin Yan needed to transfer ownership of the restaurant in town. Her establishment was situated in a prime location, ensuring it would not be difficult to sell. After finalizing the sale, she reached out to the former owner of Zue Xianlu. Upon learning of her move to the capital, Boss Qian expressed some reluctance. I knew your talents extended beyond just this, he lamented. Now, your business is heading to the capital, which is both joyous and commendable. I will continue to supply you once I arrive in the capital. Lin Yan replied with a light smile. Although she was set to open a restaurant in the capital, she did not wish to abandon her other business ventures in town. Boss Qian was pleasantly surprised. That's wonderful. Shall we continue our partnership based on the original profits? Agreed, Lin Yan affirmed. She needed to procure several horse-drawn carriages and hire trustworthy drivers to regularly supply Zhe Xianlu, while also establishing connections with other restaurants in town for future collaborations. With everything in place, it was time to pack her belongings and head to the capital. After a day of busyness, Lin Yan and Lu Qingyuan set off for the capital. The two of them organized their clothes and personal items, loading them onto the carriage. I believe old Madame Pei is a person of her word. Once the divine physician returns, your leg will surely heal, Lin Yan said, glancing at Lu Qingyuan with a gentle smile. Yes, he nodded. Once they had finished packing, they locked up the small courtyard in town and boarded the carriage. Lu Qingyuan took a seat on the left side, leaving ample space beside him, yet Lin Yan chose to sit directly opposite him instead of next to him. His thick eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, veiling his emotions as his long fingers rubbed together gently. The journey was shrouded in silence, with neither of them daring to break it. Sensing the heavy atmosphere inside the carriage, Lin Yan coughed lightly. Qingyuan, do not worry. Your leg will certainly recover. Yes, you've worked hard during this time, he said, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a soft look in his dark eyes. We are family. What hardship is this? Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile. She had noticed that since Lu Qingyuan came of age, he no longer referred to her as sister-in-law. Lin Yan did not dwell on it. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at their new residence in the capital that afternoon. Though this house is somewhat smaller than our room in town, it is merely a beginning, Lin Yan declared. As I earn more in the future, our home will grow larger. As long as we are together, even in a dilapidated hut, I would find joy. Lu Qingyuan's sensuous lips curled into a smile, gentle and soothing, captivating. Even though Lin Yan frequently beheld this handsome visage, she remained awestruck by his smile. Indeed, his countenance could enthrall the masses, which explains why so many young maidens are enamored with him. Regaining her composure, Lin Yan prepared to unload their belongings from the carriage, but Lu Qingyuan stood before her, stating, after the arduous journey, you must be weary. Allow me to handle this. He lifted a sturdy wooden box from the cart and made his way towards the house. Your leg, Lin Yan expressed concern. Not a problem, he replied, moving with remarkable agility as he carried the box indoors. He appeared unfazed, his complexion untroubled, though his right leg caused his gait to alternate between deep and shallow steps. Nonetheless, it did not detract from his appearance. He resembled a scion of nobility, radiating an air of refined elegance. The coachman and the servant also busied themselves with the wooden boxes, assisting with the unpacking. Lin Yan smiled with gratitude, appreciating the presence of a man in the household. For at least the physically demanding tasks were shared. The moving process was time-consuming, and Lin Yan instructed the servant to procure some groceries. She prepared a delectable Yangji Ganlu dessert and a small bowl of chilled bayberry soup, placing them in a food container. Lin Yan then boarded the carriage, heading towards Madame Pei's residence. Upon arrival, Madame Pei, leaning on her cane, greeted her with a smile. Miss Lin, we have missed you these past few days. Our matriarch has been speaking of you daily, the maid beside her remarked. I have been thinking of the matriarch as well, Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile, holding up the food container. I have prepared some new delicacies for you to try. From a distance, the enticing aroma of sweet and sour wafted from the food container. Delightful and refreshing. How fragrant, Madame Pei exclaimed, swallowing in anticipation. Come, let us go inside. In the main hall of the old residence, the air was imbued with the scent of incense, creating a pleasant ambience. Lin Yan sat opposite the matriarch, unveiling the food container and presenting the two dishes. These beverages are both appetizing. Do let me know if they please your palate. Your hands are truly skillful. This presentation is exquisite, Madame Pei observed, her delight growing as she picked up a spoon, stirred, and took a sip. Her aged eyes sparkled with joy as she savored the sweet and tangy flavors, refreshingly cool. Yandere, Madame Pei gazed affectionately at Lin Yan. Your culinary talents are remarkable. I relish every meal you prepare. I'm glad you enjoy it. Lin Yan replied with a light laugh. I have already sent a message to my son. However, the journey is long, and I cannot predict when he will return. The matriarch stated as she finished the bowl of Yangji Ganlu, feeling invigorated. When he does return, I shall certainly inform you. As she spoke, the elderly lady was already savoring her second bowl. The matron beside her couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It had been a long time since our esteemed lady had such an appetite. Miss Lin, if you have the time, you might consider visiting our lady more often. She feels quite lonely in this residence, the matron remarked with a smile. Very well, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the steward, with a look of astonishment, hurriedly approached with news. Madam, the young master has returned. The young master? Is it the miraculous doctor? Yunhe? Lin Yan turned her gaze towards the sound, only to see a man in white robes gracefully approaching the entrance. As he walked, his garments flowed elegantly, and he exuded an ethereal charm, dignified and refined like jade. Yunhe, you have finally returned, the elderly lady exclaimed, rising with the support of her cane, her aged eyes glistening with tears. It has been so long since we last met, and you have grown thinner. She reached out to caress Yunhe's handsome visage. Yunhe handed the medical box to the steward beside him, nodding in acknowledgement. I have traversed mountains and rivers, sampled countless herbs, and compiled a compendium of medicinal plants. Upon my return, I shall settle in the capital and devote myself to being by my mother's side. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. The elderly lady wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Come, Yunhe, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Lin Yan. Chapter 21. Possessiveness Greetings. Divine Physician Yunhe. Lin Yan curtsied gracefully, her countenance adorned with a polite smile. My mother has spoken of you in her correspondence. Yunhe regarded the woman across from him, his demeanor refined and gentle. She mentioned that your culinary skills are exceptional. She relishes the sweet delicacies you create. Lin Yan smiled softly, expressing her gratitude for the old lady's kind words. You have a little uncle who is somewhat disabled, do you not? Yunhe inquired. Lin Yan nodded yes. He is remarkably talented and intelligent, but unfortunately, he suffered a fall from a cliff in his youth, resulting in a broken leg. Then, I shall pay a visit tomorrow to see him, Yunhe replied with a smile. A surge of joy filled Lin Yan's heart. Her bright, clear black almond-shaped eyes arched in delight, the corners lifting in elation. That would be wonderful. I thank you, divine physician. As the day was growing late, Lin Yan rose to depart. Although old Madame Pei had intended to invite Lin Yan to stay the night, she graciously declined and took her leave. Old Madame Pei and Pei Yunhe watched as Lin Yan boarded her carriage and departed. Yunhe, what are your thoughts on this Miss Lin? Old Madame Pei inquired with a smile. Pei Yunhe returned to the present, acknowledging the challenges she faced while raising her little uncle. Indeed, she is currently preparing to open a tavern in the capital. It is rare for a woman to thrive in such a male-dominated field. She is truly an exceptional individual. Old Madame Pei continued. Not only is she capable, but she is also graceful and beautiful. Her desserts are delightful. I can never have enough of them. The flavors linger on the palate. You must try them when you have the chance. Pei Yunhe chuckled softly. It is my first time witnessing such praise from you. This Miss Lin is truly a commendable young lady, old Madame Pei remarked with a smile. You are not young anymore and are in need of a mistress. Having a woman like her by your side would be advantageous for managing household affairs. Although she has a little uncle, the boy is quite gifted and is preparing for the imperial examinations. I see great potential in him, and should he enter government service one day, it would greatly benefit our Pei family. As Pei Yunhe accompanied old Madame Pei back into the residence, he contemplated that matters of the heart require mutual feelings. Affection cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, the old lady discerned her son held a favorable impression of Lin Yan. She smiled and said, in time, as you attend to that child's leg, you will have ample opportunities to interact. With time, feelings may blossom naturally. Speaking of which, old Madame Pei gently patted Pei Yunhe's hand. You have spent so many years on the mountain, dismissing the introductions of numerous esteemed young ladies. Now that you are maturing, it is time to settle your heart. This Miss Lin is quite remarkable. You must seize this opportunity. Pei Yunhe responded with a soft acknowledgement. On that day, Lu Qingyuan noticed that Lin Yan appeared particularly cheerful. Her footsteps were light, and she hummed a cheerful tune as she walked. Has something delightful occurred? Upon encountering her joyous demeanor, Lu Qingyuan found himself similarly uplifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was a moment of pure delight. Lin Yan smiled brightly, hinting that tomorrow would unveil much. All right, Lu Qingyuan replied with a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. In the early morning, after sharing breakfast with Lin Yan, a knock resonated through the house. Miss Lin, a warm male voice called from outside. Lu Qingyuan's fingers, which had been washing the dishes, momentarily stiffened. He pressed his lips together as Lin Yan cheerfully rose, her steps light as she hurried towards the door. A man, clad in white and carrying a medical box, entered alongside Lin Yan. He possessed an air of refined elegance, akin to a gentle breeze beneath a bright moon, reminiscent of a polished jade. As Lu Qingyuan's gaze met that of Pei Yunhe, an exchange of looks transpired, one warm, the other somewhat piercing. Lin Yan introduced them. This is Lu Qingyuan, my uncle. She continued, Qingyuan, this is the renowned physician, Yunhe, who has come to treat your leg. Lu Qingyuan was aware of Lin Yan's tireless efforts to find a skilled healer for him. He had longed for the restoration of his leg to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. Yet, as the physician stood before him, side by side with Lin Yan, a sense of displeasure stirred within him. He resented the presence of another man in her line of sight. Shall we step inside and assess your leg? Pei Yunhe proposed, his smile radiating warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Of course, Lin Yan eagerly ushered him into the house. Once seated indoors, Lu Qingyuan occupied his wheelchair while Pei Yunhe placed the medical box beside him. Crouching to examine his right leg, Lin Yan stood by, her heart lodged in her throat as she anxiously awaited the physician's assessment. What is the condition of his leg? She inquired. This leg has suffered from necrosis. To remedy it, the fractured bone must be shattered and the necrotic tissue excised. Allowing the bone to realign, Pei Yunhe explained, noting that the process would entail immense suffering. Can we use Ma Fei sand during the treatment? Lin Yan asked, biting her lip. Ma Fei sand only provides temporary relief. Once the anesthetic wears off, the pain will return, Pei Yunhe responded. Lin Yan glanced at Lu Qingyuan with concern. Although such bone surgeries are not overly complex in modern times, they pose significant challenges and risks in an era of limited medical knowledge. I'm not afraid of pain. Lu Qingyuan reassured Lin Yan. As long as this leg can be healed, I can endure any suffering. Very well, we shall commence the realignment today, Pei Yunhe declared, retrieving a packet of Ma Fei sand and an array of sharp instruments from his medical box, laying them out on the cloth. Under the sunlight, the blades gleamed with a cold, silvery light. Lin Yan felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing the surgical instruments. She gazed reassuringly at Lu Qingyuan, saying, I will prepare the anesthetic for you. Before long, a steaming bowl of medicinal concoction was ready. Lin Yan watched as Lu Qingyuan took the medicine. I shall begin, Pei Yunhe announced. Please endure a little longer. Lin Yan found it difficult to watch the ensuing scene. She remained by Lu Qingyuan's side, eyes closed. holding her breath in anticipation. Lu Qingyuan let out a low chuckle. Why are you even more anxious than I am? Lin Yan bit her lip, feeling beads of perspiration form in her palms. In truth, I'm quite nervous as well. The man spoke slowly, lifting his deep, dark gaze to meet hers. Could you hold my hand? It would bring me some comfort. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She extended her hand towards Lu Qingyuan. His long, elegant fingers intertwined with her delicate ones, creating a snug fit without a hint of space between them. Lin Yan felt a tingling sensation in her palms, which made her somewhat uneasy. In the next instant, his fingers forcefully interlaced with hers, locking them together tightly. Lu Qingyuan's thick eyelashes cast shadows over his eyes, concealing the faint smile hidden within. Pei Yun's gaze fell upon their tightly clasped hands, and, for some reason, he sensed something unusual. Doctor, the man spoke deliberately. We may begin. Pei Yunha snapped back to reality, and with a swift motion, the blade met flesh. Lu Qingyuan let out a muffled groan. Lin Yan felt his grip on her fingers tighten, each bone straining under the pressure. Despite having taken the anesthetic, it merely dulled the pain. The long misaligned bones were being shattered and the necrotic tissue excised with a sharp knife. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him. His body tensed as he bit his lip in silence, his chiseled face paling, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat forming. The knuckles intertwined with her slender fingers turned an extreme shade of blue. The bones in the back of his pale hand seemed on the verge of breaking through the skin. Lin Yan looked at him with concern. He must be suffering greatly. Noticing his body trembling, she bent down, squatting in front of him, pressing one hand against his leg while raising her dark, glistening eyes to meet his. Qingyuan, hold on, she whispered gently. Lu Qingyuan's deep gaze gradually fell upon the woman crouched before him. Her dark, clear almond eyes were fixed on him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of worry. Her soft, petal-like lips pressed tightly together, and her fair fingers resting on his knee. They were in close proximity, and her gentle breath was distinctly audible. In the face of such intense pain, her tender voice was like a spring breeze whispering in his ear. Qingyuan, do not be afraid. Qingyuan, just a little longer. Qingyuan, it will soon be over. She comforted him as one would soothe a child. In the depths of Lu Qingyuan's heart, a delicate sweetness stirred as the agonizing tension in his muscles began to ease. It was as though all his pain had vanished, shielded from his consciousness. He found himself surprisingly untroubled by discomfort. He was no longer the child who required her gentle coaxing. It mattered not. He would gradually alter her perception of him. 2 hours later, Pei Yunha had successfully bandaged Lu Qingyuan's leg wound and proceeded with acupuncture as per the prescribed treatment. With the medication I had recommended, his leg would slowly regain its strength. Thank you, esteemed physician, Lin Yan exclaimed, her heart lightened, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. Esteemed physician, please wait for me a moment. With that, Lin Yan hurried into the adjoining room. Pei Yunha meticulously cleaned the blood from his instruments and glanced at Lu Qingyuan, who sat in a wheelchair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your sister-in-law cares for you deeply. Despite his chiseled features appearing somewhat pale, with dark strands of hair tousled at his forehead, his handsome visage bore a more enchanting beauty. He slowly lifted his dark, tranquil eyes and gazed intently at Pei Yunha. She is not my sister-in-law. Pei Yunha stood momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yan emerged from the room, presenting a finely crafted box to Pei Yunha. Esteemed physician, inside this box are 300 taels in silver notes. Please accept it. There's no need for such formality, Pei Yunha replied, gently pushing the box back towards Lin Yan. My mother and Miss Lin share a bond. She greatly enjoys the sweet treats you make and specifically instructed me not to accept any consultation fees. That is too generous of you, Lin Yan said, astonished. From now on, I will regularly come here for acupuncture, Pei Yunha continued, his expression warm and gentle. It would suffice if Miss Lin occasionally prepared some food for my mother. But the snacks I make are hardly worth much, Lin Yan protested, feeling as though she were taking advantage of him. Yet my mother cherishes them. She has long suffered from a poor appetite. and it is only after enjoying your delicacies that her appetite has improved, bringing her renewed vitality. Pei Yunha smiled. This is beyond mere monetary value. Therefore, Miss Lin should not feel indebted in any way. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan suggested, in the future, the esteemed physician and the old madam may dine at the tavern at no cost for life. That would be too much to accept. Pei Yunha chuckled lightly. Miss Lin, from now on, you may simply call me by my name. Very well, young Master Pei, I shall escort you. Lin Yan began to rise to see him off. Observing this scene, Lu Qingyuan's hand resting on the armrest of the wheelchair tightened slightly. His jawline tensed as he turned the wheelchair and interjected, Allow me to see Mr. Pei off. Your leg. Lin Yan expressed her concern. Not a problem, Lu Qingyuan assured her, as his long fingers maneuvered the wheelchair, accompanying Pei Yunha towards the door. As two men, he naturally sensed the concealed intentions of Pei Yunha. Yet Lin Yan was his. He would not permit anyone to seize an opportunity. Pei Yunha had intended to linger a while longer with Lin Yan, but seeing that Lu Qingyuan was to escort him, he could only acquiesce. On the road, Pei Yunha gently imparted certain dietary precautions. Upon reaching the entrance, he gazed at the young man in a wheelchair, adorned in dark garments, whose demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance. With a smile, he remarked, Miss Lin has been your steadfast companion all these years. It has not been easy. Lu Qingyuan's thin lips curved into a faint smile, his ink-black eyes fixated on Pei Yunha with a weighty intensity. And with a voice imbued with authority, he replied, Indeed, our bond is incomparable to that of others. Pei Yunha sensed an underlying meaning in his words and smiled. Now that you are of age, has Miss Lin considered remarriage? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere around Lu Qingyuan grew suddenly tense and frigid. His eyes, deep as a cold pond, flashed with a glimmer of chilling ire, yet he concealed the emotions lurking beneath. His sensual lips formed a slight arc. There is no need for Mr. Pei to concern himself with that. Years of close companionship had subtly altered Lu Qingyuan's feelings for Lin Yan. Human nature is inherently greedy. In his youth, his desires were simple: to be well-fed and warmly clothed, to avoid hunger and cold, to savor a bowl of rice each day, and to indulge in a steaming bun at least once a week. As time progressed, he yearned for Lin Yan to remain by his side, always akin to family. Yet, as he matured, mere companionship no longer sufficed. He wished for Lin Yan's sole attention to be directed towards him, for her joys and sorrows to be intertwined only with his own. Unbeknownst to him, a base possessiveness for Lin Yan had begun to take root in his heart. Now, he desired her exclusively for himself. He yearned not only for her presence, but for her heart as well. Chapter 22. The Private Room. Pei Yunha regained his senses, realizing that it was somewhat inappropriate to inquire about marriage after merely meeting Lin Yan. With a hint of apology in his smile, he said, I beg your pardon. I have overstepped. The day is drawing to a close. Mr. Pei should return early. Lu Qingyuan spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Very well. Pei Yunha boarded his carriage and departed. After watching him leave, Lu Qingyuan's ink-black eyes turned icy, their depths shrouded in darkness. Qingyuan, what did you discuss with Mr. Pei just now? Lin Yan emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly washed vegetables and neatly cut plates of raw meat to place on the table. At that moment, an iron pot sat atop a small charcoal brazier. Its base ignited, warming the pot. The broth within had reached a boil. Divided into two sections, one side contained a clear soup with red dates, goji berries, ginger slices, and shiitake mushrooms. The other side shimmered with a red oil, indicating its spicy nature. Mr. Pei mentioned a few precautions. Lu Qingyuan replied, his long fingers deftly maneuvering the wheelchair to the dining table. What is this? This is called hot pot, Lin Yan said with a gentle smile, arranging the bowls and chopsticks, adding her specially prepared dipping sauce to each bowl. To be precise, this is Inyang pot, she continued. The left side is the clear broth, and the right side is spicy. Your wound has yet to heal, so you should eat the clear soup while I indulge in the spicier side. As she spoke, Lin Yan sliced the fresh meat and placed it into the two sections of the pot, followed by potato slices, sweet potato slices, and vegetables. Yin Yang but. Lu Qingyuan murmured softly, his voice a tender whisper, I quite like it. Do give it a taste, Lin Yan encouraged. Scooping out a piece of meat once it had changed color and placing it before Lu Qingyuan. With his elegant, jade-like fingers, Lu Qingyuan picked up a piece of cooked beef with his chopsticks, dipped it into the sauce, and brought it to his lips. The flavor is delightful. Your skills are remarkable. You always manage to create exquisite and delectable dishes. I'm glad you enjoy it, Lin Yan replied, seated across from him with a gentle smile. I plan to promote this hot pot on the very first day of the restaurant's opening. What do you think? After all, hot pot has yet to make its debut in this era. She would be the pioneer of hot pot dining in the capital. Excellent, Lu Qingyuan said, offering her a piece of beef with his chopsticks. You seem to have lost weight lately. Do eat more. Indeed, Lin Yan thought of the prospects of earning a fortune with the restaurant, feeling invigorated. The Rui restaurant has officially opened its doors. This marked Lin Yan's first establishment in the capital, staffed with carefully selected waiters and assistants. Standing at the entrance, she struck a gong and announced, "The Rui restaurant is now open. Do not miss out as you pass by." With the new establishment, they introduced a signature dish, the Inyang hot pot, available today at a special price of merely 66 coins. Lin Yan beamed with delight. Inyang hot pot? What on earth is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Come, let us go inside and take a look. A throng of customers began to enter the restaurant, drawn by the illustrious reputation of the Mandarin duck hot pot. A considerable number of patrons flocked to the Rui restaurant today. On its inaugural day, the establishment was bustling with activity, every seat occupied, and business thriving splendidly. Departing guests left with radiant smiles, thoroughly satisfied with their experience. The Mandarin duck hot pot was indeed remarkable, delicious. The spicy flavors, paired with a little wine, created an exquisite taste. The meat was tender, and the ingredients were of excellent quality. This restaurant truly excels. After such a hearty meal, I perspired profusely, feeling utterly invigorated. The patrons were seen leaving, holding their bellies in delight. Not far away, Boss Zhao of the neighboring restaurant observed this scene with a grim expression. "Boss, our business on this street has been completely snatched away by Rui restaurant," remarked the waiter, furrowing his brow. Before Rui's opening, the nearby streets thrived under the auspices of their own Xiangman. Yet on its very first day, Rui had already claimed such a significant share of the market. Customers were conspicuously absent from Xiangman. Boss Zhao's countenance darkened. She was merely a country woman, yet she had the audacity to venture into the capital and compete for business with men. "What shall we do now?" the waiter inquired, his brow still knitted. "She is but an ignorant woman." Boss Zhao waved her hand dismissively, and the waiter quickly approached. Boss Zhao whispered a few words in his ear, and he instantly understood. "Go ahead," she commanded with a wave of her hand. "Yes." The waiter promptly departed. Lin Yan returned to her shop after a long day, calculating the profits from the day. On this opening day, they had earned a substantial 30 taels of silver. With time, this accumulation would surely lead to increasingly prosperous business. Lin Yan secured all the money in the safe, took the key, and prepared to leave. With some funds now at her disposal, Lin Yan reflected on how Lu Qingyuan had grown up and considering the distinction between their genders. It was time to procure a maid to attend to him. With this thought, Lin Yan strolled through the market. There, she encountered several young girls who had been sold into servitude to support their families or were sold to affluent households as maids. Among them, she discovered a fair, somewhat plump girl. At that moment, the girl was being dragged by her own father, who was intent on selling her to a brothel, and she wept bitterly. "What is your name?" Lin Yan inquired gently. "My name is Chun Tao," the girl replied, wiping the tears from her face, her voice quivering. After learning about her family circumstances, Lin Yan deemed them acceptable and purchased her for the modest sum of 1 tael of silver. "Thank you, madam, for your immense kindness," Chun Tao exclaimed, weeping as she knelt before Lin Yan. "From this day forth, I shall serve you diligently." "You need not serve me," Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "I have a young master at home. He is gentle in nature and possesses a fine temperament. He is a most agreeable person. Once you meet him, you will understand." "Yes, yes." Chun Tao dried her tears and accompanied Lin Yan to the carriage. Initially, she had believed that being bought as a maid meant she would have to tread carefully and be subservient constantly attuned to her master's mood. However, during their journey, she discovered that Lin Yan was exceedingly gentle and amiable, exhibiting none of the airs of a typical mistress. Upon learning that Lin Yan was opening a restaurant, she felt an increasing admiration for her. As a woman, Lin Yan truly served as a role model. Unlike herself, who could not even govern her own fate. Your task is to assist Cheng Yuan with his medication daily. Lin Yan handed her a piece of osmanthus cake, smiling as she instructed her to serve closely. Chun Tao nodded in acknowledgement. When Lin Yan introduced Chun Tao to Lu Cheng Yuan in person, Chun Tao was momentarily frozen in place, utterly captivated. The man before her, clad in a deep azure robe, sat gracefully in a wheelchair, with deep-set brows, a well-defined nose, and alluring lips. His striking features were astonishingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility, akin to a young gentleman from a prestigious family. How could there exist such a remarkably handsome young man in this world? The thought of serving such a charming gentleman made Chun Tao blush quietly. With the lady managing the restaurant and being of solid means, along with her amiable nature, and the gentleman being so extraordinarily attractive, like a figure from a painting. If only she could catch his eye and be taken as his concubine. Her future days would be secure. If luck favored her and she became his beloved, it would mean a lifetime free from worries of sustenance and wealth. This path was undoubtedly preferable to being sold into a brothel. Lu Cheng Yuan cast a glance at Chun Tao, then turned his gaze to Lin Yan, inquiring about her. Her name is Chun Tao, Lin Yan replied with a smile. She is my personal maid whom I bought to serve you. Given that Cheng Yuan's leg required daily dressing, and she was preoccupied with managing the restaurant, it was indeed necessary to have someone to assist. I do not require assistance. Lu Cheng Yuan replied, his hand resting on the wheelchair, tightening slightly. Lin Yan was often busy with the restaurant, leaving them little time together. He was even less inclined to allow someone else to intrude upon their moments. Upon hearing this, Chun Tao quickly knelt on the ground, looking up at Lu Cheng Yuan with urgency. My lord, I can prepare ink and paper. I am capable of caring for others. I can do anything. Please allow me to stay. Lin Yan helped Chun Tao to her feet, letting out a sigh. Cheng Yuan, Chun Tao is a diligent girl. Let her stay. She will take good care of you. Lu Cheng Yuan pressed his alluring lips together, wanted to say more, but Lin Yan had already risen to leave. Aware of how exhausted she had been lately, he reluctantly buried the words he wished to voice deep within. In the evening, Chun Tao approached Lu Cheng Yuan's room with a medicinal ointment in hand. My lord, it is time for your dressing, she announced. With small, tentative steps, she moved to the front of the gentleman's wheelchair, half squatting as she bravely began to unfasten his pant leg. Lu Cheng Yuan lowered his gaze, his dark, cold eyes glancing at her. Such scrutiny made Chun Tao increasingly nervous, her scalp tingling. Carefully, she unfastened his pant leg and applied the ointment to his right leg, meticulously bandaging it afterward. She knelt partially on the ground, raising her round, glistening eyes, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. My lord, it is late. Allow me to serve you. As she spoke, her delicate hand fell upon the man's belt, gently tugging at it. In an instant, his gaze turned icy, filled with disdain. He swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair backward, exclaiming, What are you doing? Spring Peach was taken aback, her face paling, yet she continued to look at him with seductive eyes. My lord, I have fallen for you at first sight. My heart belongs to you. With tears glistening in her eyes, she softly implored, My lord, I genuinely wish to serve you. If only you would take me as your concubine. Get out. The man's eyes were filled with a fierce coldness, a frost gathering within their depths. Spring Peach bit her lip, feeling humiliated. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and hurriedly fled. As the door closed behind her, Lu Cheng Yuan's heart remained shrouded in anger. She loves him? Does she even deserve that? From the very beginning, he had desired only Lin Yan. No one else would suffice. The following morning, Lin Yan noticed that Spring Peach's eyes were swollen and red, clearly having cried. Spring Peach, what is the matter? Lin Yan asked gently. It's nothing, Spring Peach replied, her gaze downcast as she continued tidying the courtyard. You can share with me. It's all right. What happened last night? Lin Yan comforted her. The master does not favor me, Spring Peach whispered, her voice trembling. I can no longer stay by his side. I offer myself twice. It was rejected both times. The cold disdain in his eyes chills me to the bone, leaving me utterly humiliated. I no longer wish to serve him. Madam, I am willing to do anything, whether it be chopping wood or sweeping the floor. Could you perhaps assign me some tasks? I dare not appear before the master again. Spring Peach wept as she wiped her tears. Lin Yan sighed, contemplating, what has Lu Qingyuan done to frighten her so? With a resigned breath, she said, very well. You may stay by my side and assist me. Thank you, madam, Spring Peach replied, gratefully nodding. Initially, Lu Qingyuan believed that Spring Peach would retreat in the face of adversity and cease to be an eyesore in his presence. Yet he soon realized he was mistaken. In the early morning, Spring Peach remained in Lin Yan's room, helping her with her grooming, cheerfully styling her hair and adorning her with hairpins. Madam, your beauty surpasses that of flowers, she remarked. Lin Yan smiled at her reflection in the mirror, her lips curving into a soft laugh. You have a sweet tongue. As they stood together, chatting and laughing, they appeared less like mistress and servant and more like sisters. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyuan tightened his grip on the wheelchair's handrail, feeling a surge of jealousy. She had never smiled at him in such a manner, nor had she ever shown him such affection. Yet, she was so warm with a maid she had only known for a short time. This sight stirred deep feelings of envy within him. Furthermore, Spring Peach accompanied Lin Yan on shopping excursions, the two of them purchasing numerous garments, jewelry, and delicacies together. Lin Yan would always have Spring Peach taste each dish she prepared. Since Spring Peach's arrival, they had become inseparable companions. Yet, in an imperceptible manner, he drifted further away from Lin Yan. Observing the intimate interaction between the two, Lu Qingyuan's handsome visage was shrouded in shadows, his eyes reflecting a profound desolation and loss. He harbored a fervent desire to confine her, ensuring that throughout her life she would behold only him, that her heart and gaze would be exclusively reserved for him. As Lu Qingyuan watched Chun Tao nestled against Lin Yan, a base sense of possessiveness surged within him, igniting a frenzy of jealousy. In the following days, Chun Tao discerned the growing chill in Lu Qingyuan's gaze, which seemed capable of consuming her. Overwhelmed with trepidation, she sought to evade him, feeling as if she were the target of a venomous serpent, her scalp prickling and her entire being engulfed in an uncomfortable coldness. During this time, Lin Yan was preoccupied with the operations of the tavern. However, one day, she noticed a kitchen worker behaving furtively, covertly scooping a generous spoonful of dipping sauce into a clean bucket. What are you doing? Lin Yan inquired coldly. The worker, taken aback, hastily concealed the spoon and bucket behind him, stammering, I wasn't doing anything. I witnessed it all. Do you not acknowledge your actions? Lin Yan responded icily. I offer you a chance for honesty. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities. Upon hearing this, the worker's eyes widened in fear. His complexion drained of color, as he promptly knelt in supplication, Madam, please do not report me. I was momentarily misguided. I implore you to show me mercy just this once. Chapter 23. Jealousy. Upon inquiring, Lin Yan learned that this attendant had recently become a father, but his newborn son was suffering from tuberculosis. Their impoverished condition left them unable to afford the necessary treatment, which led the proprietor of Xiangman Pavilion to corrupt him into stealing recipes from her establishment. How much silver do you still need for your son? Lin Yan asked. The attendant knelt, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. 5 taels. Lin Yan retrieved 5 taels of silver from her bosom and handed it to him. Take this. The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected such kindness from his employer, leaving him momentarily at a loss. But my boss, Did the owner of Xiangman Pavilion not instruct you to steal the recipes? Lin Yan smiled, a hint of mischief on her lips as she took out paper and pen, writing down a recipe before passing it to him. Deliver this to them. From now on, take your wife and child and leave. Once the owner of Xiangman Pavilion realizes he has been deceived, he will not let you off easily. Therefore, fleeing with your family is your best option. The attendant nodded, tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly bowed to Lin Yan. Thank you, esteemed boss. I can never repay your kindness in this life. In the next, I shall serve you as an ox or a horse. Very well, go, Lin Yan replied, watching him depart. The dishes in the tavern could not be limited to hot pot alone. Lin Yan contemplated the need to develop new culinary offerings. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when Pei Yunhe would come to administer acupuncture to Lu Qingyuan. Observing Lu Qingyuan's gradual recovery lifted Lin Yan's spirits slightly, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite face. Yet, this smile struck Lu Qingyuan as painfully bright. Did she truly find such joy in seeing Pei Yunhe? Was her happiness so easily kindled by his presence? During these days, she smiled at both Chun Tao and Pei Yunhe, but with him, she remained distant and cold, maintaining an emotional barrier that had not existed in their youth. All of this rendered Lu Qingyuan's blood run cold. His gaze lowered, concealing the hint of jealousy that flushed his eyes. As Pei Yunhe continued his acupuncture treatment, Lin Yan stood by, awaiting the results. An hour later, Pei Yunhe withdrew the long needles from their intricate arrangement. "Qingyuan, how do you feel?" Lin Yan's round, expressive eyes filled with concern as she asked. "Is your leg feeling any better?" The tumultuous jealousy within Lu Qingyuan subsided somewhat due to her attention. "I have a bit of sensation now." He wished his leg would not recover too swiftly, so she would continue to worry for him, keeping her gaze upon him. However, if his leg did not heal quickly, Pei Yunhe would visit frequently, and he would have to witness their cheerful exchanges, igniting a tempest of greed within him. The beast that had long lain dormant in his heart threatened to break free from its shackles. But he must resist. He could not frighten her. He had to proceed with caution. "That's good," Lin Yan exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Pei Yunhe. "Thank you, Master Pei. Your medical skills are indeed extraordinary." After one more treatment, young Master Lu will be fully recovered, Pei Yunhe remarked with a warm smile as he put away his tools. "During this time, you could try to stand and take a few steps." "Thank you, young Master Pei," Lin Yan replied, her exquisite face radiant with joy. Her eyes twinkled as she continued. "It is getting late. Why not stay for dinner?" Lu Qingyuan's palm tightened subtly beneath his sleeve, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "Young Master Pei is so busy. He likely has no time." "That sounds lovely," Pei Yunhe responded with a nod. Their gazes met in the air, a silent exchange of understanding. Not far away, Chun Tao observed the scene quietly. She couldn't shake the feeling that young Master Lu was somewhat antagonistic towards young Master Pei. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she noticed that whenever someone approached the lady, young Master Lu's gaze turned icy, as if she were his sole possession. The thought struck her with a jolt of alarm. Surely not. She hoped her suspicions were unfounded. Pei Yunhe stayed for dinner. Lin Yan personally took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish spread. The table was laden with beef and lamb hot pot, spicy crayfish, beggar's chicken, braised fish, and glutinous rice balls in sweet soup. Pei Yunhe's appetite was piqued by the feast before him. "No wonder my mother loves the dishes prepared by Miss Lin. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." With a smile, Lin Yan picked up a pair of serving chopsticks and offered him a portion of spicy crayfish. "Young Master Pei, do try this dish and see if it suits your palate." Pei Yunhe gazed at the vibrant red crayfish, frowning slightly. "This creature, I've seen it in the fields during my travels. Is it truly edible?" "Absolutely," Lin Yan replied with a playful smile. She donned a pair of handmade gloves, grasped the crayfish by its tail, and with a firm pull, revealed the tender meat inside. With just a tug, you can expose the meat, and it's ready to eat. In this era, crayfish were regarded as pests in the fields, and no one had discovered their culinary potential. Now, she had uncovered a lucrative opportunity. Spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, and savory crayfish would become the new offerings at her tavern. Imitating Lin Yan, Pei Yunhe extracted a piece of crayfish meat and brought it to his lips. It was indeed delightful, flavorful, and tender. "I'm glad you like it," Lin Yan chuckled lightly. With so many crayfish in the fields, she could source them affordably from farmers. She believed her crayfish dishes would become a sensation in the capital. Lu Qingyuan watched the two of them laughing and conversing, his expression darkening as his grip on the chopsticks tightened. Snap! The chopsticks broke in his hand, and blood seeped from the palm of his long, elegant fingers. "Qingyuan," Lin Yan snapped back to reality, noticing the broken chopsticks had pierced his palm. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in concern as she hurried to his side. "Your hand, what happened?" "I'm not quite sure," he replied, as her gaze returned to him. The overwhelming tide of jealousy that had been suppressed within Lu Qingyuan began to dissipate slightly. His dark eyes looked at her with an innocent expression, perhaps attributing the mishap to the poor quality of the chopsticks. "Wait a moment. I shall tend to your wound," he said. Lin Yan swiftly extracted the chopstick embedded in his palm, and upon seeing his bleeding hand, she hurried to fetch some cotton cloth for bandaging. Bending down, she half squatted in front of his wheelchair, her delicate fingers diligently wrapping his injury with care. The proximity between them was so intimate that their breaths nearly intertwined. Her voice was gentle and soft as she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" After carefully dressing his wound, she tied a beautiful bow atop the bandage. Raising her dark, silky eyes, she gazed at him with concern. In her clear, reflective eyes, his solitary figure was wholly mirrored. Chapter 24. His methods. Lu Qingyuan's prominent atoms apple rolled silently, and his alluringly thin lips formed a delicate arc, indicating he felt much better. "That's good. Just be cautious while eating from now on." Lin Yan sighed in relief. "You still need those hands for writing. However, this is partly my fault. I shall purchase a set of quality chopsticks in the future." At this moment, for reasons unknown, Pei Yunhe felt an unusual sensation stir within him. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the rapport between Lu Qingyuan and Lin Yan resembled something rather different from that of an uncle and niece. After dinner, dusk enveloped the surroundings, painting the sky with the hues of a setting sun. Lin Yan saw Pei Yunhe off and, upon her return, found the man seated in a wheelchair, waiting for her behind. "Qingyuan, the exams are approaching, but there's no need for undue anxiety. Just maintain a calm disposition," she reassured him as she walked to his side and began to push his wheelchair towards his room. At that moment, however, the young man raised his hand, his long, jade-like fingers resting gently on the back of Lin Yan's delicate hand. Instantly, warmth enveloped her slender hand, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. She instinctively curled her fingers slightly. "Young Master Pei suggested I should try to walk more." He spoke in a low, husky voice, his deep gaze locking on her dark, soft brows and eyes. "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Of course." Lin Yan approached the wheelchair, positioning herself beside the man and extending her soft, slender hand towards him. Her fingers were delicate and fair, resembling tender green onions, and her nails were painted with a subtle daffodil hue, strikingly beautiful. This hand was a flawless creation, akin to a work of art. As he grasped her soft hand, Lu Qingyuan felt a surge of indescribable excitement well up within him, as if every drop of blood in his body ignited at that moment. He fought to suppress the warmth surging through him, holding her delicate hand as he gradually rose to his feet. With careful steps, he began to walk forward, Lin Yan faithfully accompanying him at his side. Yet, in that instant, Lu Qingyuan's legs seemed to falter, his balance wavering. "Be careful." Lin Yan quickly reached out to support him. In an instant, Lu Qingyuan tumbled into her soft embrace, his long, powerful arms encircling her impossibly slim waist. The faint floral scent emanating from her lingered around him, and her dark strands of hair brushed gently against his nose. Her waist felt soft and slender, akin to delicate tofu, as though it could be easily broken with the slightest pressure. That pliable form could effortlessly bend into various graceful arcs. Lu Qingyuan battled fiercely against the greedy thoughts rising within him. "Qingyuan, are you all right?" The woman's crystal-clear almond eyes brimmed with concern, reflecting only him in their depths. "I'm sorry, my leg cramped up just now, and I lost my balance," Lu Qingyuan replied innocently, meeting her overly clear gaze with a sense of disdain for his own baseness. He truly felt like a beast. "It's all right. Take your time. No need to rush." Lin Yan gently pushed him away, urging him to rest well as the night had grown late. Lu Qingyuan gazed at the emptiness of his embrace, feeling a tinge of regret, and nodded in acquiescence. That night, Lin Yan slept soundly, unaware that in the adjacent room, Lu Qingyuan had already entertained countless impure thoughts about her. As night deepened, Chun Tao arose in the middle of the night to relieve herself. Passing by Lu Qingyuan's room, she was startled by the sound of muffled, fervent murmurs emanating from within. "Yandere." The man's voice was urgent and breathless, accompanied by other unusual sounds. Yandere? Is that not the lady's name? Chun Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Master Lu was preoccupied with the lady. But did the lady know of this? A chill ran down Chun Tao's spine as she quietly slipped away. The following day, as Lin Yan traveled by carriage past the fragrant pavilion, she observed a bustling scene at its entrance where numerous diners had gathered in uproar. Compensation. The unscrupulous merchant must pay. The crowd was indignant. Lin Yan delicately lifted the carriage curtain to witness the commotion outside. Many diners who had indulged in the hot pot at the fragrant pavilion were now afflicted with severe illness. This assembly of patrons had united to demand accountability from the establishment's owner. They truly deserved it. Chun Tao chuckled nearby, remarking that they had attempted to steal their recipe, and now faced the consequences. Let us see if they dare to do so again. Lin Yan lowered the curtain with a smile, hoping the errant staff member would evade capture by the fragrant pavilion's owner and flee with his family. In stark contrast to the fragrant pavilion's debacle, the business at the Rui restaurant thrived splendidly. Today, Lin Yan introduced new delicacies: spicy crawfish, mala crawfish, and garlic crawfish. These three flavors were entirely novel to the patrons. Additionally, she unveiled refreshing spring beverages: lemon sparkling water, peach fruit tea, and fresh fruit infusion tea. In the ancient era, such fruit teas were unheard of. Lin Yan's offerings were a delightful novelty for all. Many diners, intrigued, opted to try the crawfish, while children eagerly ordered the fruit teas. Over the course of 2 days, the crawfish and fruit teas at Rui restaurant became wildly popular, with patrons lining up daily in eager anticipation. Even some noble women and daughters of officials in the capital fell in love with the fruit tea, sending their personal maids or attendants to queue for purchases. The business at Rui restaurant flourished like never before. Meanwhile, at the fragrant pavilion, the owner was informed, "Boss, that staff member, has absconded with the money." The subordinate reported to Boss Zhao that since the day they provided the recipe, he had vanished with his wife and children under the cover of night. "Scoundrel!" Boss Zhao seethed, his face turning ashen, and he smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. In an instant, the cup shattered into pieces, scattering tea everywhere. Having spent a lifetime training eagles, it is ironic that he now finds himself pecked in the eye by one. Boss Zhao squinted, his expression dark, revealing that I had underestimated Mr. Lin of the Rui restaurant. Currently, the establishment was thriving. His subordinates, steeling themselves, spoke hesitantly, regardless of her cleverness. She remained merely a frail woman. "She is a commoner," Boss Zhao scoffed. "This is the very heart of the imperial city. How could a commoner possibly contend with a government official? It seems I have been too lenient with Mr. Lin." With a grim countenance, Boss Zhao declared that he would soon demonstrate his methods to her. Few dared to toy with him in these years. "Lin Yan, you shall await your reckoning." Meanwhile, the restaurant flourished, and Lin Yan was in high spirits as she prepared a selection of the establishment's signature dishes to deliver to the esteemed matriarch, Mrs. Pei. As the old lady savored a bowl of fruit tea, her face beamed with delight. "Yandere, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. How fortunate it would be to savor your creations every day. If you enjoy them, dear madam, I shall ensure you receive them daily." Lin Yan replied with a light-hearted smile. "Yandere," the matriarch inquired with a smile, "what are your thoughts on my son, Yanhe?" Chapter 25. Confession. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. Young Master Pei Yunhe possesses remarkable medical skills, adeptly healing Chung Yuan's leg. He is truly a commendable individual, and I am sincerely grateful. At that moment, Pei Yunhe stood elegantly beneath the eaves outside, quietly listening. "Indeed, my son is quite exceptional," remarked old Madame Pei, grasping Lin Yan's hand with heartfelt sincerity. "This child has always been kind-hearted. Whenever he encounters beggars on the street, he generously offers them money. Even when he sees a stray dog, he makes sure to feed it." She continued, "In our backyard, we care for a multitude of kittens, all of whom were once on the brink of starvation or freezing. All these cats were rescued by Yunhe," said Madame Pei, "and, as a result, their number continues to grow. He even built little shelters for them." "Young Master Pei is indeed a compassionate soul," Lin Yan remarked with a smile. "And throughout these years, my son has maintained a clean and virtuous reputation, with no women around him, old Madame Pei added with a smile. Countless noble ladies have admired Yunhe, but alas, he has spent most of his time traveling the mountains and practicing medicine, showing little interest in them. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. The old lady continued. Now that Yunhe's heart has settled, it is indeed time for him to find a wife and settle down. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yan. Your Honor, I believe you would be a splendid match for our Yunhe. Have you considered him? Outside the door, Yunhe clenched his hand slightly at the cuff of his sleeve, instinctively holding his breath in anticipation. Well, Lin Yan had not expected old Madame Pei to act as a matchmaker. She smiled faintly. Matters of the heart require mutual affection. You must inquire about young Master Pei's feelings. What I speak of is indeed Yunhe's sentiment, old Madame Pei replied, gently caressing Lin Yan's hand. If Yunhe were not interested in you, would I dare to broach this subject? But I am a widow, Lin Yan confessed, surprised to learn of Pei Yunhe's feelings, especially considering that in ancient times, widows faced great challenges in remarrying. Yet what of it? Your husband perished shortly after your marriage, sacrificing his life on the battlefield. In essence, you were never truly married. It was merely a formality, the old lady replied with a smile. However, I am believed to bring misfortune to my husband. My reputation is undoubtedly tarnished, Lin Yan gently declined. Young Master Yunhe is noble and unblemished. How could I tarnish his name? How can you belittle yourself so? Old Madame Pei's expression turned serious. Our family does not adhere to such superstitions. You are beautiful, cultured, capable, and skilled, managing such a large establishment with a kind heart and resilient character. Any man fortunate enough to marry you would be exceedingly blessed. At that moment, Pei Yunhe stepped into the room, dressed in white, his garments flowing gracefully as he moved. From a distance, he appeared noble and ethereal, akin to a crane among the trees, handsome and transcendent. Young Master Pei, Lin Yan felt a wave of unease upon seeing him. I have heard all that was said just now. Pei Yunhe gazed at Lin Yan with gentle eyes, his voice soft and soothing. Lin Yan felt an increasing sense of awkwardness. Young Master Pei, she bit her rosy lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Miss Lin, what my mother expressed also reflects my feelings, he said, his warm gaze fixed upon her. In truth, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was captivated. Lin Yan stared at him in astonishment. Was this a confession? So direct? Yet, she found herself at a loss for a response. She had always regarded Pei Yunhe as a divine healer, entirely unprepared for such sentiments. Miss Lin, you are an exceptionally wonderful woman. I admire your kindness and gentleness, and I appreciate your resilience, he continued, his deep gaze unwavering. You perfectly embody my expectations for a partner. To have a woman like you as my wife would be an immense fortune. Lin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. How was she to respond to this? Wasn't it said that people in ancient times were more reserved? This was far too forthright. Young Master Pei, I am truly grateful for your kindness, she said, biting her lip again. However, I'm a widow with a younger brother to care for. You are more suited to those from esteemed families. You are wonderful. Do not belittle yourself, Pei Yunhe interjected, furrowing his brow. To me, you are the finest woman in the world. Matters of the heart should be mutual. Even if the other party were a noble princess, I would not be swayed. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, a warm feeling blossoming within her. Nearby, the elderly Lady Pei observed the scene with a smile, her lips curling into a knowing grin. The pair seemed increasingly suited for each other. If they were to unite, she would gain not only a remarkable daughter-in-law, but also the joy of seeing Lin Yan daily, perhaps even savoring the delightful meals she prepared. It was a dream come true. Lady Pei longed to hasten the proposal, to bring Lin Yan into their family without delay. Miss Lin, please do not feel pressured, Pei Yunhe said gently. Today, I merely wish to convey my feelings to you, to help you understand my heart. I do not seek a definitive outcome. Lin Yan sighed in relief. If you do not find me disagreeable, may I ask for your continued companionship and my admiration? He inquired, his voice tender, his warm eyes filled with affection. Such a gaze made it difficult for Lin Yan to refuse. She nodded in acquiescence, unable to articulate a rejection. Given her age, it was indeed time for marriage in this era. She had no intention of living a solitary life, waiting for Lu Qingyuan to achieve success. She envisioned running her in, finding someone to marry, and leading a simple yet warm life filled with joy. Upon hearing her thoughts, Pei Yunhe's lips curved into a smile, his demeanor growing even gentler. "Thank you, Miss Lin." Lin Yan, smiling back, replied, "What do you thank me for?" "Thank you for not rejecting me." Pei Yunhe's lips curled into a smile. "Grateful for your willingness to let me remain by your side. Moving forward, I shall unveil my heartfelt intentions towards you." Pei Yunhe remarked, "I believe that time reveals a person's true heart." "Indeed," Lin Yan responded with a gentle smile. As Pei Yunhe escorted Lin Yan home, upon their arrival, Lu Qingyuan stood waiting at the entrance. "Miss Lin, please be cautious," Pei Yunhe advised, disembarking from the carriage first. As Lin Yan alighted, he extended his hand, rising to assist her. Chapter 26. So well-behaved. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qingyuan's handsome visage suddenly turned cold, his dark eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions. He swiftly advanced, pushing aside Pei Yunhe. Taken by surprise, Pei Yunhe stumbled to the side, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan extended his long, elegant fingers toward Lin Yan, cautioning her gently, "Be careful not to miss your step." However, Lin Yan did not place her hand in his palm. Instead, it rested on his arm. As she gracefully descended from the carriage while holding up her powder-pink skirt, her gaze remained fixed on Pei Yunhe. "Are you all right, Mr. Pei?" A surge of anguish gripped Lu Qingyuan's heart, as if it were tightly clenched by a powerful hand, leaving him breathless. Did she not see him standing right before her? Why was her attention so steadfastly directed toward another man? Did Pei Yunhe hold such significance for her? Not at all. Pei Yunhe replied, brushing off his sleeve with a nonchalant air, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. "Qingyuan, how could you be so reckless?" Lin Yan frowned, her dark almond eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. Lu Qingyuan felt a bitter ache in his heart. She had scolded him for the sake of another man. In the past, she had shown him such tenderness, never once revealing dissatisfaction toward him. The accumulating emotions of heartache and resentment chilled his very blood. In that moment, countless methods of eliminating Pei Yunhe flashed through his mind. With his lashes casting shadows over his eyes, he lowered his gaze, concealing the wrath roiling within. "It was my fault. I merely intended to assist you from the carriage and inadvertently bumped into Mr. Pei." He then lifted his dark eyes to meet Lin Yan's. His expression innocent, the corners slightly reddened, resembling a puppy chastised by its owner. Lin Yan's heart softened instantly. Had she been too harsh with him? "It's all right. Qingyuan didn't mean it." Pei Yunhe chuckled lightly. "Mr. Pei, it is getting late. You should head back," Lu Qingyuan interjected, a smile gracing his lips. Yet a frosty undertone lurked beneath. Pei Yunhe realized that Lu Qingyuan harbored an aversion toward him. Initially uncertain, he had gradually discerned an inexplicable animosity directed at him from Lu Qingyuan. Yet, the source of this enmity eluded Pei Yunhe's understanding. "Very well," Pei Yunhe acquiesced, boarding the carriage to depart. "Drive carefully," Lin Yan instructed the coachman, watching until Pei Yunhe had vanished from sight. "Now that he has gone, will you still gaze after him?" A low voice laced with suppressed jealousy emerged from behind Lin Yan. She turned to face the man before her. "Qingyuan, do you dislike Mr. Pei?" "Indeed," Lu Qingyuan replied, a slight curl to his lips. "He harbors ulterior motives toward you. As a man himself, he could easily see through Pei Yunhe's intentions." Lin Yan paused, then burst into laughter, retreating into the house. "Mr. Pei is not that kind of person. You have only met him a few times. How well do you truly know him?" Lu Qingyuan's lips curled in a sardonic smile as he walked alongside Lin Yan. "Some men may appear virtuous, yet it is only they who understand the true nature of their hearts. One may know a face, but not the heart within. I express these thoughts merely to urge you to be more vigilant." He paused and said, "Indeed, I am aware that Qingyuan is most concerned about me." Lin Yan halted her steps and turned around, gently ruffling Lu Qingyuan's hair as she usually did. However, the man grasped her hand, his dark brows slightly furrowed. "I'm no longer a child," he stated. Lin Yan was taken aback. "Do not treat me as a child," he continued, his gaze deeply fixed upon her, his voice softening with a hint of tenderness. Is that agreeable? Lin Yan withdrew her hand, nodding slightly with a smile. Yes, Qingyuan is an adult now. Once your exams conclude, I shall assist you in arranging your marriage. As she spoke, she walked toward the house. What kind of woman do you prefer? The man's profound gaze remained steadfast upon her. Gentle, beautiful, fair-skinned, and skilled in cooking, he replied. Lin Yan smiled. Very well, after your exams. I shall certainly help you with your marriage arrangements. And what about you? Lu Qingyuan feigned indifference, a smile gracing his lips. What type do you fancy? As for me, Lin Yan pondered. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan's heart raced, as if gripped tightly by a strong hand, and he held his breath, waiting with anticipation. Would she prefer someone like Pei Yunha? In that moment, he fervently hoped she would not utter those 3 words. It is dependent on the chemistry, Lin Yan responded. It hinges on whether there is a connection as we interact. And what about your feelings for Pei Yunha? Do you have any? The moment he posed the question, Lu Qingyuan's voice trembled imperceptibly. The man studied the woman's expression meticulously, not missing a single shift in her emotions. At present, no, Lin Yan replied with a smile. I hold admiration and gratitude for young Master Pei. Lu Qingyuan released a sigh of relief. His anxious heart finally settled. Yet her statement of not at present implied the possibility of future feelings. He could not allow anyone the opportunity to claim her. She must solely belong to him. That is good, Lu Qingyuan said, a slight curve forming on his lips as he shifted the topic. I am craving osmanthus cake. Very well. I shall prepare it for you. Lin Yan felt that in recent days, she had been preoccupied with the matters of the tavern, often neglecting him. She stood ahead toward the kitchen. Then I shall return to my room to study. Lu Qingyuan hesitated. I do not appreciate others entering my room. Lin Yan turned back, offering him a gentle smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Very well. I shall bring it to you once it is ready. All right. The man's lips curved slightly, his gaze deepening. Such a good girl. She was so innocent and adorable. If he did not act promptly, it would be all too easy for her to be swayed by other men. As night fell, a cool breeze wafted through the air. Lin Yan carried the freshly made osmanthus cake toward Lu Qingyuan's study. The evening breeze carried the fragrant sweetness of the cake. Having just tasted a piece, she found it soft, sweet, and utterly delightful. Qingyuan would surely enjoy it. Qingyuan, I have arrived. Lin Yan stood at the doorway, gently tapping on Lu Qingyuan's door. There was no response from within. With a soft push, the door creaked open. However, as she stepped inside, she was greeted by a vivid and enchanting scene. The room was illuminated by the warm, orange glow of candlelight, enveloped in a delicate mist. Within this ethereal haze, a man languidly reclined in a wooden tub, his long, muscular arms resting effortlessly on the edge. His dark hair cascaded like ink across the surface of the water, and from Lin Yan's vantage point, she could distinctly see the expanse of his bronzed, bare chest. The man boasted broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his chiseled physique accentuated by pronounced muscle definition. The alluring lines of his body created an enticing V-shape, while his well-defined abdominal muscles exuded a palpable sense of strength. Beads of water clung to his honey-toned skin, shimmering with a translucent luster in the flickering candlelight, creating a scene that was both tantalizing and enticing. His striking features, partially obscured by the mist, were framed by damp strands of hair at his temples. As he lazily opened his eyes, they revealed a deep, captivating gaze directed at Lin Yan. The beauty mark at the outer corner of his right eye added an alluring touch to his already mesmerizing visage. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Yan felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, her face turning a vibrant shade of crimson. The osmanthus cake is ready. I've placed it aside for you. Please remember to eat it later, she hurriedly announced, placing it down and swiftly retreating. As she glanced back at the delicate figure fleeing in haste, Lu Qingyuan's sensual lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 27. Who is the man bullying her? Lin Yan dashed into her room, her heart racing like thunder as she sat on the edge of the bed, touching her flushed cheeks. She had no inkling that Lu Qingyuan was taking a shower inside. How embarrassing, how utterly mortifying. She never anticipated that Lu Qingyuan would possess such an enviable physique. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he resembled a double-door refrigerator. And those 8-pack abs, that tantalizing villain. What made her feel even more ashamed was that she blushed shamelessly while gazing upon his body. How would she face him after this? Perhaps it would be best to keep her distance. Lin Yan touched her heated cheeks, forcing herself to drink several sips of water, managing to calm her tumultuous emotions. As night fell, the surroundings transformed abruptly. A woman's delicate, pale wrist was bound by deep crimson satin, secured to the headboard. Clad in a vivid red wedding gown, she struggled upon the wedding bed, embroidering a deep red character of joy. A man, tall and muscular, gripped her tiny, supple waist with his powerful hands, asserting his dominance as he pinned her beneath him. His strong fingers caressed her petite chin, and a fervent kiss descended upon her tear-filled eyes. "You are mine," he proclaimed, his voice sultry and magnetic. "No, it cannot be." The woman gazed up at him with misty eyes, her voice trembling with desperation. "Why not?" His voice was low, as his kiss traced from her eyes down to her neck. The searing kiss fell upon her in an instant. "No." Lin Yan abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, as beads of sticky sweat gathered at her brow. She had just shamefully dreamt of Lu Chengyuan. What was wrong with her? How could she have such an absurd dream? Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she found herself unable to sleep that night. Unbeknownst to her, in the adjacent room, the man was acutely aware of the sounds emanating from her chamber. In the darkness, his deep-set gaze burned with a fierce intensity. He had been asleep, but was faintly stirred by the sound of her pleading voice. It was a melodious cry, evoking both pity and a desire to dominate. He opened his eyes, realizing the sound was coming from the room next door. It was not difficult for him to deduce that she was lost in a dream. Did she dream of a man bullying her, just as he did? Was it himself or Pei Yunhe? The thought that the man in her dreams might not be him ignited an indescribable pang of jealousy within Lu Chengyuan. He could not bear the idea of her being with another man. The mere thought of her exchanging glances, conversing, or even laughing with another man drove him to the brink of madness. He harbored a vile desire to eliminate every man who crossed her path. He wished to confine her in a gilded cage, ensuring she could only see him throughout her life, so that her joys and sorrows would be forever intertwined with his emotions. Clenching his fists, Lu Chengyuan struggled to suppress the yearning within him. Patience is key. This matter cannot be rushed. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the horizon, Lin Yan hurried out with Chun Tao. When Lu Chengyuan awoke to find Lin Yan absent, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Was she avoiding him, or had she simply been too busy lately? A hint of melancholy graced Lu Chengyuan's handsome visage. Early that morning, Lin Yan busied herself at the tavern. Since witnessing Lu Chengyuan bathing the previous night and dreaming of him later, she felt utterly at a loss on how to confront him. Perhaps it was best to focus on her career. Business had flourished ever since they introduced sweet soups and milk tea at the tavern. The manager presented Lin Yan with the accounts, revealing a net profit of 50 taels for the day. Lin Yan gazed at the ledger with satisfaction. Earning was indeed gratifying. Once Lu Chengyuan embarked on his official career, Lin Yan envisioned herself savoring life, traversing mountains and rivers, indulging in the world's culinary delights, and enjoying a leisurely existence. Just then, a cacophony erupted. A death. Oh heavens, someone has died at the Rue E Tavern. Lin Yan furrowed her brow, setting aside the ledger, and decided to investigate. Upon reaching the first floor of the tavern with the manager, they found a middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face tinged with purple, surrounded by onlookers. As Lin Yan approached, a woman with a gaze filled with resentment lunged at her, seizing her collar. "It's you, you heartless wretch. You've killed my husband. He perished after consuming food from your tavern." The woman violently shook Lin Yan, her eyes blazing with fury. "Return my husband's life. You must return it. What are you doing? Release Lin Yan at once." The manager swiftly intervened, prying the woman's hands away. Lin Yan crouched down, reaching to check the man's breath. He was indeed lifeless. A chill coursed through her as she rose. "I empathize with your pain and share in your sorrow over this tragic event. However, I assure you that our tavern's ingredients are pure and the kitchen is immaculate. There is no possibility that our food could be fatal." I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. The woman collapsed to the ground, beating her thighs in despair. You fear the responsibility for the incident at your tavern and are reluctant to admit it. Anyone can utter sweet words. It was your tavern's food that claimed my husband's life. Why must my fate be so cruel? She wept uncontrollably. The onlookers echoed her sentiments, their voices rising in outrage. This is outrageous. A death at Rue E Tavern, and the owner refuses to acknowledge it. This is utterly heartless. Who would dare dine at Rue E Tavern again? Refunds. We demand refunds. The crowd clamored, spitting vitriol at Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned, contemplating summoning an official to conduct an autopsy. But before she could act, officials swiftly arrived. She barely had time to explain. Sir, my husband fell ill after eating her food. You must arrest her. The woman shouted, pointing at Lin Yan. Indeed, such unscrupulous merchants must be dealt with severely. Severely punish the unscrupulous merchants. They must not be allowed to reopen their establishment and endanger other diners. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. My lord, there is something amiss in this matter. The ingredients in our restaurant are pristine. Such an incident could not possibly occur. I wish to summon a coroner to prove our innocence. Lin Yan spoke, her brow furrowed. You shall not attempt to wriggle out of this. Come with us to the magistrate's office. With that, her wrists and neck were shackled, and she was forcibly pulled to her feet and led away. Inside the magistrate's office, Lin Yan was compelled to kneel on the ground, while the esteemed judge sat regally in the central chair. I am wrongfully accused. The ingredients at our restaurant are immaculate, and there could be no issues whatsoever. Lin Yan raised her gaze to him, asserting, I suspect that the rival establishment has sent individuals to deliberately frame me. I beseech you, my lord, to summon a coroner to restore my honor. Chapter 28. Imprisonment. The opponent let out a cold sneer, saying, Very well, when the coroner arrives. I shall see how you will wriggle out of this. Shortly thereafter, the coroner made his entrance. Outside the magistrate's office, a throng of onlookers had gathered, pointing and whispering among themselves. They were astonished that the seemingly gentle proprietor of the Rui restaurant would not take responsibility for the death of a patron. Who could blame them? I used to dine frequently at Rui restaurant, and now I find myself questioning whether I too had been poisoned. Everyone adored dining there. Perhaps it was due to the unscrupulous owner adding addictive substances that made the business thrive. Indeed, a thorough investigation is imperative. The crowd murmured, expressing their indignation. Meanwhile, the wife of the deceased stood outside, utterly devastated, wailing, Oh, great heavens, let this heartless owner pay for his crimes. The unfounded rumors splattered upon Lin Yan like filthy water, leaving her speechless. Only the coroner's examination could vindicate her. Once again, I assure you, the ingredients in my restaurant are pristine. It is impossible for them to have caused the death. I believe the coroner's investigation will bring justice, Lin Yan declared, her words resonating with conviction. At that moment, the coroner crouched by the lifeless body, meticulously inspecting the deceased's mouth and nostrils. He then rose to his feet and proclaimed, This indeed appears to be a case of poisoning due to contaminated food. I knew it. My husband was poisoned by Rui restaurant. The woman lamented, her cries echoing with despair. The bystanders, witnessing the scene, began to murmur in agreement. The truth is unveiled. Rui restaurant is responsible for this tragedy. Such an establishment must be shut down. Life for a life. The proprietor of Rui restaurant must be apprehended. Such a nefarious owner deserves the harshest punishment. The crowd seethed with outrage. Lin Yan, nearly laughing in disbelief at the absurdity of it all, glared at the coroner with her dark, piercing eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you even conducted a thorough examination? Isn't an autopsy necessary to ascertain the cause of death? You have not even dissected the body. Yet you hastily conclude it is due to my restaurant's food. Is the coroner truly this careless? The coroner, momentarily flustered, exchanged a brief glance with a magistrate nearby. In that fleeting moment, he regained his composure, straightened his back, and rebuked Lin Yan. Who is the coroner here? You or I? If you are so knowledgeable, why not conduct the examination yourself? At that juncture, a woman outside the magistrate's office shouted, What a vile and wicked woman you are! The coroner has already determined the cause, yet you stubbornly refuse to accept it. Indeed, the evidence is irrefutable, yet you still attempt to argue. The crowd echoed in unison. Your Honor, we cannot allow such a deceitful person to escape justice. Seeing the uproar, the magistrate cast a stern glare at Lin Yan, stating, the evidence is conclusive. And you continue to protest. No, I did not. I am telling the truth. There is something amiss with this coroner. Lin Yan's face turned pale as she pleaded anxiously. Take her away and imprison her. The magistrate furrowed his brow and declared, as for the Rui Tavern, seal it. How can you conclude the case so hastily? I refuse to accept this. Lin Yan struggled, but was forcibly dragged away by the officials to the dungeon. In the dim and damp cell, she curled up, hugging her knees. At that moment, a gray mouse stealthily scurried across the floor, causing Lin Yan to leap to her feet in fright, her pale face betraying her fear as she moved away. All Lin Yan had wanted was to run a tavern in the capital and earn a living, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. She compelled herself to gradually regain her composure and meticulously analyze the entire situation from beginning to end. This was undoubtedly a malicious conspiracy orchestrated by her rivals. That woman, along with the deceased man, might very well have been sent by the opposing family to target her. As for the coroner, it was highly likely that he had been bribed by her adversaries. Could the proprietor of Xiang Manch be the mastermind behind this? Lin Yan furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Meanwhile, the Rui Tavern was being sealed off by the officials, a long white notice affixed to its entrance. Bystanders murmured and pointed, speculating among themselves. The food at the Rui Tavern was quite delectable. Who could have foreseen such a scandal? Regardless of its culinary delights, one cannot gamble with their life. For the Rui Tavern was indeed notorious for its deadly affairs. I have dined there several times, and I fear for my health. I must seek a physician to check my pulse. I hear the evidence against the proprietress is irrefutable. It seems she may have to pay with her life. At the moment Lin Yan was taken into custody, Chun Tao became utterly distraught, and in her panic she had no choice but to seek out Lu Qingyuan. Chun Tao stumbled her way back to the residence. Young master, something terrible has happened. She cried as she ran, so hastily that one of her shoes fell off. Lu Qingyuan set down the scroll he was reading, rising slowly to meet her with a cold gaze. What is it? Madam. Madam is in trouble. Chun Tao gasped, struggling to catch her breath. As her words fell, a frost seemed to descend upon the chiseled features of the man before her, his deep, dark eyes narrowing sharply as they locked onto her, his voice trembling with urgency. What has happened? Speak clearly. At that moment, Chun Tao found his expression terrifying. She trembled at the sight. After taking a moment to steady her breath, she recounted the events at the tavern in detail. Madam must be wronged. She is innocent. To Chun Tao, Lin Yan had shown her kindness. Without her, she would have long been sold into a brothel. Moreover, Lin Yan treated her with such care and tenderness, far surpassing the affection shown by her own mother. With tears welling in her eyes, Chun Tao gazed at Lu Qingyuan, utterly at a loss for what to do. Thus, she sought the assistance of a young master. Before she could finish her words, she saw the man rise swiftly and depart. His steps hurried as if he were a gust of wind, vanishing from her sight in an instant. The young master, being a scholar, must possess great intelligence. She fervently hoped he could devise a means to rescue the madam. Lu Qingyuan proceeded directly to the yamen. Who are you? The stern-faced yamen servant blocked his path at the entrance. I demand to see your superior. The man's voice was icy, each word seemingly capable of freezing the air. Do you think our superior is someone you can see at will? The servant scoffed, his face rife with disdain. Get out of my way. Lu Qingyuan's expression hardened as he prepared to force his way through. Chapter 29, he has arrived. Halt! You cannot enter. This place is not one to be recklessly intruded upon. In an instant, the opposing party drew a long knife, positioning it before Lu Qingyuan. What is happening? It's so noisy. At this moment, the magistrate swaggered toward the entrance, unable to find peace even in slumber. My lord, this commoner is causing a ruckus and has brazenly barged in. The young officer, fearing that the magistrate would direct his ire towards him, spoke nervously. You are the magistrate? Lu Qingyuan's cold gaze fell upon a magistrate not far away. The magistrate's expression darkened instantly, glaring at Lu Qingyuan with displeasure. Who dares to show such disrespect to this official, creating such a commotion in broad daylight? Do you take this court for a marketplace? The magistrate's demeanor was severe, his sharp gaze fixed upon Lu Qingyuan. Guards, seize this commoner and give him 30 lashes as a warning. As soon as the words left his mouth, several officers armed with long knives rushed forward to drag Lu Qingyuan away. The man remained unfazed, his expression betraying no emotion. Yet in the next moment, he retrieved a jade token from his slender, elegant fingers and presented it before the magistrate. Upon seeing the jade token, the magistrate's eyes widened in disbelief. This is indeed the personal jade token of the third prince. To possess such a token signifies a status beyond the ordinary. The individual before him could very well be the third prince's most trusted confidant or advisor. Who would have imagined that this seemingly humble commoner is associated with the third prince? As the officers prepared to advance and seize Lu Qingyuan, the magistrate, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Stop!" His expression transformed dramatically, his attitude shifting entirely as he gazed at Lu Qingyuan with newfound eagerness. A smile plastered on his face. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Lu Qingyuan replied coolly, "Lu Qingyuan. Mr. Lu, please let us step inside and discuss this matter properly." The magistrate, now obsequiously bowing before Lu Qingyuan, extended his hand with utmost respect, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his previous attitude. The officers looked on in disbelief. What has transpired? Why has the magistrate's expression changed so abruptly? Could it be that this man holds significant influence? "My lord, what is happening?" the leading officer stammered. In the next moment, the magistrate raised his hand and struck the officer sharply, causing the hat atop his head to tilt. The magistrate glared at him, furious. "You fool! Do you realize who this person is? He is an associate of the third prince." The officer's eyes widened in disbelief, his face paling instantaneously, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. The other party trembled, mouth agape, and I was at a loss. How could I have known that this individual held such a distinguished status? Realizing his folly, he hastily raised his hand and delivered a harsh slap to his own face, his expression one of obsequiousness as he gazed at Lu Qingyuan, lamenting his ignorance for having offended someone of such importance. The man's gaze was chilling, radiating an icy aura of authority that sent shivers down one's spine. Terrified by such scrutiny, his legs weakened, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on the ground, striking himself once more. "It is I who failed to recognize greatness. I have underestimated you, my lord. I implore you to overlook my transgression and treat me as inconsequential, merely a passing breeze, and grant me my freedom." His face wore a forced smile, yet was more pitiful than any expression of sorrow. "I wish to avoid this individual." Lu Qingyuan's indifferent gaze fell upon the magistrate. "Very well, I shall have him dismissed at once. This person will no longer be a blight upon your sight," the magistrate quickly assured, ingratiating himself. Lu Qingyuan rose and departed without a word. The magistrate shot a fierce glare at the man before bending low to follow Lu Qingyuan inside. Once seated, the magistrate personally prepared a bowl of tea for Lu Qingyuan, presenting it with pride. "This is this year's finest fresh Biluacan, sir. Do savor its flavor." However, Lu Qingyuan did not take the cup. "I require only one individual." "Who?" The magistrate's face was a mask of eager servility. "Whatever you desire, I shall ensure the person is released." He contemplated that he had not captured anyone who ought to have been spared. After all, the individuals he apprehended were of no significant power, merely a collection of lowly commoners. Lin Yan. Lu Qingyuan's lips formed the name with chilling clarity. In an instant, the magistrate's visage paled. The flesh of his face trembled. "May I inquire as to your connection with Lin Yan? Is she not just an ordinary village girl? How could she be entangled with someone of the third prince's retinue?" "She is mine," Lu Qingyuan replied, his cold eyes unwavering. The magistrate staggered, the bowl of tea slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground with a crisp sound. the liquid splattering in all directions. It was a disaster. He had stirred a tremendous trouble. I will have her released at once. Please, sir, wait here. No, I will personally go to fetch her. I will accompany you. Lu Qingyuan spoke in a serene tone. The two proceeded toward the prison, with the magistrate walking on eggshells, his face drained of color as he repeatedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan moved with urgency, eager to hasten the pace. They traversed the dim, damp corridors, and with each step, Lu Qingyuan's expression grew more solemn. The prison was shrouded in darkness, so obscured that one could not see their hand before their face. Lin Yan, a delicate woman, must surely be terrified within. It was his failing. He had not protected her adequately. The thought of Lin Yan's suffering in fear ignited a fervent turmoil within Lu Qingyuan's heart, akin to being seared over an open flame. He strode forward with rapid, determined steps, while the governor hurriedly trailed behind him. "It is right here," the governor announced, gesturing towards a nearby cell. Lu Qingyuan came to a halt at the entrance, his heart quivering at the sight before him. In the dim and damp corner, a frail woman was curled up, her arms wrapped around her knees, her delicate face buried within them. The pale pink of her dress and sleeves was marred by dirt, resembling a pitiful, fragile little rabbit huddled in despair. At the sound of their approach, she lifted her face, revealing a visage as white as jade, albeit now smudged and somewhat disheveled. Her glossy, dark eyes turned towards them. The sight of her vulnerability tugged at his heartstrings. Qingyuan, upon seeing the man, Lin Yan's eyes brightened with a gentle curve. "What brings you here?" Chapter 30. They deserve to die. A pang of bitterness surged within Lu Qingyuan as he suppressed the malice and chill that lingered in his heart. His voice, however, was gentle as he spoke. "Yes, I have come to take you home." Lin Yan's soiled visage was etched with astonishment. "But Miss Lin, I am certain this matter is a misunderstanding," the district magistrate interjected, bowing obsequiously before Lin Yan. The rotund face displayed an ingratiating smile, a stark contrast to his previous haughty demeanor that had regarded her as an insignificant insect. "Now, you may leave." With a furrowed brow, Lin Yan was taken aback by the sudden shift in the magistrate's attitude. What has transpired? She wondered, as he bent down to personally unlock the prison door for her. The magistrate's face radiated with a sycophantic grin. "Miss Lin, you are free to go." Yet, Lin Yan remained rooted within the confines of her cell, refusing to move. "No, I shan't leave," she declared, her petite face reflecting unwavering determination. The magistrate stood frozen, a blend of embarrassment and forced cheeriness on his features. "Miss Lin, what is the meaning of this?" "I will not depart until my innocence is proven," she asserted, her countenance a picture of defiance despite her disheveled appearance. At that moment, the magistrate was drenched in cold sweat, utterly at a loss. Lin Yan took a few steps toward Lu Qingyuan, biting her lip as her dark, almond-shaped eyes met his. "Qingyuan, I am wronged. The food at the tavern was not tainted, and the coroner failed to conduct a proper examination." Her voice trembled softly. Lu Qingyuan stepped closer, extending his long, sturdy arms to envelop the fragile woman in his embrace. "I understand," he murmured, gently patting her delicate back, his deep voice soothing. "Shall we step outside? I will restore your honor." His tone was tender, imbued with a reassuring strength that calmed Lin Yan's previously anxious heart. Though she had not intended to cry, the warmth of his comfort triggered an unexpected swell of emotion, leaving her with a slight urge to weep. "Yes," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the tips of her nose reddening. The sight of her pitiful and wronged state rendered Lu Qingyuan's heart utterly tender. The tears shimmering in her dark eyes felt like a searing touch upon his very soul. He gently tousled her silken, raven locks before taking her soft hand in his. "Come, let us leave. I will not let go of anyone who has wronged you." His voice was laced with a fierce determination. He could not bear the thought of even a single strand of her hair being harmed. Those who had so cruelly humiliated her, leaving her in such a wretched state, deserved nothing less than retribution. A chilling fury glimmered in the depths of Lu Qingyuan's eyes as he led her out. However, just then, Lin Yan's legs, having been in a crouched position for too long, began to cramp. She gasped, her body swaying uncontrollably. In that split second, as she began to fall, Lu Qingyuan swiftly extended his arm, encircling her slender waist. The next moment, amidst a whirlwind of motion, Lin Yan found herself cradled in his embrace. She lifted her flustered gaze, only to meet the man's profound and caring eyes. "I twisted my ankle," she murmured helplessly, biting her lip. Today had been quite embarrassing for her. Wrongfully imprisoned and nearly falling down. Would her image in Lu Qingyuan's heart shatter? Would he think she was utterly useless? "Yes, you have suffered," the man said in a low voice, his eyes filled with compassion. "Since you cannot walk, allow me to carry you." His words inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort, as if, even if the sky were to fall, she need not worry with him by her side. It was unclear when her dependence on Lu Qingyuan had transformed into him relying on her. His embrace was warm, his chest comforting. "And your leg, is it all right?" She lifted her dark, damp eyes to look at him, her voice soft. "It has healed well, no need to worry." The man held her and stepped towards the door. The magistrate beside them felt somewhat awkward. This young couple was excessively affectionate, making him feel bashful just by observing. Lin Yan wrapped her slender arms around the man's neck, burying her face in his chest, allowing him to carry her away. The magistrate, seeing this, could only follow behind. Inside the court, Lu Qingyuan gently set Lin Yan down on a nearby armchair, while he took a seat beside her. "Since you are seated here, where am I to sit?" The magistrate lamented, resigned to standing awkwardly nearby. The case was to be retried. Lu Qingyuan's dark, cold gaze fell upon the magistrate. "What do you think? It must be examined." The magistrate coughed and declared, "Bring Tian back. And the corpse must be brought as well. Also, summon the coroner." Lin Yan interjected, "Get a more professional coroner for a proper autopsy." The magistrate felt a twinge of apprehension. "Well, are you unwilling?" "Song magistrate." The man spoke each word with chilling precision, emanating a strong sense of pressure. "How could I be? I will summon the coroner at once." Song magistrate wiped the sweat from his brow as he dispatched orders. Lin Yan observed that this Song magistrate seemed to adhere to Lu Qingyuan's words, as if intimidated by him. But why? She slightly leaned towards Lu Qingyuan, lowering her voice to whisper in his ear, "Why does Song magistrate listen to you so intently? He seems quite afraid of you." The soft, fragrant breath of the woman brushed against Lu Qingyuan, and as she spoke, the sweet scent from her lips lingered in the air. His throat subtly tightened. "Because I have the backing of the third prince." Lin Yan was taken aback. "The third prince? How is Qingyuan connected to him?" "I will explain the details when we return," the man replied with a smile. Lin Yan nodded, surprised at how formidable her Qingyuan was quietly wielding such influence. She realized that the once frail boy, who required protection and compassion, had unknowingly transformed into a pillar of support for her, capable of sheltering her beneath his wings. Before long, the new coroner arrived, followed closely by the deceased's wife, Ms. Tian. A considerable crowd had gathered outside the magistrate's office, with townsfolk clustering together, witnessing the unfolding scene. "What is happening? Wasn't the case already resolved?" "I am not certain. It seems there is to be a retrial. Could there truly be a miscarriage of justice?" The murmurs of the crowd filled the air. Ms. Tian knelt on the ground, gazing at Lin Yan, who sat in the grand chair of the chief minister, momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Wasn't Lin Yan imprisoned? How is she seated here so calmly? Before Ms. Tian could gather her thoughts, the coroner had already employed a sharp knife to slice open the chest of the deceased. "How can you open my husband's belly?" Ms. Tian exclaimed, hastily attempting to intervene. "What are you doing?" Chapter 31. Interrogation. "Are you attempting to obstruct the coroner's examination?" Lu Qingyuan remarked, a casual smile gracing his lips, yet the icy coldness in his gaze was palpable. "Or perhaps you are harboring guilt?" I have nothing to feel guilty about," Tian replied, her eyes darting about, betraying her inner turmoil. Soon, the coroner concluded the examination. This individual was already afflicted with tuberculosis and was not long for this world. His demise was not due to food poisoning, he stated. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? He died from tuberculosis? So the dishes at Rui restaurant were not at fault? This means Tian was deliberately attempting to frame the owner of Rui restaurant. What a wicked woman Tian was, using her ailing husband to implicate the proprietor of Rui Restaurant. What could possibly be her motive? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Tian, and the townsfolk who had previously condemned Lin Yan began to rally behind her. At that moment, Tian knelt on the ground, her complexion pale, shoulders slumped in despair, consumed by guilt. The audacity of her actions stemmed from having been bribed. Someone has indeed manipulated you, Lu Qingyuan remarked indifferently, his voice as chilling as ice. As for who that may be, only through severe interrogation will the truth be revealed. A sardonic smile played on his lips, though his gaze remained piercing and cold, instilling a sense of dread. Bring her down for harsh interrogation, the magistrate commanded in a grave tone. Before long, the officers swiftly approached and dragged Tian away. Wait for me here, Lu Qingyuan instructed Lin Yan. I shall return shortly. Lin Yan nodded. Lu Qingyuan offered her a reassuring glance before making his way toward the prison. Inside the dim, damp cell, the flickering yellow candlelight cast eerie shadows. Help! Let me out! Tian cried, bound to a wooden frame, her wrists and ankles shackled with iron chains, rendering her immobile. She had willingly accepted bribes, never imagining she would end up captured. They had assured her that it was foolproof. At that moment, a man clad in dark blue robes entered the cell with deliberate calmness, the magistrate eagerly trailing behind him, even going so far as to bring a comfortable chair adorned with tiger skin for Lu Qingyuan. Mr. Lu, please take a seat, the magistrate said, his tone ingratiating. The man did not even glance at him. He lifted his robes, seated himself, and casually picked up a book, leisurely turning its pages. Under the dim flicker of candlelight, the man's chiseled features were strikingly handsome, captivating in their perfection. Although his eyes were lowered in concentration on the book, an inherent sense of authority and noble bearing surrounded him, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Speak, he commanded, who instructed you to slander the owner of Rui Restaurant. At that moment, the interrogating officer, grasping a long whip, raised it high and struck Tian with a resounding crack. Tian screamed in anguish. No one compelled me. It was my own desire to frame Miss Lin. Lu Qingyuan's long, jade-like fingers delicately turned the pages of the book before him, his gaze unwavering. The sharp contours of his chiseled jawline contrasted with the faint smirk gracing his thin lips. Observing this, the magistrate at his side immediately understood the unspoken cue. He approached and seized the whip, delivering a harsh strike to Tian. You bear her no grudge. Why do you conspire against her? I merely wished to exploit my dying husband to extort a substantial sum from her, Tian replied, her tattered clothing revealing her pallid complexion. The magistrate noted the man's continued indifference as he perused the book, his expression devoid of emotion. Gripping the whip tightly, he inhaled deeply and struck her again with renewed ferocity. With a resounding crack, Tian's garments were torn further, crimson blood seeping forth as she wailed in despair. I speak only the truth. Please cease the beating. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan set aside the book, his deep, obsidian gaze fixed upon the blazing charcoal brazier nearby. The iron within the coals glowed a fiery red, sending sparks flying, its temperature exceedingly high. The magistrate comprehended the implication instantly, relinquishing the whip and advancing towards the brazier, grasping the searing iron. He approached Tian with swift determination. Do not come closer, Tian gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Yet in the next heartbeat, the magistrate raised the glowing iron to her chest, demanding, Will you confess? I swear, I speak only the truth. Tian cried in utter despair. But in an instant, the magistrate thrust the iron down against her breast. A sizzling sound erupted as smoke billowed from her flesh, the acrid scent of charred skin mingling with the metallic tang of blood permeating the cell. Tian's vision darkened, and she fainted. Lu Qingyuan reclined languidly in his tiger-skin chair, his elongated fingers idly flipping through the book before him, his handsome visage serene and unaffected, exuding an air of noble elegance, as if the gruesome scene unfolding around him bore no relevance to his existence. Akin to a figure lost amidst the tranquil mist of a serene mountain forest. Moments later, a guard approached, brandishing a bucket of ice water, which he poured over Tianchu's head with a splashing sound. The icy torrent jolted her awake, her body shivering uncontrollably. The searing pain from the iron mark on her chest intensified, causing her to gasp in agony. At that moment, a young official presented Tianchu's dossier to Lu Qingyuan. "Sir, please take a look." Lu Qingyuan's slender fingers opened the document, a faint arc gracing his lips as he emitted a soft, chilling laugh. His smile was frigid, and his gaze as cold as frost. He spoke slowly. "Tianchu, you have a son, do you not?" At the mention of her son, Tianchu's complexion drained of color. "Yes. But this matter is solely my doing. My son is not involved," she stammered, trembling. "Since you refuse to divulge the truth," the man replied leisurely, tilting his head, the dark beauty mark beneath his eye accentuating his striking features. His smile remained, yet his voice pierced the air like an icy dagger. "Then I shall have to summon your son for questioning." In an instant, Tianchu's face turned as pale as a sheet. She trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, "No, my son is innocent. He is merely a 4-year-old child. What does he understand? Whatever is aimed at me, do not trouble my son." Tian struggled desperately, and with her movements, the chains around her wrists and ankles clanked dully. The man, however, merely curled his lips slowly, his smile chilling. "It is said that the skin of a child is delicate. I wonder how he would endure the searing iron pressed against him." Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat already beading on her forehead, soaking through her clothing. "But if I speak, they will not spare my son, the innocent child." The man set down the documents in his hand, his voice languid and icy as he stated, "Your mistakes do not implicate your family. However, should you choose silence." His sensuous lips curled into a mocking smile, his deep, peach blossom-shaped eyes fixated on her, glimmering with frost. "Tell me, how many strikes could he withstand from that iron? Do not trouble my son. I will speak. Is that not enough?" Tian cried out in despair. "It was Zhao, the owner of Xiaomon Pavilion, who compelled me to do this. He offered me 20 taels of silver to frame the owner of Rui Restaurant." She spilled forth her confessions like beans from pod. "I only wish to earn some money to improve my son's life. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. I beg you, do not harm my son. He is but a 4-year-old child. He knows nothing." Tears streamed down Tian's face as she wailed. Lu Qingyuan lifted his inscrutable gaze, resting it upon the magistrate of the Song family not far away, contemplating whom to apprehend next. Surely, the esteemed official was well aware. Understood. The magistrate nodded hastily, cold sweat breaking out upon his back. He had not expected events to unfold in such a manner, nor could he have imagined the formidable backing of Lin Yan. Once the interrogation concluded, the truth emerged and was made public, leading to the arrest of Zhao, the owner of Xiaomon Pavilion. As for Tian, she was dealt 30 lashes and subsequently exiled. Lin Yan and Rui Restaurant were vindicated. It turned out we had all misjudged Lin Yan. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Tian would so shamelessly slander her? It appears the owner of Rui Restaurant is a good person. We should continue to dine there. The proprietor of Xiaomon Pavilion is utterly despicable, scheming against others for personal gain, nearly leading to the ruin of Lin. Chapter 32. He is the fortunate protagonist as Lin Yan emerged from the yamen. Numerous citizens approached her, offering their apologies. "Madam Lin, I misunderstood you." "So did I. I was deceived by that venomous woman, Tian, and spoke some unkind words. Please do not take it to heart. We will continue to frequent the Rui Restaurant. May your business prosper even more. Indeed, I adore the cuisine at Rui. I can never get enough." Lin Yan smiled lightly, not dwelling on past grievances. Lu Qingyuan led her into the carriage, which swayed gently as it made its way to the estate. "Qingyuan, how did you come to know the third prince?" Lin Yan inquired, seated opposite him within the carriage. "I performed commendably in the provincial examinations," he replied, his deep, dark eyes fixed upon her. His thin lips curved into a subtle smile. Several articles circulated, one of which reached the third prince. "He saw me out privately. At that time, he lacked the emperor's favor, and I provided counsel that led to notable achievements. Since then, he has accepted me as his strategist and bestowed upon me his personal jade token. To see the token is akin to meeting him in person. Lin Yan gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that Lu Qingyuan had become the third prince's advisor even before reaching adulthood. She recalled that in the book, he only began to distinguish himself at the age of 23. All of this had transpired 5 years earlier than the timeline in the text. Her Qingyuan, merely 18, was already so remarkable. One could only imagine the commanding presence he would exhibit at 23. Lin Yan felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing her nurturing had yielded excellent results. A hint of dust marred her delicate, fair complexion, rendering her visage somewhat disheveled, akin to a pitiful little kitten. Yet, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes gazed at him with a mixture of admiration and tenderness, reflecting appreciation and affection. In her dark, clear gaze, only he existed. Unbeknownst to her, the intensity of her gaze held an irresistible allure for him. He longed to embrace her, to provide her comfort, to caress her small face, to capture her neck and kiss her deeply. He envisioned her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with confusion and shyness, utterly at a loss. He craved to possess her completely. As these tantalizing, intimate images flooded his mind, Lu Qingyuan felt his blood surge with fervor. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his primal urges. At that moment, Lin Yan remained oblivious to the fact that the man seated across from her had slightly parted his long legs beneath his dark blue robe. Lin Yan recalled that in the narrative, Lu Qingyuan had risen to the position of prime minister, yet ultimately, it was the sixth prince who ascended to power. Now, Qingyuan has become the advisor to the third prince, and the future will see the rise and fall of kingdoms. Lin Yan anxiously regards Lu Qingyuan, reminding him that the princes will inevitably vie for the throne, with his allegiance to the third prince, should the prince fail to ascend. Do not worry, Lu Qingyuan replies, his voice deep and seductive, tinged with a slight rasp. He gazes reassuringly at the woman before him, confident that the third prince will indeed ascend to the throne. Even if all efforts are in vain, I will ensure your retreat is secure, so you shall not be implicated. His eyes, warm and tender, remain fixed on her. Lin Yan bites her rosy lip, her delicate hand clasping Lu Qingyuan's. Do not speak such words. We rise and fall together. Regardless of what transpires, I will stand by your side, sharing both fortune and misfortune. At the moment her hand grasped his, Lu Qingyuan's hand stiffened, his muscles tensing involuntarily as he took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. My dear, do you know how enchanting you are at this moment? He muses internally. He raises his hand, intertwining his fingers with Lin Yan's, their grasp firm and unyielding, leaving no space between them. Rest assured, I will not allow you to falter. His deep gaze scrutinizes her, the subtle curve of his alluring lips accentuated by a distinctive black beauty mark beneath his eye, enhancing his striking features with a touch of allure. A warmth spreads through Lin Yan's heart, akin to a gentle surge of heat. She nods, a soft smile gracing her lips. I trust you. Lu Qingyuan is the protagonist of their tale, the favored one of fortune. Since he has chosen to support the third prince, perhaps the narrative's conclusion will shift. Perhaps the third prince will indeed become the new emperor. Your face is smudged, he remarks, his lips pursing slightly as he retrieves a blue handkerchief from his sleeve. Leaning closer, his long, graceful fingers delicately grasp the handkerchief, gently wiping the blemish from Lin Yan's porcelain visage. In this moment, their proximity allows Lin Yan to observe the man's long, thick lashes and the profound darkness of his irises. The beauty mark beneath his eye adding a hint of seduction to his otherwise austere yet captivating countenance. His high nose and thin, sensual lips complete the picture. Their breaths intertwine, and the atmosphere within the carriage shifts palpably. The air seems to grow warmer, and Lin Yan inexplicably feels a flush of heat rising within her. As his long fingers brush against her cheek, the sensation is akin to the gentle caress of feathers, eliciting a ticklish response. Lin Yan feels her face ablaze, a burning warmth enveloping her. Unbeknownst to her, her heart skips several beats, racing with the force of thunder. What is the matter? He inquires, his deep voice laced with amusement. Why is your face so red? Meeting his gaze, filled with mirth, Lin Yan becomes acutely aware of the heat radiating from her cheeks. It seems that the boundaries between her and Cheng Yuan have blurred. Lin Yan turned her face away, her delicate teeth nibbling on her rosy lips as she softly replied, "It's nothing. My face is already cleaned up. Thank you." The man, unhurried, tucked the handkerchief back into his sleeve, his gaze lingering on the fair complexion of the woman, which was tinged with a delicate blush reminiscent of begonia flowers and the pink hue adorning her fair earlobes. Lu Qingyuan's thin lips curved into a subtle arc. Was she feeling shy? It was reassuring to know that she felt embarrassment. At the very least, in her eyes, he was no longer a child, but a man. The carriage swayed gently until it finally arrived at their abode. Lu Qingyuan, with his jade-like fingers, lifted the curtain of the carriage and disembarked first, extending his hand towards Lin Yan. She bent slightly, resting her hand on his arm as she gracefully exited the carriage. "Be careful," he advised, his long, strong palm gently cradling her slender waist. Her waist was remarkably soft, akin to a block of tofu. Such a pliable waist. If it were to fold freely in his grasp into various graceful arcs, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Chapter 33. She resembled a delicate and pitiable little rabbit. The man's pronounced Adam's apple moved silently. At that moment, his warm palm gently rested against her waist, the heat radiating through the fabric and permeating her skin. It was both warm and scorching. Lin Yan felt as if an electric current coursed through her lower back, intricately spreading throughout her body. She took 2 quick steps forward, creating distance between herself and the man. I need to freshen up," she murmured, biting her lip, her voice soft and low. Go ahead," the man replied with a smile, watching the slender silhouette of the woman flee in a flurry. Truly, she was a fragile little rabbit, knowing only to run when cornered. Just a gentle touch to her face, a supportive hand at her waist, and she was nearly overwhelmed. What would happen in the future when he pushed the boundaries further? How could she possibly endure that? The depths of his eyes glimmered with 2 smoldering flames. Upon returning home, when Chun Tao saw Lin Yan come back unscathed, she rushed into her embrace, weeping with joy. "Thank goodness, madam, I'm so relieved you're all right," she cried, wiping her tears. "Yes, don't worry, I'm fine," Lin Yan replied with a light laugh. "I need to freshen up." Chun Tao nodded eagerly. "All right, madam, please wait. I will prepare water for you right away." Soon, Chun Tao fetched a wooden tub, filling it with warm water and adding a sprinkle of rose petals. "Madam, I'm here to assist you with your change." Lin Yan nodded. Inside the room, a warm, white mist enveloped the air. Lin Yan sat in the tub, attended by Chun Tao as she washed up. "Madam, your hair is truly beautiful," Chun Tao remarked, gently combing Lin Yan's long locks. As she beheld the woman's skin, as smooth and fair as milk, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Madam, your figure is remarkable, so fair. Even I, a woman, find myself salivating." As their familiarity grew, Chun Tao spoke with increasing boldness. Lin Yan smiled playfully. "Oh, your little tongue is as sweet as honey." "I truly mean it." Chun Tao blushed. "With such exquisite skin and beauty, I wonder which young master will be fortunate enough to claim you in the future." In the adjacent room, Lu Qingyuan lay on the bed, listening to the sounds of water and the conversation drifting through the wall. His breath deepened. She was his. All her beauty was destined to bloom solely before him. The man retrieved a jade-hued handkerchief from his pocket, still imbued with the warmth of the woman's face and the faint scent of roses lingering upon her. The silk handkerchief lay across his flawless, handsome visage. Lu Qingyuan's alluring Adam's apple moved with difficulty as he inhaled the fragrance from the handkerchief, tenderly kissing it. His kisses were gentle, lingering, gradually intensifying with fervor. The hushed tones of his voice filled the room, resonating with a suppressed intensity and subtle, suggestive sounds. At this moment, Lin Yan sat in a wooden tub in the adjacent room, the gentle sound of water masking some suppressed noises from next door. Perhaps wearied by the recent days, she luxuriated in the warm embrace of the tub and gradually succumbed to drowsiness, soon closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Chun Tao was in the midst of speaking to Lin Yan when she suddenly fell silent. "Madam?" Chun Tao murmured, puzzled, lowering her head to glance over. She discovered that Lin Yan had indeed closed her eyes, appearing to be asleep. "Madam, have you fallen asleep?" Chun Tao's voice softened. She felt a pang of anxiety. What was she to do next? To wash or not to wash? Before long, a knock echoed from outside the room. Chun Tao reluctantly rose and approached the door. And upon seeing Lu Qingyuan, she was momentarily taken aback. Young master in the next instant, the man raised his hand, transforming it into a blade, and struck fiercely towards Chun Tao's neck. Chun Tao's eyes widened, and then darkness enveloped her as her body slumped outside. The man cast a cold glance at her, confirming her unconsciousness before stepping silently into the room, his footsteps barely making a sound. The scene before Lu Qingyuan set his blood racing with a fervor. There, the woman reclined in the misty embrace of the wooden tub, her long, dark hair flowing like seaweed over the surface of the water, revealing a long, delicate neck and a smooth, pale back. Her skin was as flawless as jade, an exquisite beauty by nature. Previously, he had merely recognized her alluring figure, yet now he was struck by the extent of her allure. Such a form possessed an irresistible magnetism for any man. Lu Qingyuan approached slowly, retrieving a small incense burner from his robes. With his slender fingers, he ignited the incense, and soon, fragrant smoke wafted into the air. Sleep well, his deep, seductive voice carried an enchanting undertone. Rest peacefully. He reached the edge of the tub, delicately picking a few rose petals, and gently caressed her pristine back. The vivid crimson of the rose petals contrasted sharply with her ivory skin, creating a striking visual impact. Her skin was softer and more delicate than the finest porcelain. Lu Qingyuan had indulged in countless dreams of her, yet upon touching her for the first time, his body stiffened, excitement coursing through him like fire. His fingers trembled with exhilaration. "Yandere," he whispered hoarsely, his sensual lips brushing against her delicate shoulder and neck as he gently massaged her. His long fingers trembled as they reached her slender neck, so soft and fragile that he could encircle it with just one hand. This reminded him of the small bird he had choked to death in his youth. In that moment, she appeared just as fragile. He lightly grasped her delicate neck, careful not to exert too much pressure, and gradually leaned in, covering her from behind. His sensual lips trembled as they pressed against the very lips he had longed for in countless dreams. A soft kiss, brief yet electrifying. He pulled back, his enchanting gaze scrutinizing her face, ensuring she remained asleep before trembling with anticipation and kissing her once more. Like the most devoted of worshippers kissing his goddess, his faith, his light of life, Lu Qingyuan's breath quickened with the kiss, fearful of disturbing her, hesitating to deepen his embrace. His taut arms gently lifted the woman from the wooden tub, draping a delicate pink satin quilt over her as he carried her towards the bed. The man enveloped her hair in a soft towel, tenderly wiping her down, before fetching a set of clean garments, gently assisting her into them. "Yandere," he murmured, his fingers tracing the porcelain delicacy of her collarbone, softly sketching its contours, as he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon it. "You are truly beautiful." His voice was husky, filled with fervor and an ardent gaze fixed upon her. Chapter 34. He became jealous. "Be good. Sleep now." The man gently spoke as he held the soft woman in his embrace. At dawn the next day, as the first light of daybreak appeared, Chun Tao, who had spent the night on the ground, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around in confusion. Had she really been lying outside all night? Her neck felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and it ached terribly. Rubbing her neck and stretching her limbs, the memories of the previous night flooded back in her mind. It was when she was assisting her mistress with her nightly ablutions that she had discovered her mistress asleep in the wooden tub. Upon hearing a knock, she had risen to open the door, only to be met by the young master, who unexpectedly struck her and rendered her unconscious. Why had the young master knocked her out? What about her mistress? At that moment, a tall, imposing figure stood before her. The man, tall and statuesque, stood under the bamboo trees within the courtyard, emanating an aura of icy elegance and an unspoken danger that sent chills down one's spine, reminiscent of a noble born into privilege. "Come here." The man's voice was deep and cold. Chun Tao felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively moved toward Lu Qingyuan. About last night. Chun Tao steeled herself, but could not resist the urge to inquire. The man's voice was chillingly low, his sensuous lips curving into a slight smile. Yet the expression held an air of frostiness. If you dare utter a single word. He raised a long, jade-like hand to his neck, tilting his head with a smile that was both charming and terrifying, making her blood run cold. He mimed a gesture of cutting his throat. Chun Tao's eyes widened in fear, her face turning ashen as she quickly shook her head. Rest assured, young master, I will not breathe a word. You're quite perceptive. Lu Qingyuan waved his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You may go. Yes. Chun Tao felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, her scalp prickling as she hurriedly turned and fled. When Lin Yan awoke, she found her hair smooth and lustrous, treated with her favorite rose-scented oil. She was also clad in a soft, silky, lunar-white nightgown. That night, she had slept exceptionally soundly. Chun Tao, Lin Yan called softly. At that moment, Chun Tao approached briskly, carrying a copper basin for washing, a towel draped over it. I must have fallen asleep while bathing last night, Lin Yan chuckled. And you must have been the one to carry me out and change my clothes, dry my hair? Chun Tao smiled wryly. Yes, indeed. Who would have imagined that the young master, appearing so refined and restrained, could be so reckless towards their mistress? After all, she was the young master's sister-in-law. It was utterly insane. Mistress, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Chun Tao gently wiped Lin Yan's face with the towel, tentatively asking. I'm perfectly fine. Lin Yan replied with a smile. In fact, I feel as if I slept deeply and comfortably. Chun Tao discreetly glanced at the area below her mistress's collar, relieved to see that the fair skin bore no marks that should not be there. Did the young master merely assist the lady with her grooming last night without taking any liberties? Initially, she intended to inform the lady about the young master's feelings. But after today's events, Chun Tao dared not speak a word. After all, one only has one life to live. However, observing the lady's demeanor towards the young master, it seemed there was no romantic affection involved. Unable to contain herself, Chun Tao whispered, My lady, have you considered the prospect of marriage in the future? Once you are wed, you shall no longer be the object of Lu Qingyuan's covetous gaze. This is not something I have contemplated at present, Lin Yan replied, lifting her gaze to meet Chun Tao's. Why, have you given it thought? If a suitable match arises, I shall arrange a splendid marriage for you, she added, for Chun Tao was indeed a fine young woman. Lin Yan resolved to provide her with a generous dowry, ensuring she would depart in a manner befitting her. Upon hearing this, Chun Tao felt a surge of guilt towards the lady, fervently wishing for her to realize the young master's true nature soon. After breakfast, Pei Yunhe arrived in a flurry. Miss Lin, how do you fare now? He inquired, concern etching his features. Thank you, young Master Pei, for your concern. I am quite well. Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile, touched by his thoughtfulness. I heard about the incident at the tavern. My mother and I were both worried. I sought to investigate the matter, but by the time I gathered any leads, you were already released, Pei Yunhe expressed, guilt shadowing his expression. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan's cold voice pierced through the air, laced with a hint of mockery. Isn't it a tad late to be discussing such matters? As he strode into the room, Lin Yan noted the embarrassment on Pei Yunhe's warm visage. She shot Lu Qingyuan a disapproving glance and hurried to reassure him. It is quite all right. Your concern alone brings me joy. Lu Qingyuan's handsome face darkened. Was she truly glaring at him for the sake of that man? Did Pei Yunhe hold such significance in her heart? In that instant, Lu Qingyuan's mind began conjuring countless ways for Pei Yunhe to meet his demise. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's displeased expression, Lin Yan chuckled softly and continued. This matter was also thanks to our Qingyuan. Had it not been for him, I would not have been released so swiftly. At first, she had underestimated the complexities of their feudal society. In this ancient era, mere diligence was insufficient for ordinary folk to engage in commerce. Without power to back them, merchants could hardly thrive. If Lu Qingyuan were to gain influence in the court, he could protect her, allowing her to live a tranquil life, free from worries. Lu Qingyuan's feelings of agitation dissipated at her words. She had a peculiar ability to sway his emotions. One phrase could incite a storm within him, while another could brighten his world. Pei Yunhe nodded. That is good to hear. Today marks the final session of acupuncture for Qingyuan. Qingyuan, come here, Pei Yunhe called gently. Lu Qingyuan frowned. Their relationship had not yet matured to the point where he could address him by name. Suppressing his discomfort, he approached Pei Yunhe's side. I see that your leg has improved significantly. After this treatment, your right leg will be as ordinary as anyone else's. Pei Yunhe spoke gently. Thank you, young Master Pei. Lin Yan replied, filled with joy. Pei Yunhe raised his gaze, his fingers deftly inserting a silver needle into Lu Qingyuan's acupoint. Then looked at Lin Yan with a soft smile. Observing their interaction, Lu Qingyuan, seated in his wheelchair, clenched his fists, his chiseled jawline taut with tension, and a shadow of gloom darkened his stern visage. Qingyuan, are you unhappy? Lin Yan sensed something peculiar in Lu Qingyuan's demeanor. Not far away, Chun Tao watched the scene unfold, her heart as clear as a mirror. It was evident that the young master was envious, yet the madam remained oblivious to his affections. Chapter 35. The enigmatic Azura, Lu Qingyuan's handsome visage was adorned with an innocent smile as he contemplated the upcoming examination. Do not worry too much. The teacher has remarked upon your exceptional talent, and I have faith in you. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. After the last needle was removed, Pei Yunhe exhaled in relief. Qingyuan, have you tried your leg? Is it feeling better? He inquired gently, casting a warm glance at Lu Qingyuan. Although he was uncertain why Lu Qingyuan harbored such animosity towards him, he understood that should he marry Miss Lin in the future, Lu Qingyuan would become his brother-in-law, and it was essential to foster a harmonious relationship. Lu Qingyuan rose gradually and took a few steps in place. His right leg felt incredibly light, and he experienced no pain while walking. He moved with agility and ease, even managing to run. It was undeniable that Pei Yunhe's medical skills were truly remarkable. Wonderful, Lin Yan exclaimed joyfully, her fair face glowing with delight. Qingyuan, your leg is completely healed. With gratitude, she turned her gaze to Pei Yunhe. Young Master Pei, you have restored Qingyuan's leg. You are a benefactor to our family, and words cannot express our gratitude. I am at a loss as to how to thank you. There's no need for thanks, Pei Yunhe replied, his expression warm and smiling. It was merely my duty. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply accompany my mother for some leisurely walks. Not far away, Lu Qingyuan's handsome features grew somber, though Pei Yunhe's words were pleasant. He suspected that the young man aimed to draw closer to Yandere, fearing that he might lose her to Pei Yunhe if he did not act quickly. He felt a sense of urgency. Lin Yan prepared a lavish feast to express her gratitude towards Pei Yunhe. Initially, he intended to sit beside her, but unexpectedly, Lu Qingyuan squeezed in between them. Pei Yunhe felt a touch of awkwardness. Throughout the meal, whenever Pei Yunhe attempted to engage Lin Yan in conversation, Lu Qingyuan would invariably interrupt, resulting in Pei Yunhe being unable to speak with her for long. Instead, Lu Qingyuan dominated the dialogue with Lin Yan. Observing their close rapport, Pei Yunhe found the situation increasingly peculiar. Were they perhaps too intimate? In the afternoon, Lin Yan visited the restaurant to oversee business affairs. At that moment, the fragrant pavilion had been raided, leading most patrons to flock to the Rui restaurant, which was now thriving. Meanwhile, within the prison, the magistrate of the Song family instructed his men to unlock the cell of Boss Zhao. I've arranged for a corpse to take your place. I will claim that you committed suicide in despair within these walls. From now on, you shall adopt a new name. Zhao Wu will no longer exist. Relocate to another place and never return, he whispered conspiratorially. Zhao Wu could hardly fathom that in his struggle against Lin Yan, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. Despite having some familial ties to the magistrate, he never anticipated such a dire outcome. This predicament deeply troubled Zhao Wu, who was accustomed to a life of ease. Uncle, do you know the background of that wretched Lin Yan? Zhao Wu inquired, his voice low and filled with resentment. Lin Yan herself may lack significance, but her family connection. That is a person of the third prince. The governor of Song furrowed his brow. I had no choice but to bring you here. The third prince? Isn't he just an unfavored, useless prince? Zhao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. It was well known that the former third prince was someone whom anyone could easily trample upon. That was the case before. The governor of Song glanced around, lowering his voice, but recently, the third prince's influence has surged. His proposed policies have effectively addressed the water disasters in Jiangnan and dealt with some bandit issues. He is currently in favor with the emperor. Who knows what the future holds? Thus, I'm left with no alternatives. Zhao Wu gritted his teeth. Very well. Thank you, uncle. Under the cover of darkness, Zhao Wu donned a deep black hooded cloak, preparing to stealthily exit the city. However, unexpectedly, a swift arrow whizzed through the night, piercing through his right shoulder blade. The sharp arrowhead penetrated his collarbone, pinning him forcefully against a tree. Blood flowed incessantly from the wound, yet Zhao Wu found himself utterly immobilized, nailed to the tree. Every slight movement eliciting excruciating pain. He raised his eyes, only to see a dark figure lazily perched on a horse not far away, arm drawn back, aiming directly at him. The figure was an extraordinarily handsome man, with ink-black hair tied back, tilting his head slightly, his deep-set eyes narrowed, fixated on Zhao Wu, his sensuous lips curling into a smirk, a smile reminiscent of spilled blood. The gaze directed at him was akin to that of a skilled hunter eyeing its prey, glimmering with a bloodthirsty excitement that sent shivers down Zhao Wu's spine. "Sir, may I inquire as to your identity? I have not wronged you in any way." Zhao Wu hastily pleaded, his face contorted in despair, fearing another arrow might swiftly claim his life. "Indeed, you have wronged me." Lu Qingyuan's long legs gripped the horse's flank, adjusting his aim, his powerful arm drawing the bow, the sharp arrowhead now targeting Zhao Wu's other shoulder. In an instant, the arrow flew through the air, striking accurately into his left shoulder. With both shoulders firmly pinned to the tree, he could scarcely move, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Yet, in this moment of despair, he discovered with horror that the blood flowing from his wounds was black. "This arrow is poison," Zhao Wu murmured in a pale whisper. "Who are you, and why do you harbor such hatred for me?" "Lin Yan is my woman." The man languidly curled his seductive lips, tilting his head, the tear mole beneath his deep-set eyes accentuating his handsome features, rendering him even more alluring, sensuous, and somewhat roguish. "What do you think?" Zhao Wu's face turned ashen in fear, his mind a blank slate. I was momentarily bewitched. I have paid the price now." "Good sir, would you spare me?" Zhao Wu cried out in despair. "You are destined to be among the deceased." The man clicked his tongue in disdain. "Yet you, defiant as ever, refuse to accept your fate." The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, each word he uttered laced with venom, sending chills down the spine. "I have come to escort you on your journey." At the instant his words fell, arrows once again soared toward Zhao Wu, 4 arrows unleashed in unison, piercing his wrists and ankles with brutal force. An excruciating pain surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, the man dismounted, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he toyed with a sharp blade, advancing towards Zhao Wu step by deliberate step. In the darkness, he resembled a soul-harvesting demon, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Chapter 36. Madness. "What are you planning to do?" Zhao Wu was utterly terrified, his eyes wide as he stared at Lu Qingyuan, nervously swallowing. "Hero, I beg you spare me. I swear I will never dare again. From now on, I will leave the city, live in obscurity, and never return." The man's thin lips curled into a playful smile as his long fingers toyed with a sharp dagger. In the darkness of night, the dagger spun in his porcelain-like fingers, gleaming with a chilling sharpness. This scene was visually captivating, yet it filled Zhao Wu with dread. In the next moment, a faint smile graced the man's almost enchanting features as he pointed the blade at Zhao Wu's heart. Instantly, blood splattered. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in horror, his face turning pale from excruciating pain. But Lin Yan was fine. Zhao Wu's voice trembled, his face contorting in agony. "Why do you treat me so mercilessly?" "She is my treasure," Lu Qingyuan replied with a playful smile, his deep gaze glinting with frost. "I could never bear to lay a finger on her, yet you dare to imprison her." In the next instant, The man withdrew the knife and aimed the bloody blade at Zhao Wu's neck. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, please. Zhao Wu cried out in pain, yet there was no trace of pity in the man's demeanor. With a swift motion, Lu Qingyuan plunged the bloody knife into Zhao Wu's neck. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering across the man's face. Under the night sky, his handsome visage took on a sinister allure, blood trickling down from the corners of his eyes, lending his face a morbid beauty. The man's deep gaze shimmered with bloodthirsty madness, a playful curve gracing his lips as he withdrew the dagger and stabbed Zhao Wu's neck again and again. Strike after strike, Zhao Wu lacked the strength to defend himself, like a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of another, until his eyes widened in shock. His complexion turning ashen, he breathed his last. Is this how it ends? Lu Qingyuan clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Having dealt with this, there's still one more. He wiped the bloodied knife on Zhao Wu's body, cleansing it of the evidence before tucking it away. From his pocket, he retrieved a fire starter, igniting it. The orange flames illuminated his bloodied, bloodthirsty visage. The man wore a playful smile before tossing the blazing fire starter at Zhao Wu's feet. Instantly, the fire starter ignited upon contact with the dry grass. A small blaze erupted in the forest, growing larger, consuming the lifeless body entirely. The man, clad in deep black attire, turned and walked away, leaving behind a roaring inferno, flames reaching skyward, devouring all in their path. At the Song residence. What? The head of the Song family widened his eyes. Are you saying I have been impeached for embezzlement? Indeed, came the reply. It is unclear who gathered the evidence and submitted it to the court, but it is irrefutable. The emperor will likely summon you for questioning. The other party frowned. How could this happen? I thought I had covered my tracks flawlessly. The head of the Song family anxiously paced the room, bewildered by how the evidence had been leaked. It is imperative to swiftly dispose of all these valuable antiques and paintings. The prefect of Song steadied himself and instructed. You may leave now. I have some matters to attend to. Understood, the other party replied before departing. The prefect busied himself within the confines of his chamber, preparing to pack his belongings when suddenly, the window was shattered by an intruder. Startled, he turned to see Lu Qingyuan, clad in deep black attire with a black belt cinching his waist, standing a short distance behind him. At that moment, the man's dark hair was tied up with a jade crown, yet his handsome visage was marred by a patch of dried crimson blood. Tilting his head, his alluring features bore an unsettlingly sinister aura. Prefect of Song, I see you are well, he intoned, his deep voice resonating with a chilling undertone amidst the night. The prefect shuddered involuntarily. Mr. Lu, what brings you here at such an hour? The man tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he took deliberate steps toward him. With each stride, it felt as though he were treading upon the very heart of the prefect. Instinctively, the prefect retreated a few steps, feeling an icy chill envelop him, sweat beading on his brow. Mr. Lu, what is the purpose of your late-night visit? Zhao Wu is your distant relative, Lu Qingyuan remarked with a smirk, his eyes glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty light in the dim room. You have wronged my Yandere for his sake. The prefect's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lu would be aware of this matter. What are you talking about? I did not comprehend. He feigned ignorance. I've already killed Zhao Wu, Lu Qingyuan replied, his smile laced with amusement as he produced a dagger from his pocket. Before he perished, he confessed everything. You dare to commit murder? The prefect's eyes bulged in horror. Had this man forsaken his future? He was to partake in the imperial examination, with a promising future ahead, and yet he had resorted to murder for a woman? What of it? Lu Qingyuan chuckled, his demeanor nonchalant. I could take a life when I wish. I killed him, and with my cold, piercing gaze, I can just as easily take yours. Have you lost your mind? The prefect gasped, his eyes wide with terror. I am the prefect. Do you dare to act against me? This is my home. Lu Qingyuan's audacity was beyond measure. Before he could call for his guards, Lu Qingyuan interrupted, Do not shout. He smiled languidly, his eyes glinting with a frosty menace. The guards in your residence are quite intoxicated. What? The prefect was astonished to learn that, despite his esteemed position, Lu Qingyuan could so effortlessly subdue the entire estate. What remarkable power he wielded! If he were to succeed in the examinations, what chaos would ensue? A profound dread enveloped the prefect. This matter has already been resolved, has it not? He stammered. Miss Lin is unharmed, and Zhao has received his due punishment. But your punishment has yet to begin. The man's lips curled into a chilling smile. As the prefect's eyes widened in fear, Lu Qingyuan slowly spoke. You have committed an unforgivable transgression by harming my precious one. Before the prefect could utter a plea for mercy, Lu Qingyuan swiftly slashed his throat with the dagger. Warm blood splattered once more upon the man. The governor of Song, clutching his neck from which blood gushed forth relentlessly, widened his eyes in terror and staggered backward. The man clicked his tongue, initially intending to prolong the torment. He glanced at the sky outside and sighed softly, lamenting, Alas, I must return early, otherwise she will worry. The governor of Song stared at him as if he were a monster, muttering, You madman. In the next moment, Lu Qingyuan swiftly stepped forward, seizing the dagger in his hand and delivering a swift, deadly strike to the governor's neck. One blow followed another, each strike lethal. Chapter 37. A lifetime of yearning, the magistrate of the Song family met his demise with the brutality of a slaughtered pig, falling victim to the butcher's relentless blade without a flicker of resistance. In mere moments, he lay lifeless, his eyes wide open, amidst a pool of blood. The man, with an expression of indifference, cast a fleeting glance at the fallen magistrate, his striking visage marred by splashes of crimson. Rising to his feet, he retreated indoors to procure a clean basin, meticulously cleansing the blood from his face and hands. She had a penchant for cleanliness. The scent of blood would not sit well with her. After a brief interlude, the man departed, while a fierce blaze erupted within the courtyard of the Song residence, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace. As dusk settled, Lin Yan returned from the tavern only to find that Lu Qingyuan had yet to arrive. Have you seen the young master? She inquired of Chun Tao, her concern growing as time slipped away. It was already the hour of the high, and ordinarily, Lu Qingyuan would be at home, immersed in his studies. The delay stirred unease within Lin Yan, fearing for his safety. No, I haven't seen him, Chun Tao replied, shaking her head. Lately, the mere thought of Lu Qingyuan brought a pang of discomfort to her neck. The young master was simply too intimidating, and she wished to keep her distance. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a dark blue robe approached with a steady gait, a jade belt cinching his waist. Qingyuan, Lin Yan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. She hurriedly moved to his side, her soft voice laced with playful reproach. Where have you been? Why are you returning so late? I went to purchase this for you, he replied, his long fingers holding an assortment of packages. Lin Yan paused, recognizing the delicate cosmetics from the Butterfly Pavilion. Is this the blush powder from the Butterfly Pavilion in the east of the city? I've heard their products are the finest in the capital, often selling out with long queues of eager buyers. The young master is truly considerate of the lady, Chun Tao remarked. Indeed, the man responded with a smile. I was delayed by the queue. You, Lin Yan said, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Your late return has made me worry for quite some time, but seeing you safe brings me relief. A warm current flowed through Lu Qingyuan's heart. The thought that she cared for him filled him with tenderness. Did this signify that he held importance in her life? Surely it must. Tomorrow is your examination, and your future is paramount. You should focus on your studies, Lin Yan advised. Initially, her intentions were to win over Lu Qingyuan and avoid the tragic fate of the original owner of her identity. It now appeared that her efforts had borne fruit. Qingyuan was indeed filial, even before achieving great success. Lin Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I will remember, he replied as they made their way inside. How has your studying been of late? Lin Yan inquired, her gaze full of concern as they walked. Not too bad. I am confident about tomorrow's examination, Lu Qingyuan stated. That's good to hear. Lin Yan sighed with relief. I won't be going to the tavern tomorrow. I'll accompany you to your exam. Very well. The man nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her. Just before their departure, Lin Yan had prepared a farewell feast for Lu Qingyuan. Early in the morning, when Lu Qingyuan awoke, he was greeted by the sight of a delicate figure busily moving about in the kitchen. The room was filled with an enticing aroma. "Was that delightful scent?" Lu Qingyuan inquired. "My lord, the madam began making zongzi for you before dawn," Chun Tao replied, her voice tinged with mild reproach. "The madam has been tirelessly attending to you, managing the tavern, and rising early to prepare these delicacies. I feel for her, it must be exhausting." I intended to assist her in wrapping the zongzi, but she insisted on doing it alone, Chun Tao continued. Lu Qingyuan's heart softened at her words. The once cold and distant brow of the man now bore a gentler expression, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of warmth. At that moment, Lin Yan appeared, clad in a pale peach ensemble, her sleeves rolled up as she approached with a large platter of zongzi, her face alight with joy. "Qingyuan, fresh zongzi, do try some. The ones tied with red string are sweet, while the green ones contain savory meat," she said with a playful smile. "Eating zongzi is auspicious. I hope you achieve great success." Lu Qingyuan gazed tenderly at her. "You have worked hard. It's nothing arduous. There is still a dish to prepare in the kitchen." "Allow me a moment," Lin Yan replied, hurrying back to the kitchen. Shortly after, she emerged with a plate of sweet and sour carp. "You must try this fish too. It symbolizes the leap of the dragon's gate," she said, her lustrous black eyes sparkling as they fixed on him. "Let's dine together." Lu Qingyuan smiled at her. At that moment, Lin Yan's face, pale as jade and devoid of makeup, radiated a natural beauty, perhaps due to her prolonged labor, as beads of perspiration glistened on her smooth forehead. The delicate blush on her porcelain skin and her slightly parted rosy lips resembled petals, enticing in their allure. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan felt a thirst arise within him, his Adam's apple moving silently. They both took their seats, and noticing Chun Tao standing nearby, Lin Yan cheerfully beckoned, "Chun Tao, come join us." Chun Tao looked at the lavish spread before her, her mouth watering. Although she was a servant, the madam had never treated her as such. Rather, she had always regarded her as a sister. In the absence of the master, or during his time at the tavern, Lin Yan always invited her to dine with her. Therefore, Chun Tao had grown accustomed to sharing meals with the madam. However, this time, as Chun Tao contemplated joining them, she inadvertently met Lu Qingyuan's icy gaze. His eyes, sharp as a blade, fell upon her, causing her to feel an intense heat rise in her neck. She instinctively clutched her throat and took a few steps back. "No, I'm quite full, madam. Please enjoy your meal with the master," she stammered, eager to escape the disquieting presence of Lu Qingyuan. "Why does Chun Tao seem so peculiar today?" Lin Yan murmured softly. "I feel as though she is quite afraid of you. Is that so?" Lu Qingyuan smiled, his handsome face exuding an air of innocence. Lin Yan pondered that perhaps she had misjudged him. After all, her Qingyuan was so pure and harmless. Not truly a fierce person. Perhaps it was simply a matter of incompatibility between the two. Dismissing her thoughts, Lin Yan picked up a piece of fish and offered it to Lu Qingyuan. "Come, let us eat." Lu Qingyuan, feeling a sense of satisfaction, exclaimed that it was delicious. "If only I could enjoy your cooking for a lifetime. How blissful that would be." Lin Yan feigned anger. "You wish to have it for a lifetime? What about marrying a wife in the future?" Chapter 38. The future is long. Marriage is inevitable. Lu Qingyuan's deep, dark gaze was fixed upon the woman before him as he smiled gently. Her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, were vividly alive. Her feigned anger was endearingly charming. "That settles it then," Lin Yan said, her lips curving into a soft smile. She picked up a sticky rice dumpling, her slender fingers delicately peeling away its verdant skin, revealing the tender, glistening rice within, and offered it to him. "Once you marry, your wife can prepare these for you. I cannot be by your side forever. However, should you crave my culinary skills, I could send you dishes daily, as long as you don't tire of them." The man lowered his gaze to the dumpling, its glistening, fragrant rice interspersed with plump, sweet jujubes, enticingly aromatic. He accepted the dumpling and took a bite. Yet, from the very beginning, the only one he wished to marry was her. "Is the taste to your liking?" Lin Yan inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Qingyuan nodded. "It's quite sweet." The dumpling tasted as sweet as the woman herself. Lin Yan's smile transformed her eyes into crescent moons. I'm glad you enjoyed. After the meal, Lin Yan had already prepared Lu Qingyuan's luggage, readying him for his examination. Along the way, she retrieved a sachet from her bosom and presented it to him. This sachet is handmade by me. It contains calming incense I crafted, along with a talisman for safety. The talisman, which she had acquired from Lin Yan Temple, was meant to ensure his life would be smooth and safe, wishing him good fortune in all endeavors. Though Lin Yan, as a modern individual, was not particularly superstitious, she believed that it was better to be hopeful than to dismiss such sentiments entirely, as it carried a piece of her heart. May I place it on you? Lu Qingyuan asked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his penetrating gaze remained on her. Of course, Lin Yan replied, her delicate fingers grasping the sachet. She leaned in closer, intending to attach it to his belt. Just then, the carriage jolted unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Lin Yan tumbled forward, landing against Lu Qingyuan's long legs. If not for his sturdy support, she might have fallen face first onto the carriage floor, possibly injuring herself in the process. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, she found herself in a more awkward position as Lu Qingyuan's hand rested on her slender waist, much of his warm palm resting below her waistline. The warmth of his hand seemed to seep through the fabric, sending a blush across her skin. Lin Yan felt increasingly flustered. Madam, a child suddenly ran into the street just now. The carriage driver explained apologetically. I had to swerve to avoid him. It's quite all right, Lu Qingyuan replied generously. Lin Yan felt a wave of shame and struggled to rise from his embrace. However, in her attempt to shift, she unintentionally brushed against the jade pendant at his waist, causing discomfort in her abdomen. Your jade pendant is digging into me, she remarked. Lin Yan bit her rosy lips and softly inquired, could you remove it? I'm not wearing the jade pendant today. The man seemed to take a deep breath, his voice slightly husky. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Without the jade pendant, what did that imply? If you continue to move about, I cannot guarantee what I might do, he sighed. Lin Yan became acutely aware of the seductive, restrained timbre in his voice. In an instant, her face flushed with heat. He had just. Lin Yan struggled and hurriedly extricated herself from the man's embrace, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire as she seated herself at a distance from him. I did not mean to. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she felt a wave of warmth enveloping her face. How could she face Lu Qingyuan now? She had behaved so poorly in front of him. Lin Yan felt as though their relationship had, in an intangible way, crossed a threshold. Though there was merely a 3-year age gap between her and Lu Qingyuan, and she was not his mother, in Lin Yan's eyes, he was merely a junior. This could not continue. Once he finished his examinations, she would arrange a marriage for Qingyuan. She must distance herself from him. Living under the same roof was increasingly inconvenient. Lu Qingyuan's deep gaze fell upon the woman's delicate face, reminiscent of begonia blossoms, his previously frosty eyes now emanating a gentle glow. She was so easily embarrassed. At that moment, she was entirely unaware of how enticing she appeared. It's all right. I trust you did not do so intentionally, the man murmured, his voice laced with tenderness. Observing her mortified demeanor, Lu Qingyuan added, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while. With that, he gently closed his eyes, seeking solace. Lin Yan furtively glanced at Lu Qingyuan, noticing he was indeed sitting upright in the carriage, leaning against the backrest with his eyes shut, his steady breaths gradually easing her discomfort. Was he asleep? It was as if all the awkwardness and unwarranted intimacy had been mere illusions. Lin Yan began to calm herself. Lu Qingyuan was a normal adult man. His earlier reaction was entirely natural. It had been a minor episode, an accident. If he was not dwelling on it, why should she feel so awkward? Taking several deep breaths, Lin Yan forced herself to regain composure, striving to forget the recent scene. After a brief moment, as the carriage became steadier, she cautiously hung a fragrant sachet on Lu Qingyuan's waist. She hoped for his smooth success in the examinations and a safe journey. Little did she know, Lu Qingyuan was not asleep, though his eyes were closed. His mind was preoccupied with the faint, warm fragrance of the woman and the smooth, delicate texture of her skin as flawless as porcelain. Her slender waist was smaller than his palm, and her curves were full and alluring. Those images left an indelible visual impact on him. He struggled to suppress his erratic breathing, striving to maintain tranquility, determined not to reveal any signs of his inner turmoil. Heaven knows the extent of self-control Lu Qingyuan exerted throughout the journey. 2 hours later, the carriage arrived at the examination venue. Cheng Yuan, gazing into the deep, silky eyes of Lin Yan, saw her lips curve into a mesmerizing smile as she clenched her fists in encouragement. "You must do your best. You are exceptional." The earlier awkwardness had dissipated, and Lin Yan, in the presence of Cheng Yuan, resembled a modern parent sending their child off to an important examination. "Don't be nervous. I believe in you. You will surely succeed." Her gentle voice danced into Cheng Yuan's ears like a feather gliding over his heart, igniting a delightful sensation within. His heart softened completely, and a seductive smile graced his lips. "Wait for me. When he triumphs, he will grant her a life adorned with splendid beauty and everlasting glory." Although she currently harbored no romantic feelings for him, time was on their side. He desired not only her presence, but also her heart. Chapter 39. Priceless. I have prepared mushroom sauce, beef patties, savory pancakes, and egg pancakes for you, Lin Yan reminded him. "They're packed in your bundle, so remember to eat them." The imperial examination would last for 9 days, and the candidates resided in austere conditions. She was somewhat concerned that Lu Qingyuan might find the food there unpalatable. Fortunately, it was spring, and those sauces and pancakes would not spoil easily. Lu Qingyuan's heart felt as if it were a pool of spring water, tender and warm, his eyes radiating affection. "All right, go ahead." Lin Yan smiled gently, watching him depart. Yet, Lu Qingyuan lingered, his deep, dark gaze shimmering with an array of emotions, filled with reluctance. "Will you miss me?" This was the first time he would be away from her for such a prolonged period. The examination would indeed take 9 full days. And there would be an additional palace examination afterward. The mere thought of being separated from her for such an extended duration made time feel unbearably slow. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. His words seemed to carry an ambiguous undertone. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Surely, when he spoke of missing her, it was in a familial sense. Of course, Lin Yan replied with a soft smile. When had Qing Yuan become so clingy? This was far removed from the cold and aloof male protagonist described in novels. Lin Yan mused that perhaps she had pampered Lu Qingyuan too well, leading to a transformation in his character. As she pondered, a subtle smile graced the corners of his sensuous lips, and he murmured, "Wait for me." Lin Yan replied. Watching him leave, Lu Qingyuan turned back several times, reluctant to part. After bidding him farewell, Lin Yan returned home in a carriage. The journey was bumpy, and upon her return, she was met with a cacophony of voices from the street. "Heavens, this is quite terrifying. How frightening." Lin Yan lifted the curtain to peer outside, spotting 2 women engaged in conversation. "I heard that person was burned to a crisp. Even the forest caught fire." One exclaimed, "It must be retribution for some heinous act." "Do you know why the magistrate hastily ruled on the Rui restaurant case?" asked the other. "Why?" "Because Zhao Wu, the owner of Xiaomon Pavilion, is related to the magistrate. It is said he secretly gave the magistrate a considerable sum. How unfortunate for the owner of Rui restaurant. Thankfully, the second investigation cleared things up, or she would have been wronged, being so young and beautiful." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan furrowed her brow. No wonder she had sensed something amiss. It turned out the magistrate and Zhao Wu were in cahoots. Fortunately, she had Qing Yuan backing her. Otherwise, ordinary citizens under such a feudal hierarchy would be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. The magistrate is a notorious corrupt official. The emperor has already uncovered evidence of his embezzlement, and he chose to commit suicide out of fear of punishment. Bah! Such a greedy parasite deserves retribution. The women continued to discuss. It is said that a great fire erupted at the magistrate's home last night, leading to his suicide. Such corrupt officials who siphon off the people's wealth truly deserve to perish. Lin Yan lowered the curtain, her brow slightly furrowed. Was it merely coincidence that evidence of corruption against the governor of Song was uncovered in such a short span? leading him to take his own life? Could the incriminating evidence have been provided by Chung Yuan? Lin Yan pondered. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the sight of Pei Yunhe, clad in a pure white robe and adorned with a jade crown, standing at the entrance with a pile of gifts in his hands. The man was slender and tall, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, reminiscent of an immortal emerging from the mist. Master Pei? Lin Yan dismounted from her carriage, surprised to see him. Miss Lin. Pei Yunhe's warm gaze sparkled upon meeting Lin Yan, and he swiftly approached her. I had some free time today and heard that the cosmetics from Butterfly Pavilion are favored by young ladies, so I brought you some. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that both Lu Qingyuan and Pei Yunhe had purchased the same items for her. Thank you for your kindness, Master Pei. Clad in a pale, sea-tang dress, she gracefully walked toward the house, her skirt blooming like a flower with each step. Pei Yunhe walked alongside her, and once they were seated indoors, Lin Yan poured tea for him with her delicate, porcelain-like hands. This is fresh Dongting Biluakan. Do give it taste. Pei Yunhe picked up the translucent, light green cup with his long fingers, inhaling its fragrant sweetness. With lowered eyes, he took a sip and looked at Lin Yan. The flavor is quite sweet, with a pleasant aftertaste. It is delightful. I'm glad you like it. Lin Yan chuckled lightly, then hesitated before continuing. Master Pei, I have a humble request. Speak freely. I shall do my utmost if it lies within my capabilities. Pei Yunhe replied, setting down his teacup to focus on her. The formula for the tranquilizer I learned from you yielded excellent results. I wish to study some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, which I aim to integrate into my fragrance making. Once I master it, I aspire to open a spice shop. This way, the sachets I create will not only offer various fragrances, but also provide health benefits. As she spoke of her business aspirations, Lin Yan's dark, lustrous eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course, I would be delighted to assist. Pei Yunhe responded with a warm smile, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to labor without recompense, Lin Yan insisted. Once I succeed and the spice shop is established, we shall split the earnings equally. There's no need for such formalities, Pei Yunhe chuckled lightly. Between us, there is no need for such precise calculations. Even siblings must settle accounts clearly. Thus, I must insist on fairness, Lin Yan replied. If you refuse to accept, I shall refrain from seeking your assistance. With a resigned smile, Pei Yunhe acquiesced. Very well. Should we become betrothed, the household finances will be under your management. In the following days, Lin Yan eagerly accompanied Pei Yunhe to study traditional Chinese medicine, and he generously shared his knowledge, gifting her several books on the subject. Lin Yan busied herself in the tavern, seizing her leisure moments to delve into the art of perfumery, incense-making, and the study of traditional Chinese medicine, leading a life that was both bustling and fulfilling. Upon crafting a soothing and invigorating sachet, she presented it to Pei Yunhe, saying, "This is for you. Do wear it and see if it proves beneficial." A wave of joy surged within Pei Yunhe as he delicately cradled the sachet, fastening it at his waist. "I truly adore it. Did you embroider the silk threads yourself?" he inquired. Lin Yan nodded. "Indeed, though my stitching is far from exquisite. I hope you do not find it lacking." How could that be? Pei Yunhe felt warmth blooming in his heart. Clearly, he held a special place in Lin Yan's affections, as she had taken the time, amidst her busy life, to thoughtfully craft a sachet for him. Within the dormitory, the students were partaking in their meals. Most of these scholars hailed from humble backgrounds, and the food in the capital was exorbitantly priced. Consequently, they often subsisted on provisions brought from home to save a few coins. Lu Qingyuan unwrapped his bundle, revealing a pancake, which he spread open in his palm before adding strips of cucumber that Lin Yan had previously prepared for him, and then slathering it with a touch of beef sauce. He rolled the pancake into a small wrap and consumed it with an air of elegance. Those around him caught the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "What is that delightful scent?" one exclaimed. "Lu, what are you eating? I have never seen anything like it." The others watched, their mouths watering in envy. In the same dormitory, there were also sons of wealthy families. Upon witnessing Lu Qingyuan's meal, one of them suddenly found his own food lacking in appeal. He produced a banknote from his pocket and offered it to Lu Qingyuan, saying, "Here, take this banknote. Let me have a portion of what you are enjoying." Lu Qingyuan lifted his deep, piercing gaze, his expression cool and detached. "I do not require it." The other, taken aback, insisted, "But this is a banknote. If one is not enough, I can offer you another." With that, he pulled out another note and placed it before Lu Qingyuan. The man's lips curled into a playful yet frigid smile as he replied, "This pancake was made by my beloved. It is priceless." Who is he? To claim a dish crafted by Yena? Chapter 40. Longing grows wildly like vines upon these words. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs of admiration and envy. "Dear Lu, your beloved is exceptionally attentive towards you, isn't she? She has prepared such an abundance of delectable dishes. Indeed, it must have required considerable thought and effort. I am so envious. If only I had a partner who could prepare such delightful meals for me while I journeyed to the capital for the examination. How blissful that would be." The individual who had initially presented Lu Qingyuan with the silver note felt a touch of embarrassment, scratching his nose. Is it forbidden to partake even a bite? After all, it smells utterly divine. Though he had sampled an array of exquisite delicacies, he found himself utterly enchanted by a simple egg pancake. The pancake appeared so tender and fluffy. The sauce and beef within were distinct and succulent. Its aroma was irresistibly appetizing. "No, I cannot." Lu Qingyuan took his time, savoring the roll in his hand, his demeanor exuding elegance and grace. Reluctantly, the other man tucked the silver note away. Curiosity filled the air. "Dear Lu, what does your beloved look like?" Lu Qingyuan smiled. "She is as beautiful as a celestial being." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Her disposition is gentle and nurturing. She is the finest woman in the world." How wonderful! Beautiful and skilled in the kitchen. To have such a woman as a wife would be an immense fortune. Indeed, unlike me, who is yet to find a suitable match. Dear Lu, you must remain vigilant. With such a remarkable beloved, be cautious of others attempting to steal her away. As the chatter continued, Lu Qingyuan's handsome visage hardened, his voice cold and forbidding. "No one can take what is mine. She is solely for me. Anyone who dares to covet her shall meet their demise." His brow furrowed, concealing the fierce intensity lurking in his gaze. On the first night away from Lin Yan, Lu Qingyuan found himself unable to sleep. In the darkness of the dormitory, the breaths of his fellow candidates rose and fell rhythmically, yet he remained wide awake, staring out at the luminous moon. His long fingers clutched a fragrant sachet embroidered with peonies, pressing it to his heart. Longing grew wildly, like an uncontrolled vine. In just one night, the thought of her had rendered him sleepless. For the first time, he felt the days stretch interminably. It was more arduous than the days of his youth, when he suffered from hunger and cold, unable to find warmth or sustenance. He longed for the examinations to conclude swiftly, so he could see her again. Would she, in turn, be thinking of him? Would she be restless and unable to sleep, burdened by thoughts of him? Meanwhile, Lin Yan had drifted into a peaceful slumber early on, dreaming of the recipes and ingredients for a fragrant shop. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days later, Lin Yan's spice shop was officially opened. The establishment was aptly named Qin Xiangfang. On the day of the grand opening, Lin Yan donned a delicate begonia-colored chiffon gown, her ebony hair elegantly styled, adorned with a golden hairpin. She smiled warmly as she beckoned. "Come and take a look at our new store." As passers-by noticed her, they were drawn into the shop. "Our shop is unlike any other spice store in the market. Our spices possess remarkable effects, promoting tranquility and sleep, nourishing the body, and regulating digestion." As Lin Yan spoke, she guided a group of young ladies into her elegantly and classically decorated shop. Inside, a variety of meticulously crafted sachets and incense burners were displayed. Each sachet, exquisitely embroidered and skillfully made, was adorned with pearls or beautiful beaded tassels, resembling fine works of art. Beneath each sachet were inscriptions such as beautifying and nourishing the skin, calming the mind and aiding sleep, repelling insects, and tonifying blood and energy, showcasing the benefits of these fragrant pouches. The spices and the incense burners also bore lovely names: White Dew's Joy, Snowy Ridge's Cold Plum, Sinking Smoke of the Luo. Many young ladies were captivated by these sachets and aromas. "Madam, these sachets smell delightful. How much for each? One girl inquired joyfully, having inhaled the fragrance. 5 taels of silver, Lin Yan replied. The fabric is the finest brocade, and the embroidery is crafted with great care. Additionally, it is embellished with small beads, and the spices within are of exceptional quality, which is why the price is somewhat higher than what you typically find in the market. Her aim was to run a high-end fragrance boutique, targeting a clientele of mid to high-end consumers, hence the superior materials and premium pricing. Though it is a bit pricey, I adore it, the girl said, readily handing over the silver. All our sachets are limited editions and custom-made. Each one is unique, Lin Yan smiled. What you purchase is a treasure. Upon hearing unique, many young ladies were intrigued. Most hailed from affluent families and were accustomed to being pampered, desiring items that were one of a kind. Then I shall take one. I want this one. Gradually, the sachets on the shelves were sold out. The herd mentality took over as they noticed others purchasing, prompting them to follow suit. Not only were the sachets sold, but the incense burners were completely cleared out as well. Some young ladies who missed out felt a twinge of regret. What is that? Asked one girl, gazing at a larger pearwood shelf within Lin Yan's shop. This shelf was filled with numerous small square compartments, each containing finely ground spices of various colors, with labels bearing the names of traditional Chinese herbs such as Pinellia, Poria, Jasmine, and Osmanthus. These prepared spices allowed customers to create their own blends for the sachets, granting them the joy of crafting their own fragrances. Lin Yan enthusiastically explained. In this way, the sachets made by your own hands will contain truly unique scents. Furthermore, we utilize not just common materials, but also incorporate herbal ingredients that confer health benefits, making it exceptionally delightful to wear. She pointed to the sachet at her waist. Smiling gently, even I wear one every day. Upon hearing this, the young ladies were further enticed. In today's market, many spices were pre-made by shops, making this opportunity to create their own fragrances a refreshing novelty. Gradually, the number of young women in the shop increased. Everyone stood in line, patiently awaiting their turn to create their fragrances. By the end of the day, all the spices in Lin Yan's store had been sold out. After a busy evening, Lin Yan busied herself with the accounts. Pei Yunhe approached her, acknowledging her hard work that day. While Lin Yan managed the shop, Pei Yunhe had not been idle. He had been diligently working in the back kitchen, crafting formulas for the fragrances based on their ingredients. Master Pei, Lin Yan raised her gaze, her dark, lustrous almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. Can you guess how much we earned today? How much? Upon witnessing her joy, a gentle smile graced Pei Yunhe's lips, his eyes radiating warmth. An astonishing 50 taels, Lin Yan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If this continues, I shall be able to take over the shop, and my future will be filled with profit. I have a gift for you. Pei Yunhe regarded her tenderly, slowly approaching and presenting her with a contract. Chapter 41. Her agreement. Lin Yan opened the neatly folded contract and was astonished to discover that it was the deed to the King Xiangfang property. She gazed at him in disbelief. This, a gift for you, Pei Yunhe replied with a gentle smile. But this is far too extravagant. Lin Yan attempted to return the deed to him, only for the man to push it back into her hands. This is my heartfelt intention. Pei Yunhe gazed deeply into her eyes. Miss Lin, I have been enamored with you for quite some time. Whatever you desire, as long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill it. My only wish is to see you happy. But, Lin Yan furrowed her brows, your kindness overwhelms me, and I fear I cannot reciprocate your feelings. I do not require any response from you. Please do not feel burdened, Pei Yunhe assured her. My affection for you and my desire to treat you well are matters solely of my own volition, unrelated to you. Lin Yan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I came today to discuss something important, Pei Yunhe began. What is it? Lin Yan lifted her gaze to meet his. Pei Yunhe pressed his lips together before continuing. The laws of our dynasty have recently changed. A woman who reaches the age of 19 or has been widowed for more than 8 years, if she remains unmarried, will face compulsory marriage arrangements by the government. In the Kingdom of Yun, where the population is sparse and the birth rate is low, the emperor has instituted this law to encourage population growth. While it is generally acceptable for 19-year-old women to marry, it is much more difficult for widows to find a second husband, leading many to the path of government allocation. Lin Yan's eyes widened in shock. She was a transmigrator in an alternate historical era and was completely unaware of such regulations. There were merely 2 weeks left until she reached the 8-year mark of widowhood. Pei Yunhe observed her intently and spoke again in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Lin Yan frowned, taken aback by the rapidity of the situation. She had been preoccupied with her business affairs, completely oblivious to this legal stipulation. Miss Lin, I do not wish to take advantage of your predicament, Pei Yunhe said, his gaze warm and gentle. Given the short time you have been widowed, it is unlikely you will find a suitable husband. If you do not mind, would you consider marrying me? Lin Yan stared at him in astonishment. Of course. I mean a marriage of convenience. I understand that you may not harbor any romantic feelings for me at this moment. My intention is solely to help you avoid the government's forced marriage arrangements. Such allocations are blind and often result in unsuitable matches for widows. I need to think this over. The proposal felt too hasty for Lin Yan, and she needed to reflect on it carefully. I will give you ample time to consider, Pei Yunhe assured her. I wish to convey that, after our marriage, I will fully respect you. You will be the matriarch of the Pei family, entrusted with the keys to the household treasury, and all servants will heed your commands. We will merely be wed in name, and I will not intrude upon you. I will wait patiently until the day you come to appreciate me and accept my heart. Pei Yunhe gazed at her with an intense and gentle focus. Of course, if you still do not harbor feelings for me, should you find someone you truly admire, I shall draft a letter of divorce to facilitate your union. Lin Yan was taken aback by Pei Yunhe's willingness to go this far. Why are you so kind to me? She inquired. Because I am fond of you, the man replied with a warm smile. I wish for your happiness and success in all endeavors. Lin Yan bit her lip, pondering for a moment. I will think it over carefully. Once I have made my decision, I will provide you with an answer. Very well, Pei Yunhe smiled at her. When you have reached a conclusion, I shall carry you away in a grand procession, ensuring that the entirety of the Pei family provides you with the most splendid wedding imaginable. All right, Lin Yan nodded, smiling back at him. In the following days, Lin Yan busied herself at the tavern and the Qinxiang workshop, contemplating the matters of marriage during her leisure time. Chun Tao, serving tea and water from the side, remarked, Madam, I believe Master Pei is quite an admirable choice. His family has practiced medicine for generations, and he is exceptionally skilled. If you marry him, our household would have someone to turn to for ailments without incurring any costs. Moreover, he possesses handsome features and is indeed a fine young man. He treats you well, is sincere, and has genuine affection for you. Chun Tao hoped that the madam would unite with Master Pei, especially considering his undesirable intentions towards her. If their affair became public, it would be met with disdain in this world, leading to a torrent of slander directed at her. Such words might not harm a man, but for a woman, they could be fatal. Chun Tao regarded the madam as her savior and wished for her well-being. Lin Yan reflected, You make a valid point. It appears quite challenging to find a suitable marriage partner within a fortnight. I have spent considerable time with Pei Yunhe and have come to understand his character. Moreover, what he has expressed has truly resonated with me. However, such sentiments might impose an unfair burden on him. Lin Yan resolved that if she were to marry him, she would present a substantial dowry in a grand manner. If she were to eventually develop feelings for Pei Yunhe, that would be splendid. But if not, should she find someone she truly loves in the future, she would gladly share half of her earnings with Pei Yunhe as a form of gratitude. Lin Yan's heart had found its answer. In the examination hall, the sound of fervent reading filled the air. Even in the depths of the night, candidates were diligently poring over their texts. Some were so fatigued that their eyelids battled against each other, their heads nodding in exhaustion, yet they forced themselves to stay awake, pinching their thighs to continue studying. They understood that education was the sole opportunity for those from humble beginnings to alter their destinies, bearing not only their own aspirations, but also the hopes and honors of their entire families. I'm so tired, one scholar lamented, setting down his book and rubbing his weary eyes. I can't read any longer. My head aches from studying. Let us converse for a while. For a brief respite, one tea hurt. The imperial examinations have reached their conclusion, with only the final subject remaining. What should we discuss? I have heard that the emperor recently promulgated a new law. A wealthy young gentleman, adorned in splendid robes, reclined with his legs crossed, setting down his scroll to enthusiastically share with the others. What law? Someone inquired with curiosity. It stipulates that if a woman reaches the age of 19 without being married, the government will arrange a match for her. The young nobleman replied with a smile. Lu Qingyuan, holding the scroll, exhibited no discernible emotion on his face. However, the ensuing words sent a chill of icy dread across his countenance. Chapter 42. Dual lineage. Moreover, it is said that a widow who remains in mourning for over 8 years without remarrying will be forcibly assigned by the authorities. The scholarly candidate leisurely munched on seeds. 8 years. Does that not mean that there are merely a fortnight left until the 8-year mark? Lu Qingyuan's long, jade-like fingers tightened around the scroll, crumpling it with a growing intensity. His deep, dark eyes were clouded with a somber gloom. The thought of the authorities distributing young women to men is somewhat better. At least the women allocated are still youthful. But who would desire an elderly widow? It is likely they would only be assigned to some lowly laborers or wandering beggars. Indeed, who would want a second-hand shoe? What did you say? Lu Qingyuan suddenly raised his gaze, his piercing, cold eyes slicing through the air towards the candidate who had just made the remark about the broken shoe. He abruptly stood, his long, powerful hand gripping the man's neck with alarming force, an icy pressure radiating from him, his expression darkening ominously. Instantly, the other candidate felt like a thorn had pricked his back. His scalp tingled as his face flushed crimson from the chokehold, gasping for breath. Lu, what is the matter with you? The others were equally startled by the scene. It is known that Lu Qingyuan was typically taciturn in the dormitory, rarely engaging in idle chatter, as if he were lost in his own world, displaying a cold and aloof demeanor as though nothing could sway his emotions. Yet this time, he had lost control and was throttling another candidate. Everyone rushed forward to intervene. Lu, let's discuss this calmly. Indeed, this Brother Su has done nothing to provoke you. Brother Su, did you say something to anger Lu? Please, Lu, calm down. We are all preparing for the examination. Do not let a few words. As they hurriedly attempted to mediate, Su's face turned a deeper shade of red, the air in his lungs being seized, nearly suffocating him. It dawned on him that Lu Qingyuan was indeed serious. He truly intended to end his life. Su's mind raced. He realized he had not offended Lu Qingyuan in any way. He had merely uttered a comment about widows being akin to broken shoes, which had incited Lu's fury. Could it be because of that remark? Brother Lu, was it my earlier comment that upset you? I apologize. Su coughed intermittently. The man's cold, blood-stained gaze softened slightly. I shall grant you a chance to rephrase. Widows are not second-hand. Su's eyes rolled back as he neared unconsciousness, struggling to keep them open, cautiously observing Lu Qingyuan's frostbitten expression. As he approached the word broken, he noticed the malice in Lu's eyes intensifying, hastily correcting himself. Widows are all virtuous women. Seeing the frost and murderous intent in Lu Qingyuan's eyes dissipate somewhat, Su, driven by a primal instinct for survival, continued. Widows are the finest women. They possess noble character, remaining faithful to their deceased husbands. They are good women. Only then did Lu Qingyuan release his grip. Su Shan clutched his bruised neck, his breaths coming in ragged gasps, the terror of near death still lingering in his heart. How frightening it was. The earlier encounter with Brother Lu had been truly terrifying, as if he were possessed by a ghost. The others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Brother Su, this is where you have erred. One of the candidates spoke up. Brother Lu has a widowed sister-in-law, the very widow you mentioned. The speaker, Su Lishuan, was a classmate of Lu Qingyuan, having shared 3 years of study together, progressing from the Qingshan Academy to the capital. Thus, he was well aware of Lu Qingyuan's circumstances. It must be acknowledged that Lu's sister-in-law had endured much, having remained loyal to her late husband while supporting Lu in his studies all these years. Su Lishuan continued, a sister-in-law is like a mother. She has worked tirelessly, starting from a small stall in the town to establishing a significant business in the capital. Though merely a woman, she possesses strength surpassing many men in this world. Her restaurant is thriving, with patrons queuing daily, eager to be served. So it was Lu Qingyuan's sister-in-law was indeed a woman deserving of respect. It was no small feat for a woman to raise him. Su Shang's earlier remarks were indeed excessive, and it was no wonder that Brother Lu had been incensed. Were I in his position, hearing such slander against my sister-in-law would surely provoke a similar response. Su Shang felt a twinge of embarrassment, casting an apologetic glance at Lu Qingyuan. I am truly sorry, Brother Lu. Had I known your sister-in-law was a widow, I would never have uttered such words. Every widow deserves respect, Su Lishuan asserted with gravity. She is not my sister-in-law, Lu Qingyuan replied, his brow furrowed, his tone indifferent. Huh? Su Lishuan looked at him in disbelief. Is that so? Yet I distinctly remember, back when we were in the same academy, you would often refer to her as sister-in-law. Su Lishuan recalled that Lu Qingyuan had always been a man of few words, yet he would become quite loquacious when discussing his sister-in-law. He remembered that she would often prepare delightful treats for him. One particular snowy day stood out in his memory when Lu Qingyuan had pulled out a warm roasted sweet potato from his food box. Its skin crisp and the flesh inside soft and golden, almost stringy, reminiscent of melted honey. The sweet and fragrant aroma had been utterly tempting. He had inquired about the source of the roasted sweet potato, and the typically aloof Lu Qingyuan had smiled and said it was made by his sister-in-law. Could I have a taste? Just a bite, Su Lishuan had pleaded, his mouth watering. Not a chance, the young Lu Qingyuan had replied, turning away, cradling the warm roasted sweet potato as if it were a rare treasure. Your sister-in-law treats you so well, preparing such delicious food every day, Su Lishuan remarked with envy. My mother doesn't even do that for me. She is the best sister-in-law in the world, the young Lu Qingyuan had said, turning to look at him earnestly, each word imbued with sincerity. During their subsequent conversations, whenever the topic of his sister-in-law arose, the usually taciturn Lu Qingyuan would become quite loquacious. She was his pride, the most exquisite person in his heart. Su Lishuan envied Lu Qingyuan for having such an admirable sister-in-law. Yet now, why was he reluctant to acknowledge her? Su Lishuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether Lu Qingyuan had forgotten his roots. She had painstakingly raised him, and he had yet to achieve his scholarly aspirations. How could he disregard her kindness? Not at all, Lu Qingyuan replied coolly. To me, she is the finest person in this world. I would give her anything she desires, even my life. The declaration left those around him momentarily speechless. Su Lishuan found it perplexing. If Lu Qingyuan held his sister-in-law in such high regard, why did he not admit to her identity? Observing Lu Qingyuan's demeanor, Su Lishuan understood that he was someone who would not divulge anything unless prompted directly. No matter your thoughts, if she is so significant to you, you must give her due consideration, Su Lishuan remarked. Should she reach the age of widowhood without having wed, the men assigned to her by the authorities will hardly be commendable. She is so beautiful. If she were to be assigned arbitrarily, it would be a disservice to her. Lu Qingyuan slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles turning an unnatural hue. There remained but a fortnight. In 2 weeks, he would achieve academic distinction and petition the emperor for a marriage decree. By then, he had prepared his justification to prevent her from being assigned to a husband by the government, ensuring dual households, and promising that their marriage would be devoid of obligations. Allowing her peace of mind, he would first secure her, and as for affection, that could be nurtured over time. Chapter 43. The proposal. Yet now, he is engrossed in his examination, with the need to complete it before contemplating other matters. Lu Qingyuan fervently wishes for the examination to conclude swiftly, yearning for the palace test to arrive sooner. Each passing day feels like an eternity to him. On this particular night, he gazes at the radiant moon hanging in the pitch-black sky, restless and unable to find slumber. She remains unaware of this law, does she not? Such a delicate creature, as fragile as a little rabbit. If she were to learn of this matter, she would likely be so flustered that she could neither eat nor drink. Would she, too, be sleepless upon discovering this law? Lu Qingyuan finds every second stretches interminably. He longs to return to her side, to hold her close and offer her solace. As the 7th day of the imperial examination draws to a close, Lu Qingyuan had initially intended to rush back to Lin Yan's side. However, the examiners announced that this year there is an urgent need for talent in the officialdom, and the emperor himself would review the papers. Consequently, the results would be expedited, leaving the candidates to wait in the examination hall until the palace test phase. Thus, Lu Qingyuan is unable to leave. As the days pass, those who fail the examination are gradually announced out of the competition, leaving behind only those with commendable scores. Lu Qingyuan and several classmates remain. In the ensuing days, his peers are a mix of nervous excitement and exhilaration as they prepare for the palace test. In my lifetime, I have yet to see the emperor. Indeed, he is the son of heaven. Not just anyone can meet him. What to do? I am already trembling with anxiety. And I have yet to see the emperor. So am I. So am I. If we can win the emperor's favor, our futures will be bright. They exclaim with enthusiasm. Yet, Lu Qingyuan remains detached from the fervor around him, lost in his own thoughts, his handsome visage etched with cold solemnity. He simply wishes for the palace test to commence swiftly, for it to conclude, so he can see Lin Yan once more. He wonders how she fares at home, whether she finds managing the tavern exhausting, and if her business thrives, or if competitors continue to hassle her as longing for her intensifies daily. Emotions bottled up for far too long, desperately seeking an outlet. On this day, Pei Yunhe invites Lin Yan for an outing. She agrees. The two share a carriage as they journey toward the outskirts. It's quite sunny out. Here where this. Pei Yunhe says as he hands Lin Yan a delicate white veil. Thank you, Lin Yan replies with a gentle smile, placing the soft white veil atop her head. The sheer fabric cascades down, obscuring much of her face and neck while still allowing a glimpse of the world outside, embodying elegance akin to an ancient sunshade. The journey is long. I brought some sweet preserves and peach blossom pastries for you, Pei Yunhe adds, setting a food box on the small table within the carriage. You can nibble on these to stave off hunger. At noon, we can go fishing and enjoy grilled fish, and in the evening, we can hunt wild chickens nearby and feast on roasted chicken. Sounds wonderful, Lin Yan replies with a light laugh. This sounds rather intriguing. She has been engrossed in her career and focused on earning money for an extended period. It is indeed time for her to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Lin Yan picked up a piece of candied fruit and placed it in her mouth, the tangy sweetness proving to be quite appetizing. This is my homemade green plum wine, with a low alcohol content, suitable for consumption like a fruit wine. Do try it and let me know your thoughts. Pei Yunhe retrieved 2 small glass bowls and placed them on the table, pouring a small jug of green plum wine into the delicate vessels. The liquid shimmered with a green apple hue, remarkably clear, and exuded a faint aroma of wine. How delightful! Lin Yan exclaimed, delicately lifting the glass bowl to her nose. Inhaling its fragrance, a sweet smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. Let's see how skilled you are at brewing wine. With that, Lin Yan took a sip. The tart sweetness of the plum burst forth upon her palate, initially pleasantly sweet, transitioning into a rich, lingering flavor that was utterly delightful. Lin Yan's dark, almond-shaped eyes brightened. It's exquisite. How wonderful that you enjoy it, Pei Yunhe replied with a gentle smile, pleased that his efforts had not gone unnoticed. Pei Gongzi, Lin Yan said, her lips curving into a light laugh. I have a humble request. Pei Yunhe gazed at her with warmth, prompting her to continue. Could your green plum wine be served at our Rui restaurant? I am confident that the patrons will adore it. Of course, I shall ensure you receive a share. How about a division of 3 to 7? I take 30%, and you take 70. Pei Yunhe raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of a young lady so fixated on profit. Then I shall take 20%, and you shall take 80. Lin Yan continued when she noticed Pei Yunhe's hesitance. Linji, do you only think of profit? Pei Yunhe chuckled softly. Lin Yan paused, wondering if he disdained her focus on financial matters. After all, what else was there to ponder if not the pursuit of wealth? In this world, what could be more fragrant than the scent of money? Of course, I mean no offense. Pei Yunhe, seeing through her thoughts, replied, while earning money is indeed significant, the beauty of romance and the pleasures of life are equally enchanting. This green plum wine was crafted specifically for you, infused not only with plums, but also with medicinal herbs to nourish the blood and enhance beauty. It's a medicinal wine. Pei Yunhe gazed at her with heartfelt sincerity. I wish for you to be the sole recipient. I do not desire anyone else to partake. Lin Yan sighed softly. Pei Yunhe, a gentleman born into a family of physicians, had never known hardship and could afford to disregard the value of money. However, she was different. She and Lu Qingyuan had endured the bitter days of hunger and cold, making her acutely aware of the importance of financial stability. Besides, could romance and beauty serve as sustenance? While the allure of gold and silver may seem mundane, they're the foundation of a secure existence. Their differing values stem from their contrasting life experiences, and Lin Yan respected his perspective. Very well, I shall honor your wishes. If you're unwilling, then let it be. Lin Yan smiled gently. I only hope for your happiness. Pei Yunhe regarded her with tender warmth. Soon enough, the carriage arrived at its destination. Lin Yan disembarked alongside Pei Yunhe. In this season of spring, when blossoms bloom and the warmth envelopes the earth, the countryside unfolds before the eyes, adorned with lush green meadows. In the distance, verdant hills and crystal-clear streams flow gently, while waterfalls cascade continuously from the mountains, their ethereal mist drifting across the azure sky. The heavens are as clear as polished jade, and from afar, one can behold majestic snow-capped peaks standing tall, their summits glistening with a golden hue under the sunlight. Is this not a modern-day reflection of the ancient legend of the Golden Mountains? As she beheld the breathtaking scenery, Lin Yan's spirits soared. My dear Lin, this is the entirety of my savings accumulated over the years, Pei Yunhe declared, presenting an exquisite wooden box. Within it lies the deeds to my properties and 100 acres of fertile land, all earned through my years of diligent practice in medicine. Today, I entrust all of this to you, along with myself. His gaze, tender and focused, remained locked on her. Lin, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Rest assured, everything I have previously mentioned stands true. We shall treat each other with respect, and I will never interfere in your affairs or decisions. Nor will I impose upon you. I vow to honor your autonomy. Should you find affection for me, we may live as true partners. If not, when you discover someone you cherish, I will wholeheartedly bless you and assist you in seeking true happiness. His words were sincere and gentle. Lin Yan recognized Pei Yunhe as a man of great kindness, thoughtful, tender, and warm-hearted. In that moment, her heart wavered. Lin, I genuinely cherish you. If you would consent to my proposal, I, Pei Yunhe, pledge to protect you with my very life. His gaze was earnest and soft. Lin Yan, her cheeks flushed, bit her rosy lip, and nodded shyly. All right. Chapter 44. Engagement in an instant. The gentle warmth radiating from Pei Yunhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Lin Yan, utterly flustered. Is it truly so? Could it be that I misheard? He stammered. Miss Lin, might you repeat that for me? The typically composed man was now as exuberant as a youth. Lin Yan, with a playful smile and tender gaze, replied, Yes, I am willing. Splendid. Pei Yunhe exclaimed, stepping forward to wrap his arms around her waist. The subtle fragrance of sandalwood enveloped Lin Yan. Taken by surprise, she found herself twirled around as he joyfully embraced her. Miss Lin, I am overjoyed. Pei Yunhe's eyes, softer than starlight, lingered on her as a blush graced his porcelain-like features. He spun her around in joyous abandon, while Lin Yan's dress, a lovely shade of begonia, fluttered like blooming flowers in spring. Witnessing his delight at the prospect of marrying her lifted Lin Yan's spirits. She could sense his genuine affection for her. Pei Yunhe's presence also alleviated her predicaments, as he proved to be an admirable choice. Lin Yan mused that perhaps they could cultivate a meaningful relationship together. After a few spins, Pei Yunhe became aware of his unrestrained behavior and quickly set her down. My apologies, he said, adjusting the slightly disheveled veil on her head. I was overwhelmed with joy and lost my composure. But I mean what I say. If you are uncomfortable with my touch, I shall never impose upon you again. His gaze was earnest and tender, imbued with sincerity. Very well, Lin Yan replied, her lips curving into a soft smile. Pei Yunhe, may I call you Yenner from now on? His eyes gleamed with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. At that moment, Lin Yan stood beneath the peach blossom tree, adorned in her begonia dress and a delicate veil, as a gentle breeze scattered pale pink petals that danced down onto her attire and dark hair. The scene was as picturesque as a painting, and Pei Yunhe felt profoundly fortunate to be marrying such a remarkable woman. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, he managed to smile. I may have overstepped, but that is of little matter in time. Very well. Since I have consented, you may call me as you wish. Lin Yan replied softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Having devoted her past life to making a living and remaining single for 20 years, she felt that this time, perhaps, she could explore a romantic relationship with Pei Yunhe. Pei Yunhe's heart swelled with warmth, his gaze filled with tenderness. Lin Yan responded with a soft laugh. Together, they strolled through the countryside, admiring the babbling brooks, the sunlit mountains, and the distant waterfall cascading downwards. At noon, Pei Yunhe laid out a satin mat under the peach blossom tree for Lin Yan to sit upon. On the mat was a small sandalwood table adorned with crystal wine glasses, green plum wine, sweet delicacies, sour apricots, peach blossom pastries, date cakes, and glutinous rice cakes. Pei Yunhe thoughtfully prepared several popular sketchbooks and a selection of strange tales for Lin Yan. Wait for me here. I shall go catch some fish, he said before rising to head towards the stream. Lin Yan settled onto a soft cushion, savoring a date paste cake while perusing the sketchbooks. These volumes were accessible and engaging, richly illustrated and entertaining. The strange tales also featured illustrations and were not solely in classical Chinese, making them quite approachable. Lin Yan treated it as a leisurely read, indulging in the comfort it provided. Not long after, Pei Yunhe returned, triumphantly holding 2 plump carp skewered on a wooden stick, a testament to his fortuitous fishing endeavor. Allow me to assist you, Lin Yan exclaimed, surprised by Pei Yunhe's adept survival skills, having caught fish in such a short span. She set down her sketchbook and peach crisps, ready to rise. No need, he replied, deftly placing the fish on a clean stone beside him. He retrieved a prepared knife and skillfully began to scale the fish, his long arms moving with efficiency. You need only await the grilled fish. I shall be swift. He raised his warm gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Yan. But won't you tire yourself by doing all this alone? I have traveled extensively and am quite accustomed to such tasks. They're simple for me, he assured her, as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms. He continued to clean the fish, removing its entrails. Moreover, your dress is so exquisite, it must not be sullied in the process. Pei Yunhe believed that a woman like Lin Yan deserved to be cherished and delicately cared for. Lin Yan paused, warmth blooming in her heart. Pei Yunhe's kindness enveloped her, treating her as a delicate flower in need of protection. She found this nurturing feeling rather pleasant. Before long, Pei Yunhe had grilled the fish to perfection. The skin was crispy, sprinkled with sesame seeds, and the flesh was tender and succulent. He presented a skewer of grilled fish to Lin Yan, encouraging her to sample its flavor. The aroma wafted invitingly. Lin Yan accepted the grilled fish, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff, and was met with an enticing scent. Let me try, she said, taking a small bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior was tender, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. It's delicious. This grilled fish was unlike those served in modern eateries, laden with numerous seasonings. This freshly grilled fish retained its natural flavor, exquisitely tender and delightful. I'm glad you enjoy it, Pei Yunhe remarked, his smile widening in response to her radiant expression. If you relish it, I shall take the time to fish more often, grilling what I catch just for you. You can fish as well? Lin Yan asked, taking another bite of the tender fish and gazing at him. Indeed, Pei Yunhe replied. Fishing calms the mind. Whenever I feel troubled, I find solace in it. Then I shall be fortunate in the future, Lin Yan smiled, her eyes brightening. I just remembered what the new dish at Rui restaurant is. What is it, Lin Yan? Pei Yunhe inquired. Grilled fish, she exclaimed. Previously, the Rui restaurant offered a variety of snacks and hot pot dishes. However, it was essential to periodically introduce new culinary delights to continuously attract new patrons and prevent the regulars from growing weary of the same fare. Pei Yunhe gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, chuckling softly. Her mind was always brimming with whimsical and intriguing ideas. I plan to design a grill for fish, allowing for the cooking of live fish on the spot, where customers can select their own catch. Lin Yan shared her entrepreneurial aspirations while savoring her meal. We could also offer various flavors for the grilled fish, such as lychee, spicy, and sauerkraut. Once I perfect the recipes, I'll let you and the old lady sample them. Sounds delightful, Pei Yunhe replied with a smile, but do not overexert yourself. While pursuing wealth, one must also relish life. One should not become a slave to money. Indeed, you speak the truth, Lin Yan contemplated. I should appoint a manager for the spice shop and recruit more staff to ease the workload. Yes, Pei Yunhe nodded. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall remain by your side as long as you need me. Very well, the woman smiled, her eyes sparkling. The two spent a day in the countryside, and that evening, Pei Yunhe hunted a wild rabbit in the mountains for Lin Yan to prepare as a feast, and they returned home in high spirits. Perhaps the happiness had arrived too suddenly, as Pei Yunhe felt as though all of this was but a dream, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. It was as if everything was an ephemeral illusion, a mirage. Pei Yunhe realized the urgency of proposing marriage to Lin Yan. The sooner they solidified their union, the sooner he could find peace of mind. Chapter 45. He is a romantic at heart within the confines of the capital's prestigious establishment. Lu Qingyuan has been plagued by an unsettling sense of disquiet during his prolonged absence from home. His longing intensifies with each passing day, and he yearns to abandon all else and return swiftly to Lin Yan's side. Yet, he understands the necessity of power as the foundation of a man's existence. Only by acquiring such power can he safeguard her and promise her a life free from worry and strife. The announcement has been made. The announcement has been made. Su Lishuan exclaimed excitedly within the establishment. We have received the results. He held up the yellowed parchment, which displayed the list of successful candidates. The students, upon hearing this, hurriedly rushed towards him, forming a jubilant throng. Heavens, I have made the list. Ha ha, I too, I'm a third-class scholar. I have not brought shame to my ancestors. I am a second-class scholar. Ha ha, I did not pass, sigh. With the release of the results, joy and sorrow mingled in equal measure. Those who rejoiced proclaimed their intention to treat everyone in the establishment to a grand feast, even arranging for a performance. Meanwhile, those who were disheartened packed their belongings, preparing to depart and to attempt the examinations again next year, for there would always be another chance. Yet, Lu Qingyuan remained an anomaly among them. His tall, elegant figure sat by the window in the front row, adorned in a deep azure robe embroidered with cloud patterns. His long, slender arms rested on the window ledge, his chiseled jawline supported by his graceful wrist, exuding an air of refined elegance and an aloof demeanor that seemed to deter approach. Brother Lu, are you still lost in thought? Su Lishuan exclaimed as he approached, clapping a hand on Lu Qingyuan's shoulder. During this period, while everyone else was fervently preparing for the examinations, Lu Qingyuan remained taciturn, often gazing out of the window in solitude, seldom engaging in conversation with others. Su Lishuan understood that Lu Qingyuan was pining for his beloved. In the quiet hours of the night, Lu Qingyuan's murmurs in his sleep often revealed his heart's yearning. Words such as Yandere, I miss you so much, and let us marry, would escape his lips, much to Su Lishuan's surprise. Who would have thought that the seemingly detached and ascetic Brother Lu was, in fact, a romantic at heart, dreaming of his beloved? The man withdrew his arms, casting an annoyed glance at Su Lishuan. Do you not care that the examination results have been released? Su Lishuan urged excitedly. Brother Lu, you must awaken to this moment. Do you know your rank? You have achieved the top honor. Quick, look. He thrust the list towards Lu Qingyuan, exclaiming, Brother Lu, you are truly a literary genius. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the list with indifference. I am aware. Originally, Su Lishuan anticipated a surge of excitement from Lu Qingyuan upon seeing his name, but was met with a rather muted reaction, as if the honor of being the top scholar did not belong to him. So calm? Su Lishuan blinked in disbelief. If I had achieved such an honor, I would be celebrating with drums and fireworks, making sure the whole village knew it was I who bore such news. He lamented, This is a moment to boast about. What a glorious accomplishment. Expected, Lu Qingyuan replied, retracting his gaze. Long before the examination results were announced, during a discussion in the examination hall, he had already deduced that he would achieve the highest score. Thus, his success in the imperial examination was beyond question. All that remained was to await the palace examination. Brother Liu, you truly are extraordinary, Su Lishuan exclaimed with excitement. When you ascend to greatness, do not forget about me. Your brother. Count me in. Brother Liu, when you attain wealth and honor, do not forget me. The other candidates gradually regained their composure, for it was clear that Lu Qingyuan was the top scorer, a true dark horse. In the upcoming palace examination, he would be a key focus of the emperor's scrutiny. Those who participated in the palace examination would likely be awarded official positions, making it advantageous for them to cultivate relationships with such talented individuals. Everyone in the examination hall regarded Lu Qingyuan with great respect, eager to foster connections with him, for he would be a significant ally in their future careers. Lu Qingyuan, however, found himself weary from the attention, yearning only to conclude the palace examination swiftly, secure his official position, and return to her side. Once the results were released, she would surely see them. Would she be happy for his achievements? Lu Qingyuan could already envision Lin Yan's smiling visage upon seeing the list. How he longed to see her soon. Results are out. Results are out. In the streets of the capital, citizens gathered around the announcement board, jostling for a better view, craning their necks to see, some even losing their shoes in the throng. Lin Yan was also present today, and upon learning of her arrival, Pei Yunhe naturally stayed by her side. Concerned for Lin Yan's safety amidst the crowd, Pei Yunhe positioned himself protectively beside her, his arms outstretched to shield her waist. Lin Yan stood on her tiptoes to peer ahead, waiting for the crowd to thin before she could squeeze in to view the results. The first place. The top scorer is Qingyuan. It's our Qingyuan, Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Pei Yunhe, her dark almond eyes sparkling with joy as she grasped his arm. Qingyuan is the top scorer. Pei Yunhe shared in her delight, responding, yes, Qingyuan is exceptionally talented. Now we await the palace examination. Indeed, once he passes the palace examination, he will truly rise to prominence. Lin Yan was overjoyed. Her elation resembled that of a parent who has tirelessly supported a student, witnessing them attain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. However, unlike modern parents who must navigate the pressures of competition and endless tutoring, Lin Yan found her role considerably easier. Lu Qingyuan was a prodigious talent who required no coaxing or worry on her part. She could already envision the scene of Lu Qingyuan flourishing as a high-ranking official. Finally, he had made it. Indeed, Pei Yunhe gazed at Lin Yan with deep affection. I have heard that after the results are announced, the palace examination will follow. Once Qingyuan's results are out, we shall also marry. A double celebration awaits us. In fact, it was a triple blessing. And there's also the Qinxiang workshop. Lin Yan smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, there's also the Qinxiang workshop. Pei Yunhe gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. Subsequently, Lin Yan immersed herself in the culinary arts, pondering the recipe for grilled fish at the tavern. In the kitchen, she had just perfected a lychee-flavored grilled fish when Chun Tao, her face aglow with excitement, hurried over, exclaiming, "Madam, you must return home at once." "What is it?" Lin Yan inquired, offering a piece of fish to Chun Tao's lips. "Do try this. The fish is delectable, infused with lychee flavor." Chun Tao eagerly took a bite, nodding vigorously. Delicious. However, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. We must prioritize your future over the fish. Without waiting for Lin Yan to finish, Chun Tao grasped her arm and hurried her toward the carriage. What could be so urgent? Lin Yan chuckled. You shall discover upon our return home, Chun Tao replied, suppressing a smile. As Lin Yan disembarked from the carriage, the scene before her left her momentarily speechless. Chapter 46. The betrothal gifts and wedding attire in the expansive courtyard of her residence. An array of large boxes adorned with red satin bows had been meticulously stacked, each one a testament to the betrothal gifts. 12 magnificent gifts were embroidered with golden threads depicting exquisite mandarin ducks, shimmering under the warm golden sunlight. Unlike his usual attire of pristine white, Pei Yunhe had donned a deep crimson round-collared robe, his waist cinched with a jade belt, from which hung a fragrant sachet gifted by Lin Yan. The man, whose demeanor was typically as gentle as jade, appeared even more strikingly handsome in his red garments, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, while the falling pear blossoms in the courtyard served as mere embellishments to his presence. Upon seeing Lin Yan, the warmth in his eyes radiated with joy as he approached her swiftly. "This is the betrothal gift I have prepared for you." The steward of the Pei family respectfully stepped beside Lin Yan, smiling as he presented the elaborate gifts, which included 12 sets of betrothal gifts and a red-inked marriage contract encased in a gilded box, along with 100 taels of gold, a chest filled with gold jewelry, another containing jade ornaments, symbolizing a harmonious union, exquisite shoe brocade, Su embroidery, elegant stationery, ancient jade artifacts, rare teas and wines, gourmet delicacies, ceremonial instruments, and celebratory gifts, including Tianshan, Snow Lotus, and Changbai Ginseng. "Please have a look, Miss Lin." Lin Yan gazed at the lengthy list of gifts, overwhelmed by their abundance and the meticulous thought behind them. Such a lavish display could be deemed extraordinary for this era. Yinner, Pei Yunha's deep gaze locked onto hers. "I have chosen an auspicious date for our union. It is tomorrow. Will you consent? Isn't this a bit rushed?" Lin Yan hesitated. "Not at all. Tomorrow is indeed a favorable day for marriage, while other days are less so," Pei Yunha replied. A sense of unease had lingered in his heart lately, prompting him to expedite their union, bringing him a sense of peace. "In truth, I have been preparing for this wedding since the day you accepted my proposal. The Pei household is fully prepared. All that remains is your affirmation. But what about the guest invitations? Will there be enough time?" Lin Yan pondered. "There will be ample time." The steward interjected with a smile. "You need not worry about these matters, Miss Lin. Once you give your consent, I shall ensure that the invitations are dispatched to family and friends without delay. The entire Pei household values you greatly. But my wedding dress. I have already prepared the wedding attire. We only need to take your measurements. Should it not fit, the embroiderers can make adjustments immediately. A day is sufficient for alterations." Pei Yunha assured her with a smile. "I have made 2 gowns for you. You may choose whichever you prefer." Lin Yan smiled softly, raising her gaze to Pei Yunha. "Very well then, let be tomorrow." With such thorough preparations laid out before her, she felt it would be ungracious to disregard his heartfelt intentions. "Excellent," Pei Yunha exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child receiving candy. Yet, amidst the smooth progression of events, he couldn't shake the feeling that it all felt somewhat surreal. As the wedding day approached, Lin Yan found herself unable to share this joyous news with Lu Qingyuan. She believed that upon learning of her impending marriage, he would feel happiness and offer her his blessings. However, it was best to wait until he returned victorious from the imperial examinations before revealing it. Meanwhile, within the Gilded Hall, this day marked Lu Qingyuan's participation in the palace examination alongside the other successful candidates. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease quietly lingered in his heart. Unlike the other candidates, who trembled with anxiety before the emperor, Lu Qingyuan maintained a composed demeanor, exuding a noble grace that was neither submissive nor arrogant. "Are you the top scholar of this examination?" The emperor, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat regally upon his throne, his hair flecked with gray, emanating an aura of authority. His gaze fell upon Lu Qingyuan. "Your Majesty, that would be me," Lu Qingyuan replied, regaining his composure and speaking with calm assurance. "Others tremble in my presence, yet you appear so unruffled," the emperor remarked, observing Lu Qingyuan with a blend of admiration and scrutiny. "I have perused your essays. Your scholarship is profound, replete with references and insights. I find your governance strategies particularly intriguing. Now, allow me to test your knowledge." "Your Majesty's inquiry is a profound honor for me," Lu Qingyuan responded. "I am but a humble scholar, and I earnestly seek your guidance." The emperor appraised Lu Qingyuan, who was clad in a deep azure robe, a jade belt cinching his waist, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His ink-black hair was tied back, while a few rebellious strands framed his handsome face, enhancing his striking, almost otherworldly allure. His deep-set eyes reflected a calm demeanor, with a dark beauty mark at the corner adding a touch of mystique. The emperor, feeling a growing fondness for the young man, spoke gravely. "Our nation faces both external threats and internal strife. The southern tribes stir restlessly, eager to incite war. While in the south, flooding has devastated agriculture, diminishing both harvests and taxes, depleting our treasury. Tell me, should we prioritize external threats or internal troubles? At this, the other scholars began to perspire, taken aback by the difficulty of such a question. If the emperor himself was uncertain, how could they possibly respond? However, Lu Qingyuan did not hesitate. Your Majesty, I believe we must first address internal troubles, with external threats as a secondary concern. The South is the granary of our nation and the source of our taxes. Current flooding has left the populace displaced. If we do not act swiftly, we risk civil unrest. And what measures would you propose? The emperor inquired, leaning forward with keen interest. Lu Qingyuan continued, we should construct flood defenses, enhance water management systems, dredge waterways, and develop trade routes via waterways. Additionally, we must establish large vessels for maritime trade with various regions and maintain open trade with neighboring nations. The emperor's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingyuan as he elaborated. Furthermore, we must distribute grain from our granaries, rectify corruption among officials, refine our legal system, impose severe penalties on corrupt officials, establish oversight institutions, and create a reporting mechanism that empowers citizens to report malfeasance. We must also increase official salaries to diminish the temptation of corruption born from financial desperation, to assist the common folk in constructing their dwellings, and to encourage them in agricultural endeavors is of utmost importance. Once the issues of livelihood are resolved, and the populace is settled and content, the nation will flourish and be fortified, allowing us to address external threats in due course. Indeed, the emperor gazed approvingly at Lu Qingyuan and inquired, what strategies do you propose for the construction of flood defenses? Mere theoretical discussions are futile. We must translate ideas into tangible actions. The common man can draft blueprints and present them to your Majesty. Lu Qingyuan replied, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. And what are the design of vessels? Our dynasty has never produced large ships, nor have any foreign nations achieved such a feat, the emperor continued. The common man can also devise plans to alleviate your Majesty's concerns, Lu Qingyuan stated calmly. Excellent, excellent. It pleases me greatly to witness such insight at your tender age. I am exceedingly delighted to have someone of your caliber, the emperor proclaimed joyfully. Thus, I entrust this matter to you. From this day forth, you shall be the top scholar of this palace examination, appointed as an editor in the Hanlin Academy, responsible for the construction of water conservancy and vessels. This burden I place upon your shoulders. Upon hearing these words, the examination hall fell into a profound silence. Ah, Brother Lu has certainly soared to great heights. To receive such favor from the emperor so soon after the palace examination. If this task is accomplished, it would undoubtedly lead to immense wealth and honor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous regard. However, I have a humble request, Lu Qingyuan said, bowing respectfully with lowered eyes, his voice measured. Despite being honored with the title of top scholar and an official position, his heart remained steadfast without a hint of tumult. Yet at this moment, he felt a slight flutter within, as if his heart skipped a beat. He held his breath, and the exhilaration coursed through him, his blood racing as if in a fervent rush. His heart thundered like distant thunder. Chapter 47. Marriage, you are indeed audacious. The emperor gazed at him, daring to propose terms before the matter was settled. The other candidates were sweating anxiously for Lu Qingyuan. What was he saying? Instead of diligently pursuing a promising future, he boldly uttered such words. If he angered the emperor, it could cost him his head. Everyone bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. I implore your Majesty to show mercy. Lu Qingyuan lifted his dark blue robe and knelt within the golden lawn hall, his back straight, neither servile nor arrogant, and spoke in a deep voice. Very well, I am curious to hear your words. The emperor sat regally upon his dragon throne, his expression stern. I have a widowed sister-in-law who has been my companion through the years, nurturing me as I grew. Without her tireless efforts to support me, I would not have had the opportunity to study, nor would I stand before your Majesty today. And so, the emperor observed him intently. After all these years, He was witnessing such audacity in a young man for the first time. Yet, the new laws of the realm stipulated that a widow must remarry after 8 years of mourning. Lu Qingyuan lowered his gaze and continued in a low, steady voice. I promised my elder brother before his passing that I would take good care of her. I humbly request your majesty's permission to marry her and to honorably care for her throughout my life. Upon hearing this, Su Lishuan, who had also participated in the palace examination, stood frozen. Does not brother Lu have a beloved? How will he reconcile marrying his widowed sister-in-law with his current affections? Will she be a concubine or a secondary wife? The emperor, initially expecting a matter of great significance, realized it was merely this trivial issue. He waved his sleeve and said, very well. Since you possess such intentions, I shall grant it. Lu Qingyuan lifted his gaze, and within his usually calm, dark eyes, a myriad of stars glimmered, almost shimmering with tears. He had awaited this day for far too long, and now, at last, his dream was coming true. I grant you this marriage, permitting you to return home in glory. The emperor leaned forward, his penetrating, aged eyes scrutinizing Lu Qingyuan, but you must keep your promise. Should you fail, be wary of your head. At this proclamation, the faces of the others changed. This was no trifling matter. It concerned the stability of the nation and the welfare of its people, and its execution would be fraught with challenges. How could a newly appointed young official like Lu Qingyuan possibly manage such a daunting task? If he were to falter, it could indeed cost him his head. Everyone could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Lu Qingyuan. I shall not disappoint your majesty, Lu Qingyuan declared, his expression revealing no hint of trepidation. Very well, rise. The emperor's countenance softened, and he looked at him kindly. At long last, Lu Qingyuan had awaited this day. The sky was clear and bright, a vivid blue. The sounds of suona and drums filled the air, and red silk cascaded from the city towers, transforming Zhuke Street into a scene of celebration. The top scholar paraded through the streets. Goodness, this year's top scholar is remarkably handsome. Indeed, I heard he ascended from the child examination to the top scholar in just 3 years. Such speed is astonishing. I never anticipated such talent paired with such striking beauty. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry him will undoubtedly find their life fulfilled. I have heard that as soon as he entered the palace examination, he captured the emperor's favor and was granted an official title. Numerous women gazed at Lu Qingyuan with fervent eyes, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan, with his tall and slender figure, sat astride a chestnut horse adorned with crimson silk ribbons, clad in a magnificent scarlet satin official robe, embroidered with swirling cloud and thunder patterns in golden thread, while cranes soared gracefully above. He wore a deep black cap atop his head, and a fragrant sachet hung from his robust waist. The 8 bearers of the crimson ceremonial sedan preceded him, while Lu Qingyuan held the reins with a long, elegant hand, the hooves of his steed striking the bluestone pavement with a crisp sound. The warm, golden sunlight fell upon his finely chiseled features, accentuating the depth of his expressive eyes. The dark mole at the corner of his eye lent a touch of allure to his otherwise cool demeanor, exuding an air of nobility and an invigorating spirit. As they passed by, a 5-year-old girl was held in the embrace of a woman, clutching a brilliantly blooming peach blossom. Upon seeing the dashing top scholar, the little girl eagerly extended the flower as Lu Qingyuan approached. Pretty brother, here, a flower for you. The woman quickly moved to grasp her child's hand, fearing her daughter might inadvertently offend the esteemed scholar, who surely had encountered countless treasures. However, to her surprise, the man's profound gaze softened as it fell upon the child. He graciously accepted the peach blossom from her tiny hands. Wow, the top scholar brother accepted my flower, the little girl exclaimed in delight. Indeed, the woman had not expected the newly minted scholar to be so approachable. Awed by his extraordinarily captivating visage, she felt her cheeks heat with embarrassment. Lu Qingyuan delicately toyed with the peach blossom, contemplating presenting the finest bloom to Lin Yan, envisioning her adorned with it. He was eager to share the news of their engagement, a union blessed by the emperor himself. Upon seeing the little girl, visions of a future with Yandere, filled with children, began to dance in his mind. Should they have a son, he would surely resemble him. If a daughter, she would take after Yandere. He favored the idea of a daughter, envisioning a miniature version of Yandere bringing him immense joy and love. The common folk gathered on the streets, their reverence palpable as they witnessed the spectacle. What an extraordinary achievement it is to raise a top scholar. Indeed, I have heard that his widowed sister-in-law single-handedly raised him. At that moment, as Lu Qingyuan's procession turned a corner, they collided with another group of crimson ceremonial bearers, whose arrival was marked by the exuberant sounds of drums and gongs. Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow upon spotting a man on horseback whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Pei Yunhe. "Who dares to obstruct the procession of the newly appointed top scholar?" demanded the lead attendant, visibly displeased. "May I trouble the newly appointed top scholar for leniency? Our young master is to wed today. Might we be allowed to proceed first?" An elderly woman presented a pouch brimming with silver coins adorned with auspicious characters to a young attendant, her demeanor imbued with flattery. The young man furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards Lu Qingyuan, silently seeking his counsel. Lu Qingyuan, delighting in the peach blossom he held, felt elated and permitted them to proceed. He too was on the verge of marriage and understood the groom's sentiments. Thus, he acquiesced to their wishes. The elderly woman expressed her profound gratitude and even bestowed a packet of wedding candies upon him. Lu Qingyuan accepted the sweets and the silver, unwrapped a piece of the sugary treat, and placed it in his mouth. It was exceedingly sweet, a delightful flavor that further elevated his spirits. Chapter 48. The revelation. Lu Qingyuan held the reins firmly, riding steadily forward. He deliberately waited for the official procession to move further away before proceeding. On the streets, passers-by gazed in admiration at the newly crowned scholar, basking in the glory of his triumph. An hour later, when Lu Qingyuan, unable to contain his excitement, arrived home, he noticed a deep red character for joy affixed at the entrance, complemented by vibrant red lanterns hanging above. A gentle smile graced his thin lips, and warmth filled his eyes. She truly was considerate. Knowing he had returned victorious, she had prepared these decorations to welcome him. Dismounting, Lu Qingyuan strode into the courtyard. Inside, the residence was festooned with celebratory decor, yet after searching, he found no sign of Lin Yan. Even Chun Tao, who usually stayed by her side, was nowhere to be found. Where could they have gone? Had she met with someone? His gaze fell upon a young servant busily cleaning nearby. Lu Qingyuan speculated that Lin Yan, aware of his success, had gone out with Chun Tao to procure gifts for his celebration. In truth, she need not have gone to such lengths. Her presence by his side would have sufficed as the most precious gift. The servant, his excitement palpable, exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned. Have you achieved success in the examinations?" A top scholar. Lu Qingyuan adjusted his crimson official robes and inquired, "Then, where is madam?" "Congratulations, scholar." A joyous occasion indeed. The servant grasped his broom, equally exhilarated. "With 3 joyous events at home, madam will be overjoyed upon hearing this news." 3 joyous events? Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. "Yes, you have attained the highest honors, which is one joy. Madam has opened a spice shop, and business is thriving, which is the second joy. She has even increased the wages for us servants. As for the third joy, it is, of course, that madam is getting married." Lu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Though I have returned with a decree of marriage, how did you come to know of this? Has the news spread so quickly?" He had intended to surprise her with this revelation, but it seemed she was already aware. Had she, perhaps, gone out with Chun Tao to prepare her wedding attire? Yet, a sense of unease nagged at Lu Qingyuan. Something felt amiss. "What do you mean by a decree of marriage?" The servant stood frozen, bewildered. "Young master, are you to be engaged to some noble lady?" As realization dawned on him, the servant added, "If that's the case, it would indeed be 4 joyous events. Your lifelong happiness is secured, and madam will be thrilled. Just the other day, she was mentioning which young ladies to consider for you." Lu Qingyuan finally grasped the unsettling truth. His long fingers clenched the servant's collar, the warmth of his smile evaporating, replaced by a chilling coldness that permeated the air. "Explain yourself clearly. Where has madam truly gone?" "Madam is getting married." The servant, taken aback by the sudden change in Lu Qingyuan's demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine under the intensity of his icy gaze. Getting married? Lu Qingyuan clenched his jaw. His muscles taut with tension as a cold sneer escaped his lips. I am here. Who does she think she can marry? The young servant's eyes widened in disbelief. Does marrying the lady require the young master's approval? Or does the young master wish to marry her himself? Is that the implication? Speak. The man, lacking any patience, his eyes tinged with a crimson fury, seized the servant's neck with a powerful grip, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The servant, caught in such an unexpected grasp from the usually gentle young master, stared wide-eyed in terror, as if he were a different person altogether. Of course. It's Master Pei Yunhe. In that instant, it felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been thrown over Lu Qingyuan, chilling him to the bone. Pei Yunhe? Staggering slightly, his hand fell limply to his side. He had always been wary of Pei Yunhe's inappropriate interest in Yin, but he never anticipated that Pei Yunhe would take advantage of the situation. Having been away from home for less than half a month, Lin Yan was already set to marry Pei Yunhe. If he had delayed his return by another fortnight, would they have been expecting a child together? Truly remarkable. How dare she? How dare she? Lu Qingyuan rose swiftly, an aura of icy coldness enveloping him, his handsome face frozen with frost, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty rage. Bring the officers, storm the Pei residence. Each word was spoken with a venomous precision that instilled dread in the hearts of those who heard it. Not far off, the young servant, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. What had come over the young master? Why did he intend to bring the officers to the Pei residence? What did the lady's marriage have to do with him? What to do now? Meanwhile, within the Pei residence, lanterns were brightly lit and red silk banners hung high. At the entrance, remnants of firecrackers lay scattered, and guests filled the hall, the atmosphere vibrant with joy. Lin Yan, adorned with a golden crown draped in pearls and clad in a fiery red wedding gown, held a fan embroidered with mandarin ducks and pearls to shield her face as she bowed alongside Pei Yunhe, who was similarly attired in a brilliant red wedding ensemble. Old Madame Pei sat at the head of the table, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she observed the scene. Finally, these two children had become a couple. It would be delightful if they could soon bless her with a chubby grandchild to share in the joys of family life. To heaven and earth, Lin Yan and Pei Yunhe bowed to the heavens and the earth. To the ancestors, they bowed before old Madame Pei. As they prepared to face each other for their final bow as husband and wife, a cacophony erupted outside. A battalion of armored officers, wielding long blades, stormed into the room. The assembled guests were thrown into chaos, rising in alarm from their seats. Why are there so many officers? What is happening? What crime has the Pei residents committed? Panic washed over the guests, who were mostly ordinary citizens of some means, now faced with the authority of officials. Seeing this turmoil, Pei Yunhe immediately directed others to protect the old matriarch, then stood resolutely in front of Lin Yan. Do not be afraid, he said in a deep voice, attempting to soothe her frayed nerves. At that moment, the soldiers stood in unison, instinctively forming two lines to clear a wide path, their movements precise and disciplined. A man clad in a striking crimson official robe approached, silhouetted against the light as he walked down the path that had been made for him. The hem of his robe billowed like waves of blood, and his austere features bore an icy chill, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. His deep, ink-like eyes glimmered with a menacing crimson hue, instilling dread. Upon recognizing the figure, Pei Yunhe was momentarily taken aback. Qingyuan? Lin Yan, positioned behind Pei Yunhe, peeked out upon hearing the commotion, her lips curling into a joyful smile. Qingyuan, you have arrived. She longed to utter more, yet in the next instant, the man gestured sharply, his words chilling to the bone. Arrest her. In an instant, the soldiers surged forward to apprehend Pei Yunhe, forcibly dragging her away. The guests surrounding the scene, witnessing this turmoil, fled in panic, the wedding venue descending into chaos and confusion. Chapter 49. You are my wife. Mine. Qingyuan you. Before Pei Yunhe could struggle, the soldiers covered his mouth, wrenching his arms behind his back and dragging him away. Lu Qingyuan's cold, bloodthirsty gaze narrowed slightly, fixating on the fragrant sachet that hung from Pei Yunhe's waist. That sachet, along with its intricate embroidery, was astonishingly identical to the one she had gifted him. Lu Qingyuan strode forward, his large hand tearing the sachet from Pei Yuna's waist. Ugh! Pei Yuna's brown eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled, yearning for Lu Qingyuan to return the sachet, but he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Lu Qingyuan pulled him away. Subsequently, Pei Yunhe was forcibly dragged off. My son, my son. The sight was too much for the elderly Madame Pei, who, unable to bear the shock, let out a shriek and fainted. The sudden turn of events left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. It was only then that she reacted, hastening over. Qingyuan, why are you doing this? Pei Yunhe is my groom, and he is also your elder, not to mention the benefactor who saved you. The man's profound, cold gaze narrowed further, his slender fingers gripping the string of the sachet. I ask you, why does the sachet bear such an uncanny resemblance to mine? This sachet is not merely mine, is it? The tremor in his voice was palpable. Lin Yan was taken aback by his fixation on this matter. The fabric used for the sachets was a single piece, and, after crafting one for Lu Qingyuan, she had some leftover material that she could not bear to waste, so she made another for Pei Yunhe. After all, Pei Yunhe had taught her how to create sachets and shared her knowledge of herbal medicine. Without Pei Yunhe, there would be no present-day Qinxiang workshop. Naturally, she wished to express her gratitude by gifting Pei Yunhe a sachet. This is not important. Lu Qingyuan, what on earth is wrong with you today? You have ruined the wedding. Let Pei Yunhe go. Lin Yan frowned. Not important? The crimson depths of his gaze darkened, his chest heaving, and his jaw clenched. The man reached out, encircling Lin Yan's waist. Lin Yan felt the world spin around her, and in the next moment, she was hoisted onto his shoulder. Lu Qingyuan, what madness is this? Lin Yan repeatedly struck his shoulder, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Yet, his strong hands held her waist firmly, leaving her no chance of escape. Where is the bridal chamber? Lu Qingyuan's cold gaze swept over a maid from the Pei residence. The maid trembled and had no choice but to lead the way. You cannot take the mistress. Chun Tao, summoning her courage, stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Lu Qingyuan. Her calves quivered with fear. Drag her away. The man did not even spare her a glance. His indifferent command was followed by others who forcibly pulled Chun Tao away. What are you doing? Lu Qingyuan. Lin Yan, furious, pounded against him, her fingers clawing and scratching, leaving crimson marks upon his handsome face and neck. Lu Qingyuan carried Lin Yan into the bridal chamber. At this moment, the wedding chamber was adorned in a splendid display of festivity, with vibrant red characters plastered across the walls. Deep crimson veils hung over the joyous canopy, intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting mandarin ducks entwined and phoenixes singing together. Layers of delicate fabric cascaded down, revealing a bright red satin wedding bed beneath, on which exquisite embroidery of dragons and phoenixes symbolizing auspiciousness was rendered in golden thread. The bed was strewn with red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds, signifying the wish for early progeny. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyuan's gaze turned a furious crimson, his very blood ignited by a tempest of rage. Lu Qingyuan, release me. At that moment, the delicate woman he had hoisted over his shoulder continued to struggle. The man, with his elegant and elongated hands, parted the veils and pressed her down upon the bed. In a whirl of chaos, Lin Yan found her waist pinned against the soft mattress. Before she could comprehend the situation, the imposing figure of the man loomed over her, his large hand grasping her chin, his deep, fiery eyes piercing into hers. If I had not returned, you would be here, entangled with Pei Yunhe on this very bed, would you not? Had I arrived any later, you would surely be carrying his child, wouldn't you? As he spoke, his fingers trailed down to her supple waist, gently resting upon her flat, soft abdomen. Lin Yan struggled, but was utterly overpowered by his strength. Her dark, glistening almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, while her porcelain face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you. What has become of Lu Qingyuan? He had always been so obedient and gentle before, taking care of household chores and treating her with utmost tenderness, never uttering a harsh word. Yet now, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Could it truly be that his recent academic success had altered his demeanor towards her, changing with his newfound status? This thought filled Lin Yan's heart with a bittersweet sense of grievance. Private matter? The man tightened his grip on her delicate waist, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her, veins bulging at his temples. You are mine. What? Lin Yan's eyes, slightly reddened with indignation, gazed up at him, bewildered by his words. Lu Qingyuan retrieved a bright yellow imperial edict from his chest, unfurling it with a single hand before her. A cold smirk crossed his lips. Do you see it clearly? His Majesty has bestowed upon us a marriage. You are indeed my wife. He had merely arrived a step too late. How dare she wed another? How could she? As Lin Yan read the contents of the edict, an icy shock coursed through her veins, her mind reeling in disbelief as she perused it repeatedly. This edict, how can this be? Lu Qingyuan's smile was laced with scorn, his deep crimson eyes locked onto her. It is because I could not bear to see you subjected to the whims of the officials, risking the wrath of the emperor by kneeling before him to plead for this union. Do you understand now? As he spoke, his long, powerful fingers gripped her chin. The curve of his thin lips frosted with disdain. You are my wife. Each word was pronounced with a weight that seemed to echo with sorrow. When Lin Yan first beheld him in such a frenzied emotional state, the previously courteous and well-mannered Lu Qingyuan before her seemed like a different person entirely. She compelled herself to regain her composure. I cannot become your wife. How can our relationship possibly evolve into that of a married couple? How can it not? The man clenched his jaw tightly, his grip on the woman's chin tightening further with each word, asserting, is it not quite normal to unite two families? No. Lin Yan shook her head. I cannot marry you. In Lin Yan's heart, Lu Qingyuan was akin to family. After spending so much time together, how could she possibly accept his sudden proposal of marriage? Moreover, she had already resolved to wed Pei Yunhe. As her words fell, a deeper crimson hue seeped into the man's gaze, his entire presence exuding a chilling and oppressive aura. Qingyuan, I am truly grateful for your consideration of me, but we are not suited for one another. I am to marry Pei Yunhe. Lin Yan gazed softly at him, her voice gentle, saying, Please speak with His Majesty and persuade him to annul this engagement, if you could. Chapter 50. Her slap, his stimulant. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? The man suddenly laughed, a crimson hue blooming at the corners of his eyes, tears shimmering within the depths of his gaze. The dark beauty marked beneath his eyelid, enhancing his already strikingly alluring visage. A royal decree for marriage is no trifling matter. Lu Qingyuan's tear-filled eyes were fixed upon her, his large hand resting gently upon her porcelain, delicate collarbone, holding it tenderly yet refraining from exerting any force. His voice trembled as he questioned, Is Pei Yunhe truly so remarkable? Do you hold such affection for him? Each word he uttered bore the weight of anguish, akin to a cry of blood. Do you not realize how deeply I cherish you, how profoundly I love you? Pei Yunhe can never compare to my love for you, not even a fraction of it. His words were nearly a howl. Lin Yan looked at him in astonishment. You love me? No. What you feel is merely familial affection. That is not love. Have you ever seen a man who would disgrace his own family day and night? Lu Qingyuan's eyes seemed stained with blood as he laughed, a hint of madness in his mirth. Do you know that every night you appear in my dreams, sharing joy with me, as the night echoes with music? Slap! Lin Yan could no longer endure it, and raised her hand to deliver a sharp blow to his face. How could he harbor such thoughts about her? In her eyes, they were family. They had shared countless moments together. How could he be so? In ancient times, marrying into two families was not uncommon. But for Lin Yan, who had received a higher education, such an illicit affection was simply unacceptable. The crisp sound of the slap resonated, leaving her palm somewhat numb. Yet, the imprint of her hand was clearly visible on the man's handsome face. Come to your senses. This is impossible for us. Lin Yan withdrew her tingling hand, her dark, shimmering eyes glaring at him. If you cannot be with me, then you can be with Pei Yunhe? The flames of desire burned in his gaze. Does he love you as fiercely as I do? Does he possess the power to keep you safe? What is it that I lack compared to Pei Yunhe? Tell me, and I shall amend it. He leaned closer, his tall, imposing figure pinning Lin Yan, his deep-set eyes locking onto hers, swirling with intense emotions, love, anger, but predominantly sorrow. I cannot accept you. Lin Yan averted her gaze, unwilling to witness Lu Chengyuan's pitiful expression. Regardless of your feelings for me, the emperor has already bestowed this marriage. The man's large hand grasped her slender, fragile neck, tilting his head with a chilling smile, his lips curling with frost. Now you're my wife. You can only be mine. The moment his words fell, his fervent kiss descended upon her delicate, porcelain-like face. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this day. Heaven knows how desperately he wished to possess her completely, to kiss her fervently. No, you cannot treat me this way. Lin Yan struggled, attempting to evade him, but the man's defined hands gripped her chin, forcing her to face him. Lin Yan fought with all her might, yet she was utterly powerless against his strength. The inherent physical disparity between men and women left her ensnared within his grasp. In the throes of struggle, Lin Yan's lustrous black hair lay disheveled upon the bed, while the neckline of her blood-red wedding gown gaped slightly, revealing her porcelain-white, fragile neck and a small expanse of skin as luminous as jade, accentuating her alluring collarbone. The stark contrast of black and white created a striking visual impact. Her delicate face, flushed with anger, radiated an intoxicating blend of purity and desire. The seemingly contradictory notions of innocence and seduction harmoniously coalesced within her. Yandere, a man trembled, his lips quivering as they pressed against her petal-like, full lips. As he kissed her, he tore down the wedding canopy with one hand, easily capturing her struggling wrists and securing them atop her head. Subsequently, Lu Chengyuan deftly bound her hands with crimson silk, fastening them to a corner of the wedding bed. Rendered immobile, Lin Yan's almond-shaped eyes widened in alarm as she fought against him. Her only remaining freedom, the movement of her legs, was subdued beneath his long, powerful limbs. Overwhelmed by his strength, she bit down fiercely on his lip in a fit of rage. How dare he humiliate her like this? After all, this was her wedding bed with Pei Yunhe. Yet, the man continued to kiss her relentlessly, until both their mouths were tainted with the metallic taste of blood. If she continued to bite him, Lin Yan feared she might draw blood. Yet despite her fury, she reluctantly released his lip. Undeterred, he pressed on, his fervent kisses trailing along the delicate curve of her collarbone, his breath mingling with hers as he rasped, "I beg you to love me. Have pity on me. Will you love me?" He sought not much, merely a fragment of her affection would suffice. Lin Yan's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. She had already declared that their relationship precluded any possibility of love for him. She could find love in the hearts of other men, but she could never love Lu Chengyuan. When had her perception shifted? Now, she realized how blind she had been to his feelings. She should have recognized them long ago, especially when he had consistently targeted Pei Yunhe. At that moment, seizing upon her distraction, the man's kisses ventured lower, trailing down from her collarbone. Lin Yan arched her slender neck, her body tensing as she bit down on her swollen, kissed lips. "Lu Chengyuan, stop!" Her voice trembled, tears brimming in her dark, shimmering eyes. "Stop! Do not force me to hate you." Her voice quivered with intensity as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "If you do not cease, I will bite my tongue and end my life before you." The man tasted the saltiness of her tears upon his bloodied lips. He froze, lifting his deep crimson gaze. His sensuous lips stained with blood, rendering his handsome face even more devilishly appealing. His eyes shattered as he whispered, "You would rather die than allow me to touch you, would you not?" Lin Yan met his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, tears cascaded from the man's crimson eyes, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with tension. Ultimately, he relinquished his hold on Lin Yan. "Do not harm yourself," he implored, his voice trembling with unrestrained emotion. "I will set you free." He was acutely aware that she would never contemplate ending her own life. She was an inherently optimistic and resilient soul. Even if he were to commit an unthinkable act, she would not succumb to despair. Yet, he could not bear the thought of her facing even the slightest possibility of harm. Lu Chengyuan, with his elegant, jade-like hands, untied the red silk that bound the woman's wrists, liberating her. "Lu Chengyuan, you scoundrel!" Lin Yan's dark eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gathered her garments and struck him fiercely across the face. The man turned his head from the blow, his raven locks partially obscuring the pain that lingered in his deep-set gaze, the imprint of her hand marring his otherwise exquisite features, rendering his beauty somewhat disheveled and fragmented. "Indeed, I am a scoundrel," Lu Qingyuan replied with a self-deprecating smile, "and I have been for quite some time." He lifted his gaze, revealing a depth of suppressed anguish intertwined with a hint of exhilaration. He leaned his disheveled visage into the palm of Lin Yan's delicate hand, like a puppy nuzzling for affection, gazing up at her with pleading eyes. Was that satisfying? Would you care to deliver a few more slaps? To him, her slap was an intoxicating stimulant, a cherished gift. Chapter 51. Driven mad by a dog of a man, Lin Yan gazed at him in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious new champion would present himself in such a manner? "Your hand is red," the man observed, his gaze falling upon the palm of her hand, which was slightly flushed from exertion. With his long fingers, he gently massaged her. "Next time, if you wish to strike me, you may use something else." His voice was low and husky. "A stick or a whip will suffice, as long as you do not injure your delicate hands. I would hate to see such beautiful hands harmed." His fingers lingered on her palm, causing a tingling sensation, somewhat ticklish. Lin Yan, her face cold, withdrew her hand, her dark almond eyes glaring at him. "Do not try this with me. Do not think that I will forgive you for this." "Lu Qingyuan, release Pei Yunhe," Lin Yan demanded. The smile on the man's lips froze, his handsome features appearing as if encased in frost. "Is Pei Yunhe the only one in your eyes? Is he truly that significant to you? You must understand that Pei Yunhe has wrongfully taken another's wife. He has breached the law." The man spoke somberly, rising to his feet and leisurely adjusting his scarlet official robe. This attire complemented her bridal gown perfectly. How splendid it would be if today were indeed their wedding day. Jealousy surged within him like wildfire. Lu Qingyuan felt that if this continued, he would inevitably be driven mad by her and that dog of a man, Pei Yunhe. Lin Yan moved closer to Lu Qingyuan, softening her demeanor, her voice becoming gentler. "Qingyuan, Pei Yunhe is unaware of the Emperor's decree regarding the marriage. He is innocent." "Innocent?" The man regarded her with a leisurely demeanor. "So, if my wife is forcibly taken, I am to be considered innocent as well?" "You." Lin Yan inhaled sharply. "Previously, Master Pei even treated your leg. He is your benefactor. You cannot repay kindness with malice, can you? Were it not for you, would he have treated me for free?" Lu Qingyuan smiled playfully, lifting his long, jade-like hand to lightly tap Lin Yan's petite, upturned nose. "His treatment was merely a means to draw closer to you." "How can you say such a thing?" Lin Yan stared at him in disbelief. "The fees for treating my leg, I shall repay him 100-fold. However, one must be clear," Lu Qingyuan stated. "He has seized another's wife. He may escape the death penalty, but he cannot evade living punishment." Lin Yan was incensed by Lu Qingyuan. The one who had seized another's wife was undeniably him. Had he not appeared and interrupted the wedding, she would have already been wed to Pei Yunhe. How could he twist the narrative? "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Lu Qingyuan stood to depart, albeit at a leisurely pace. As the woman hurriedly caught up and blocked his path, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. As Qingyuan felt the weight of the moment, Lin Yan gently grasped Lu Qingyuan's arm, her dark, soft almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Please let him go. He is innocent, the only son of the old lady, who has already fainted due to the distress caused by Pei Yunhe. If this continues, I fear for her health." She realized that Lu Qingyuan was no longer the obedient child who would heed her every word. The man before her had grown powerful, his wings fully spread, wielding authority that was paramount in the feudal era. She knew she could not confront him directly. She had to approach him with a gentler demeanor. His deep-set gaze lingered on her, fixated on her tender, swollen lips. They were sweet, a thought he had indulged in countless times, imagining the taste of a kiss. Today, his wish was fulfilled, albeit at the cost of nearly losing a piece of his own flesh. Yet, her flailing demeanor was endearing, reminiscent of a frightened kitten. It was a pity that this adorable creature, with a mouth as sweet as honey, was employing her words to plead for another man. It is not only you who owes a debt of gratitude to Pei Yunhe. He is my benefactor as well. Without his assistance, my Xinjiang workshop would never have flourished, and I would not have amassed such wealth. Lin Yan implored him. Moreover, he sought to marry me to help extricate me from my predicament, fearing I would be assigned to the authorities. He was merely doing me a favor. Her previous words had failed to resonate with Lu Qingyuan, but the last one struck a chord. So, your marriage to Pei Yunhe was also a means of evading the government's marital assignments? Lin Yan nodded. Yes, mister. Pei was indeed assisting me. How could I burden him? Qingyuan, considering the years I have cared for you, would you please let Mr. Pei go? A single word from Lin Yan soothed Lu Qingyuan's battered heart. What feelings do you harbor for Pei Yunhe? Is there romantic affection? His gaze bore into hers with intensity. Lin Yan hesitated before shaking her head. It is more of gratitude and friendship. And where does your relationship stand now? Lu Qingyuan pressed further. Heaven knows, at that moment, his heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly, leaving him breathless. He dreaded the answer that might follow, yet he found himself masochistically compelled to continue listening. What stage are you referring to? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. The man edged closer, his long arm encircling her soft waist. Has he held you like this? Instinctively, Lin Yan sought to distance herself from him, unable to accept the affectionate gestures he displayed. But the proximity was undeniable. His large hand firmly clasped her waist, trapping her between the cold wall and his heated chest, rendering her immobile. Speak. The man's voice was deep and somewhat husky. His head bowed as his sensual lips brushed against Lin Yan's delicate earlobe. His warm breath enveloped her smooth, round ear, sending a wave of delightful tingles through her. It felt as though feathers were gliding over her skin, igniting a shiver. Yet, the man's alluring, husky voice whispered temptingly in her ear, if you do not speak. How shall I define his transgressions? No. Lin Yan found herself unable to withstand his teasing, her voice softening as she replied. Then has he touched you here? The man's slender fingers lingered on her swollen, kissed lips, gently caressing and pressing. No. Lin Yan parted her soft lips, but in the next moment, the man's exquisite fingers unexpectedly ventured into her. Chapter 52. His thoughts. Lin Yanshui's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Has he kissed you? The man's long fingers gently toyed with her soft lips. This scene was filled with ambiguity and allure. No. Lin Yan shook her head, her words unclear. The man narrowed his deep-set eyes with satisfaction. Has he kissed your face? Not at all. Lin Yan's eyes shimmered, glistening with moisture, and a faint flush crept to the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she remained oblivious to how her delicate and innocent demeanor further stirred the man's desire for her. For countless days and nights, Lu Qingyuan had fantasized about binding her hands and feet with golden chains, tethering her to the headboard, denying her any fabric to wear. He envisioned locking her in a gilded cage, allowing her beauty to blossom solely for him. Lu Qingyuan had even learned a secret potion, a mere drop of which could transform even the most virtuous maiden into one fervently pleading for a man's affection. With just a drop, he could tame her into his little pet, ensuring she would forever be addicted to him, unable to stray even a step away. In dreams, Lu Qingyuan had indulged in the most intimate and shameful acts with her, relishing her myriad charms. Yet, ultimately, it was but a fantasy. He could never bring himself to harm her. He withdrew his fingers, which were now stained with the soft pink hue of her lips and a thin veil of her saliva. This scene was excessively suggestive and provocative. Have you finished your inquiries? Can you release Pei Yunhe? Lin Yan averted her gaze and inquired. Releasing him is possible, but you must marry me. Lu Qingyuan sighed softly. Are you threatening me? Lin Yan lifted her dark, shimmering eyes, clenching her fists. How could she possibly accept him? Why would you think that of me? The man's gaze held a wounded expression, his innocent eyes pleading. This is an imperial decree, defying it could lead to execution. Lin Yan realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, refusing to marry would not only endanger her life, but would also implicate Lu Qingyuan. He had worked so hard to reach this point. How could she ruin his future by opposing the decree? However, I know what you are thinking. Lu Qingyuan's long hand rested on her delicate shoulder. When I sought the emperor's decree for marriage, it wasn't solely out of love for you. It was also to protect you, fearing you would be assigned to someone in the government. Lin Yan raised her gaze, her expression softening slightly. In such a case, the government might assign you to a commoner, a nameless soldier in the military, or even a filthy beggar. Lu Qingyuan coaxed gently. My actions were meant to shield you. As long as you marry me, I will never force you to do anything you dislike. I will never compel you again. His voice was tender, his expression focused and sincere. Lin Yan instinctively wanted to trust him, but the memory of moments just passed when he had nearly could his words be trusted. Yandere, the man sighed, his eyes reflecting an innocent yet wounded look as he gazed at her. After all these years of close companionship, do you truly hesitate to grant me this modicum of trust? No matter how deeply I love you, I would never wish to see you in pain. His pitiful, almost pleading expression caused Lin Yan to waver. Now, with no other path available, she conceded that Lu Qingyuan was correct, having spent so much time together. She understood his character. He would not harm her. Very well. Lin Yan nodded. I shall acquiesce to your request. Lu Qingyuan raised his hand, his long fingers cradling the back of her head as he leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her smooth, delicate forehead. Lin Yan took a few steps back, stating firmly, without my permission, you cannot do this. Do what? The man asked with a teasing smile. You cannot kiss me, Lin Yan uttered, the final word escaping her lips with a sense of shame, her exquisite little face flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Qingyuan then, if I were to permit it in the future, would that mean you could kiss me? Lin Yan glared at him in exasperation, her porcelain-like face flushed with anger. I did not mean it that way. In any case, it is absolutely forbidden. Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall refrain from kissing you, Lu Qingyuan replied. Sooner or later, she would come to accept it. Her heart, her very being, would ultimately belong to him. Gradually, he would pursue her. Following this, Lu Qingyuan set about preparing the betrothal gifts and organizing a feast for the guests. This time, he spared no expense, not only sending invitations to the neighbors, but also to the regular patrons of the tavern they frequented. Lin Yan was escorted back to her original residence by Lu Qingyuan's attendants, with Chun Tao remaining by her side. Madam, there is something I should have told you earlier, Chun Tao said, her eyes red from crying. One night during my watch, I heard sound from the young masteress. Oh no, the scholaress, room that were quite unspeakable. I was so embarrassed that my ears turned red. Yet the scholar, in his moment of indulgence, called out your name. Lin Yan's delicate fingers clenched the handkerchief tightly. There was another occasion, Chun Tao continued, wiping the tears from her eyes, when I fell asleep while attending to you during your bath, and the young master returned unexpectedly. And then? Lin Yan lifted her gaze to meet her eyes. The young master raised his hand and struck me unconscious, Chun Tao whispered, and I know not what transpired afterward. However, the very next morning, he threatened me to keep silent. Lin Yan was taken aback, realizing that Lu Qingyuan had previously acted in such an outrageous manner. Did that mean he had seen her fully exposed? Lin Yan forced herself to remain calm. Her hair had been washed, and her garments changed. At that time, she bore no marks that should not have been there, nor did she experience any discomfort. This indicated that Lu Qingyuan had not committed any transgressions against her, merely assisting her with her bath and lifting her from the tub to change her clothes. The initial boundaries between men and women had been respected. How could he have Lin Yan suddenly comprehended that Lu Qingyuan was far more complex than she had initially perceived? She regretted having agreed to him. Has young Master Pei been released? Lin Yan inquired. Chun Tao shook her head, explaining that the top scholar meant to release young Master Pei only after she and he had completed their wedding ceremony. Lin Yan tightened her grip on her handkerchief. That little rascal. He must be afraid that she might change her mind. And what of old Madame Pei? Lin Yan pressed on, seeking to know her current condition. Old Madame Pei had awakened, yet her spirits were low and melancholy due to the matter concerning young Master Pei. Chun Tao remarked that, at least, the top scholar demonstrated a semblance of conscience by sending a doctor to attend to old Madame Pei. Just then, Lu Qingyuan approached, holding a vibrant red wedding gown, illuminated by the light. Yandere, I managed to have 5 embroiderers hastily make this wedding dress. Do take a look and see if you like it, he said with a smile. Lin Yan understood his intentions. Traditionally, wedding gowns required prior arrangements, with at least a week's time needed for embroidery alone. Yet, his urgency in presenting the gown suggested he was anxious about her commitment to the marriage. Chapter 53. Second marriage, I promise you. My word shall remain unaltered. Lin Yan met his gaze, yet insisted, you must also uphold your promise. Very well. The man's eyes glimmered with tenderness as he regarded her. Let us see if the wedding gown fits you. Lin Yan picked up the exquisite gown and gracefully made her way to her chamber. Moments later, she emerged, adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding dress. Upon seeing her, the man was momentarily captivated, his dark eyes filled with astonishment. The woman before him had her raven hair elegantly styled at the back, and the gown, interwoven with gold and silver threads, was embroidered with a lifelike golden phoenix, shimmering under the sunlight. A belt of red satin, adorned with pearls and jade, cinched her slim waist, while delicate pink silk tassels, intricately stitched with images of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, cascaded down. The layered skirt trailed elegantly behind her, embodying both solemnity and grandeur. Standing still, she resembled a figure from a painting, her features strikingly beautiful. Nearby, Chun Tao observed the scene and murmured, I once thought the previous gown was stunning. Yet this one surpasses it in beauty. Lin Yan felt somewhat helpless, unable to foresee that she would don 2 wedding gowns in such a short span. With 2 grooms and 2 ceremonies. Truly beautiful. Lu Qingyuan gazed deeply into her eyes, awe evident in his expression. This gown suits you perfectly. Do you like it? Yes. Lin Yan replied absently. Once we are wed, I hope you will keep your promise and release Pei Yunhe. Lu Qingyuan lowered his gaze, concealing the coldness lurking within. Pei Yunhe. She spoke his name as if he were the sole figure in her heart. How he wished that she would only see him in that light. With great effort, Lu Qingyuan suppressed his urge for violence. Of course, you must trust me. The man smiled gently, his gaze sincere as he looked at Lin Yan. Lu Qingyuan's betrothal gifts were 3 times that of Pei Yunhe's. Their wedding was held at the Lin family residence, bustling with esteemed guests. The banquet was of the highest caliber, featuring a sumptuous array of delicacies and fine wines. Inside the residence, the atmosphere was vibrant with the sound of gongs and drums. Adorned with colorful decorations, guests showered the couple with praises and blessings, though phrases like may you have a harmonious union and early blessings made Lin Yan uncomfortable. The marriage between her and Lu Qingyuan was merely a strategic arrangement, and the prospect of children was utterly inconceivable. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her objections. Upon hearing such blessings, Lu Qingyuan, whose demeanor was typically cool and distant, displayed a rare smile, generously bestowing a large bag of wedding gifts upon the well-wishers. Witnessing his extravagance, many sought to curry favor, eager for their own share of the generous gifts, crowding around to offer their compliments. Scholar, you and Miss Lin truly are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Thank you. Lu Qingyuan retrieved another hefty bag of gifts from his sleeve and handed it to the speaker. As the well-wishers continued to express their blessings, Lu Qingyuan generously bestowed even more. Lin Yan gazed at Lu Qingyuan in astonishment, questioning the abundance of his generosity. Did he truly believe that money flowed like the wind? Lin Yan felt a pang of heartache and tugged at Lu Qingyuan's sleeve, imploring him to stop. With such a multitude of money bags, the contents could likely suffice for the profits of the tavern for 2 or 3 days. How could he squander so recklessly right after being crowned the top scholar? What would become of him in the future? Yandere, today marks our day of great joy, and I am elated, he said, his eyes glimmering with tenderness and a charming smile gracing his handsome visage. Lin Yan, resigned, allowed him to continue. Yet, she did not anticipate the arrival of Pei Yunhe at the wedding. Pei Yunhe occupied a conspicuous position at the ceremony, as if his very presence was meant to provide him with a close-up view of her union with Lu Qingyuan. When Lin Yan's gaze met Pei Yunhe's, she discerned a sorrowful depth in his eyes, which he masked with a forced smile directed at her. In that moment, Lin Yan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Pei Yunhe was truly a remarkable person, and she lamented having brought misfortune upon him. He had merely wished to assist her. Yet the situation had devolved into what it was now. Lu Qingyuan followed Lin Yan's gaze, his expression hardening as he rose to shield her from Pei Yuna's view, effectively severing her connection to him. They performed the first bow to heaven and earth. Regaining her senses, Lin Yan slowly joined Lu Qingyuan in the ceremonial bow. The second bow to the ancestral hall was rendered moot, as Lin Yan had severed ties with her family, and both of Lu Qingyuan's parents had passed. Thus, they merely bowed in a symbolic manner. As they faced each other for the couple's bow, Lin Yan hesitated, but Lu Qingyuan took her hand in his, gently squeezing the soft flesh of her palm. Coming back to herself, she faced Lu Qingyuan as they completed the ceremony. Once the third bow concluded, the formalities were fulfilled. In the guest area, Pei Yunhe watched this scene unfold, pain evident in his gaze as he clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles turning an unnatural shade of blue and purple. At that moment, a mocking gaze, heavy with pressure, fell upon him. Pei Yunhe met Lu Qingyuan's eyes and felt utterly defeated as the vanquished adversary. Previously, Pei Yunhe had sensed Lu Qingyuan's disdain for him and had noted the subtle tension between him and Miss Lin. Yet, he had never considered the implications until the day of his wedding, when unforeseen events transpired, revealing that he had underestimated Lu Qingyuan. When trapped in the woodshed, Lu Qingyuan had confronted him, revealing that he had received the emperor's decree for marriage. It was then that Pei Yunhe realized that Lu Qingyuan had harbored unseemly intentions towards Miss Lin all along. Ironically, he had been oblivious to Lu Qingyuan's true feelings. Now, with Lu Qingyuan wielding the lives of over 100 members of the Pei household as leverage against him, he had no choice but to watch as the bride who rightfully belonged to him united with another man. Pei Yuna's hand, which hung limply at the cuff, was clenched tightly, the knuckles exhibiting an unsettling shade of blue. Previously, he had remained indifferent to fame and fortune, akin to a carefree cloud or a wild crane, never proactively engaging with the denizens of the political arena, priding himself on his lofty ideals. Yet now, he realized that his self-imposed nobility left him devoid of real power. He was unable to protect those he wished to safeguard, nor could he marry the one he desired. A tinge of crimson stained the depths of Pei Yuna's gaze. Chapter 54. The severing of kinship. As the wedding ceremony concluded, it was time to escort the bride to the bridal chamber. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted outside. "I'm the bride's mother. Why am I not allowed to enter?" The shrill voice of Wang Zuehua pierced through the air. "Lin Yan, you've married and yet you deny your own mother entry? How could I give birth to such an ungrateful wretch?" Wang Zuehua continued to shout. "Indeed, Lin Yan, have you risen to fame so swiftly that you've forgotten your own brother?" Lin Hanyang's voice echoed from outside as well. Lin Yan furrowed her brow, taken aback that the pair had managed to stir up such a commotion all the way to the capital. The guests around her murmured in confusion. "What has transpired? It appears the bride's mother and brother have been barred from entry. Does the bride still have a mother? Were not her parents absent during the ceremony?" Whispers of bewilderment filled the air. Lu Qingyuan's eyes darkened with displeasure. Initially, he intended to have the mother and son removed, but he abruptly changed his mind, deciding instead to allow them entry for a proper discussion. Thus, the pair was invited inside. 3 years had passed since their last encounter, and Wang Zuehua appeared aged beyond her years. Her hair was now predominantly gray, her face lined with deep wrinkles, and her figure had become emaciated, as if merely a skeletal frame remained. Her once sharp, triangular eyes had dulled, reflecting the calculations of a street vendor. In contrast, Lin Hanyang had undergone even greater transformation. 3 years prior, he had been plump, but now he had lost considerable weight, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. He sat despondently in a wheelchair, clad in tattered, thin robes, and it was evident from the hollow pant legs that he had lost both of his legs long ago. The guests observed the scene with intrigue. "Who are these two?" they whispered among themselves. "Villagers, you must speak on our behalf." Wang Zuehua cried out, her voice laden with despair. "Lin Yan is my daughter, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. How could she marry without informing me?" She lamented. "Now she has become the wife of a top scholar, soaring to great heights. yet she neglects the very lives of her mother and brother. With that, Wang Tsuhua rushed to Lin Hanyang's wheelchair and pulled aside the empty pant legs. Look, everyone, my son, her only brother, has been reduced to this state, yet she remains indifferent to our plight, reveling in her life in the capital as a wealthy official's wife. She continued, not a morsel of food has she offered us, nor even a word of notification. Originally, Wang Tsuhua had intended to find work in the town for herself and Lin Hanyang, but many townsfolk were customers of Lin Yan, believing themselves to be rivals of hers, which resulted in cold shoulders and disdainful glances, making it nearly impossible for them to secure a well-paying job. Yet life must go on. Upon hearing that the capital offered favorable opportunities, where one could easily earn a living washing dishes in local taverns or serving as a maid in affluent households, Wang Tsuehua embarked on a long journey to the city with Lin Hanyang in search of a place to settle. She found work cleaning at the Rui Tavern, only to overhear a conversation between the young servants, which revealed that this very establishment belonged to the detestable Lin Yan. To her astonishment, she also discovered that the highly popular King Sing Fang on the street was likewise owned by Lin Yan. These two establishments were immensely profitable, earning staggering sums daily. Wang Tsuehua was utterly taken aback. She had never imagined that Lin Yan could achieve such success and become so formidable. Had she known, she would have resolutely opposed Lin Yan's severing of their familial ties, even to the point of violence. Regret consumed her, and she felt a desperate need to confront Lin Yan and discuss the matter thoroughly. After some probing, she learned that not only had Lin Yan thrived, but even her disabled uncle had miraculously recovered, achieving the highest honors in the imperial examinations. Even more astonishing, the successful scholar was now to marry Lin Yan. Wang Tsuehua, too stunned to fully comprehend, hurriedly pushed the wheelchair-bound Lin Hanyang towards the couple's wedding ceremony. Why should she and Hanyang endure such hardship while Lin Yan reveled as the wife of a scholar? She demanded justice today. As Wang Tsuehua's words hung in the air, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. How could one act so cruelly towards their own mother and brother? Indeed, even crows feed their young. How could one be so heartless? The guests began to view Lin Yan with newfound scrutiny. Lin Yan, taken aback by Wang Tsuehua's audacity, sneered, "You are merely envious of my success and have come here to create a scene, attempting to impose your moral judgment upon me. Why don't you inform everyone that I severed ties with you long ago?" With a disdainful laugh, Lin Yan continued, "When I cut ties, it was made abundantly clear that your well-being was of no concern to me. You even signed the documents yourself. Now you dare to emerge and condemn me?" The crowd murmured in disbelief. Wang Tsuehua's expression faltered, yet she quickly countered, "You claim to have severed ties. Do you possess any proof? We never truly severed our relationship. In the midst of Lin Yan's wedding, how could she possibly carry such documents? Perhaps they had long been lost over the 3 years. Lin Yan was incredulous at Wang Tsuehua's shamelessness, refusing to acknowledge their prior agreement. However, after 3 years, she could not readily recall where the severance papers might be. "See, you cannot produce them." Wang Tsuehua, emboldened by Lin Yan's uncertainty, sneered, "Neighbors, come and help us adjudicate this matter. I, a single mother, have been so cruelly wronged with that." She burst into tears. Lin Hanyang stood by, wiping away his tears. "Sister, you are now so wealthy, married to the top scholar. You will enjoy endless riches and honor in the future. Given how pitiful my mother and I are, could you spare us a little money? Indeed, we do not ask for much. Merely 500 taels of silver would suffice." Wang Tsuehua cried out, "Your brother has broken his leg. We do not know how we will manage in the days to come. This money is for your brother's treatment, 500 taels? Lin Yan was nearly amused to the point of rage. They truly had the audacity to ask for such a sum. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan's chilling voice resonated. "Who claims there is no severance letter?" He then summoned a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. The servant hurried away. Wang Tsuehua's heart raced. Could it be that there truly was such a letter? Chapter 55. The servant presented the severance document to Lu Qingyuan, who then unfurled the paper, revealing its contents to the assembled friends and family. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began slowly, his gaze icy. 3 years ago, Wang Tsua signed a severance agreement with my wife. The term my wife struck Lin Yan's ears with an unsettling resonance. Even at this moment, she found it hard to accept that she had unwittingly entered into matrimony with Lu Qingyuan. The bond between them was merely one of familial affection. The document bore Wang Tsua's name in ink, accompanied by her fingerprint and the official seal of the village head. Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, intrigued. Indeed, it is a severance document. It seems the bride's claims were not unfounded. They pondered why she had come forth after such a separation, especially after her earlier denial. We had just condemned the bride, but it appears that she is not at fault in this matter. Yet, questions arose as to why the bride would sever ties with her own flesh and blood 3 years prior. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with glances directed at Wang Tsuehua that were less than kind. This is clearly because the bride is an ungrateful wretch. Now that she has achieved success and wealth, she disregards the well-being of her own mother and younger brother. Wang Tsuehua cried out, slapping her thigh in distress. You speak nonsense. Have you considered what you did that compelled me to sever our ties? Lin Yan furrowed her brow and retorted coldly. However, the matters at hand were part of Lu Qingyuan's dark past. Revealing them would only serve to tarnish his reputation and jeopardize his future prospects. My wife has always been a gentle soul. Lu Qingyuan's voice, now hoarse, continued, but when she married my elder brother, on their wedding day, before they even consummated their union, he was conscripted and perished on the battlefield, leaving her a widow. At that time, I had suffered a leg injury, and living together with her was incredibly challenging. His sharp, piercing eyes turned towards Wang Tsuehua, who, instead of expressing concern for her daughter, shamelessly came to our home to take advantage of us, regularly depriving us of all our rice, leaving us to starve. He lowered his gaze, a mocking expression gracing his handsome features. Observing this, the onlookers began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Lu Qingyuan. Who could have imagined that such a prestigious scholar had endured a childhood marked by hunger and poverty? I had no money or rice at home. I was left with no choice. Wang Tsuehua quickly denied, adding, even if I were married, I could not ignore my own mother and brother, allowing them to starve. Could I? It's just a matter of taking a little rice. Lin Hanyang chimed in, supporting her argument. Just a little rice? Lu Qingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Yet I distinctly remember how you both, driven by greed, sold me to a decrepit old man for money. Many in the town were aware of this and could testify. Lin Yan gazed at Lu Qingyuan in disbelief. The revelation of being sold to an older man was a dark chapter in Lu Qingyuan's past that he could scarcely conceal. Yet he boldly chose to disclose it in public for the sake of his reputation. Did he not fear that this matter would tarnish his future prospects and his standing in society? He aspired to ascend the ranks within the political arena, but how would others perceive him after such a confession? Was he willing to sacrifice his honor? Lin Yan reached out and tugged at the man's sleeve, her eyes pleading with him to refrain from continuing. Upon hearing this, those around them stood in stunned silence. What? They had actually sold the child prodigy of their youth. This was utterly unthinkable. She shared no blood ties with the prodigy. What right did they have to sell him? Was this not the very work of human traffickers? Such a heinous crime. Did this individual possess no shred of conscience? The prodigy was so young at the time. How could she bear to commit such an atrocity? It was no wonder that the relationship had been severed. This was truly malicious. Who could argue otherwise? To be born into such a family was indeed a stroke of misfortune for the bride. Now that the ties had been cut, she could not bear to see the prodigy thriving in his new life, consumed by jealousy, and had come here to create a scene. Thankfully, the prodigy had clarified the situation. Otherwise, we would have all been deceived, unwitting accomplices in her scheme. Such a person deserved to be imprisoned and punished severely. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. You all. Wang Tsuehua had not anticipated that Lu Qingyuan would openly speak of this matter. In her understanding, such a revelation was not something any man would take pride in, especially not one who had risen to prominence and secured an official position. Did he not fear being the subject of ridicule? For the sake of Lin Yan, that little wretch, he seemed to care not for his own reputation. How could this little wretch possess such good fortune? How dare you, little wretch, conspire with him against us, the abandoned and the vulnerable. Realizing her argument was faltering, Wang Tsuehua pounded her thigh and shouted at the top of her lungs. What sort of people are you two? Perhaps you have already conspired together, spending every day together. What clandestine activities might you be engaged in at night? Wang Tsuehua hurled insults, her sharp eyes fixated on Lin Yan. You shameless little wretch. You are a harbinger of doom. Once married, you will bring misfortune to your husband. You have seduced Lu Qingyuan, and both brothers of the Lu family have fallen for your charms. How could I have raised such a disgraceful creature? Lu Qingyuan's gaze darkened abruptly. Seize her, muffle her mouth, and remove her from here. Soon, someone rushed forward, ready to forcibly drag Wang Tsuehua away. As long as you give me money today, I promise to keep your affairs secret. I can be as tight-lipped as a vault. But if you refuse to pay me, I shall fight you to the bitter end, even at the cost of my own life. Wang Tsuehua struggled while shouting. You shall not succeed. I will not give you a single penny. You are not worthy. Lin Yan's voice was cold and clear with each word. Ah, you wretched creature. After enduring 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world, providing for your every need, I never imagined I would raise a heartless ingrate. You revel in a life of luxury while plotting the demise of both me and my son. If we cannot find peace, do not expect to live in comfort yourself. As she spoke, Wang Tsuehua swiftly produced a sharp knife from her sleeve and lunged at Lin Yan. Lu Qingyuan's gaze shifted, knowing that with a mere flick of his hand, he could easily subdue Wang Tsuehua without sustaining any injury. Such a woman posed no challenge to him. Yet, he refrained from intervening. Instead, as the blade approached Lin Yan, Lu Qingyuan lunged forward, and in an instant, warm blood splattered across Lin Yan's face. Chapter 56. Those who cause tears to fall from his beloved should perish. Lin Yan stared in shock at the scene before her. The man in front of her had been stabbed in the back. The blade had fully embedded itself in his spine. She reached out to support Lu Qingyuan, but her hands came into contact with a warm, sticky pool of blood. Lu Qingyuan's handsome face had turned pale, his lips losing color from the blood he had lost. Yet he managed to muster a faint smile for Lin Yan, saying, I'm sorry, my blood has stained your face. With trembling hands, he retrieved a pure white handkerchief embroidered with flowers from his sleeve, an item Lin Yan had stitched for him during his studies, marked with the character Yuan, which he cherished deeply. Even in the sweltering heat, he could not bear to use it. Now, Lu Qingyuan tenderly wiped the blood from her porcelain-like face, assuring her, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Are you hurt? His eyes were filled with concern and worry. Lin Yan's nose tinged with bitterness. Her eyes grew warm and moist, tears cascading down her cheeks. You foolish man, why did you shield me from that knife? Meanwhile, chaos ensued around them, as Wang Tsuehua and her son were quickly subdued and detained. The guests, too, were thrown into disarray, visibly moved by the unfolding drama. The bride's biological mother proved to be heartless. Had it not been for Lord Lu's courageous act to shield the bride from that lethal blow, she would surely have succumbed. Indeed, she was no true mother. She was a vengeful specter. Such madness was terrifying. If it weren't for Lord Lu's benevolence in allowing her entrance, she wouldn't even have qualified to step through the door. Now, showing no gratitude, she committed such a heinous act. This was willful murder, and she deserved to be apprehended. Yes, a life for a life. Such a person is a threat to society. One could not help but admire Lord Lu's devotion to his wife. He protected her with his very life. Who could argue otherwise? It was enviable for the bride to have such a young, accomplished, and loving husband. Their journey together had not been easy. Their bond was indeed as strong as gold. The crowd buzzed with chatter. At that moment, Pei Yunhe emerged from his earlier shock and quickly approached to examine Lu Qingyuan's wound. Pei, please help him thoroughly, Lin Yan implored, supporting Lu Qingyuan, her long, curled lashes glistening with tears, her voice trembling, filled with desperation. Of course, Pei Yunhe noted, seeing Lin Yan in such a flustered state for the first time. Previously, she had always exuded a gentle demeanor, even when unjustly imprisoned. Yet now, he witnessed fear, panic, and helplessness etched across her face for the first time. Lin Yan cared deeply for Lu Qingyuan. Pei Yunhe understood that their deep bond was forged through countless days and nights spent together. Yet he felt a twinge of bitterness within. It felt as though he were merely an outsider, unable to truly integrate into their world. Returning to the present, Pei Yunhe assisted Lu Qingyuan toward their bridal chamber. Before his departure, Lu Qingyuan's gaze was cold and profound as he dragged Wang Cuihua and her son away. He then surveyed the banquet hall, his pale lips curling into an apologetic smile as he addressed the guests, expressing his regret for the unfortunate incident that had occurred today. He assured everyone to continue enjoying their meal while he attended to his wound. Subsequently, Lu Qingyuan was supported by Lin Yan and Pei Yunhe as they made their way to the wedding chamber. The opulence of their wedding room far surpassed that which Pei Yunhe had prepared for Lin Yan. Both rooms were adorned in vibrant red. Yet the fabric used was an exquisite antique satin, intricately embroidered with the finest gold thread, creating a breathtaking display. The wedding bed was crafted from precious golden silk Nama wood, its value exceedingly high. The canopy was adorned with pearl and sapphire beaded curtains, while a magnificent luminous pearl graced the headboard. Pei Yunhe's gaze fell, realizing that these were luxuries he could never provide for Lin Yan. As Lu Qingyuan ascended the ranks of the political realm, he would offer Lin Yan far more than he could ever hope to. Though his family was affluent, he remained a commoner, devoid of power and influence. Since Lin Yan's previous misfortune, he had come to understand that beneath the overwhelming authority of the imperial city, his powerless existence could not safeguard her. Who could have anticipated that what he once scorned would now become the very burden that crushed him? Pei Yunhe lowered his eyes to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within. As he regained his focus, he reached to assist Lu Qingyuan in unfastening the clothing at his back. However, Lu Qingyuan grasped Pei Yunhe's arm, stating, "Dr. Pei, I am not accustomed to being touched." Pei Yunhe replied, "Is that so? You seemed quite comfortable when I treated your leg." Lu Qingyuan's eyes, tinged with a painful restraint, turned toward Lin Yan. "Yandere, could you assist me?" The way he uttered her name was tender and affectionate, sending a shiver of warmth through the air. Lin Yan felt her cheeks flush. She was unaccustomed to such intimacy from Lu Qingyuan. Yet, given the dire circumstances, she set aside her reservations. "All right." Lin Yan's delicate hands, as pale as jade, rested upon the man's crimson wedding attire. She lifted her hand and gently peeled away the blood-stained garment. Beneath it lay a bright red inner robe. As the satin layers were removed, they revealed the man's strong, muscular physique. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a striking silhouette, akin to a modern double-door refrigerator, exuding raw masculine energy. However, this was not the time for admiration. Lin Yan's attention was drawn to the scars adorning his broad back. At that moment, she noticed a deep gash along the seam of his shoulder blade, so severe that the white of his bone was visible beneath the crimson blood that flowed ceaselessly. Witnessing this, Lin Yan's delicate, pink lips trembled, and tears brimmed in her almond-shaped eyes, spilling over in a torrent. "Fool!" Lin Yan softly scolded, her voice choked with emotion. He disregarded his promising future, willing to sacrifice his life for her. "From now on, you must not engage in such perilous acts. Do you understand?" Her voice, imbued with a soft, pleading tone, was filled with an unmistakable hint of sorrow. Her obsidian almond-shaped eyes brimmed with crystalline tears, delicate droplets clinging to her curled lashes. Her nose reddened from weeping, evoking utmost pity. This scene etched itself into Lu Qingyuan's gaze, a flicker of self-reproach and regret coursing through his eyes. With his capabilities, he could have effortlessly made Wang Cuihua and her son vanish silently from the capital, let alone preventing them from mingling at his wedding. Everything was within his control. He had intentionally allowed Wang Cuihua's entrance, deliberately provoked her, anticipating her reaction, and positioned himself in front of his Yandere to convey his intentions, seeking to elicit her compassion in return. Yet, when Yandere genuinely felt for him, shedding tears on his behalf, he found no joy in the success of his scheming. Instead, his heart felt as though it had been brutally carved out, heavy with despair. The one who caused her tears deserved to perish. He too deserved the same fate. "Do not cry," the man murmured softly his long fingers gently brushing away the tears from her delicate cheeks. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Your wound is exposed to the bone. How can you possibly be unscathed? Lin Yan's tender voice quivered with sobs, her tone mournful. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me? At 1T, Lu Qingyuan sighed internally, a wave of self-loathing swelling within him. He had caused his beloved to weep. He truly was a beast. Chapter 57. He has his means. He raised his hand gently, clasping Lin Yan's hand in his. Their fingers intertwined. This time it is my oversight. Had I not been so lenient, Wang Cuihua would not have had the chance to enter. Lu Qingyuan gazed at Lin Yan with a sense of guilt, reflecting on the fact that Wang Cuihua is your biological mother. It was for your sake that I allowed her in, yet I did not expect her to harm you. From now on, I shall not permit anyone to hurt you. Each word he uttered was sincere, his gaze fixed on Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt a wave of emotion within her. Lu Qingyuan's actions were indeed for her well-being. You need not consider my feelings any longer. She wiped the tears from her fair cheek, her dark eyes glistening as they looked up at him. Wang Cuihua abused me since childhood, favoring boys over girls, caring only for Lin Hanyang, indifferent to my well-being. The bond of mother and daughter has long been severed. Since the day she harmed you, in my heart, she is less than a stranger. In this lifetime, I shall never see her again. Indeed, Lu Qingyuan replied, his gaze tender and affectionate as he wiped away her tears. Do not cry, my little kitten. Watching his ex-wife express intimate sentiments with her current partner before him, Pei Yunhe felt an unbearable awkwardness encase him. This scene pierced his heart like a thorn, leaving him bleeding emotionally. He felt like a mere joke. Is there anything more absurd in this world? Yet he was a doctor, compelled to suppress all emotions while tending to his ex-wife's current partner. Pei Yunhe endured the humiliation as he treated Lu Qingyuan's wounds, his hands trembling with restrained emotions. Lu Qingyuan let out a low groan, veins bulging at his temple, his deep-set eyes misty with tears. That enchanting beauty mark only added to his innocent yet pitiful appearance. Dr. Pei, are you dissatisfied with me? Why are you so rough? As he spoke, he looked at Pei Yunhe with innocent dark eyes. I know you resent me for taking Yandere as my wife, but this was the Emperor's decree. My marriage to Yandere was also done in accordance with his wishes. The marriage was granted first by the Emperor, while you took my wife later. I understand your discontent. If you have any anger, direct it at me, not at Yandere. Pei Yunhe remained silent. If my discomfort can bring you some solace, then let it be so. I can endure any pain. Pei Yunhe struggled to meet Lin Yan's gaze. Yandere is not as you think. I did not intentionally target him. Upon hearing her name, Lu Qingyuan's dark eyes grew cold. Yandere? Such an affectionate term. Do you truly think you are worthy of calling her that? However, Lin Yan did not turn to Pei Yunhe, but moved to Lu Qingyuan's side. Let me apply the medicine for you. Pei Yunhe's heart sank. Did this mean she believed in Lu Qingyuan? Although Lu Qingyuan was merely 18, his thoughts were intricate, and his cunning nature allowed him to manipulate situations, portraying himself as the victim. Yet the true victim here was himself. His wife had been taken from him. As for the imperial decree of marriage, had it not been for Lu Qingyuan's audacity to kneel in the Golden Lawn Hall, could he have ever obtained the imperial edict for marriage? His words may sound sweet, yet he is merely a man, and such tricks do not elude his perception. Yet, inexplicably, Yandere falls for his ruse. Pei Yunhe finds himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Lin Yan carefully applies medicine to Lu Qingyuan's wound. His injury was severe and had already been stitched by Pei Yunhe, leaving only the application of ointment for Lin Yan, a task not overly difficult. She tends to him with utmost gentleness, asking, Qingyuan, does it hurt? The man gazes at her with eyes as tender as water, replying, not at all. What is this little wound to me? She reassures him, if it does hurt, please do not hold back, just tell me, and I will be gentler. All right, he responds, his gaze softening as he watches her. Yandere is genuinely concerned for him, tending to his wounds so kindly. Pei Yunhe, standing awkwardly nearby, clears his throat. Feeling out of place. Since I am no longer needed here, I shall take my leave. Remaining would only bring me humiliation. Pei Gongzi. Lin Yan quickly finishes applying the ointment to Lu Qingyuan and calls out to him, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Pei Yunha pauses, his hands tightening within his sleeves. Does she still harbor feelings for him? The reason she is with Lu Qingyuan must be to avoid defying the edict, correct? Lin Yan's words revive the dormant heart of Pei Yunha. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan's eyes darken with a chilling obscurity, and he winces. It hurts. Lin Yan turns her attention back to him. Worry etched on her face. Qingyuan, what is wrong? The wound is quite painful. He manages a faint smile, adding, but it's all right. You should speak with Pei Gongzi. I believe you have much to discuss. Despite Lu Qingyuan's injury, Lin Yan could never abandon him, especially since he is the one who has been by her side. She already knows in her heart what matters most. With a sense of guilt, she casts a glance at Pei Yunha and calls for Chun Tao, instructing, please bring me the box from my bedside. Yes. Chun Tao responds and soon returns with a wooden box. Lin Yan presents it to Pei Yunha, initially intending to speak to him privately. But now she cannot divert her attention away from Lu Qingyuan. Thus, she addresses Pei Yunha in Lu Qingyuan's presence. Pei Gongzi, this is the silver note you gave me when we were betrothed and the property deed. I am returning it to you intact. As for the dowry you provided, I will ensure it is returned to your residence without alteration. Pei Yunha gazes at the wooden box, his heart heavy with bitterness. He takes it from her, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Very well. I must attend to Qingyuan, so I cannot accompany you. Lin Yan looks at him with gratitude. I am truly thankful for your assistance in treating Qingyuan's leg and for your efforts in facilitating our marriage. In short, I am deeply sorry. What was meant to be a joyful occasion has resulted in chaos for the Pei household. It is of no consequence. This is not your fault, he replies. Pei Yunha managed to force a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. I must trouble you, young Master Pei, to convey my apologies to the old lady, Lin Yan said, her voice laced with guilt. I am deeply concerned for her well-being. Very well, I shall relay your sentiments, Pei Yunha replied, clenching his fist. Then I shall not impose any further. Chun Tao, please see young Master Pei off, Lin Yan instructed. Subsequently, Chun Tao escorted Pei Yunha away while the servants of the Lin family busily loaded the dowry onto the carriage. The tumultuous jealousy within Lu Qingyuan dissipated entirely upon hearing their exchange. It turned out that Yinner merely wished to bring matters to a close with him. He had assumed, it appears, that Pei Yunha, his rival, was not a formidable opponent after all. Henceforth, he need not regard him with any concern. However, winning Yinner's heart was no simple endeavor. He would have to proceed with caution. But that mattered not. Time was on his side. He possessed ample means and patience. Chapter 58. She is truly gullible. All the betrothal gifts sent by Pei Yunha were returned. Under Pei Yunha's care, the health of old Madame Pei gradually improved. Initially, she believed that the carefully chosen daughter-in-law would unite with her son, envisioning a tale of joy, yet unexpected misfortune befell them. Old Madame Pei, overwhelmed by the blow, found herself in a state of despair, her spirit waning and her demeanor sullen. This predicament cannot solely be blamed on Yinner. Reclining on the couch, old Madame Pei appeared weary, attributing her discontent to Lu Qingyuan's malicious intentions. At only 18, he harbors such cunning and ambition. What will he become in the future? With a cold laugh, old Madame Pei remarked that one should not underestimate youth. Indeed, I too did not foresee this, Pei Yunha chuckled self-deprecatingly. Look at you, unable to even manage an 18-year-old brat. What good is your age if you cannot safeguard your own wife? Infuriated, old Madame Pei pounded her chest, recalling how she had advised him. I guided you toward an official career, yet you scorned the hustle of the political arena, considering yourself above it all. In the end, what has that elevation brought you? You cannot even protect the woman you desire. Mother, you are right. Pei Yunha lowered his gaze, a self-mocking expression on his handsome face. It is not too late for you to realize this now, old Madame Pei said with a meaningful tone. I understand your yearning for freedom, but a carefree existence does not equate to true liberty. Only by holding power firmly can one act at will, choosing to engage or withdraw as desired. That is the essence of true freedom. Pei Yunha pondered her words thoughtfully. After Lu Qingyuan's injury, Lin Yan ceased her visits to the tavern and King Xiangfang, instead devoting her days to his side. Qingyuan, Do you feel any better? On this day, Lin Yan was assisting Lu Qingyuan in changing his bandages, applying ointment to his wounds. Strangely, despite several days of treatment, there was no sign of improvement. This medicine was prescribed by Pei Yunha, and she had visited multiple pharmacies to confirm its efficacy in promoting wound healing. Yet why was there no indication of recovery? At that moment, the man lay supine on the bed, his upper body exposed, revealing a strong, muscular back, clad only in deep black trousers. His raven hair was secured with an emerald green hairpin, cascading down in dark waves, enhancing the allure of his pale, handsome face. Reclining on a golden silk jade pillow, his chiseled features turned to the side as Lin Yan tended to his back. His deep, smoldering gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering, with an intensity that was almost palpable, a faint smile gracing his pale lips. Though the pain in his back was excruciating, he reassured her, saying, "It's all right. I just need to endure." "What shall we do?" Lin Yan furrowed her brow, her heart aching for him. "Yet you are the newly appointed top scholar. To be injured on your first day is concerning. If the wound does not improve, the officials may accuse you of arrogance due to your talents." "I have already taken a sick leave from the emperor," he replied. Lu Qingyuan's pale lips curved into a slight smile, as his majesty had already granted him leave for marriage. Moreover, the tasks assigned to him by his majesty required such permission. The man lightly tapped his temples with his slender fingers. Lin Yan grew increasingly anxious. She had heard that he had pledged a military order to the emperor, and failure could result in dire consequences. "How are your design drafts coming along?" Seeing her concern for him, a warm current surged within Lu Qingyuan. He reached beneath his pillow and retrieved 2 sheets of design sketches. "Take a look." Lin Yan opened them to find one was a blueprint for a flood control dam, while the other depicted a design for a large vessel. At the sight of the blueprints, Lin Yan was secretly astounded. Lu Qingyuan was indeed reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel. His intellect was extraordinary. Although he hailed from ancient times, his ideas bore striking similarities to modern technology. This was a collision of thoughts transcending millennia. Lin Yan marveled indeed. "Qingyuan, you are remarkably talented. At such a young age, your mind is brimming with innovative concepts." Recalling her architectural studies from university, she focused intently, realizing that while the blueprints were well designed, they could be improved further, ensuring that the dam and vessels would be robust and unyielding. "I would like to hear more." The man gazed at the woman before him with rapt attention. With her lips pressed together, she replied, "Wait for me a moment." She then rose to fetch a brush, using it to sketch a few additional lines on the blueprints, annotating every detail and specifying the materials needed. Lin Yan even designed detailed structural diagrams. After a brief incense stick's length of time, she presented the annotated designs to Lu Qingyuan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Look, is this much improved?" The moment he laid eyes on the sketches, astonishment flickered in his gaze. He had always known Lin Yan to be intelligent, yet he had not realized the extent of her brilliance. While he had pondered how to refine the blueprints further, her designs had perfectly provided him with the answers. Her mind was filled with novel ideas that seemed out of place for this era. For instance, the hot pot, barbecues, and spicy crayfish sold in taverns. Lu Qingyuan understood that Lin Yan had undergone a transformation, yet he could not fathom the source of this change. He speculated that she might hail from another world. She was a divine blessing, a gift bestowed upon him. Regardless of her origins, now that she was here, she belonged to him, and he would not allow her to leave. "Yenner, you are exceptionally wise." Lu Qingyuan grasped Lin Yan's hand, his gaze fixated on her, burning with fervor. In the next moment, Lin Yan was unexpectedly pulled onto the bed, her body leaning toward his side. By chance, his lips brushed against the delicate tip of her nose. Caught off guard, Lin Yan found herself gazing into the depths of his enigmatic eyes, which seemed to harbor 2 flickering flames. The man's prominent atoms apple-bobbed, and then his lips grazed her tender ones. Lin Yan was taken aback when he unexpectedly kissed her, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before their marriage, he had distinctly assured her that he would not lay a finger on her. What was this, then? Was he not true to his word? Flushed with both embarrassment and anger, Lin Yan attempted to push Lu Qingyuan away, but in the next moment, The man let out a muffled groan of pain. Lin Yan's body stiffened, and she hesitated to make any sudden movements. His long arm naturally encircled her slender waist, gently holding her in place. "Don't move, it hurts," she thought, feeling compelled to remain still to avoid aggravating his injury. Thus, they lay face to face on the bed, the man tenderly cradling her, maintaining the intimate embrace. His warm breath caressed her neck, enveloping her in the crisp scent of sandalwood that emanated from him. His essence surrounded her completely. "Is it better now?" Lin Yan suppressed the simmering anger within her and inquired cautiously. The man raised his hand, his long fingers tenderly brushing through her hair. "So adorable," he mused. He believed whatever she said, and her innocence made him reluctant to deceive her. "Pain," he murmured, his gaze filled with innocence. "Yandere, let me hold you. I promise it will be just a hug, nothing more." Chapter 59. Soft-hearted Lin Yan observed him, his countenance pale and weary from the injury he sustained for her. She found it difficult to muster the resolve to resist. Thus, she surrendered herself to his embrace willingly. Lin Yan was not naive. She understood his underlying intentions to some extent. However, the fact remained that he was hurt. Enveloped in Lu Qingyuan's long, warm arms, Lin Yan felt the steady warmth of his breath caress her porcelain-white neck, akin to a feather brushing against her skin, leaving a tingling sensation. His scent enveloped her completely, while her own fragrance was overshadowed by the deep, musky aroma emanating from him, saturating her senses. When Lin Yan lifted her gaze, she was met by the depths of his eyes, which resembled tranquil pools. Those profound eyes fixed upon her with unwavering focus, their hue gentle and affectionate, the corners slightly lifted, and a playful smile gracing his brow. Lu Qingyuan possessed striking features, his visage capable of captivating hearts, a face that would undoubtedly achieve stardom in the entertainment realm. In that moment of shared gazes, Lin Yan's heart fluttered unexpectedly, her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away. His warm palm rested on her lower back, pulling her closer. He leaned in, inching towards her delicate neck, their proximity rendering Lin Yan tense. She curled into herself, her breath hitching. "Yandere," he murmured softly, his voice husky and alluring, akin to a puppy nuzzling against her neck. His gaze, filled with admiration and affection, bore into her, "You smell delightful." Since confessing the emotions buried deep within his heart, Lu Qingyuan no longer suppressed himself, openly expressing his affection for Lin Yan. Feeling somewhat rigid, Lin Yan remained uncertain in his embrace, her breath quickening. Her delicate palm rested against his broad chest, hesitant to push him away, fearing it might aggravate his wounds. "Please, don't be reckless. I merely wish to inhale your scent." Yet, he wore an innocent expression, insisting, "I won't do anything else. Why are you so stingy?" He sighed, a hint of melancholy shadowing his handsome features. Unable to withstand his pitiful demeanor, Lin Yan conceded that allowing him to indulge in her scent was a minor concession. "All right, fine then." Like a dog receiving praise from its master, his dark, captivating eyes sparkled with delight. His chiseled jaw rested against her porcelain collarbone. "Yandere, you are truly wonderful. I adore the scent that clings to you." His voice, low and sultry, resonated in her ears like a siren-esque call, sending shivers down her spine and leaving her feeling weak and vulnerable. How could he be so enchanting? After years of being single, she was utterly defenseless against him. "Yandere, I am in such pain." He gazed at her with pleading eyes, reminiscent of a dog seeking compassion from its owner. "Could you hold me?" Lin Yan. She had merely agreed to hold him, yet he seemed to want more. "If you would assist me, my pain would lessen," he implored, his ebony eyes filled with longing, reminiscent of their childhood days. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. What fault lay with this little puppy? He merely sought solace in her embrace for a fleeting moment. Lin Yan extended her delicate arms, gently encircling the man's neck. Lu Qingyuan, filled with satisfaction, could not suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. How obedient she was. Whenever he feigned vulnerability, her heart softened towards him. "Yandere, you are so good. I cannot bear to act excessively towards you." Time slipped away, and gradually, Lin Yan succumbed to slumber in the man's arms. Lu Qingyuan gazed at her serene, sleeping visage, a soft smile gracing his lips. He tenderly toyed with her slender, ivory fingers, pressing them to his lips for gentle kisses. With closed eyes, he devotedly kissed her fingers, akin to the most loyal of devotees worshipping their faith, until her 10 delicate fingers glistened with moisture. Lu Qingyuan's breath quickened, a faint blush rising on his handsome face. Unable to restrain himself, he softly pressed his lips to her smooth, full forehead, cautious and fleeting, fearful of disturbing the woman before him, confirming her deep slumber without signs of awakening. He swallowed hard and leaned down to kiss her tender lips. He held his breath, his heart thundering in his chest. Raising his gaze, his deep eyes intertwined with love and desire for the woman, he lifted the quilt to cover them both, his long, defined fingers resting on his powerful waist, shielding their bodies from view. With eyes tightly shut, he tilted his head back, veins bulging at his temples and neck, muscles taut along his arms. Lu Qingyuan's alluring atoms apple-bobbed as beads of sweat began to form at his brow. The sweat trickled down his chiseled face, glistening enticingly on Lin Yan's rosy, full lips. A droplet fell, creating an alluring spectacle upon her lips. Slowly, he opened his dark eyes, leaning down to tremulously kiss her, his voice thick with restrained intensity. Unbeknownst to the peacefully sleeping Lin Yan, Lu Qingyuan was indulging in sacrilegious acts, surrendering to outrageous impulses. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Qingyuan composed himself, changing into fresh attire and discarding his soiled garments into a basin. He recalled that Lin Yan's dress from the previous day had not yet been washed by Chantao. He retrieved her skirt, along with the begonia-colored undergarment and pure white inner pants, placing them in the basin. Carrying the basin outside, he began to wash them personally. At that moment, Chantao arrived and, witnessing the scene, hurried to intervene. "Young master, what did you call me?" Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow, his deep, piercing gaze radiating coldness. Chantao quickly corrected herself. "Son-in-law." After all, calling him master seemed inappropriate given his youth. Thus, son-in-law it was. The chill in Lu Qingyuan's eyes softened slightly as he methodically cleaned their garments. "Let me handle this," Chantao said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she stepped forward. "From now on, you shall not wash Yandere's intimate clothing," Lu Qingyuan declared. "Huh?" Chantao replied, startled. "Do attend to your duties." Lu Qingyuan's tone towards her was surprisingly gentle. Chantao, feeling dazed, rose to leave. What affliction could this son-in-law possibly have? Why would he eschew the service of maids to undertake the chores himself? Chantao found herself perplexed and chose to dismiss the thought. After washing the garments, Lu Qingyuan hung them in the courtyard, observing their intimate apparel swaying in the sunlight. A soft warmth graced the corners of his eyes and the curve of his lips. Having completed the laundry, it was time to address the pesky flies and mosquitoes. The warmth of his smile gradually turned cold, his gaze deepening with an ominous chill. Within the confines of the prison, cries echoed, "Let me out. I swear I won't do it again." Wang Tsuehua shouted hoarsely, her wails filling the air. "Mother, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be trapped here." Lin Hanyang sat slumped on the ground, shouting in discontent. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. Chapter 60. Only one of you can survive. Wang Tsuehua and Lin Hanyang turned their gazes towards the doorway. There appeared a man clad in a long robe of deep black, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, approaching with measured steps against the light. The majority of his sharply defined profile was cloaked in shadow, rendering his features both profound and striking, imbued with an air of wickedness. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Qingyuan," Wang Tsuehua murmured, her complexion pale. "I did not intend to harm you. My aim was directed at Lin Yan. She is my most cherished treasure." The man's lips curled with a hint of amusement, his narrow, deep-set eyes glinting with cold malice. "You may kill me, but should you dare to harm her, it will lead you to certain death. I am a man who repays every grievance in kind." Wang Tsuehua's face grew increasingly ashen, her lips trembling as she pleaded, "The past was my fault. Please spare my son and me. We will never again dare to appear before you." Initially, her intent had merely been to acquire some money. But who could have foreseen this descent into a prison cell? Had she known it would come to this, not even 100 lifetimes would have compelled her to come here. Lu Qingyuan waved his sleeve and languidly settled into a chair draped with golden silk cushions. The long sleeves of his dark satin robe cascaded down, while his ink-black hair, secured with a jade hairpin, tumbled like a waterfall over his broad shoulders. He appeared lethargic, prompting the attendants to hastily serve him tea and water. From his bosom, he produced a dagger encrusted with gems, his long, jade-like fingers grasping the hilt as he withdrew the chillingly sharp blade from its sheath. Lowering his gaze, he took out a pristine white handkerchief and delicately wiped the blade. His expression was one of weary indifference, radiating a coldness that kept others at bay, instilling a profound fear. Wang Zihua, terrified, implored I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, for the sake of having borne her, grant me my life. Yes, spare us. Just let us go, and we will never return to the capital again. Never show ourselves before you. Lin Hanyang added urgently. I find myself in a good mood today, Lu Qingyuan mused, toying with the dagger that glinted with a cold light. He lifted his gaze slowly, regarding the mother and son before him. I could let you off this time. Wang Zuihua and Lin Hanyang exchanged astonished glances, elated by the prospect. Yet, the next moment, the man's lips twisted into a cruel smile. But I wish to play a game. What? Wang Zuihua's eyes widened in disbelief. You two can only have one survivor. As he spoke, he tossed the dagger before them. Within the span of half an incense stick, the one who survives shall be released without guilt. Should the time elapse, and both of you remain alive. His smile turned sinister, his lips curling with a bloodthirsty gleam. Then neither of you shall live. At that moment, the attendants swiftly lit an incense stick, and soon, pure white smoke began to rise. They quickly untied Wang Zuihua and Lin Hanyang. No, you cannot do this to us. You want us to turn against one another. Wang Zuihua's eyes widened in terror, her face ashen. Compared to Wang Zuihua, Lin Hanyang appeared to be far more composed. Beads of sweat formed densely on his forehead, as if he were grappling with the most crucial decision of his life. Lu Qingyuan lounged lazily in his chair, his long fingers propping up his chin, observing the scene with an air of detached amusement. He resembled a lofty sovereign, gazing down upon the two like insignificant ants. The man was in good spirits, gently caressing the teacup with his slender fingers, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Hurry up, he sighed lightly, a playful smirk gracing his face. The time I have granted you is limited. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Lin Hanyang ceased his hesitation and extended his arm toward the dagger lying on the ground. Hanyang, you! Wang Zuihua glared at him warily, a profound chill enveloping her entire being, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Are you truly going to kill your own mother? How could that be? Lin Hanyang grasped the dagger and began to drag his empty pant leg towards Wang Zuihua. Mother, I am one who repays grievances with vengeance. Since he declared that only one of us can survive, it appears that a sacrifice must be made. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Hanyang continued, Mother, I have already lost my legs. I am but a cripple. My existence has become devoid of meaning. If only one of us can live, I wish for it to be you. With that, he presented the dagger before Wang Zuihua. Mother, please end this for me. My son, oh my son. Wang Zuihua collapsed in despair, tears streaming down her face. She never imagined that her lifelong struggles would culminate in such a tragic scenario. Kneeling on the ground, she embraced Lin Hanyang, weeping uncontrollably. Oh my son, it is all my fault. I failed to protect you. Had she remained obedient and not brought her son to confront Lin Yan, perhaps they would not have found themselves in this dire predicament. As she clutched Lin Hanyang, her cries echoed, oblivious to the darkening glint in his eyes. Lin Hanyang's gaze fell upon the incense burning nearby, its flame dwindling. He gripped the dagger tightly, withdrawing it momentarily before plunging it forcefully into Wang Zuihua's back. The pain, penetrating to her very bones, left Wang Zuihua gasping, unable to utter a sound. She winced in agony, slowly pushing her beloved son away. Disbelief etched across her face. Mother, this is all you're doing. Lin Hanyang's expression turned malevolent as he withdrew the bloody blade and, seizing the moment while she was momentarily incapacitated, thrust it mercilessly into her heart. If it weren't for you, I would not have ended up in this wretched state. Mother, when we meet again in the underworld, do not blame me. With that, Lin Hanyang continued to stab relentlessly, blood splattering across his face. His visage transformed into a terrifying mask of rage. In the end, Wang Tsuehua's eyes widened in horror as her body weakened, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the incense burned out, a subordinate respectfully spoke, "Is done, my lord." Lin Hanyang hurriedly knelt on the ground, fervently rubbing the bloodied dagger against himself. Once it was cleansed, he presented the dagger to Lu Qingyuan and uttered, "My lord, I have survived." His visage was grotesque, a mask of both laughter and tears. "My lord, can you now honor your promise and release me?" Lu Qingyuan leisurely observed the scene, gradually rising to his feet, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "This game is rather tedious. Thus, I find myself filled with regret." "What?" Lin Hanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lu Qingyuan, you are not a man of your word. And what of it?" The man took measured steps towards him, lifting his deep black boot to firmly plant it upon Lin Hanyang's back, reminiscent of the times when Lin Hanyang had once shown him such deference in their youth. Chapter 61. Is there a problem with the medicine? Lin Hanyang, like a stray dog, was ruthlessly trampled beneath Lu Qingyuan's foot, struggling in vain. His bloodied face flushed an angry shade of red and purple. "You look quite like a dog now," the man remarked, slightly leaning forward, regarding him with a disdainful gaze, his alluring lips curling into a faint smile. "Please, Lu Qingyuan, spare me. My mother is already dead." Lin Hanyang pleaded desperately as he fought against his restraints. "It was she who schemed against Lin Yan, and I had no part in it." Lu Qingyuan smirked with amusement. "A mere ignorant village girl could find our residence and crash our wedding. Do you not find it all too fortuitous?" Lin Hanyang stiffened. "What do you mean? Is this your doing?" "Not too foolish," Lu Qingyuan replied with a cunning smile. "Why would you do this?" Lin Hanyang was perplexed. Why would he go to such lengths to sabotage their wedding? "Fool, aside from completely eliminating you to prevent future troubles, is also to secure Yandere's heart," Lu Qingyuan said lazily, adjusting his deep black robe embroidered with cloud patterns. You are truly ruthless. You could be so cruel to yourself." Lin Hanyang stared at him in disbelief. He vividly recalled the moment Wang Tsuehua had desperately plunged the knife, the wound deep enough to expose bone. "Since you are aware," Lu Qingyuan said languidly, "it is time to proceed. Bring forth the tools, sever his tongue, and dismember his limbs. Let him become a human monstrosity." His voice was devoid of warmth. "No! Help! Please!" Before Lin Hanyang could finish his plea, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Lu Qingyuan observed the scene with indifference, as though this infernal torture had nothing to do with him, exuding an air of elegance, as if he were floating among the clouds. After satisfying his gaze, Lu Qingyuan rose and departed. Upon returning to the capital, Lu Qingyuan presented the design blueprints to the emperor. The emperor, upon reviewing them, was astounded. "Truly, you are the top scholar of our time. These designs are nothing short of exquisite. I shall order their construction at once." "How is your health, my dear minister?" the emperor inquired with concern. "Not yet healed," Lu Qingyuan replied, "but it matters not. To serve the state of Yingguo with utmost dedication is my honor. Rest well during this time. I shall send someone to oversee the work," the emperor declared, pleased. "Should these blueprints come to fruition, resolving the troubles of Yingguo, you will be deemed a great benefactor of our nation, and I shall reward you handsomely. Regarding the state, even if I am unwell, I shall oversee the work," Lu Qingyuan asserted earnestly. "I shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations." "Very well," the emperor replied, gazing at him with admiration. "You are newlywed. Allow me to grant you a wedding gift." "Thank you, your majesty," Lu Qingyuan responded with a bow. After exiting the Golden Throne Hall, Lu Qingyuan became the object of admiration among ministers and princes alike. All were seasoned political foxes, adept at reading the room, and they recognized that Lu Qingyuan had gained the emperor's favor. With his talents, he would undoubtedly ascend the ranks in the political arena, making it advantageous to cultivate a relationship with him. Thus, a throng encircled Lu Qingyuan, comprising officials, the chancellor, the crown prince, and various princes. Master Lu, I possess exquisite Wulongjing tea in my residence. Would you care to partake? Master Lu, I have a century-old vintage, unparalleled in flavor. Might you wish to sample it? Master Lu, my abode hosts renowned musicians and courtesans, a most refined experience. Would you care to indulge? Faced with such overtures, Lu Qingyuan maintained a detached demeanor, responding coolly. My wife awaits my return at home. Upon hearing this, the crowd, recognizing the hint, ceased their persistent entreaties. Who would have thought he was so firmly under his wife's influence? Indeed, it is quite challenging to approach this young man. He is full of pride, clearly favored by the emperor, yet he seems to regard us with disdain. He merely relies on a modicum of talent. Some grumbled. The days ahead are long. In the bureaucratic realm, one cannot ascend solely on talent. Interpersonal skills are the true currency. Yet, some began to entertain ulterior motives. If Lu Qingyuan held his wife in such esteem, perhaps one could gain favor through her. If one's own wife could befriend Lu Qingyuan's spouse, then perhaps her whispers could sway him in the future. This notion was shared among many. At this moment, Lin Yan remained blissfully unaware that she was destined to become the darling of the capital, a coveted gem in elite circles. Lu Qingyuan returned home, bearing Lin Yan's favorite sweet preserves. Upon his arrival, he found her peacefully slumbering on the vibrant red wedding bed. Reluctant to disturb her, he carefully placed the sweet preserves on the table. He shed his deep black attire, tossing it aside, and slowly removed his shirt, revealing his broad chest. The man unwrapped the bandages binding his back, retrieving a dagger and pressing it against his wound. The sharp blade pierced the injury that was meant to heal, and he pressed down with increased force. His handsome visage turned pale, and his lips took on a ghostly hue, blood streaming from the blade. After placing the dagger aside, he meticulously re-bandaged his wound, cleaning the blood from the blade before lying down beside Lin Yan, wrapping an arm around her. Her scent was delightful and soft. Inhaling her fragrance, Lu Qingyuan felt his once unyielding heart soften. He rested his chiseled jaw against her delicate neck, gently nuzzling her fair skin. "Yinner, I love you," he murmured in a sultry whisper. Satisfied, he nestled closer, enveloping her in his embrace. When Lin Yan awoke, she found herself still cradled in Lu Qingyuan's arms. Who had succumbed to slumber? Even in sleep, his striking features were captivating. Unable to resist, she gazed at him a moment longer. Had Lu Qingyuan not been her steadfast companion through thick and thin, were he merely a stranger, Lin Yan felt certain that such exquisite beauty would have stirred her heart. Such a strikingly handsome visage, akin to a 3D model, exudes an irresistible allure for any young woman. Yet, she remained impervious to its charm. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. As she moved slightly, she noticed the pristine white bandages on the man's back were stained with blood. Why had this wound not healed? Could the medication be flawed? That seemed implausible. She had inquired at several establishments and received assurances of their efficacy. However, regarding this injury, with gentle care, Lin Yan lifted the man's arm, which had been draped over her waist, just a fraction. She then sat up, retrieved a healing ointment, and began to unfasten the bandages on his back, only to discover that the bow of the bandage was amiss. Although it retained its original form, its placement was decidedly askew. Chapter 62. She was angry the bandage was not the same as yesterday's. She distinctly recalled the end of the bandage being stained with blood. Yet the one before her now was pristine, devoid of any trace of crimson. How could this be? Lin Yan's slender fingers gently rested upon the man's bandaged wound, cautiously lifting it just a fraction. Upon glimpsing the gory injury within, her complexion paled. She vividly remembered the wound not appearing in such a manner. It seemed more akin to a fresh cut, as though it had been reopened. Lin Yan's fingers trembled slightly. At that moment, the man slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze imbued with the languid confusion of someone just roused from slumber. Upon recognizing Lin Yan's visage, his brows arched into a gentle curve. "Yinner, you are awake. Your wound. Please explain what happened." Lin Yan's voice turned icy, her eyes fixed on him with a piercing chill. Lu Qingyuan's smile faltered, revealing that she was already aware of the truth. He averted his gaze, attempting to conceal the frustration brewing beneath. This time, the urgency had compromised his caution. He had overlooked the details, allowing the observant Yandere to uncover his deception. Resolved not to defend himself further, he gazed deeply into Lin Yan's eyes. "I am sorry. I deceived you." His voice trembled slightly, the corners of his eyes reddening. "I did this because I love you so profoundly. I feared losing you. I thought that as long as my wound appeared serious, you would care for me more, perhaps glance at me a few extra times." Lin Yan found herself nearly laughing in anger. How could such a person exist in this world? But you cannot use your own body as collateral. Lin Yan's words were cold and deliberate. You cannot lose yourself because of your feelings for me. No one is more important than your own life. Your body and your feelings should come first, with others following after. Even in love, one must first love oneself. Lu Qingyuan paused, taken aback by Yandere's words. Yet, to him, what she said didn't resonate. She was this singular light in his life, the most vital part of his existence. She held more importance than his own life. "I am sorry, it is my fault." The man extended his long arms, carefully enveloping her in an embrace. His ink-like eyes fixated on Lin Yan, his voice gentle and breath cautious, fearful of inciting her displeasure. "Please do not be angry." Lin Yan maintained her frosty demeanor, pushing his hands away. "You have deceived me for so long. If I had not discovered the truth, were you planning to continue this self-destructive charade indefinitely?" He fell silent, his dark eyes gazing at her with a pitiful innocence, reminiscent of a chastised puppy seeking forgiveness from its master. "Do not give me that innocent look." Lin Yan shot him a fierce glare. "Do you have any idea how worried I have been these past few days, watching your wound fail to heal? I feared you were using counterfeit medicine or that your care was inadequate. I visited 7 different pharmacies, consulting various doctors, and the answers were all the same." As Lin Yan spoke, a sensation of bitterness crept in her heart, causing her nose to tingle. Her dark, almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, their corners tinged with red, and her voice trembled with a subtle choke. "I was puzzled as to why the medicine was effective, the care appropriate, yet your wounds showed no signs of healing. It turned out you were the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. You engage in such petty tricks to deceive me, relishing in my anxious turmoil. Do you find it amusing?" "No." The man reached out, intending to grasp the delicate waist of the woman, but this time Lin Yan evaded his touch. "From now on, you are not to touch me." Her eyes were red-rimmed, brimming with tears. She was furious that Lu Qingyuan had employed such underhanded tactics against her, deceiving her for so long and causing her worry and fear on his behalf. She was equally enraged by his cleverness, feeling foolish for being led in circles. "I'm sorry." Lu Qingyuan swallowed hard, his voice thick with difficulty as he cautiously tried to placate her. "Please don't be angry. If you could find it in your heart not to be upset, would you hit or scold me instead?" As he spoke, the man reached out to seize her slender wrist, intending to bring it forcefully against his own face. "Let go of me." Lin Yan yanked her hand back, her reddened gaze fixed upon him. "From now on, I do not wish to see you." With that, she stood and departed, staring blankly at Lin Yan's retreating figure. Lu Qingyuan felt lost, as if he were a statue frozen in place, his handsome features pale. Yandere is angry. What should he do? How could he mend this rift? Lin Yan promptly made her way to the Rui restaurant, her anger escalating with each passing moment. For the sake of Lu Qingyuan's health, she had neglected her business, refraining from earning money and spending her days revolving around him. In the end, it turned out he had deceived her. How foolish she had been to worry about him, sacrificing her career and losing substantial income. With the time and energy she had devoted to him, she could have focused on generating wealth instead. As Lin Yan perused the restaurant's accounts, she gradually immersed herself in her work, watching her negative emotions dissipate. Business at Rui restaurant had been thriving, with a steady influx of both new and returning customers, and daily earnings continued to flow in abundantly. The figures on the ledger appeared quite promising. Yet, one must always strive for higher ambitions. Business must grow stronger. Lin Yan contemplated her career expansion. First, the menu at Rui restaurant needed periodic updates to attract both new and loyal patrons, thereby enhancing customer retention. Secondly, she envisioned establishing various branches across the country. Lastly, and most importantly, if she could become a royal merchant, unimaginable wealth would follow. However, the path to becoming a royal merchant was fraught with challenges and required a guiding light. Her first thought in seeking such a guide was Lu Qingyuan. If Lu Qingyuan were to earn your majesty's favor, he would bring his ingredients to the palace, inviting nobles to sample them. Should they find favor with the esteemed guests, Rui Restaurant could collaborate with the royal family, supplying certain dishes to the palace. However, at present, she and Lu Qingyuan were in a state of Cold War. Her anger had yet to dissipate. Thus, this matter required further contemplation. Lin Yan reflected that her most pressing concern was to develop new dishes and open a branch. Consequently, she began to diligently prepare for the creation of her new culinary offerings. The modern delicacies of snail noodles and stinky tofu were absent in this era. Lin Yan resolved to introduce these dishes, determined to be the pioneer in this venture. As she immersed herself in her work, time passed swiftly, and before long, night descended. Lin Yan toiled until evening before returning home, where she found Lu Qingyuan, as usual, standing at the entrance, holding a lantern and patiently waiting. Clad in a dark blue robe, he stood tall and elegant, exuding an air of nobility. Lin Yan merely cast a glance at him before walking past. In that fleeting moment, he gently grasped her sleeve and inquired softly, "Have you dined?" "Yes," Lin Yan replied, her expression indifferent as she proceeded into the house. Lu Qingyuan held the lantern, accompanying her closely. After presenting the design plans to the emperor, His Majesty had been greatly pleased. Lu Qingyuan's gaze followed her, noting that construction had commenced according to the plans. "Lin Yan," he continued, "the emperor has learned of our recent marriage and bestowed upon us a wedding gift, wishing us a harmonious union for 100 years. Lin Yan remained unresponsive, her delicate features betraying little emotion. Once inside the residence, they found 2 golden silk nanma chests in the main hall, adorned with bright yellow silk and surrounded by large red double happiness symbols. Lu Qingyuan opened one of the chests, revealing a treasure trove of luxurious shoe brocade, each bolt shimmering with iridescent luster. "These fabrics would make splendid garments for you," he remarked gently, his deep-set eyes fixed on Lin Yan. Noticing her lack of reaction, he opened the other chest, which contained exquisite court porcelain, superb official kiln pottery, including blue and white vases, a set of pink-painted porcelain depicting mandarin ducks, a pair of white jade chopsticks intricately carved with mandarin ducks, and a pair of exquisite jade rui. The other chest held an array of jewelry for women, gold hairpins inlaid with turquoise, jade butterfly hairpins, pearl tassel glass hairpins, a pair of gold and jade butterfly hair ornaments, glass and jade inlaid earrings, and gold and jade bangles. An abundance of opulent jewelry, each piece worth a fortune, clearly demonstrating the emperor's high regard for Lu Qingyuan. "Yenner, do you have a preference?" Lu Qingyuan inquired softly, his gaze tender and focused on her. "No," Lin Yan replied, forcing herself to avert her eyes. What woman does not cherish jewelry, especially such dazzling treasures? Yet she remains upset, her face devoid of expression. "I am fatigued and in need of rest." With that, Lin Yan rose to depart. However, the man obstructed her path. Lin Yan furrowed her brows, preparing to speak, but in the next moment, he bent his knee and slowly knelt before her. For a moment, Lin Yan was taken aback. He was kneeling before her so earnestly. "Lu Qingyuan, what are you doing?" Lin Yan gazed at him in astonishment, urging him to rise. At that moment, the man straightened his back, his tall figure kneeling on the ground, yet his deep-set eyes glistened with a hint of redness. With a voice laced with emotion, he implored, "I am sorry for my previous actions. They were entirely my fault. Can you ever forgive me? I promise I will never deceive you again. The reason for my behavior was simply that I love you too much. I long for you to glance at me, even if just for a moment." His enchanting eyes shimmered with tears that cascaded down his cheeks, evoking a sense of pity. Witnessing such a stunningly beautiful face weep before her, Lin Yan suddenly felt as though she were in the wrong. His actions stemmed from his care for her, and there was no need for her to subject him to silent treatment. The flames of her anger were extinguished in an instant by his tears. "All right, please rise." I'm no longer angry. Lin Yan reached out to help Lu Qingyuan to his feet. After all, a man's knee is worth gold. How could she allow him to kneel? Yet in the next moment, he extended his strong arms to encircle her delicate waist, burying his handsome face against her side. His voice low and pitiful. You may not be angry, but you still disregard me. Lin Yan felt increasingly like a sinner. What fault could he possibly have? It was merely a trivial matter. Why had she been so calculative? I will not ignore you again. Please stand up. Lin Yan's voice softened. Really? He lifted his tear-filled, reddened eyes to meet hers. Yes, truly, she nodded. You must keep your word. His voice was hoarse. I do not expect you to love me as I love you. I merely ask you. He gazed at her to cherish me. His deep, faintly flushed eyes glimmered with moisture, his handsome face lifted toward her, resembling a supplicant yearning for divine favor. In that instant, Lin Yan's heart softened completely. All right, she spoke gently, her gaze tender as she looked at Lu Qingyuan. I'm no longer angry. Let's return to how we were before. With that, she helped him to his feet. Lu Qingyuan, satisfied, wrapped his arms around Lin Yan, his sharply defined jaw resting gently against her delicate collarbone, nuzzling against her soft neck like a puppy. You must keep your promise. Lin Yan felt a ticklish sensation from his nuzzling and gently distanced herself from him. Of course, I will keep my word. When have I ever deceived you? Indeed. The man nodded slightly, lifting his gaze to gaze affectionately at her, his eyes focused and fervent, filled with an unyielding depth of emotion. Lin Yan felt that even though Lu Qingyuan had grown, he still resembled a child yearning for the affection of an elder. How is your wound? She inquired, rising to approach Lu Qingyuan from behind. Lu Qingyuan, it's much better now. Let me see. Lin Yan shot him a look warning. If I discover that you are still playing tricks with your injury, everything I just said will be rendered null and void. Well then, take a look. Lu Qingyuan's sensuous, thin lips curled into a faint arc as he leisurely peeled off his shirt, revealing his broad back to her. Though the man was strikingly handsome, his physique was extraordinarily alluring. Broad shoulders without an ounce of excess flesh, a narrow waist, and a smooth, flowing line reminiscent of a merman. Every muscle in his back brimming with latent power. Even having inadvertently glimpsed Lu Qingyuan's physique once before, Lin Yan found herself blushing quietly upon this second viewing. When she gazed directly at Lu Qingyuan's body, she acutely realized that he was no longer a child, but a fully grown man. Have you seen enough? He slightly turned his head, his sensuous lips brushing against her soft, fair cheek. Lin Yan momentarily froze, her face tingling as if caressed by the gentlest silk. The man gazed at her innocently, as if it were an accident. Chapter 63. He trembles, his words flowed with such naturalness, as though spoken without intent. Lin Yan admonished herself not to overthink as her gaze fell upon the scar on the man's back. The wound that had bled just days prior had now healed, leaving only a scar crusted over. Lin Yan exhaled softly, her delicate fingers gently caressing the scar, her voice softening. Does it still hurt? At the moment her fingertips grazed his wound, Lu Qingyuan's back stiffened. A tingling sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric current. His blood simmered with intensity, and his soul quivered. The curve of his thin lips deepened as he closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the moment, his heart softening. Excitement and elation shimmering in the depths of his obsidian gaze. Yenna was concerned for him. She cared whether he felt pain. She had an uncanny ability to grasp his emotions, leading him from heaven to hell in a single thought. It doesn't hurt anymore, Lu Qingyuan replied. Ever since she had discovered his injury, he had been cautious not to exacerbate it, diligently applying medicine 3 times a day, which hastened the healing process. He wished to demonstrate his resolve to correct his mistakes to her. That's good. Lin Yan sighed in relief, assisting him in fastening his garment. A few more days of care, and the scar would fade entirely. Yes, Lu Qingyuan continued. Please prepare a selection of dishes from the Rui restaurant for me. I shall present them to His Majesty. Additionally, some spices he added to offer to the Empress in the palace. Lin Yan paused, taken aback. What are you suggesting? If you wish to expand your business, it must develop in the direction of imperial commerce, Lu Qingyuan explained. Now that I am in the palace, I can assist you in this endeavor. Lin Yan gazed at him in astonishment, her heart swelling with tenderness. She knew he had been preoccupied with flood control and shipbuilding, tirelessly busy every day, yet it surprised her that he had found time to consider her affairs. Even in his success, he did not forget to nurture his own ambitions. A sense of joy and gratitude enveloped Lin Yan. "Thank you. Such is nothing. We are husband and wife." The man's sensuous lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze earnest and devoted as he looked upon the woman before him. "We are family." The term husband and wife made Lin Yan feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet the latter phrase filled her heart with warmth and emotion. Indeed, they were family, partners traversing life together, weathering storms as one. "Then I shall meticulously prepare a meal. Once it is ready, I will bring it to you," Lin Yan said with a light smile. If she truly became an imperial merchant in the future, the restaurant's business would flourish, leading to untold wealth. "Yandere, if you become an imperial merchant and amass a fortune, how do you intend to express your gratitude to me?" Lu Qingyuan inquired, his deep gaze sparkling with mirth. "Perhaps I shall share half of my earnings with you?" Lin Yan ventured tentatively. However, with his future ascent in the official realm, he would inevitably attract the attention of the powerful and affluent, and wealth and honor would naturally follow. He likely would not covet her modest fortune. Yet she possessed nothing but money, and she was at a loss as to how to express her gratitude to him. "I have no fondness for wealth," Lu Qingyuan remarked with a smile. "To me, money is but a mundane object. Henceforth, the earnings I acquire shall belong to you, and all the funds in our household will be entrusted to your stewardship. Then perhaps I could prepare some dishes that you enjoy?" Lin Yan ventured to suggest. "I have no particular cravings," the man replied, gazing at her with a smile. Without the desire for money or food, Lin Yan found herself utterly perplexed about what she could offer him. "I am at a loss for how to thank you," she admitted. "Since you are uncertain, then hold on to it," Lu Qingyuan replied with a smile. "And when I think of what I wish to exchange it for in the future, we shall see." "Very well." Lin Yan nodded. At that moment, she was unaware of what Lu Qingyuan truly desired. When the time came for her to fulfill that promise, she would deeply regret her current decision. During this period, in a bid to construct flood defenses as swiftly as possible, the court had requisitioned over 20,000 laborers, resulting in the rapid completion of the dikes. Concurrently, substantial vessels were also constructed. The successful erection of the flood barriers mitigated the ravaging floods, ensuring the safety and prosperity of the common folk. The authorities were also assisting the displaced citizens in building homes, cultivating fertile land, and resuming agriculture, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity. Consequently, the people expressed their gratitude to the court, and the emperor's prestige soared in their hearts, earning him their utmost reverence. The large vessels navigated the newly established waterways, efficiently transporting goods and facilitating trade, even engaging in economic exchanges with foreign lands, thereby enhancing the treasury's revenues. On that day in the morning court, within the Golden Hall, the emperor sat with a countenance of delight. In response to the recent calamity, Minister Liu had designed the flood prevention plans and personally oversaw the construction alongside officials and soldiers, aiding the populace in the construction of houses, thus improving their livelihoods. Minister Liu also established the river transport routes and designed large vessels to facilitate waterborne commerce, enriching the national treasury. "Such accomplishments bring me great solace," the emperor proclaimed. "Your Majesty," Lu Qingyuan addressed with dignity, adorned in a resplendent crimson official robe. "This is not solely my achievement. The designs for the dikes and ships owe much to the contributions of my wife." The emperor looked at Lu Qingyuan with surprise. "Your wife possesses knowledge of such matters?" "Though my wife is but a woman of the inner chambers, she harbors a heart that cares for the nation and its people. She is an avid reader, and thus, when I was drafting the designs, she offered several invaluable suggestions. It is thanks to those insights that the plans were swiftly refined," Lu Qingyuan stated with composed humility. "Excellent, excellent," the emperor responded, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Lu Qingyuan. "You and your wife truly exemplify the ideals of our kingdom. Effective immediately, I promote you, Minister Liu, to the esteemed position of first-class Minister of the Cabinet, granting you a residence in the capital, 10,000 acres of prime farmland, and 10 shops within the city. Your wife, Lin Yan, shall be conferred the title of first-class lady. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lu Qingyuan replied with gratitude. The emperor beamed, declaring, Minister Lu is indeed a blessing for the realm of Yun. I hope that you, Minister Lu, will not disappoint my expectations, but instead revitalize the court and assist me in governing diligently for the welfare of the people. Minister Lu Qingyuan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude, assuring His Majesty that he would not betray his trust. The civil and military officials shared a silent understanding. Lu Qingyuan's rapid rise in position had even shattered the records of the Yun kingdom's bureaucracy, indicating the favor he had garnered from the emperor. The officials recognized that the dynamics of the court were about to change. Several princes also realized that securing Lu Qingyuan's support would enhance their chances of claiming the throne. The third prince's lips curled into a subtle smile, affirming that his choice of Lu Qingyuan as an advisor had been astute. He had indeed hit the jackpot. Had he known Lu Qingyuan earlier, he would not have endured years of being overshadowed by the other princes. Henceforth, he resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with Lu Qingyuan to prevent him from being swayed by the other princes. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was bustling about in a tavern when the manager hurriedly approached her, his face aglow. Boss Lin, why are you still here? He exclaimed. Isn't it the busiest time for business? The tavern was packed, and Lin Yan was overwhelmed with work. Something wonderful has happened at your home. You must return immediately. The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement. What good news? Lin Yan asked, placing the ledger down. You haven't heard? Your husband has secured a noble title for you. The imperial decree is already on its way, he declared with fervor. With her husband now elevated to the status of a first-rank noblewoman, the manager felt a sense of pride, standing tall. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. A noblewoman? But I have done nothing to deserve this. Very well, I shall return at once. You manage the tavern in my absence, she instructed, closing the ledger and setting off in a carriage with Chun Tao towards her residence. Along the way, she pondered if the manager was playing a jest on her, as becoming a noblewoman was no small feat in this era. Madam, your good fortune is approaching, Chun Tao chimed in, delighted to see her mistress thriving. Your words are as sweet as honey, Lin Yan smiled, gently tapping Chun Tao's lips with her slender finger. As Lin Yan returned home and beheld the eunuchs announcing the imperial decree along with the ceremonial entourage, she realized that this incredible news was indeed true. Chun Tao gasped in astonishment, whispering excitedly, Madam, it's real. Lady Lu has arrived. The head eunuch, bearing the bright yellow decree, smiled broadly, saying, Since you are here, let us present the decree. Lin Yan, feeling somewhat dazed, walked towards the courtyard, meeting Lu Qingyuan's reassuring gaze, which gradually calmed her heart. At that moment, his warm and long fingers gently clasped her delicate hand, their fingers intertwining. As their eyes met, Lin Yan found solace in his presence. Together, they knelt to receive the decree, with Chun Tao kneeling at a distance. The chief eunuch's smile deepened, his face crinkling with joy. Rumor has it that Lord Lu shares a profound affection with his beloved wife, and indeed, upon witnessing their bond, it is truly enviable. By the decree of the emperor, it has been proclaimed that Lu Qingyuan has made significant contributions in managing the flood and constructing vessels to enhance river transport, resulting in his promotion to a first-rank minister of the cabinet. He has been bestowed with a residence in the capital, vast tracts of fertile land, and 10 shops within the city. A first-rank minister. Others toil for over 20 years in the bureaucratic arena without achieving such a rank. Yet, it has taken Qingyuan merely a few months in office to attain this esteemed position. The speed of his promotion is akin to that of a rocket. Qingyuan is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, he has acquired a residence, fertile lands, and shops. Prosperity has come knocking. The eunuch continues to read, proclaiming that Madame Lin Yan, is virtuous and benevolent, possessing a heart of compassion for the nation and its people. Her contributions during this calamity have also been acknowledged, and thus she is conferred the title of a first-rank noble lady. She is granted a phoenix crown and a splendid ceremonial robe, adorned with jade ornaments, as well as a reward of 100 taels of silver, 100 bolts of silk, and a flower-laden carriage for a grand procession through the streets. Thus it is decreed. With a smile, the chief eunuch presents the imperial edict to Lu Qingyuan. He gracefully accepts it with his slender, jade-like hand, expressing gratitude to the emperor. Subsequently, he assists Lin Yan to her feet. The flower carriage awaits in the courtyard, and Madame Lu should don her ceremonial attire for the grand procession. Yes, I thank you, esteemed eunuch. Lin Yan retrieves a heavy pouch of silver from her sleeve and hands it to the chief eunuch, who receives it with a smile, expressing his thanks before excusing himself for other matters. Very well, take care on your journey, esteemed eunuch. After escorting the eunuch and his retinue out, the couple steps into the courtyard, where 6 pair with chests wrapped in red satin are displayed, alongside 4 tall white horses standing majestically, their manes glistening under the sun's rays. Behind them, a luxurious carriage awaits, its top adorned with a grand canopy, draping crimson silk curtains, while the carriage shafts are embellished with emeralds and sapphires, and the curtains themselves are threaded with pearls and agate, strung together with golden threads. The opulence of the carriage sparkles brilliantly in sunlight. Cheng Yuan, could this possibly be a dream? Lin Yan muses, still incredulous. She had merely been preoccupied with business at the tavern, and how had she suddenly become a first-rank noble lady? The man gently pinches her delicate, fair face with his long, jade-like fingers, applying just enough pressure to dispel any doubt. This is no dream. It is indeed reality. Lin Yan's lips, slightly pouting from the pinch, glimmer with moisture in her dark, clear almond eyes, hinting at a touch of pain. The man releases her, his thumb and forefinger softly caressing her skin. Her face is soft and tender, smoother than silk. His gaze darkens slightly. It is true, this immense wealth has finally graced us. Lin Yan beams as she playfully shakes Cheng Yuan's arm, reminiscing about their previous life in a dilapidated thatched hut where they endured hunger and cold. Now, witnessing their current fortune, it is evident that their hardships have borne sweet fruit. It seems that clinging to the golden thigh was indeed the right decision. Now, she has effortlessly secured her fortune by his side. The man gazes at her with a smile. Indeed. Go change your attire. Yes, certainly. Lin Yan walked gracefully towards the courtyard, accompanied by Chun Tao. After a brief moment, she appeared in resplendent phoenix crown and flowing silk robes. The instant she was seen, a flicker of fervent light illuminated Lu Chengyuan's profound gaze. Do I look beautiful, Chengyuan? Lin Yan asked, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Although her attire was stunning, the jingling of the ornaments was burdensome. You look exquisite, the man replied in a husky voice, his words slowly unfurling. Standing together, Lu Chengyuan was struck by an overwhelming sensation, as if they were exchanging vows. There is no woman in this world more beautiful than my lady. Chun Tao remarked with a smile. You are quite the flatterer, Lin Yan replied with a playful smile. Starting tomorrow, your monthly silver will increase to 5 taels, and your living conditions will improve as well. I have some jewelry that I cannot wear all at once. Choose what you like to take with you. I also have some fabric in my room. Select some you fancy for garments. Chun Tao, taken aback by the immense fortune bestowed upon her, felt tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, my lady. You are truly a living bodhisattva. This is 5 taels of silver, which maidservant from a prominent family in the capital can compare to my wealth. This treatment rivals that of palace maids. No, it's even better. Palace maids must serve their masters, risking punishment and enduring constant scheming, whereas my lady is kind and patient, never scolding or striking me. Chun Tao was so moved that she almost knelt to express her gratitude. All right, Lin Yan said, lifting Chun Tao's hand. We rise together. As my life flourishes, I shall not neglect you. Indeed, Chun Tao nodded earnestly, wiping away her tears. My lady, I will serve you with even greater dedication. I am willing to toil for you, and in the next life, I will repay you. There is no need for such sacrifice, Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Now, we should take the flower carriage for a parade. Observing the exchange between the lady and her maid, a chill crept into Lu Chengyuan's deep eyes. The maidservant was becoming increasingly presumptuous. Their rare moments of intimacy were being disrupted by her presence. He did not appreciate Lin Yan's attention being diverted elsewhere, especially considering how well she treated Chun Tao. This maidservant could no longer remain in their household. Chapter 64. Lost control at this moment. Chun Tao remained unaware of Lu Qingyuan's thoughts. She merely sensed the chilling gaze of the esteemed official upon her. It was as if she were the target of a venomous serpent. Not daring to meet the man's eyes, Chun Tao lowered her head and stood by Lin Yan's side, striving to diminish her presence. In the capital city, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the streets, the atmosphere was alive with anticipation. "Look, the first-rank minister has arrived," exclaimed a voice. Beside him walked his wife, the esteemed first-rank lady. "How beautiful she is! I have never seen such a stunning woman in my life." The couple evoked envy among the onlookers. "Don't push. Let me see. No one crowd me. I haven't had a proper look yet." The streets were bustling, with throngs of citizens packed along the bluestone road, eagerly craning their necks to catch a glimpse. People jostled for position, some losing their shoes in the process. Parents hoisted their children onto their shoulders, allowing them to gaze out with excitement, their legs wrapped around their necks. In the midst of this fervent anticipation, for white horses, adorned with gilded hooves, trotted gracefully along the bluestone path. Instinctively, the crowd held its breath. The cacophony of voices ceased abruptly, and all eyes widened in rapt attention to the unfolding scene. The four pristine steeds strode proudly, their sleek coats gleaming in the fading light, each neck adorned with fiery red silk ribbons, at the center of which hung a golden bell. With each hoofbeat upon the cobblestones and the rumble of the carriage wheels, the bell chimed a melodious sound. "How majestic!" someone whispered in awe, as the ornate carriage approached. The luxurious silk fabric billowed gently in the breeze, prompting the crowd to peer inside with widened eyes. Upon glimpsing the interior, gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. Inside the opulent carriage sat a pair of distinguished individuals. The man, clad in a crimson official robe with a jade belt cinching his waist, exuded an air of relaxed nobility. His handsome features were striking, with a high nose and deep, cool eyes. At that moment, his long arm encircled the slender waist of the woman nestled in his embrace, his gaze filled with tender affection. The woman, seated elegantly within the carriage, held a fan adorned with pearls and embroidered clouds, partially obscuring her face. A golden phoenix crown, inlaid with jade and gemstones, sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. As the carriage jostled, the golden wings of the crown swayed gently, producing a delicate sound of metal clinking. Her attire, reminiscent of blazing flames, flowed gracefully from her shoulders, the embroidered clouds shimmering with radiant hues in the twilight glow. The interplay of sapphire blue and brocade red formed an exquisite satin fabric, embellished with embroidered sapphires and green agates, dazzling in the light. The edges of her neckline were adorned with pearl tassels that swayed lightly with the motion of the carriage. Her slender waist was cinched by a belt embellished with gemstones and pearls, while the crimson skirt flared beautifully beneath her waist. Amidst the jolting of the carriage, the woman's silk fan shifted slightly, allowing the onlookers to behold her exquisite countenance. Her lustrous ebony hair was elegantly styled into a cloud-like coif. Her oval face shone with a porcelain-like radiance, and her delicate brows arched like distant mountains. Her translucent, apricot-hued eyes resembled a serene spring pool, sparkling with life, while her lips, tinted a tender red, bore the softness of flower petals. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, and her demeanor was enchantingly graceful. How utterly stunning she was! Could she truly be anything less than a celestial being? As these praises filled the air, Lin Yan felt the corners of her lips curve into a subtle smile. No woman is impervious to compliments. Being deemed beautiful naturally elevates one's spirits. Being honored as a lady of high status, revered by society, in ancient times also signified a prestigious identity. The sensation of being respected and admired was undeniably delightful. However, to Lu Qingyuan, these words were met with a frigid disdain, his long, thick lashes casting a shadow over his eyes filled with contempt. How audacious these commoners were, daring to covet his woman. Their gazes upon Yandere were akin to parasites, inciting a desire within him to eradicate their bold eyes. His hand, which hung at the sleeve, clenched tightly, the back of it tinged with an unusual shade of blue. Yet in the next moment, How enviable Lord Lu is to possess such a beautiful wife. Not only is she stunning, but she also possesses great wealth. I had only known that the owner of Rui Restaurant was a beauty, but I had no idea she was this exquisite. Lord Lu must have been blessed in his past life. The couple seemed perfectly matched. A golden boy and a jade maiden, a match made in heaven. May they grow old together, united in heart, and bear children swiftly. The common folk gaze at the man and woman in the carriage with admiration and reverence. As these words echoed, Lu Qingyuan's sharp, icy demeanor gradually softened. He gently parted the crimson curtains with his slender, bamboo-like fingers. His long, elegant hands scattered a handful of coins towards the window. "Lord Lu is showering us with riches," exclaimed the crowd. So many coins. The people widened their eyes and scrambled to collect the fallen coins. A playful smile graced the man's lips as he continued to toss more coins into the air, his spirits evidently lifted. Those fortunate enough to catch the coins knelt in gratitude, expressing their thanks to the esteemed minister and the noble lady. Their incessant blessings filled the air, deepening the curve of the man's smile. Lin Yan noticed that Lu Qingyuan was in remarkably high spirits at that moment, far more so than when he had received the imperial decree. It seemed that hearing the people's well wishes for a harmonious union and swift progeny had brightened his mood. Surely, those were mere flattery. Couldn't he possibly take them to heart? Could he? They were merely contractual spouses. She could never harbor feelings for him. Lin Yan hoped that one day, once she found her true love, she could part ways with Lu Qingyuan, and she wished for him to discover his own happiness and meet the right person for him. Not far off in the crowd, Pei Yunhe, clad in white, watched the scene unfold, his fist clenched tightly, his gaze dimmed with sorrow. It was his inability that had left him powerless to protect the woman he cherished. He wielded no power, and thus was unable to secure a title for Lin Yan as Lu Qingyuan had done. Nor could he elevate her to such splendid heights as she enjoyed today. Yet, what if he were to possess power? What if he were to become as formidable as Lu Qingyuan, or even surpass him? Would Lin Yan then return his side? Pei Yunhe cast a deep glance into the crowd, his eyes shadowed with coldness, before rising to depart. In the late hours of the night, within a tavern, I once wished to enlist you as my advisor, but you were unwilling. The sixth prince, clad in a dark blue dragon robe, sat in a commanding position, idly toying with the teacup in his hands, his gaze resting lightly upon Pei Yunhe, who knelt before him. Previously, I was but a young commoner, naive and unwise. Now, I am ready to serve the prince with unwavering loyalty, even unto death. Pei Yunhe knelt upright, bowing deeply and speaking solemnly. I had previously observed your remarkable spirit and admired you. The sixth prince gently stirred the leaves in his teacup before taking a sip, leaning forward to scrutinize Pei Yunhe from his elevated stance. What, pray tell, has compelled you to wade into these murky waters once more? A commoner devoid of power can neither protect his beloved nor defend against disdain, left to helplessly witness his cherished one being taken away by another. Pei Yunhe's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, each word dripping with fervor. The grudge of a stolen wife is one that cannot be forgiven. Are you referring to the wife of Lu Qingyuan, your beloved? The sixth prince asked with a playful smile. Indeed, she was once my wife, Pei Yunhe replied. Eyes shut tight, teeth clenched, each syllable weighted with conviction. For years, he had been indifferent to matters of love, until he encountered Lin Yan. She was the singular woman who stirred his heart. A paragon of virtue, she should have rightfully been his wife. They ought to have shared a harmonious existence. Given time, he was confident that Lin Yan could come to love him, and they could lead a simple yet blissfully sweet life together. Yet, all of this had been shattered by Lu Qingyuan. Had he known of Lu Qingyuan's ingratitude, Pei Yunhe would never have come to his aid. Ironically, having healed his legs, Lu Qingyuan had taken away his own wife. Very well, the sixth prince said with a smirk, I shall permit you to serve as my advisor. Effective immediately, you will be appointed to the Imperial Medical Academy. You must perform well, lest you disappoint me. The current struggle for the throne was indeed a time for employing capable individuals. By placing some of his own men within the academy, he would strengthen his chances. His mediocre third brother, guided by some unknown expert, had suddenly risen to challenge him. After all his scheming, The throne was rightfully his. I shall not betray the prince's expectations. Pei Yunhe vowed earnestly. After the procession of flower carts concluded, Lin Yan returned home with Lu Qingyuan. I am so tired. Lin Yan haphazardly removed the heavy and ornate phoenix crown from her head, only to tug at her hair painfully, letting out a muffled groan. Spring Peach, witnessing the struggle, moved to assist her, but upon seeing Lu Qingyuan's icy gesture, she discreetly retreated. Yenner, allow me. The man gazed gently at Lin Yan, his long fingers brushing against her lustrous black hair as he carefully removed the gold hairpin from her head. Spring Peach, that little girl, had grown complacent with her pampering. Lin Yan smiled helplessly. She had initially hoped for her assistance, but instead, the girl had chosen to slack off. Lu Qingyuan sat beside Lin Yan on the edge of the bed, methodically unfastening the golden crown atop her head, a task he could easily perform himself. Once the heavy phoenix crown was removed, the discomfort it caused dissipated, leaving her feeling significantly lighter. She took the opportunity to shed the jewel-encrusted veil and reclined comfortably on the bed, content to close her eyes. It feels so much better to lie down. Having spent an exhausting day, how about I give you a massage? The man suggested. You can massage? Lin Yan queried, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Qingyuan smiled, revealing that he had studied some medical texts and was indeed capable. Lin Yan, feeling the fatigue from sitting in the carriage for so long, with tension in her shoulders and lower back, agreed. Why not give it a try? Lie flat, the man instructed. Obediently, Lin Yan complied, lying back on the bed. Lu Qingyuan gently lifted her delicate light pink embroidered shoes, placing them carefully beneath the bed, where they rested neatly side by side. His warm, elongated hand settled on her slender shoulders, applying gentle pressure. The strength of his touch was just right, and Lin Yan let out a soft, contented hum, her eyes half closed in bliss. The sound was sweet and enchanting. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingyuan's gaze darkened with heat at her alluring sound. He focused on maintaining his breathing, concentrating on the sensation beneath his hand. Qingyuan, I truly must thank you. Lin Yan's voice was soft. Thank me for what? He asked, his tone slightly serious. Lin Yan turned her porcelain face toward him, her dark almond eyes curving into a smile. Thank you for not forgetting me, even after your success. And for helping me secure a title. Holding the title of a first-rank lady is also a form of security for one's livelihood. He chuckled softly. Your success is my success. His large hand shifted from her shoulders to her slender back, gently kneading and pressing on the acupoints along her spine. In the future, I will rise even higher, and whatever you desire, I shall provide. He wished for her to have peace and prosperity, hoping that she would be the happiest and most carefree woman in the world. Qingyuan, you are truly wonderful, Lin Yan said, her nose tinged with emotion. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she sat up and opened her arms, embracing him tightly as she did in her childhood. The moment she fell into his embrace, the warmth and softness enveloped him, leaving Lu Qingyuan stunned, his hands suspended in mid-air, his mind blank. At that instant, it felt as if countless fireworks were bursting in his mind. She had initiated the embrace, although she had once been this affectionate in her youth. After maturing, she had deliberately kept her distance from him, never embracing him in such a manner again. In the depths of Lu Qingyuan's dark and profound gaze, a glimmer of emotion surfaced, and his heart thudded violently within his chest. He slowly extended his hand, yearning to embrace the warm and delicate presence before him. Yet at that moment, Lin Yan gently released him, creating a slight distance between them. Lu Qingyuan's arm hung in the air, suspended, as a shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. If she had embraced him, why not linger a little longer? Just a little longer. Lin Yan, contemplating that Lu Qingyuan had now matured into a man, understood the necessity of maintaining boundaries between the sexes. She could no longer act as she did in their childhood. Qingyuan, thank you for your kindness, Lin Yan said with a gentle smile. There is no need for such formality between us. I shall continue to massage you, Lu Qingyuan replied earnestly. That won't be necessary. Lin Yan's cheeks flushed. Your previous ministrations were already quite soothing. I wish to lie down and rest. Lu Qingyuan fell silent for a moment, his sensuous lips pressing together. Very well. It is getting late. Make sure to rest well, he said. You should also retire early. Lin Yan waved her hand at him, smiling warmly as she watched him rise and depart. That night, Lin Yan slept soundly, unaware that the man in the adjacent room cradled the intimate garment she had discarded, his long fingers slipping beneath the fabric of his robe. Veins stood out on his forehead and along his elegant arms, as beads of sweat trickled down his sharply defined jawline. Lin Yan remained oblivious to the fact that the mere scent of her garment was enough to send him into a frenzy. Chapter 65. Inserting women beside him on this night, Lin Yan slept soundly. The following day, as she arrived at the tavern, the townsfolk gazed at her with admiration and longing as her carriage passed by. Upon entering the establishment, the patrons treated her with utmost respect and courtesy. This feeling of being revered wherever she went was rather delightful. All of this was bestowed upon her by Lu Qingyuan. Lin Yan believed that once Lu Qingyuan found his beloved, married, and had children, she could then seek a loving partner to share her life with, achieving a sense of fulfillment. Of course, her current circumstances were also quite agreeable. Although she and Lu Qingyuan were merely a faade of a married couple, they interacted harmoniously and were treated with respect. However, as Qingyuan was destined to become the prime minister, it was inevitable that he would take multiple wives in this era. Therefore, such tranquility would not endure for long. She could only take one step at a time. On this particular morning, Lu Qingyuan, carrying the meal box prepared by Lin Yan, made his way toward the Yangxin Palace. Yet, as he turned a corner in the palace corridor, he encountered a familiar figure. At that moment, Pei Yunhe, clad in the green official attire of the Imperial Medical Bureau and wearing a black gauze hat, approached from the opposite direction. As they brushed past each other, their eyes met, and they both halted in their tracks. Lu Qingyuan's deep, shadowy gaze locked onto Pei Yunhe's narrow, cool eyes. In an instant, an invisible tension crackled in the air, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable hostility. So, Dr. Pei is now employed at the Imperial Medical Bureau? Lu Qingyuan mused lazily, raising an eyebrow, his tone casual. Pei Yunhe maintained his composure, indeed. Previously, it was said that Dr. Pei was indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring to live a life free as a wandering cloud. It now appeared that those words were merely a faade, and Pei the physician was just as worldly as anyone else. A playful smile curled Lu Qingyuan's lips. Pei Yunhe clenched his fists. If I'm a commoner, then how noble are you? Are you not also striving within the confines of the officialdom? Moreover, I was once your benefactor, and you have shown ingratitude by taking my wife. At this mention, Pei Yunhe's eyes flashed with a hint of fury. Your wife? Lu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Stepping closer to Pei Yunhe, an icy aura enveloping him, his deep-set eyes glinting with frost. How long have you truly known her? Do you understand her? His overwhelming presence was so formidable that Pei Yunhe instinctively retreated half a step under the pressure. How can I not know her? Pei Yunhe asserted, meeting the man's cold gaze with his own warm eyes, striving to appear composed. You understand? How long have you known each other? What do you possess that can compare to my understanding? Lu Qingyuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. We have spent years together, relying on each other. What do you think you can measure against that? Even if you have spent more time with her, what does that signify? Pei Yunhe, unwilling to concede, retorted, Yandere only regards you as family. She harbors no romantic feelings for you. And you dare to utter her name, Yandere? Lu Qingyuan's smile faded, replaced by a chilling severity on his exquisitely handsome face. Tilting his head, he grasped the collar of Pei Yunhe's official robes with his long, jade-like fingers. If I hear you utter those two words again, be wary of your life. A frigid aura emanated from him, enveloping the air like heavy frost, instilling an undeniable fear. Pei Yunhe gritted his teeth, declaring, even if you possess her body, you shall never capture her heart. Is that so? Lu Qingyuan slowly released his grip on Pei Yunhe's robe, lightly flicking away the creases. Let us see. Matters of the heart are not dictated by you. With a detached glance at Pei Yunhe, he stood to leave, but paused after a few steps. Tilting his head, his cold and sinister gaze bore into Pei Yunhe. Should I discover that you dare to pursue my wife, I will not spare you. With a wicked smile, he added, and your entire Pei family. Pei Yunhe's complexion turned ashen. Lu Qingyuan cast him one last indifferent look before departing, carrying a food box towards the Yangxin Palace. Pei Yunhe's eyes burned with crimson fury as he watched Lu Qingyuan's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. How dare he be so arrogant? Once the sixth prince ascended the throne, the first to be eliminated would be Lu Qingyuan. Pei Yunhe exhaled a heavy breath. Inside the Yangxin Palace, the emperor sat resplendently in his bright yellow dragon robe at a table made of precious wood, surveying the lavish feast before him. With a heavy thud, he struck the white jade chopsticks in his hand against the table, his expression darkening. Is there truly nothing new from the imperial kitchen? The same dishes over and over again. While they may not tire of it, I certainly have. Even the most delectable delicacies can become tiresome with repetition. The chief eunuch at the emperor's side was instantly drenched in sweat, hastily kneeling. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare something different immediately. The emperor's face remained stormy. If the chefs lack skill, they should be replaced without delay. Since you are weary of the same fare, why not try a different taste? At that moment, Lu Qingyuan stood outside the Yangxin Palace, waiting with a food box in hand. His tall and elegant stature exuded an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of royalty rather than a mere subject. Minister Lu has arrived. Hearing Lu Qingyuan's voice, the emperor's expression softened slightly. Gumin. Recently, the emperor had grown fond of Lu Qingyuan. Though young, he demonstrated remarkable insight in political matters, often surpassing the seasoned scholars in wisdom. Thus, the emperor relished their interactions, feeling as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Even in simple games of chess, the emperor found new inspiration. As Lu Qingyuan entered the Yangxin Palace with a food box, the emperor inquired, "What do you have there?" Although he had yet to see the contents, the enticing aroma wafting from the box made him instinctively swallow. "This is a delicacy from the Rui restaurant," Lu Qingyuan replied with a smile. "Given the warm weather, I have brought a sweet soup for your Majesty to enjoy." As he spoke, Lu Qingyuan opened the food box, revealing a uniquely crafted transparent glass bowl. At the bottom of the bowl lay a delicate layer of tofu pudding, topped with vibrant pieces of cut apples, watermelon, and lychee. In the center rested a layer of handcrafted taro balls and a glutinous rice ball, while around the edges were scattered some cooked red beans and crushed black sesame. To one side of the glass bowl was a smaller vessel containing freshly prepared milk. This bowl of sweet soup, with its brilliant colors and translucent sheen, exuded a tantalizing aroma of fruit acidity, the sweetness of glutinous rice, and the rich fragrance of milk, igniting one's appetite. This sweet soup is quite novel, the emperor remarked with a hint of a smile. Let me have a taste. Lu Qingyuan poured the fresh milk into the entire bowl of sweet soup. This method of consumption is indeed intriguing, the emperor said, smiling. What kind of milk is this? It lacks the usual odor of cow's or goat's milk. It is cheese made by my wife herself. Its flavor is neither overly sweet nor cloying, making it the perfect complement to this bowl of sweet soup, Lu Qingyuan replied. Very good, indeed, the emperor said, picking up a spoon to stir the mixture and taking a mouthful. The moment it entered his mouth, he was greeted with a refreshing sensation. The tofu pudding was soft, fragrant, and sweet, even more delicate than the egg custard from the imperial kitchen. The mingling of fruity aromas balanced the sweetness of the milk, creating an unforgettable taste experience. The emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. This flavor is truly exquisite, sweet yet not cloying, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Lu Aiqing, you are fortunate to have married such a talented and virtuous wife, the emperor praised. Regrettably, not a single person in my entire harem possesses Lady Lu's culinary skills. Indeed, Lu Qingyuan nodded. I must also express my gratitude to your Majesty for the marriage bestowed upon me. Your union is indeed a match made in heaven. The emperor laughed, taking another spoonful. It is quite hot today. Indulging in this cool, sweet soup is wonderfully refreshing. There are many delicious dishes at the Rui restaurant, your Majesty. If you desire, you may go and sample them, Lu Qingyuan suggested. Excellent. The emperor's face lit up with joy. I have grown weary of the palace cuisine. It is time for a change. At this moment, a eunuch by the emperor's side interjected. Why not summon the owner of the Rui restaurant to send someone to provide meals for the palace? This way, your majesty can enjoy a variety of dishes. Very well. The emperor agreed, his delight evident. Let be arranged thus. Lu Qingyuan lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before long, the emperor had finished the entire bowl, clearly pleased with the flavor. If only I had discovered this establishment sooner. It is not too late, your majesty. If you enjoy it, you may savor it daily from now on, Lu Qingyuan replied with a smile. At that moment, a delicate fragrance pouch hanging from the man's waist fell to the floor. Lu Qingyuan bent down to pick it up, carefully brushing off the dust before reattaching it to his waist with care. The emperor noticed Lu Qingyuan's actions and smiled, saying, Lu Aiqing, you seem to cherish this pouch quite dearly. Lu Qingyuan's jade-like fingers rested upon the pouch, his gaze lowered with a smile. Ah, this is prepared by my beloved wife. It invigorates the mind and aids in sleep. He continued, for many years, I have devoted myself to study, resting only 3 hours each night. It is thanks to this fragrant sachet that I can maintain my vitality and avoid fatigue. The emperor, enlightened, realized the truth. He had thought Lu was inherently gifted. It was diligence that brought him to this point. The emperor had always admired those who worked hard, and Lu Qingyuan's industrious demeanor reminded him of his own youth. Recently, burdened with state affairs day and night, he too often felt weary. Perhaps your wife could craft a sachet for me as well. If it proves effective, I shall reward her handsomely, the emperor proposed. Certainly, Lu Qingyuan nodded. Yandere delights in earning money. Henceforth, she shall have countless opportunities to amass wealth. Whatever she desires, I shall support. After the morning court, the third prince discreetly invited Lu Qingyuan to the Meihua Tower, where they were escorted to a private room, safeguarded by the third prince's watchful eyes. Accompanying them were the third prince's confidant, Prime Minister Wei, and other loyal followers. Within the elegantly adorned room, a gilded incense burner exuded wisps of smoke, mingling with a delicate floral fragrance. Beaded curtains draped down as 10 dancers, clad in crimson peony bodices and blue satin skirts, twirled barefoot on the carpet, their skirts unfurling like blooming lotus flowers. The jingling of golden bells at their ankles harmonized with the strings of the pipa they held, creating a mesmerizing melody. As they danced, the third prince laughed heartily, pulling one dancer into his embrace, sipping wine but not swallowing, kissing her with the liquor still in his mouth. The dancer, caught off guard, blushed deeply. The third prince chuckled, his hand exploring the dancer's skirt, eliciting quivers from her. Other attendants, too, pulled their favorites into their arms, creating a scene of indulgence. Yet, amidst this revelry, Lu Qingyuan lounged lazily by the window, his long, elegant fingers tapping lightly on the table. Outside, the sun set like molten gold, casting a warm orange glow upon his sharply defined features, which, shrouded in shadow, appeared even more aloof and distant. His deep, dark eyes held an air of detachment as he surveyed the surroundings, untouched by the debauchery that surrounded him. One particularly beautiful dancer, noticing Lu Qingyuan's striking visage, felt her cheeks flush as she swayed her slender waist towards him, feigning nonchalance as she attempted to fall into his lap. However, he subtly shifted his legs apart, leaving her to tumble clumsily to the ground. Momentarily embarrassed, she lifted her exquisite face, her fair hand gently brushing against his long legs. Please, sir, have mercy. I can serve you most comfortably. But the man's cold, indifferent gaze suddenly turned frigid. He lifted his leg and kicked the woman aside, his voice icy and piercing. Get lost. The dancer, terrified, lost her composure and scrambled away in utter disarray. Witnessing Lu Qingyuan's anger, the other dancers dared not continue. Some awkwardly remained by the side of their respective lords, while others knelt on the ground, heads bowed low. The amusement of the third prince and his companions dissipated. The third prince pushed aside the woman in his embrace, straightened his posture, and addressed Lu Qingyuan directly. My lord, has this dancer offended you? What type do you prefer? I shall have it delivered to you, even if it is the one of my arms. Lu Qingyuan maintained a calm and distant demeanor, replying, I am but a humble minister, and I already have a wife. The third prince was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, amused by the revelation that Lu Qingyuan was under the thumb of his wife. Yet, Which man today is not surrounded by multiple wives? The more women one has in his household, the better. I desire but her alone in this lifetime. Lu Qingyuan stated with unwavering resolve. The third prince paused, exchanged glances with the others, and laughed heartily, surprised to find Lu Qingyuan such a romantic. In that case, I shall refrain from sending women your way. Chapter 66. Her good days have arrived in this world. Which man is not captivated by beauty? Yet, Lu Qingyuan is a man of deep affection. Since Lord Lu is not swayed by feminine allure, let us devise a grand plan together. The third prince waved his hand, signaling the dancers to depart. The dancers, understanding the cue, gracefully took their leave. Within the private chamber, only the third prince's confidants remained. My father, the emperor, is advanced in years, yet he has yet to designate an heir. The third prince, direct and solemn, gazed intently at Lu Qingyuan, pleading for his assistance in this matter. There is no urgency. The man, with fingers as elegant as jade, lightly tapped the table, noting that the sixth prince currently enjoys great favor. For now, you should remain in the shadows, allowing him to gradually lose the emperor's affection. The sixth prince is supported by the formidable general of the kingdom, possessing deep roots in the court. What should I do? The third prince leaned in, eager for guidance. Initially, the third prince was but a marginal contender for the throne, lacking the emperor's favor and possessing little to rely upon. Few believed he could ever compete for the crown. However, with Lu Qingyuan as his advisor, he has strategically fortified his position, garnering influence and catching the emperor's attention. Yet, ambition knows no bounds. Winning the emperor's favor is merely insufficient. He aspires to occupy the highest seat of power. After several strategic consultations with Lu Qingyuan, the third prince has come to trust him implicitly. He regards Lu Qingyuan as his right-hand man, holding his counsel in the highest esteem. With a subtle gesture, Lu Qingyuan beckoned the third prince closer. The man's enticing lips whispered a few words into the third prince's ear. Excitement sparkled in the prince's eyes. Very well, we shall proceed as Lord Lu advises. If we can bring down the sixth prince, there shall be substantial rewards for you. Not far away, the chancellor observed this scene, realizing that the political landscape of the court was about to shift. Although the third prince's faction is not as powerful as that of the sixth prince, he possesses the formidable support of Lu Qingyuan, who is currently favored by the emperor. It is entirely possible that the third prince may indeed ascend to the throne. 2 hours later, everyone had dispersed. Chancellor Wei was the last to leave. Before departing, he glanced next door. The door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a woman clad in a delicate yellow robe, adorned with luxurious gold hairpins, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. Father! Wei Qingqing's eyes sparkled with fervor. Indeed, Lord Lu is exceptionally handsome. She was smitten at first sight. Yes, I recognized his exceptional nature, even when he first entered the political arena, reflected Chancellor Wei thoughtfully. The third prince's current success is largely due to Lu Qingyuan's strategies. If my daughter could marry him, and the third prince ascends, our house would share in the glory. Wei Qingqing exclaimed with excitement. We are now in the same boat as the third prince. It is indeed time to cultivate a closer relationship with Lu Qingyuan. The chancellor remarked. Unfortunately, he is already married. Should you pursue him, you may only find yourself in a position of a secondary wife. His wife is merely a village girl. How could she stand on equal footing with me? We can simply remove her. Wei Qingqing scoffed. No, that is unthinkable. The prime minister made a gesture of restraint. Now that woman had become a lady of noble rank, it was difficult to take action against her. Moreover, the emperor had specifically expressed his fondness for her skills, and should she be eliminated, it could lead to turmoil. Wei Qingqing let out a reluctant sigh and resolved to accept her role as a concubine for the time being. Once she married Lu Qingyuan in the future, she would seize the opportunity to rid herself of that village woman. That woman had only attained her status through Lu Qingyuan. What was so remarkable about that? Unlike her, born into nobility and proficient in the arts from a young age, how could that village girl possibly compare? Stealing her resolve, Wei Qingqing planned to visit Lu Qingyuan today. Raised in luxury, her beauty and grace were unparalleled. She was confident that Lu Qingyuan would be captivated upon seeing her. Upon learning the location of Lu Qingyuan's residence, She meticulously adorned herself and instructed the sedan chair from the Prime Minister's residence to take a shortcut, ensuring it crossed Lu Qingyuan's path. Through her careful and cunning calculations, indeed, her gilded sedan chair encountered Lu Qingyuan's carriage at the street corner. With a jolt, Wei Qingqing lowered her voice and gave instructions. The coachman proceeded forward, and the two carriages met head-on. The carriages shook violently, followed by the sound of a horse's whinny. Wei Qingqing's sedan chair rocked heavily, and she lifted the curtain, stepping out with her maid's accompaniment. As she touched the ground, she found herself gazing into the man's indifferent yet profound eyes. At that moment, he sat tall and imposing upon a magnificent white horse, his long, jade-like hands gripping the reins, while the other hand gently caressed the horse's sleek coat, soothing the startled animal. From his elevated position, he cast a glance at her. At that instant, Wei Qingqing felt her heart skip a beat. The man's formidable presence was overwhelming, causing her legs to weaken and stirring within her an irresistible urge to submit. Only a man of such caliber could be worthy of her. "Forgive me," Wei Qingqing said, a hint of shyness gracing her features as she stepped closer. "It was my fault. My coachman was negligent in watching the road, which startled your horse. My lord, are you unhurt?" She raised her beautiful, doe-like eyes, gazing at him earnestly. "No harm done," Lu Qingyuan replied, retracting his gaze and preparing to steer his horse away from her. However, Wei Qingqing positioned herself in front of the horse, biting her lip as she looked up at him, her eyes shimmering. "My lord, today's mishap was entirely my fault. Since your horse was startled, why not come to the Prime Minister's residence? I would like to make amends properly. There's no need." With that, Lu Qingyuan tightened his grip on the reins, his expression cold and aloof as he attempted to pass. "But my lord," the smile on Wei Qingqing's face faltered. "If you remain here, and my horse were to trample you, it would be of no concern to me." The moment those words left his lips, he tightened his grip on the reins. And suddenly, the horse reared up, its hooves raised high, heading straight for Wei Qingqing's head. Wei Qingqing, her face ashen with fright, staggered back a few steps and, overwhelmed by panic, lost her balance and fell to the ground. A nearby maid rushed over to help her up. Observing this, Lu Qingyuan let out a faint scoff. "Go." The moment his voice fell, the tall and graceful man tightened his grip on the horse's reins and swiftly galloped eastward, staring blankly at Lu Qingyuan's departing figure. It wasn't until he had vanished from sight that Wei Qingqing regained her senses. "He, just off like that? How utterly unromantic of Lord Lu." The maid frowned, supporting Wei Qingqing as she said, "You went to such lengths to adorn yourself for him today, yet he hardly spared you a glance. And now look. You've scraped your arm." Wei Qingqing, now coming to her senses, recalled how suitors from noble families had lined up at the Prime Minister's residence, all vying for just a smile from her. Yet, she held no interest in any of them. It was only Lu Qingyuan who remained so indifferent. He was, indeed, a rather intriguing man. Emerging from her brief annoyance, she found herself even more captivated by the challenge he presented. If a man could be easily seduced, he lacked allure. If this encounter didn't succeed, she would try again. She was determined to win over Lu Qingyuan. A glimmer of resolute ambition sparkled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was conducting business at a restaurant when unexpectedly an imperial edict arrived. Hadn't she just been bestowed the title of a first-rank noblewoman? Why was there another decree? Regaining her composure, Lin Yan knelt to receive the edict. "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "the culinary offerings of Rui Restaurant are exquisite. From this day forth, the restaurant shall present meals to the imperial palace daily." The chief eunuch declared. The commoners kneeling inside the restaurant gasped in disbelief. Was the business of the restaurant truly so thriving that even the esteemed emperor desired a taste? Did this mean they would be dining on the same meals as the emperor? Lin Yan was astonished at how smoothly her venture as a royal merchant was progressing. She recalled the words Lu Qingyuan had spoken to her not long ago. He truly remembered her aspirations. After his rise, not only had he elevated her to the status of a first-rank noblewoman, but now her business had also reached the imperial palace. Qingyuan was simply wonderful. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for her earlier decision to ally with him. "Your servant humbly thanks the emperor for his grace." Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly as she accepted the decree. The eunuch, smiling at her, remarked, "Madame Lu, should the emperor find the restaurant's meals to his liking, you shall enjoy a life of splendid wealth." "I shall certainly not disappoint the emperor's grace," Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile. Subsequently, the eunuchs departed to announce the decree. "Congratulations, Boss Lin." Indeed, who would have thought that Boss Lin's restaurant would achieve such acclaim? The patrons expressed their congratulations to Lin Yan. She smiled gracefully, acknowledging that Rui restaurant's success was thanks to the support of all its diners. To celebrate this joyous occasion, she announced a 30% discount for all patrons today, along with complimentary fruit platters and bowls of cold dessert. Upon hearing this, the diners erupted in cheers, showering her with blessings. Lin Yan generously awarded the staff of the restaurant an extra half-month salary this month, raising everyone's wages. The atmosphere in the establishment was jubilant, and the employees worked with even greater vigor. As evening fell, the moon hung high in the tranquil night sky. Inside a private room, a man sat immersed in a wooden tub filled with warm water, his inky black hair cascading over his broad back. With hands as slender as jade, he wielded a brush, vigorously scrubbing his long legs. The veins on the back of his hands were prominent, and the muscle definition at his elbows was strikingly sharp. He scrubbed with relentless force. The leg that had been touched by the dancer was now red from the vigorous washing. Even broken skin had emerged. Blood seeping from the brush. Blood droplets floated in the tub, staining the warm water a shade of crimson. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing his scrubbing. Not only his legs, but he also scrubbed his entire body, determined to erase any lingering traces of another woman's fragrance. He could not afford to have Yin misunderstand him. At this moment, Lin Yan had hurried home, exclaiming, "Qing Yuan, I have wonderful news to share." However, upon entering the study where Lu Qingyuan often resided, she found it empty. "Where has he gone?" she wondered aloud. "Chuntao, have you seen Qingyuan?" Lin Yan inquired. Chuntao, who was pruning the peony branches in the courtyard, paused her work. "Since Lord Lu returned, he has been in his chamber and has not come out. I do not know what he is doing." "All right, I will go check." Lin Yan proceeded towards Lu Qingyuan's chamber. Upon reaching the door, she heard the sound of running water from within. Is he bathing? The image of Lu Qingyuan bathing, which she had inadvertently stumbled upon before, flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She gently knocked on the door. "Qingyuan." A soft feminine voice echoed from outside, causing Lu Qingyuan to stiffen momentarily. He replied, his deep voice tinged with discomfort. "I heard you returned and have been in your room. Has something happened?" Lin Yan asked, concern creeping into her mind. Could he be facing troubles? "Nothing at all," came the man's low voice from within. "After I finish, I will speak with you." Lin Yan, upon hearing this, turned to leave. "Wait!" Sounds of rustling came from inside. Lin Yan stood outside, waiting. After a moment, the door opened. The man wore a dark blue robe, draped lazily over him, his long black hair unbound and slightly damp, cascading over his shoulders. His strikingly handsome face, almost otherworldly, glistened with droplets of water, while his deep, dark eyes held a hint of moisture, veiled in a light mist from his bath. The scent of his clothing suggested incense, a delicate blend of Canaan wood and agarwood. Standing beneath the night sky, he resembled a celestial being from the forest, or perhaps a beguiling spirit from the mountains. "What did you wish to discuss with me?" he inquired, gazing at Lin Yan. She averted her eyes, feeling uneasy. Every time she beheld Lu Qingyuan's face, she was acutely aware that he was no longer the boy she needed to protect. He had fully matured into a strikingly handsome man. I wish to express that from this day forth, the dishes from our restaurant shall be served in the palace. Our fortunate days have arrived," Lin Yan murmured softly. And then, the man gazed at her with deep, burning eyes. "Then, I wish to extend my gratitude to you," she replied. "If you wish to thank me, why not look me in the eye?" The man stepped closer, his profound gaze fixed intently upon her. "Is it that I am unappealing?" "Not at all," Lin Yan retorted, lifting her gaze to admire his handsome features. "You are quite attractive. Then, if I am indeed appealing, would you not gaze upon me more?" His eyes shone with intensity. His low, sultry voice laced with a hint of seduction as he advanced a few steps, the scent of ebony and sandalwood wafting gently with the night breeze. Lin Yan felt that their interaction had grown somewhat too intimate. She took a few steps back, awkwardly averting her gaze, biting her lip, uncertain of what to say. Observing the delicate blush upon the woman's petite earlobes, Lu Qingyuan understood that he must not press her too hard. He offered a gentle smile. The business of our restaurant will undoubtedly flourish from here on out, and the same goes for the Qin Fragrance Workshop. Regarding matters of commerce, I truly owe you my gratitude, Lin Yan said, pursing her lips. Is there anything you desire? I shall procure it for you. The man looked at her with soft, tender eyes, his gaze filled with affection. What I cherish most is already by my side. Chapter 67. He can like anyone. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Did his expression of affection refer to her? In an instant, she felt increasingly flustered. Previously, you mentioned that you would express your gratitude to me. Does that statement still hold true? The man smirked and inquired. It does. Lin Yan replied obediently, nodding her head. Whatever you desire, I shall do my utmost to assist you. And what if I desire you? The words lingered on the man's lips, but ultimately remained unspoken. At this moment, he had a need for her assistance. Lu Qingyuan stated, My leg requires medication. Could you help me? He lifted his profound gaze, fixing it intently upon her. What has happened to your leg? Were you ambushed? Lin Yan's anxiety surged. Is it a wound from a knife or an arrow? Or have you been poisoned? Her worried expression softened his heart. None of those, Lu Qingyuan replied. Follow me. Lin Yan accompanied Lu Qingyuan into the room. Upon entering, she noticed the wooden tub positioned at the center. The thought that Lu Qingyuan had just bathed in it caused a blush to spread across her cheeks, prompting her to regain her composure. At that moment, the man sat at the edge of the bed, his long legs draping over the side. He raised his hand to roll up his pant leg. There, on his right leg, was a large area of red and swollen skin, the flesh broken and oozing with blood. It was neither a knife wound nor an arrow injury, nor was he poisoned. Lin Yan exhaled in relief. Yet, seeing such a large, evident mark resembling a skin abrasion or a brush scrape, her heart tightened once more, nodded in distress. The man retrieved a box of ointment from the cabinet and handed it to Lin Yan. How did you sustain this injury? She gently squatted before him, accepting the ointment and opening the lid. The man smiled wryly. At today's gathering, the third prince thrust a woman upon me. She enticed me and touched my leg. So, you allowed your leg to be hurt like this? Lin Yan frowned. Indeed, he replied, lowering his gaze. I do not appreciate other women touching me. It only repulses me. Then how can I touch you? She retorted, glaring at him in frustration, angered by his self-neglect. You're unlike the others. The corners of his lips curved into a slight smile as he gazed tenderly and intently at the petite woman before him. I only wish for you to touch me. Lin Yan recalled the moment he had dismissed Chun Tao when she was to become his personal maid. It seemed he had developed this aversion long ago. This is not acceptable, Lin Yan sighed, taking some cold ointment and gently applying it to his wound. How can you hope to marry and have children like this? The man gazed deeply at her. But I'm already married. Even if other women touch you in the future, do not harm yourself so severely. Lin Yan lowered her gaze, earnestly tending to his injury, sighing softly. The man watched her intently. Do you feel pain for me? Of course I do, she replied. Lin Yan shot him a glance, stating, I have watched you grow up. If you are hurt, I too will feel distress. From now on, do not do this again. Do you understand? All right, the man replied, a smile blooming on his thin lips. Just remember, with gentle hands, Lin Yan softly applied medicine to his wounds. Does it hurt? She inquired. A little, he admitted, his moist, puppy-like eyes gazing at her with a hint of grievance, resembling a small dog awaiting its owner's affection. It's no wonder it hurts when you treat yourself so harshly, Lin Yan murmured softly, yet her touch remained exceedingly tender. His right leg was indeed pitiable. It was the same leg he had fractured before, and after enduring a long recovery, it was now injured again. Lin Yan's touch grew increasingly delicate, fearful of causing him pain. As he watched the woman before him, her gaze lowered as she tended to his wounds. His heart softened beyond measure. After applying the medicine, Lin Yan leaned closer, her fair, soft face drawing near, her plump, rosy lips slightly pursed as she gently blew on the scar on his right leg. The fragrant, Soft breath she exhaled enveloped his injury, bringing a soothing coolness that felt immensely comforting against his burning pain. Instinctively, the man reached out with his long, slender fingers, wanting to grasp her head and pull her closer. He shut his eyes, dispelling the impure thoughts that invaded his mind. He could only desecrate her in dreams. How could he behave so in reality? She was so exquisite, so gentle, delicate, like an innocent little rabbit, deserving to be cherished in the palms of man. Even to indulge in such thoughts would be a disgrace to her. It doesn't hurt anymore, she said softly, lifting her dark, almond-shaped eyes to meet his. What's wrong? You look unwell. The man slightly parted his legs, his voice low and husky. No, it's nothing. Well, you must apply the medicine on time. Lin Yan insisted. I'll help you every day. All right, he replied, smiling at her. If she continued to tend to him like this, he wondered how long his resolve would hold. It's getting late. You should rest, Lin Yan said as she stood up to look at him. Then I shall take my leave. All right. As Lu Qingyuan began to rise to see her off, she pressed down on his shoulder, guiding him back to lie down. Just lie there and prepare to rest. You needn't see me off. She tucked him in with the blanket, instructing him not to move. All right, he smiled at her. Now I'm leaving. Sleep early, she said. Goodbye. Lin Yan stood up and departed. It was only after her figure vanished from his sight that Lu Qingyuan turned back, lifting the blanket to admire his right leg coated in the ointment she had applied. A satisfied smile, curving his lips as his previously cold and indifferent expression softened with warmth. The next morning, Lin Yan rose early and headed to Lu Qingyuan's room. Qingyuan, it's time for your medicine. The man lay flat on the bed, covered by a quilt. He slowly sat up, using the blanket to shield his lower body. A momentary look of discomfort crossing his handsome features. No need, I can manage it myself. You cannot reach it yourself. It is inconvenient. Lin Yan was about to step forward. Don't come over. I can manage on my own. You may attend to your own matters, the man said, a peculiar flush appearing on his handsome face. Lin Yan observed him closely and sensed something amiss today. He had always been eager to remain by her side. Yet today he was pushing her away. Unable to comprehend the reason behind his behavior, she decided to dismiss it. If you need my assistance, just call for me. Lu Qingyuan, very well. Shall I take my leave then? Lin Yan inquired, gazing at him. The man's thin lips pressed together. All right. After watching Lin Yan rise and depart, Lu Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Beneath the brocade quilt, a sense of absurdity enveloped him. How could she be allowed to witness such a scene? If she did, she would surely be frightened away. With his eyes closed, Lu Qingyuan arched his back, tilting his neck upwards as veins bulged from his forearms. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a deep, heavy breath. The beast he had confined within his heart threatened to escape. Little did she know the torment endured by this impassioned man, who spent his days in the presence of the woman he yearned for, struggling to maintain his composure. If he continued to endure, he feared he might go mad. He could no longer bear it. The emperor, after donning the sachet from King Xiangfang, discovered its remarkable ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, allowing him to review memorials without succumbing to drowsiness. Consequently, he rewarded King Xiangfang with 100 taels of gold and a plaque inscribed with his own handwriting. When Lin Yan's King Xiangfang received the imperial plaque and bounty, she realized that Qingyuan had indeed not deceived her. The long-awaited fortune had truly arrived. Lin Yan hurriedly instructed her staff to hang the imperial plaque at the entrance of King Xiangfang. Numerous citizens gathered outside to witness this imperial gift. After all, if the emperor himself praised the spices of King Xiangfang, they must indeed be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the demand for these spices was overwhelming. Daily, she had her maid and servants standing in line to purchase them, yet they often returned empty-handed. I too have a servant who dutifully queues every day. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and he finally secured a small sachet. It seemed that in the days to come, King Xiangfang's business would flourish even further, making it increasingly difficult for them to procure the products. The townspeople discussed amongst themselves. Fear not, Lin Yan smiled gently. In the near future, King Xiangfang will establish branches throughout the capital, expanding our workforce to ensure that all fragrance enthusiasts may acquire our offerings. Moreover, King Xiangfang would also provide a bespoke service for clients. For our VIP customers, those who spend over 50 taels of silver in a month, we offer personalized fragrance blending services, ensuring that each customer sachet is truly one of a kind. The allure of exclusivity captivated the crowd, as women desired to wear unique fragrances, while men hoped that gifts for their beloved would be equally exceptional. As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. I want to be a VIP. Me too. Everyone, don't jostle. Let me through. In a fleeting moment, the number of customers vying to become VIPs in Lin Yan's shop surged dramatically. The business flourished and the staff were bustling about, scarcely able to keep up with the growing demand. Lin Yan, engrossed in the accounts at the tavern, observed the incessant flow of income, feeling an almost surreal sense of disbelief. She was acutely aware that all of this was a result of Lu Qingyuan's influence. As a close minister to the emperor, a mere word from him could propel her enterprise to unprecedented heights. Lin Yan mused that even before Lu Qingyuan assumed the role of prime minister, her fortunes had already begun to rise. During this period, the ladies of the palace discovered the emperor's fondness for the sachets from King Xiangfang, and upon learning that the establishment also offered exquisite spices, they eagerly flocked to purchase them. Consequently, news spread among the young ladies and noble women of the common folk, upon realizing that even the imperial ladies were using the spices from King Xiangfang, rushed to acquire them as well. This surge in demand left Lin Yan occupied with recruiting staff, consuming a significant amount of her time. Naturally, her business was thriving. One day, while Lin Yan was diligently calculating the accounts, she eschewed the use of the abacus, favoring the modern efficiency of the multiplication table for her calculations. At that moment, a melodious laughter resonated in the shop. "Are you the esteemed owner, Lin?" A woman adorned in a resplendent, deep purple skirt, intricately embroidered with golden peonies, entered the shop accompanied by her maid. Lin Yan immediately discerned the woman's distinguished status. She set aside her ledger and smiled. "Yes, that would be me. May I inquire as to your identity?" "This is the wife of our grand secretary." The maid interjected with a smile. Upon hearing that the business of Lin's spice shop is flourishing and the tavern is thriving, "Our lady has come in hopes of befriending you." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. In ancient times, the social hierarchy was rigid, and individuals typically associated only with those of their own status. The fact that such a high-ranking official's wife would wish to initiate a friendship with her, a mere commoner, was astonishing. Madame Song took a gift box from her maid and presented it to Lin Yan. "In this world, there is much injustice. Most business is conducted by men. It is my first time encountering a woman who can independently manage a business so successfully, and I wish to come and make your acquaintance." She continued, "This is a small token of my esteem." As she spoke, Madame Song extended the gift box toward Lin Yan. Inside, you will find a box of pearls from the EC and 2 luminous night pearls, treasures my lady has cherished for many years but has decided to present to you. The maid chimed in cheerfully. Madame Song feigned annoyance. "Hongmei, refrain from speaking so much." "Yes, my lady." The maid quickly complied, wearing an expression of having misspoken. "Madame Song, such a lavish gift, you really ought to take it back." Lin Yan began to protest. "This is of no consequence. I genuinely wish to befriend you," Madame Song insisted, pressing the gift box into Lin Yan's hands. "Should you refuse, it would surely break my heart." "Very well, I shall accept it." Lin Yan finally relented. Lin Yan graciously accepted the gift, and, as a token of her appreciation, she retrieved the 2 most popular fragrances from her shop and presented them to Madame Song. "Madam, this is my humble offering. Please try the scent and see if it pleases you." Madame Song's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the gift. "I had asked Hongmei to queue for these and even offered extra money, yet I never anticipated receiving such exquisite fragrances from you so readily. I'm truly overjoyed. Lin, our meeting today feels serendipitous. Shall we henceforth refer to each other as sisters?" With that, Madame Song smiled warmly as she took Lin Yan's hand. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Madame Song to be so affable. "Very well," she nodded. "You appear to be around 21, while I am 28, so you may call me sister." Madame Song replied with a grin. "Indeed, sister," Lin Yan smiled back. "Sister," Madame Song echoed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Initially, Lin Yan thought it was quite unexpected to have made the acquaintance of Madame Song. But after bidding her farewell, she was soon visited by Madame Yuan, Madame Ma, Madame Liu, Madame Zhang, all of whom came bearing lavish gifts. These ladies were prominent figures in the court, and in addition to them, even the consorts of the third prince, the ninth prince, and the crown prince paid their respects. Each of them was exceptionally warm and welcoming towards her. By the end of the day, after mingling with these noble ladies and princesses, Lin Yan felt utterly drained. She collapsed onto her bed, allowing Chun Tao to massage her shoulders, seeking solace in the gentle touch. Chapter 68. This is overstepping. She felt that mingling in social affairs was far more exhausting than managing a shop. Now that the emperor had granted Lu Qingyuan so many establishments, she ought to manage them well. For those she could handle, she would open branches to expand the business. For those she could not, she would lease them out. Such prime locations would yield substantial rental income every month. Lin Yan believed her life was indeed improving. Chun Tao was gently massaging Lin Yan's shoulders and remarked, "Madam, so many official ladies in the capital wish to befriend you. Our lives are truly getting better. They are not seeking me. They are drawn to Qingyuan." Lin Yan chuckled lightly, shaking her head. She had not anticipated that in merely a few months since Lu Qingyuan entered the court, he would attract the attention of the entire bureaucracy, and even those who could not reach him were now trying to align themselves with her. Today alone, the gifts she received nearly filled the room. Lu Qingyuan was indeed exceptional. Yet, she feared that his remarkable qualities would make him a target for envy and exclusion. "Madam, since you have married Lord Lu, why not cherish your life with him henceforth?" Chun Tao said softly while continuing to knead Lin Yan's shoulders. "Lord Lu treats you with such kindness and tenderness. He is capable and strikingly handsome. There is no man in this world more suited to you than Lord Lu." As she uttered these words, Chun Tao wished she could bite her own tongue. A sense of guilt washed over her, but she felt helpless. Just a day prior, Lu Qingyuan had given her a sum of money and instructed her to facilitate the connection between the madam and him. Yet, the madam was her savior, and she was reluctant to act against her wishes, resulting in her refusal. However, in that moment of rejection, she had met the man's cold, piercing gaze. With a half-smile, he remarked, "Is that so? Yet I hear you have a 3-year-old brother." Chun Tao's complexion changed in an instant, and she hurriedly knelt before him, pleading, "Please do not harm my brother. I am willing to serve you." It was merely a matter of helping the madam and Lu Qingyuan connect. She was not intending to harm the madam compared to her brother's life. She felt she had no choice but to comply. Chun Tao reassured herself that she spoke the truth. In reality, while Lord Lu could be fearsome and intimidating to others, he was gentle with the madam. The formidable man transformed before her, perhaps truly becoming the best destiny for the madam. Lin Yan shot her a surprised glance. "Chun Tao, how can you utter such words? I hold only feelings of kinship for Qingyuan, akin to that of an elder towards a younger. Do not speak such things again." "Yes." Chun Tao lowered her gaze. What was she to do? This was indeed a difficult predicament. Lin Yan recalled a remark made by Madame Song as she departed. "Sister, your husband is so remarkably handsome. Few men in this world possess such looks. He is talented, favored by the emperor, and his future is limitless. You must secure his heart well, lest it be captured by the charms of others." Madame Song's words resonated deeply. Yet Lin Yan found herself wishing fervently for Lu Qingyuan to develop affections for someone else. He may favor anyone, as long as it is not himself. At that moment, a low, sultry voice drifted in from outside the door. A tall, slender man approached, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, exuding an air of dignity and nobility, enveloped in an indescribable sense of oppression. Lu Qingyuan raised his elongated elbow, the wide sleeves cascading down to reveal a half-exposed, strong forearm. His fingers, as elegant as jade, lifted slightly, his cold and indifferent gaze settling upon Chun Tao. Just a single glance was enough to convey a formidable pressure. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Chun Tao felt a shiver run down her spine, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation. She curtsied to Lin Yan and promptly stood to leave. The room was left with only Lin Yan and Lu Qingyuan. "Yanner, Do taste it and see if you like it, Lu Qingyuan said, presenting a sandalwood box he held in his right hand to Lin Yan, placing on the pearwood table before them. A wisp of white mist spilled from the box, giving off a refreshing chill. What is this? Lin Yan inquired, her delicate fingers resting on the box, feeling the coolness emanating from within. Let us unveil it. The man replied with a smile. Very well. Lin Yan opened the box, revealing a collection of plump, vibrant red lychees. The bottom of the box was layered with thick shards of ice, while the fresh and round lychees were elegantly arranged atop. The rose-red fruit, nestled beneath the clear, pristine ice, was utterly enticing. Lin Yan's heart brimmed with joy. At this time of early summer, indulging in chilled lychees was a delightful reprieve from the heat. She gently peeled away the red skin, unveiling the soft, translucent lychee flesh within. The flesh was lush and quivering, glistening with the sweet, translucent lychee juice. Lin Yan, with her eyes sparkling, extended a piece of lychee flesh toward Lu Qingyuan. Do try it. I do not care for this, he replied. Oh, Lin Yan sighed, retracting the lychee and bringing it to her own lips. The tender, bouncy flesh burst with juice upon her bite, its icy coolness a refreshing antidote to the summer warmth, leaving a subtle sweet taste lingering on her palate. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a content little cat. The man's gaze softened as he watched her with a smile. Lin Yan suddenly realized something. She lifted her eyes to meet his. This lychee must be difficult to procure. Is it not? Indeed, it is not something one merely purchases, a voice interjected from outside the door. It was Lu Qingyuan's attendant, 11. Since Lu Qingyuan had attained his official position, 11 had been by his side, tasked with protecting him and handling his affairs. Dressed in a deep blackguard uniform and wielding a sheathed sword, 11 stood tall at the door, his posture straight. He spoke. These lychees were presented by the envoy from the foreign land, a gift from the emperor to the empress and favored concubines. It was the master, mindful of his wife, who disregarded the hierarchy and boldly requested them from the emperor. Lin Yan's round, dark eyes widened in disbelief. You must be mad. Those are gifts from the emperor to the empress and favored concubines. As a subject, how could you dare to ask for them? This is a transgression. In an era where social hierarchies were sharply defined, such an act was a blatant challenge to the emperor's authority. Should he incur the wrath of the dragon, all that he holds dear would dissolve into mere vapor. Fear not. Lu Qingyuan gazed at her with a smile, declaring that he yearned to present all the world's treasures before her. His yener was deserving of all the beauty this realm has to offer. Lin Yan raised her delicate, alabaster finger to cover his lips, rising to survey the surroundings, ensuring they were alone. She leaned closer, her voice lowered as she scolded him. How can you utter such absurd words? If others were to overhear, you must beware of the consequences. You have already entered the court. Where the political landscape is fraught with peril, one must exercise caution in speech and action. Should these words escape and fall into the ears of others, it could cost you dearly. With her dark, translucent apricot eyes fixed intently upon him, she whispered. The man nodded, his deep-set eyes locking onto hers, a hint of mirth flickering at the corners. In that moment, his moist tongue gently caressed the palm of her hand. Chapter 69, he memorized that Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, a tingling sensation blossoming in her palm, reminiscent of gentle licks from a playful puppy. A delicate shiver coursed through her arm, spreading a subtle warmth throughout her body. In a state of confusion, she raised her hand, only to have it captured by the man. He reverently cradled her slender palm, pressing a soft kiss upon it. What are you doing? Lin Yan gazed at him in astonishment, her soft voice trembling slightly. There is lychee juice on your hand. The man lifted his gaze, his dark eyes tenderly focused on her. I'm merely cleaning it for you. Lin Yan's lips quivered. His notion of cleaning felt more akin to tasting. That's enough, she replied, her voice quivering, her cheeks flushed like the petals of a begonia. You can use a handkerchief instead. Why must you use your lips? Seeing her obvious resistance, her face blushing fiercely, her earlobes glowing like pearls, even her porcelain neck adorned with a delicate blush, the man decided against teasing her further. He parted his lips slightly, releasing her fingers. Just this simple act made her blush so deeply. How could she possibly endure more if they indulged in other delicacies? The man lowered his gaze, concealing the shadows beneath his eyes, and gently took hold of her beautiful hand. From within his cloak, he retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping her fair fingers clean. Once he ensured they were spotless, he finally let go. Lin Yan, feeling uneasy, averted her eyes. She cleared her throat. It's getting late. You should rest soon. Although they were married, they had been sleeping in separate rooms these past few days. Yandere, the man sighed softly. There is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Yan forced herself to appear nonchalant as she turned to face him. When I sought the Emperor's permission to marry you, I claimed that we were deeply in love and perfectly suited for one another, which led to the Emperor granting our union. The man's expression turned innocent as he sighed again. The Emperor remains unaware that our marriage was primarily to prevent you from being assigned by the authorities, believing my words without question. Unfortunately what? Lin Yan's heart raced. Unfortunately, I am currently in a position of great prominence in court, and there are many watchful eyes upon me. The man sighed once more. Every action of mine is scrutinized by those with ulterior motives. If it were to be revealed that we sleep in separate chambers, it could be twisted against me, branding me with the crime of deceiving the Emperor. Lin Yan's complexion paled. I am not worried for myself, but I fear that if the truth comes to light, I would be unable to protect you and instead bring trouble upon you. The man sighed gently. Then, Lin Yan raised her gaze, her dark, glimmering eyes locking onto his. If that is the case, we should act more intimately in the future and share a room. The man lowered his brows, appearing somewhat troubled. Yet that might pose certain inconveniences. I have no objections, but I worry it may cause you discomfort. It's of no concern. Lin Yan stepped closer, grasping his long and elegant hand, meeting his eyes with her lustrous, dark orbs. You are correct. Your position in the court requires caution and strategy. I may not be able to assist you, but I certainly do not wish to hinder your progress. Moreover, he initially sought the Emperor's permission for marriage on his own behalf. Although they were not true spouses, their fates were inexorably intertwined. They were akin to grasshoppers sharing the same boat. Very well. The man grasped Lin Yan's hand gently, his gaze softening as he looked at her. That evening, Lu Qingyuan gathered the bedding and took residence in Lin Yan's chamber. The warm orange glow of the candlelight flickered, enveloping the bedside in a veil of alluring ambiguity. Lin Yan nestled under the covers, curled against the wall, while Lu Qingyuan lay flat on the bed, draped in his azure silk quilt. The space between them ample enough to accommodate another person. Neither spoke a word. The surrounding silence magnified the sound of their breaths. The rich scent of ebony and sandalwood emanating from the man lingered by her side, impossible to ignore. Lin Yan felt a twinge of awkwardness, her fingers and toes curling together as she deliberately slowed her breathing, feigning ease. The man leaned forward and extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness. In that obscurity, Lin Yan's anxiety heightened, her breathing quickening. Do not be anxious, the man said, his voice gentle and soothing. Relax. Lin Yan replied softly, I am not anxious at all. Indeed, the man continued, his seductive voice resonating in the dark. I noticed a considerable amount of gifts accumulating at home. Did you meet someone today? Initially apprehensive, Lin Yan's attention shifted upon hearing his words. She replied with a hint of distress. Several officials' wives visited today, eager to befriend me, and they presented me with numerous gifts. I felt it would be rude to decline, fearing it might hinder your career. You should accept them. They were given to you, Lu Qingyuan reassured her. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Yan gradually relaxed, turning to face him in the dark, their eyes locking. But I do not know who among the court you are closer to, with whom I should cultivate a rapport. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yan realized that their roles had subtly shifted. He had transitioned from relying on her in childhood to becoming her support now. In the darkness, the man gently stroked her dark tresses. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply enjoy the company of those who uplift your spirits. His voice was tender and calming, instilling a sense of security within Lin Yan. Suddenly, she perceived that the fatherly aura often spoken of online resonated with Lu Qingyuan. Was he not the epitome of a youthful, paternal figure? She felt as though she need not lift a finger, as he would manage everything for her. Lin Yan's heart softened, her voice delicate and light. But won't this affect your career? It will not, the man assured her. Well then I can rest easy, Lin Yan said. Madame Song gifted me 2 large luminous pearls, and since you previously presented me with 6, I plan to place 4 at my bedside and the remaining 2 on your desk, thus eliminating the need for candles. Very well, Lu Qingyuan replied. Lin Yan murmured to herself, expressing her delight at the abundance of fabric they had gifted her. She planned to create several exquisite outfits for both herself and her companion, and also to select a few for Chun Tao. With a plethora of jewelry at her disposal, she intended to bestow upon Chun Tao additional pieces, for she was her devoted maid, and it was imperative that she not be neglected. Upon hearing the final remarks, the man in the shadows slightly furrowed his brow. Chun Tao had indeed reached the age of marriage, he noted. Chapter 70. She provoked the wrong person indeed. One cannot allow the role of a handmaiden to impede her lifelong aspirations. Lin Yan contemplated that it would be her duty to select a suitable match for her, preparing a worthy dowry for her future. Alas, when Chun Tao marries, there would be no one left to converse with. Do not worry, the man spoke softly. I shall assist you in selecting a clever and resourceful maid to keep you company. Lin Yan nodded, aware that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, most of which consisted of Lin Yan's gentle ramblings, while Lu Qingyuan patiently listened. Gradually, Lin Yan began to relax, her tension easing. After a while, she felt drowsy, her words becoming laced with fatigue. The locust flower trees are in bloom. How fragrant! If only they could be made into locust flower cakes, they would surely be delightful. Lin Yan murmured softly, soon drifting into slumber. Sleep well, Yinner, the man whispered in the darkness, tenderly tucking the blanket around her. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breath, Lu Qingyuan called gently, Yinner? In response, he was met with her soft, rhythmic breathing. It was then that Lu Qingyuan cautiously lifted the covers, drawing the fragrant and delicate woman into his embrace. The moment he held her soft, fragrant form, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. At last, he had awaited this day. From now on, every night, he could hold her as they drifted into sleep. Their future together was boundless. That night, Lin Yan slept exceptionally well. Upon awakening the following morning, she was greeted by the sweet aroma of blooming locust flowers filling the room. Rising from her bed, she discovered the table adorned with fresh locust flowers, and even more enticingly, warm locust flower cakes. Chun Tao, these locust flowers and cakes. Lin Yan hesitated. They were prepared by Lord Lu, Chun Tao explained. He personally ventured out at dawn to gather locust flowers, then soak them and bake them in the kitchen. Initially, the cakes were burnt, filling the kitchen with smoke. Lord Lu sought guidance from an esteemed chef in the capital, who taught him the proper technique, resulting in these delightful locust flower cakes. Madam, do try them and see how they taste, Chun Tao urged. One could not deny that Lord Lu treated his wife with great kindness. Lin Yan's heart swelled with warmth. He rose early each day for court, yet still took the time to prepare locust flower cakes for her, never expressing fatigue. She wished fervently for him to have ample rest and rejuvenation. Lin Yan took a bite of the steaming locust flower cake, recalling her idle mention of wanting to taste them before she fell asleep. She had merely spoken in passing, yet he had taken it to heart. As she savored the warm cake, the delicate fragrance of locust flowers mingled with the aroma of wheat flour in the air, creating a refreshing sweetness. Her appetite was robust, and she enjoyed 2 pieces of locust flower cake along with a bowl of milk soup, leaving her in high spirits. After breakfast, Lin Yan made her way to the tavern. Upon her arrival, the proprietor handed her a scroll. Lin Yan unfurled the scroll and discovered it contained portraits of several gentlemen. Adjacent to each image were personal details, including names, ages, professions, and family backgrounds. There were scholarly candidates, private tutors, bodyguards, and young masters from affluent families. Lin Yan was taken aback by Lu Qingyuan's efficiency in selecting suitable candidates in such a short span of time. It must have required considerable effort. It was rare for someone so busy in official duties to spare time to consider Chun Tao's future. Chun Tao, these are the suitors chosen for you by Qingyuan. Take a look and see if any of them appeal to you, Lin Yan said as she presented the scroll to Chun Tao. The maid's cheeks flushed crimson. As a woman in this era, her aspirations centered on marrying into a respectable family. She opened the scroll and gazed at the gentleman within. Being a maid, she typically had no contact with such young masters. Yet, Lord Lu had arranged such splendid options for her to choose from. It appeared that Lord Lu was not as fearsome as she had imagined. To marry one of these gentlemen would indeed be a significant elevation in her status. Chun Tao's face blushed further as she sincerely remarked, "Madam, Lord Lu truly cares for you. His deep affection for you extends to those around you. He has taken time from his busy schedule to assist me in finding a suitor. He is truly a wonderful person." Initially, Chun Tao had been compelled to speak on Lu Qingyuan's behalf, but now her sentiments were genuine. Lin Yan paused momentarily. Qingyuan had always treated her with kindness. Regrettably, her feelings for him, he would eventually find his own happiness. There will be someone more suitable to accompany him in the future. Someone with whom he can share a life, from youth to old age. And I shall bless them, Lin Yan stated. "Madam, if I marry in the future, may I still remain by your side to serve you?" Chun Tao expressed her reluctance to part from Lin Yan. She considered her to be the kindest and most benevolent mistress she had ever known. Once you are married, you will become the mistress of your own household, responsible for managing your family and raising children. Lin Yan chuckled softly, grasping Chun Tao's hand with earnestness. "How could you still serve me? But I truly wish to stay with you, madam." Chun Tao's eyes glistened with unshed tears at the thought of leaving Lin Yan, and her desire to marry waned. If only she could remain by her mistress's side for eternity, even without marrying. Such foolishness, Lin Yan laughed lightly. "Once you are wed, it does not mean we will lose our connection. In the future, if you miss me, or I miss you, we can always meet." Chun Tao nodded vigorously, opening her arms to embrace Lin Yan. "Madam, I cannot bear to part with you. You are not married yet. Save these sentiments for when you do." Lin Yan replied with a smile. Indeed, Chun Tao wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled at Lin Yan. In the days that followed, Lin Yan busied herself with the affairs of the shop while also assisting Chun Tao in evaluating potential suitors. The young woman, feeling it inappropriate to meet a man alone, discreetly accompanied Chun Tao to a frequented path of her admired object, observing the character and demeanor of those who passed by. After several days, Chun Tao gained some insight. Originally, Lu Qingyuan intended to marry off Chun Tao to divert Lin Yan's attention towards himself, fearing that she might be taken away. However, contrary to his expectations, once the list was provided, Lin Yan became increasingly preoccupied, busily engaged from dawn until dusk, leaving very little time to see him. Lu Qingyuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched in frustration. Were it not for Lin Yan's kindness towards Chun Tao, and the worry that her demise would sadden Lin Yan, he would have resolved the matter with a swift stroke. On this particular day, Lu Qingyuan attended a court banquet. "Lord Lu," one of the ministers remarked with a smile, "I have heard that your affection for your wife is profound. Why is it that she is not by your side at this banquet?" The man, donned in a crimson official robe, sat with an air of cool detachment, his demeanor somewhat shy. The banquet was filled with the elite and powerful officials. Should the royal family take an interest in Lin Yan, it would surely spell trouble. Such a delicate beauty should be kept in the shadows, not paraded in public. Moreover, Lu Qingyuan understood Lin Yan's nature. She was more inclined towards business than social engagements. Indeed, the emperor replied with a smile, such social events are inevitable. It would be wise to bring her along more often to help her acclimate. Yes, Lu Qingyuan responded, lowering his gaze. Not far away, Wei Qingqing, seated beside Prime Minister Wei, had fixed her gaze upon Lu Qingyuan since his arrival, her eyes lingering without deviation. That night, she had not seen his face clearly. But today, every detail was vivid. Lord Lu's countenance was undeniably handsome, stirring emotions within her heart, igniting a profound longing at first sight. Furthermore, his languid and composed demeanor suggested he was a master strategist, orchestrating the world around him. With a single glance, Wei Qingqing could ascertain that Lu Qingyuan was no ordinary man. At a mere 18, he had already made his mark in the court, promising an illustrious future. If only she could be his wife, she would willingly accept, even if he was already married. However, Wei Qingqing was well aware of Lu Qingyuan's first wife, a mere country widow who managed a tavern, likely ignorant of the classics and the arts, devoid of any sophistication. Such a coarse woman could never compare to her noble lineage. As the banquet progressed, Wei Qingqing approached Lu Qingyuan with a glass of wine, her expression demure. With her gaze fixed on him, she spoke, "I have heard of your esteemed contributions to flood control, aiding the common folk in leading prosperous lives. Such talent commands my utmost admiration." Raising her cup towards him, she inquired, "May I toast to your talents, esteemed Lord Lu?" Lu Qingyuan nodded lightly. But in the next moment, Wei Qingqing carefully spilled the wine from her cup onto the man's crimson official robes. "Ah, my apologies." She promptly bent down, retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom to wipe the stain from Lu Qingyuan's attire. "I was just careless. Perhaps Lord Lu should change into a fresh set of clothing?" Lu Qingyuan's gaze, deep and penetrating, settled upon Wei Qingqing. Under the weight of such an intense stare, she felt a shiver run down her spine, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Could it be that he had discerned her hidden intentions? His eyes, sharp as a blade, set her heart racing, making her breath feel labored. Yet in the next moment, the man smiled, a smile both enigmatic and inscrutable. "Very well." Wei Qingqing's heart raced with excitement, oblivious to the coldness lurking in Lu Qingyuan's eyes. Subsequently, guided by a palace maid, he entered a hall to change his attire. Upon entering, the maid spoke, "This servant will fetch you a new set of clothing right away. Please, Lord Lu, have a seat and wait here. There is tea on the table. Lord Lu may enjoy a cup while waiting. I will return shortly." "Go ahead," Lu Qingyuan said, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the teapot on the table. Soon, the maid departed. Lu Qingyuan, with fingers as elegant as jade, lifted the teapot lid, revealing tea that was clear and bright, a testament to the quality of the leaves used. As he had surmised, this tea was undoubtedly laced with poison. He did not rush to drink. Instead, he leisurely toyed with the lid while his other hand tapped rhythmically on the table, calm and collected. Outside, those waiting observed Lu Qingyuan's reluctance to partake of the tea and resorted to using a slender bamboo tube to pierce the window, quietly blowing in a colorless, odorless smoke. Lu Qingyuan turned to glance at the broken window, his lips curling into a faintly amused smile. At that moment, the door to the hall was pushed open. Wei Qingqing, her cheeks flushed, approached. "Lord Lu." With every step, she drew nearer, confessing, "I have long admired you. Though you are married, I would gladly serve as a secondary wife alongside Miss Lin." The potency of the drug was likely already taking effect, and she imagined Lu Qingyuan was ablaze with desire. Summoning her courage, she hastened towards him, arms outstretched to embrace him. However, in an instant, he retreated, leaving her grasping at empty air. Surprised, Wei Qingqing looked at Lu Qingyuan, only to find a mocking, icy curve on his lips. "A secondary wife? What are you to even think you are worthy? I am the daughter of the Prime Minister. I am of noble birth, while she is but a simple countrywoman. How could I possibly be unworthy?" This was the first time Wei Qingqing had ever faced such humiliation, especially from the very man she admired. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is it true that the daughter of the Prime Minister resorts to such despicable means to entice men? Lu Qingyuan's thin lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze growing increasingly cold. The daughter raised by the Prime Minister's residence was indeed so lowly. The last two words struck Wei Qingqing's heart like a sharp dagger, causing her complexion to turn ashen in an instant. However, since this performance had already been set in motion, would it not be a pity not to see it through? The man's sensuous lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his deep-set, frigid eyes devoid of warmth, and his chilling voice sent shivers down one's spine. What do you intend to do?" Wei Qingqing had been in a room for some time now and could feel the effects of a drug taking hold. At that moment, her entire body burned with unbearable heat. "Come in," Lu Qingyuan commanded in a low voice. At that moment, 11 swiftly dealt with the guard stationed outside and entered the chamber, respectfully addressing Lu Qingyuan, "My lord." "Eliminate her." As the man's cold words fell, 11 offered no chance for Wei Qingqing to struggle or escape. With a swift motion, he struck her neck, Instantly, Wei Qingqing staggered, her vision darkening as she collapsed to the ground. Drag her onto the bed, Lu Qingyuan instructed flatly. Since she so desired a man, then let her be satisfied. The man's thin lips curled into a wickedly playful smile. 11 sighed inwardly. Why did Miss Wei choose to provoke their master, of all people? Chapter 71. Utter absurdity. Bring a few men over, Lu Qingyuan commanded in a cold tone. Understood. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Wei Qingqing's maid, adhering to their earlier plan, spoke up. Why has my lady not yet emerged? Another palace maid chimed in. I just saw your lady heading towards Lord Lu's palace. Wei Qingqing's maid, Suizhu, questioned, is that true? Indeed, the palace maid affirmed. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself. All right, I shall look for her, Suizhu replied anxiously. If my lady gets lost during the banquet, the Prime Minister will surely hold me accountable. Could I trouble everyone to assist in the search? The others nodded in agreement. Gradually, the women began to make their way towards the palace. Suizhu stifled a laugh, pleased that she had not failed her mistress's wishes. Today's scheme was devised to ensure that everyone recognized her close relationship with Lord Lu, one filled with mutual affection, thereby prompting the Empress to facilitate their union. The Empress, being a distant cousin of her lady, would naturally be inclined to assist in such matters. Once the imperial decree for their marriage was issued, even if Lu Qingyuan was reluctant, he would have no choice in the matter. After all, her lady had fallen head over heels for him and would marry no one else. Though this might compromise her reputation with the Empress present today, such matters would remain confidential and no word would escape their lips. Thus, while the plan was risky, it was undeniably advantageous. Once her lady's desires were fulfilled, she would surely reward Suizhu handsomely. Filled with joy, Suizhu and the group of women arrived at the door of the chamber. As they approached, sounds of intimacy could be heard from within. The Empress frowned. Although Lu Qingyuan was remarkably handsome and undeniably mesmerizing, how could Wei Qingqing, a young woman yet to be married, be so impatient? Was she truly so eager? Thankfully, with her presence, she could keep the palace's secrets contained and ensure that no word would leak from these women. However, Wei Qingqing's boldness was rather excessive. The Empress's displeasure grew, mirrored by the changing expressions of the others, Wei Miss and Lord Lu. The sound from within were utterly scandalous and unbearable. The ladies exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Suizhu, blushing, whispered, to speak candidly, my lady has long been in love with Lord Lu. Today, she simply could not restrain herself. However, concerning a young lady's virtue, I hope everyone will keep this to themselves. At that moment, the Empress cleared her throat and spoke. The Prime Minister's daughter possesses both beauty and wisdom, making her a perfect match for Lu Qingyuan. Since they have already exchanged affections, why not allow me to bless their union? However, just then, a deep, magnetic voice from within the chamber replied leisurely, I was unaware that I shared such sentiments with the Prime Minister's daughter. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A tall, slender man approached slowly, exuding an air of aloofness and detachment, reminiscent of a pine tree. Though he wore a smile, with the corners of his eyes lifted, a chilling coldness lurked in his gaze, sending shivers down one's spine. The queen looked at Lu Qingyuan in astonishment. Mr. Lu, how did you come to be here? At the sight of Lu Qingyuan, Suizhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. She blinked furiously, assuring herself that she was not hallucinating. Lu Qingyuan was indeed present. However, if he was here, then who was the man inside? Realizing this, a wave of panic washed over Suizhu, leaving her feeling cold and her scalp tingling. If the minister is not here, then where could he be? Lu Qingyuan smirked, a hint of mockery dancing in his profound eyes, though the amusement lacked warmth. What is the meaning of this? The queen furrowed her brow and spoke. This made claim she was bringing the minister to change clothes, yet I have waited for quite some time without anyone arriving. The man's handsome face bore an expression of innocence, but instead, he was met by the Prime Minister's daughter. She spoke nonsensically, professing her admiration for me. Lu Qingyuan remarked, but in my heart, there is only room for my beloved wife. No other woman in this world can capture my attention. Among the vast waters, I shall only take a single scoop for my wife. He added, I implore Miss Wei to conduct herself with dignity. Lu Qingyuan sighed. How could this be? But that maid did not say so. At that moment, Madame Song, the Taiwei's wife, furrowed her brow and spoke. The queen realized that she could not allow Lu Qingyuan to continue. If the person inside truly was Lu Qingyuan, this matter could still be framed as a mutual affection, with Lu Qingyuan playfully engaging Wei Qingqing. However, it was now transforming into a situation where Wei Qingqing was the one seducing Lu Qingyuan, which could ruin her reputation entirely. Cough. This matter is fraught with suspicion, perhaps. Before the queen could finish her thought, Lu Qingyuan's words interrupted her. But Miss Wei actually undressed in front of me and even threw herself into my arms. As he spoke, Lu Qingyuan raised his gaze, his deep eyes reflecting helplessness. I was utterly terrified. I feared this would reach my wife's ears and provoke her ire. Thus I fled swiftly. As for what transpired afterward, I am unaware. Upon hearing this, disdain flickered across the faces of those surrounding them. How could Miss Wei, a woman of noble birth, so shamelessly attempt to seduce a married man? Indeed, how can a lady of such esteemed lineage engage in such outrageous behavior? Is this the upbringing of the Prime Minister's household? Truly disgraceful. The crowd expressed their contempt. Listening to the sounds emanating from within, Lu Qingyuan's subordinate, 11, spoke up gravely. Could it be that, after our master departed, Miss Wei was bullied by others? How could Miss Wei, a lady of noble birth, be so casually insulted? Guizu, being the confidant of their young mistress, you should swiftly open the door and see who the ruffians inside are, 11 urged. Guizu stood frozen in place, her face ashen. At that moment, Lady Song furrowed her brows and stepped forward to push open the door. The scene within the room was laid bare before everyone's eyes. It was a sight most unbearable. How could such absurdity unfold in broad daylight? A woman with 3 men. It was utterly excessive. How mortifying. Who could have imagined that the Chancellor's daughter, seemingly noble and elegant, would behave in a manner akin to that of a courtesan? At that moment, upon hearing the murmurs, Wei Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. Was she not supposed to be entwined with Lu Qingyuan? Who were these 3 repugnant men? Why were there so many spectators outside? Had everyone not perceived her vulnerability? In an instant, Wei Qingqing hastily grasped the quilt and let out a shriek. Chapter 72. My lady, it is too late. Do not approach. Do not look. Wei Qingqing shrieked, huddled beneath the covers. Lu Qingyuan's indifferent gaze met the eyes of 11. In an instant, 11 stepped forward and apprehended the 3 ruffians. You dare to insult the daughter of the Chancellor? I see you're courting death. Guards, take these 3 miscreants to the Ministry of Justice. The Empress commanded coldly. Immediately, several eunuchs advanced, escorting the ruffians away. Help! It was Miss Wei who seduced me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was she who insisted on dragging me into this. The 3 men protested vehemently as they were led away, their cries loud enough for all present to hear. The Empress's expression soured, her face darkening as she ordered, "Silence them. If they continue to shout, the entire palace will know." At this moment, Wei Qingqing's mind was a blank. She frantically searched for her clothes to cover herself, but her garments had already been torn into shreds, rendering them utterly inadequate. Tears streamed down her face, leaving traces of despair. The commotion was so great that the Emperor, the Chancellor, and even several princes hurried towards the scene. What is all this ruckus? The Emperor furrowed his brow, his voice grave. The others exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Your Majesty, Lu Qingyuan began. I came to the palace to change my attire, but to my surprise, no garments were prepared for me. Instead, the Chancellor's daughter lunged at me in terror, fearing for Miss Wei's reputation. He continued, after I left, unbeknownst to me, Miss Wei was with these 3 ruffians. The Emperor's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. His displeasure directed towards the Chancellor. Look at the daughter you have raised. The Chancellor's face paled significantly, sweat beading on his forehead as he fell to his knees, trembling. I take full responsibility for my daughter's upbringing. I implore your Majesty to punish me instead. He stammered. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. The Empress realized that Lu Qingyuan was not a man of virtue. It was evident that Wei Qingqing had attempted to ensnare him, but he had turned the tables, tarnishing her reputation instead. Even if he disliked her, there was no need for such ruthless retribution. This man was vengeful, intent on utterly destroying Qingqing. The empress glared discontentedly at Lu Qingyuan, ready to speak, but was interrupted by the emperor. Since Chancellor Wei has failed in his duties as a father, let your esteemed daughter go to the temple for a head-shaving retreat to temper her character. The emperor's heavy gaze fell upon the chancellor. Hearing this, Wei Qingqing's face turned ashen. A head-shaving retreat. Would that not mean becoming a nun? No. Father, save me. Wei Qingqing's complexion turned pale. Large tears falling from her eyes, terror etched on her face. You wretched fool. The chancellor, veins throbbing on his forehead, trembled in fear. Are you defying the imperial decree? Wei Qingqing came to a realization, holding back the tears welling in her eyes, biting her lip fiercely, fearful for her daughter. If that were the case, why not accept the decree and express gratitude? Chancellor Wei glared at her, causing Wei Qingqing to hastily gather her tattered clothing. Wrapping herself in the blanket in a disheveled manner, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. This humble servant kneels to express gratitude for the emperor's grace. What the empress could perceive, the emperor could naturally discern as well. It was merely that Wei Qingqing sought to align herself with Lu Qingyuan, orchestrating this scheme. But unfortunately, Lu Qingyuan was not one to be manipulated by her. Perhaps her desire to cling to him was also instigated by Chancellor Wei's directives. Lu Qingyuan was a loyal minister, one whom the emperor trusted. How could he allow other officials to conspire and collude against him? From this day forth, the position of chancellor is abolished. Go to Lin Yan to benefit the people. Upon hearing this, Chancellor Wei's eyes widened, his face turning ashen. After years of diligent effort, he had finally ascended to this position, only to find that his future was to be mortally jeopardized by his own daughter. He had not anticipated that Lu Qingyuan was aligned with the third prince, and that he himself was akin to a grasshopper on the same boat with Lu Qingyuan. How could he treat his own allies with such ruthless severity? Wei Zhong raised his resentful gaze, glaring at Lu Qingyuan in the distance. The moment their eyes met, the coldness that flickered in the man's eyes left him trembling. Wei Zhong could only swallow this bitter pill. The matter concluded here, the banquet dispersed, and the guests gradually departed. The emperor approached Lu Qingyuan, lightly patting him on the shoulder. My dear minister, do not dwell on today's events. Thank you, your majesty. This humble servant shall not. Lu Qingyuan replied with neither deference nor arrogance. That is good. The emperor nodded, adding, it is getting